Introduction. This is a story of the 12-year career of a CIA secret operations officer that ended in early 1969. It is an attempt to open another small window to the kinds of secret activities that the U.S. government undertakes through the CIA in third world countries in the name of U.S. national security. It includes the actual people and organizations involved, placed within the political, economic, and social context in which the activities occurred. An attempt is also made to include my personal interpretation of what I was doing and to show the effect of this work on my family life. My reasons for revealing these activities will be found in the text. No one, of course, can remember in detail all the events of a 12-year period of his life. In order to write this book, I have spent most of the last 4 years in intensive research to reinforce my own recollections. The officers of a CIA station abroad work as a team, often in quite different activities and with a considerable number of indigenous agents and collaborators. I have tried to describe the overall team effort, not just my own role, because all the station's efforts relate to the same goals. The variety of operations that are undertaken simultaneously by a single officer and by the station team made an ordinary narrative presentation cumbersome. I have chosen a diary format, written, to be sure, in 1973 and 1974, in order to show the progressive development of different activities and to convey a sense of actuality. This method also has defects, requiring the reader to follow many different strands from one entry in the diary to another, but I believe it is the most effective method for showing what we did. In order to ease the problem of remembering who all the characters are, I have included a special appendix, Appendix 1, which has descriptions of individuals and organizations involved or connected with the agency or its operations. See note to Appendix 1. The reader is directed to this appendix by the use of a double dagger in the text. It will be noted that many agents' names have been forgotten and that only cryptonyms, code names, can be given. Some of the original cryptonyms have also been forgotten, and in these cases I have composed new ones in order to refer to a real person by some name at least. Appendix 2 gives an alphabetical listing of all abbreviations used and an asterisk indicates those entries which appear in Appendix 1. Several of the operational activities that I describe could not be placed at the exact date they really happened, for lack of research materials, but they are placed as close as possible to the date they occurred with no loss or distortion of meaning. Similarly, several events have been shifted a day or two so that they could be included in diary entries just before or just after they actually occurred. In these cases the changes make no difference. When I joined the CIA I believed in the need for its existence. After 12 years with the agency I finally understood how much suffering it was causing, that millions of people all over the world had been killed or had had their lives destroyed by the CIA and the institutions it supports. I couldn't sit by and do nothing and so began work on this book. Even after recent revelations about the CIA it is still difficult for people to understand what a huge and sinister organization the CIA is. It is the biggest and most powerful secret service that has ever existed. I don't know how big the KGB is inside the Soviet Union, but its international operation is small compared with the CIA's. The CIA has 16,500 employees and an annual budget of $750 million. That does not include its mercenary armies or its commercial subsidiaries. Add them all together, the agency employs or subsidizes hundreds of thousands of people and spends billions every year. Its official budget is secret, it's concealed in those of other federal agencies. Nobody tells the Congress what the CIA spends. By Jah, the CIA is not accountable to Congress. In the past 25 years, the CIA has been involved in plots to overthrow governments in Iran, the Sudan, Syria, Guatemala, Ecuador, Guyana, Zaire, and Ghana. In Greece, the CIA participated in bringing in the repressive regime of the colonels. In Chile, the company spent millions to destabilize the Allende government and set up the military junta, which has since massacred tens of thousands of workers, students, liberals, and leftists. In Indonesia in 1965, the company was behind an even bloodier coup, the one that got rid of Sukarno and led to the slaughter of at least 500,000 and possibly 1 million people. In the Dominican Republic, the CIA arranged the assassination of the dictator Rafael Trujillo and later participated in the invasion that prevented the return to power of the liberal ex-president Juan Bosch. In Cuba, the company paid for and directed the invasion that failed at the Bay of Pigs. Sometime later, the CIA was involved in attempts to assassinate Fidel Castro. It is difficult to believe, or comprehend, that the CIA could be involved in all these subversive activities all over the world. The life of a CIA operations officer can be exciting, romantic. You belong to a special club, the company. For most of my career with the CIA, I felt that I was doing something worthwhile. There is not much time to think about the results of your actions, and, if you try to do it well, the job of operations officer calls for dedication to the point of obsession. But it's a schizophrenic sort of situation. You have too many secrets, you can't relax with outsiders. Sometimes an operative uses several identities at once. If somebody asks you a simple question, "What did you do over the weekend?" your mind goes click. Who does he think I am? What would the guy he thinks I am be doing over the weekend? You get so used to lying that after a while it's hard to remember what the truth is. When I joined the CIA, I signed the secrecy agreement. With this book, articles, exposure on radio and television, I may have violated that agreement. I believe it is worse to stay silent, that the agreement itself was immoral. My experience with the CIA has mostly been with its overseas operations. I trust investigations now going on in Washington into CIA activities will also expose CIA internal involvement, which is, I suspect, much greater than anybody outside the CIA knows or the National Security Council realizes. I believe a lot of sinister things will come out and that Americans may be in for some very severe shocks. In the New York Review of Books of December 30, 1971, Richard Helms, then CIA director, was quoted from a rare address to the National Press Club. In justifying the CIA's secret operations, he said, "You've just got to trust us. We are honorable men." I ask that these words be remembered while reading this book, together with the fact that CIA operations are undertaken on instructions from the President himself and are approved in very detailed form on various levels within the CIA, and often at the undersecretary level or higher outside the agency. Finally, I ask that it be kept in mind that the kinds of operations I describe, which occurred for the most part in Latin America, were typical of those undertaken in countries of the Far East, Near East, and Africa. I would also suggest that they are continuing today. Revelations during the past year of the CIA's destabilization program against the Allende government in Chile, its illegal domestic operations and its complicity in political assassinations or assassination attempts have finally precipitated a long overdue debate. I hope this book will contribute to it. London, May 1975. Inside the Company. CIA Diary. Part 1. South Bend, Indiana, April 1956. Hundreds of companies come to the university to interview students for possible employment. I hadn't signed up for any interviews, but I've just had my first, and probably only, job interview. To my surprise, a man from the CIA came out from Washington to see me about going into a secret junior executive training program. Virginia Pilgrim must have recommended me. I'd forgotten she mentioned a program like this when she stayed with us in Tampa last year, said she would dearly love to see the son of her oldest friends come into the CIA. Somehow I have the impression she is one of the highest-ranking women in the CIA, worked on the Clark task force that investigated the CIA under the Hoover Commission. I told Gus, the recruiter, that I had already been accepted for law study. He was surprised. Virginia didn't know my plans. He said the JOT, Junior Officer Trainee, program consists of 6 to 9 months, in some cases even a year, of increasingly specialized training on the graduate school level. After the course you begin CIA work on analysis, research, special studies, and reports writing, administration or secret operations. He said he couldn't say much about the course or the work because it is all classified. Gus asked me about my military service situation, and when I told him I would have to do it sooner or later, he mentioned a possible combination. For JOTs who haven't done military service, the CIA arranges to take a special course in the Army or the Air Force, which is really controlled by the CIA. It takes about a year to get an officer's commission, and then you have to serve a year on a military assignment. Then it's back to Washington for the JOT training program and finally assignment to a job at CIA headquarters in Washington. According to his calculations, it would take 5 or 6 years to be assigned overseas if I wanted to go into secret operations. Too long to wait before getting to the good part, I thought. Gus knew a lot about me, student government, academic honors, and the rest. I said that what I liked best was being chairman of the Washington's birthday exercises in February when we gave the Patriotism Award to General Curtis LeMay. I told Gus that the exercises are the most important expression of the country part of the Notre Dame motto, for God, country, and Notre Dame. He said I should keep the CIA in mind if I changed my plans. I would consider the CIA if the military combination worked, but Gus emphasized that they only want people prepared for a career in the CIA. That leaves me out. I suppose the CIA works closely with General LeMay and his Strategic Air Command. This is the most important part of the speech he gave at the exercises. Our patriotism must be intelligent patriotism. It has to go deeper than blind nationalism or shallow emotional patriotic fervor. We must continually study and understand the shifting tides of our world environment. Out of this understanding we must arrive at sound moral conclusions. And we must see to it that these conclusions are reflected in our public policies. If we maintain our faith in God, our love of freedom, and superior global air power, I think we can look to the future with confidence. Tampa, Florida, June 1956. It's a strange feeling being back in Florida for the summer with no plans to return to the cold north in the fall. The miserable weather and the long distance from home and all the other negative aspects of studying at Notre Dame seemed to fade away during commencement weekend. No more bed check or lights out at midnight. No more compulsory mass attendance and evening curfew. No more religious bulletin to make you feel guilty if you didn't attend a novena, benediction, or rosary service. And no more fear of expulsion for driving a car in South Bend. The end has come too, I hope, to the loneliness and frustration of living in an all-male institution isolated from female company. What will it be like to live without the religion and discipline of the university? It may have been hard, but they were teaching us how to live the virtuous life of a good Catholic. Even so, I still have this constant fear that after all I might die by accident with a mortal sin on my soul. Eternity in hell is a worry I can't seem to shake off. But the main thing is to keep on trying, not to give up. After having to take all those courses on religion, the only person to blame, if I really don't make it, will be me. It is the discipline and religion that makes Notre Dame men different, and after 4 years of training I ought to be able to do better. Admiral R. Lee Burke, Chief of Naval Operations, discussed this in his speech at the graduation ceremony. He really impressed me. Notre Dame symbolizes many virtues. It blends the virtues of religion and patriotism. Service to God, service to country. Notre Dame stands for faith, faith in self and faith in country. Self-discipline and determination and fighting spirit are an integral part of the curriculum. We are living in a great country where there is equality of opportunity, where justice is a reality. We are a generous nation. We will never wage a war of aggression. We are a strong nation. We have strong allies. But greater than all this strength is the strength of our moral principles. Our nation is the symbol of freedom, of justice, and opportunity, regardless of flag or political beliefs. Communism has been, and still is, a prison for the millions who are denied the opportunity to learn responsibility, who are compelled to let the few do the thinking for the many who will do the labor. Should we relax our efforts, either spiritual or physical, we would find our ship without a rudder, we would find our strength not sufficient to cope with the strong adverse winds which at some time will confront us. It takes a man with strength and a stout heart to steer in a gale. Admiral Burke writes a great speech, couldn't have been more accurate or more inspiring. At Notre Dame we learned how one's responsibilities extend beyond oneself to family, community, and nation, and that respect for authority is the virtue of a respectable citizen. I will be driving a truck this summer to earn money for law school in the fall. Tampa, Florida, December 1956. Studying law at the University of Florida was a mistake. I didn't feel I belonged, I wasn't comfortable, in the fraternity whirl and the hail fellow routine. But I'm not an ascetic either. I suppose it was the lack of a sense of purpose, or maybe I couldn't adjust to secular learning after 4 years of Jesuits and 4 at Notre Dame. At least I did realize it, and only stayed 3 months. I checked with the draft board and they said I have about 6 months before I'll be called up. It's a sad prospect, 2 years wasted as a private, washing dishes and peeling potatoes. For a few months anyway I'll live with my parents in Florida and try to save some money. A draftee only makes about $80 a month, and that's hardly enough for booze and cigarettes. The problem is what to do about the business. My father and grandfather are just starting a big expansion and they're counting on me to take my place with them. I know I'll make a lot of money, but I can't get enthusiastic about it. Why the reluctance to go into a family business? When I switched to philosophy studies after a year of business administration at Notre Dame, I thought I was doing it for the sake of a higher form of education. Like so many others, I could learn to run a business once I got into it. Well, now I'm in it and I feel the same as when I rejected business administration for philosophy. I wish I could speak to my father or grandfather about it, but it would look as if I think I'm too good for something they've dedicated their lives to. No hasty decisions. I've got 6 months to work with them and then 2 years in the Army. Tampa, Florida, February 1957. There has got to be a way to avoid 2 lost years in the Army. I've written to the CIA, reminding them of my meeting with Gus, and asking to be reconsidered. I've received application forms, returned them, advised Virginia Pilgrim by telephone, and now have to wait. Virginia said her friends in the personnel department would process my application as fast as possible because of the problem of the draft, but it looks as if I may be too late. She said the security clearance takes about 6 months, so the draft will probably win. Gus said the JOT program is strictly for people who want to make the CIA a career, and I've been wondering about this. No way to know until I learn more about what CIA work is like, but I really am interested in politics and international relations. And the more I live here, the less enthusiastic I get for a lifetime in the family business. We'll see what kind of alternative the CIA can provide. It will mean 3 years military duty instead of 2 if they take me, but I'll be an officer, more pay, better work, especially at the CIA, and time to decide. Washington, D.C., April 1957. I've been called to Washington for an interview with the JOT office, which is in Quarters I near the Potomac River. I waited in a reception room until a secretary came for me, filled out a visitor's pass form giving name, address and purpose of visit, and the receptionist added the hour and stamped in large letters "must be accompanied." Then she gave me a plastic clip-on badge which I had to wear at all times. The secretary signed as responsible for me and I followed her to the JOT office. The man who interviewed me is named Jim Ferguson. We spent about a half hour discussing Notre Dame, the family business and my interest in a career in foreign affairs. I remembered the conversation with Gus and emphasized that while I am interested in a CIA career, I know so little about the agency that my reasons are necessarily restricted to an interest in foreign affairs. He said that they had arranged a series of tests and interviews with officers in charge of the JOT program, including Dr. Ecclesiastes, the program director. If the testing and interviews go well, a complete security background investigation will be made, which could take about 6 months. But in my case, with the problem of the draft, they could ask for priority action and hope for the best. The secretary gave me a piece of plain white paper with the building names, offices, and times I was to report for the testing. It would take 3 days in all. She explained that at each building I would have to report to the receptionist, who would call the office where I had the appointment for someone to come and sign me in. She also reminded me to wear the visitor's badge at all times in the buildings and to return it with the pink visitor's pass on leaving. I would use the shuttle, an exclusive agency bus, to get around the different buildings. During that first visit to the JOT office, I immediately sensed the fraternal identification among the CIA people. I suppose it was partly because they used a special inside language. No one spoke of CIA, Central Intelligence Agency, or even the agency. Every reference to the agency used the word company. My first appointment was at the North Building with the medical staff, and after that I alternated between those people and the office called the Assessment and Evaluation in the Recreation and Services Building on Ohio Drive. Although it seemed that the medical staff were looking for physical and mental health, and that A&E were looking for the special qualities needed in an intelligence operative, there seemed to be little distinction between them. It was exhausting, endless hours filling in answer sheets to vocational, aptitude and personality tests. I've read of the elaborate testing procedures developed by the Office of Strategic Services during World War II, and now one see it's still going on. Stanford, Minnesota, Strong, Wexler, Guilford, Kuder, Rorschach, some tests are administered and others just written. The worst was the interview with the psychiatrist at the medical staff. He really bugged me. I finally finished about noon on the afternoon of the third day, and I had a couple of hours before I had to report back to the JOT office, so I decided to do some sightseeing. I grabbed a sandwich at a blind stand and then took the shuttle to the executive office building. Those blind stands, sandwich bars operated by blind people, are in practically every building. I guess it's a good thing for the blind people to have that work, and the company can let them in the buildings because they can't read secret papers. Everybody wins. Then out to the Washington Monument. Looking out from the top of the monument at the buildings where our national life is guided, where our integrity in the face of grave external threat is defended, and where the plurality of conflicting domestic interests finds harmony, I admitted to myself that participation in government is my long-range goal. It won't matter if I live below my parents' material level or even without fixed roots in a community. Working in the Central Intelligence Agency, preferably overseas, with intimate knowledge of the functioning and decisions of friendly and hostile governments will provide a forever stimulating and exciting atmosphere as well as an intellectually challenging occupation. I'll be a warrior against communist subversive erosion of freedom and personal liberties around the world, a patriot dedicated to the preservation of my country and our way of life. I left the monument through the circle of American flags and walked back to quarters, I feeling more confident and self-possessed than at any time since arriving. After the usual sign-in, pink slip, badge, and escort procedure, I was received again by Ferguson, who told me the first reports on the testing looked pretty good. While waiting to see Dr. Ecclesiastes, Ferguson said he would brief me on the military program they had in mind. First, however, he warned me that the program was classified and not to be discussed with anyone outside the agency. At his request, I signed a statement acknowledging that what I learned was information relating to national security and promising that I would not reveal it. Ferguson outlined the military program. When the security clearance is completed, I will be called back to Washington, where I will enlist in the Air Force. After 3 months basic training, I will be assigned to the first available class at Officer Candidate School, all at Lackland Air Force Base in San Antonio, Texas. Following OCS, I will be assigned to an Air Force base somewhere in the U.S., and, with luck, my duties will be in air intelligence. Ferguson explained that the company doesn't control assignments made by the Air Force after completion of OCS, but more and more of the company military trainees are getting intelligence assignments during the obligatory year of strictly military duties. After a year at the Air Force Base, I will be transferred to an Air Force unit in Washington that is actually a company cover unit, and my formal company training will begin. The secretary appeared and said Dr. Ecclesiastes would see me. I still had to get past him, and I had primed myself for this meeting. Virginia had told me that Dr. Ecclesiastes' approval was necessary for acceptance. He turned out to be a bushy-browed, bespectacled man of about 60 with an unavoidable authoritative glare. He asked me why I wanted to be an intelligence officer, and when I replied that foreign affairs is one of my main interests, he tried to make me uncomfortable. He said that foreign policy is for diplomats, intelligence officers only collect information and pass it to others for policy making. He added that maybe I should try the State Department. I said maybe I should, but that I don't know enough about the agency yet to decide, adding that I'd like to come into the program to see. He then gave me a little lecture. They don't want men who will quit the CIA as soon as they finish military service. They want only men who will be career intelligence officers. After that he turned into a kind old grandfather and said we'd see how the security clearance turned out. He shook my hand and said they'd like to have me. Made it? I'm in, but it seems too easy. Back in Ferguson's office, where he continued to describe the program. At no time will I be connected openly with the company, and I am to tell no one that I am being considered by it for employment. Assuming the security investigation is favorable, they will arrange for me to be hired as a civilian by the Department of the Air Force, actually by an Air Force cover unit of the company, when I am called back to Washington. A few weeks later I will enlist in the Air Force and be sent to Lackland for basic training. While in the Air Force I will be treated just like any other enlistee, and no one will know of my company connection. Keeping the secret will be part of my training, learning to live my cover. A violation of cover could lead to dismissal from the program. My assignments afterwards will also be determined in part by how well I have concealed my company affiliation. Back in Florida I must keep the plan secret, but notify Ferguson if I receive any orders from the draft board. I'm beginning to feel a kind of satisfaction in having a secret and of being on the threshold of an exclusive club with a very select membership. I am going to be my own kind of snob. Inside the agency I'll be a real and honest person. To everyone outside I'll have a secret lie about who and what I am. My secret life has begun. Washington, D.C., July 1957. Salvation. The security clearance ended before the call-up came, and I drove to Washington loaded with books, hi-fi, records and tennis gear. Georgetown is the area where a CIA officer trainee feels most comfortable, so I've moved in with some former Notre Dame classmates who are doing graduate study at Georgetown University. We're living in a restored Federalist house on Cherry Hill Lane, a narrow brick street between M Street and the Chesapeake and Ohio Canal. I have that feeling of being just the right person in just the right place. These friends don't know I'm going into the CIA, so this will be my first real test of living a cover. At the JOT office Ferguson told me whom I am working for. My employer is the Department of the Air Force, Headquarters Command, Research and Analysis Group, Bolling Air Force Base, Washington. He gave me the names of my commander, an Air Force colonel, and of my immediate supervisor, a major, both of whom are fictitious. I have to memorize all this so I can reel it off to people I meet. My Bolling Air Force Base telephone number rings in the agency's Central Cover Division, where they have some male telephone operators who roll dice each morning to see who will play the colonel and who will play the major. I signed another secrecy agreement. The wording makes it permanent, eternal, and universal about everything I learn in the company, and Ferguson sent me over to my first assignment at 1016 16th Street. I rushed over but discovered nobody was expecting me. Finally I was called up to the 4th floor and welcomed to the personnel pool. All we do is fold maps and have crossword puzzle competitions. The personnel pool is a holding area for all prospective employees who lack the final nihil obstat for the security clearance we're all waiting for. The same happy event, the polygraph or lie detector. We're about 30 people. Some of them have been in the pool for over a month and they're the rumor mongers. It seems that the polygraph, or technical interview as it's officially called, has been a real trauma for some. We have been warned that nobody talks about the poly, and that makes the rumors all the more mysterious. It seems that the main part of the apparatus crosses the breasts, which makes some of the girls nervous, and the main questioning is on homosexual experience, which makes some of the boys nervous. There are stories of nervous breakdowns, ambulances, and even suicide. There's no doubt, however, what's going to happen when you get advised of an appointment at Building 13. Washington, D.C., July 1957. After 2 weeks of folding maps, my turn finally came. How stupid to think I could beat the machine. Yesterday I was polyed and now I'm back at the personnel pool, but on a different floor and with people who've already taken the test. We're kept away from those who haven't taken it so they won't know much about it. The interrogators don't tell you right away about the results of the test, they make you wait. Nothing but gloom here. The shuttle doesn't stop at Building 13, so I had to ask the driver to leave me as near as possible. When he acknowledged Building 13 in a loud voice, on purpose, I'm sure, the cold, knowing eyes of the other passengers focused right on me and I felt like a leper. They knew I was about to make a secret, intimate confession. Bad joke. At 23rd Street and Constitution Avenue, the driver announced Building 13 and pointed me towards a complex of temporary buildings, barracks style, beyond a parking lot towards the Watergate. The buildings are surrounded by high chain link fences topped by several strands of barbed wire tilting towards the outside. All the windows have the same type of chain link mesh and every third or fourth window has an air conditioner. None of them are open and the buildings look impenetrable. I made my way along the fence and the first building I noticed after getting to a gate was one with a discreet 13 near the entrance. After a short wait with the receptionist, I was greeted by a man about 35, clean-cut, clean-shaved and clear-eyed. He took me a short distance down a hallway, opened a door, and we passed into a small room with acoustical tile covering the walls and ceiling. There was a standard government leather easy chair that backed up to a desk-like construction with a built-in apparatus of dials, graph paper and odd, narrow, metal pens. In an effort to keep me from more than a swift glance at the machine, he conducted me immediately to a sitting position in the easy chair. From behind the desk he brought a straight chair and sat down in front of me. The interrogator announced that I had reached the final phase of the security clearance procedure necessary for access to top-secret material and, of course, for employment with the company. He assured me that all employees of the company, even Mr. Dulles, submit to the polygraph, not just once when they're hired, but periodically throughout their careers. Then he asked me to sign a prepared statement acknowledging that I was submitting to the test of my own volition and that I would hold no claim against any person or the company afterwards, no matter what the outcome. I eagerly signed this quitclaim, in advance, and also another secrecy agreement, pledging myself to speak to no one of the questions or other details of the interview. We then reviewed the questions, all of which were to be answered simply yes or no. Is my name Philip Burnett Franklin Agee? Was I born on January 19, 1935? Have I ever used any other name or identity? Have I filled out my job application form honestly? Have I ever been a member of any of the subversive organizations on the Attorney General's list? Have I ever been a communist or belonged to any communist organization? Have I ever been in a foreign country? In a communist country? Have I known any officials of a foreign government? Of a communist government? Have I ever known an intelligence officer of a foreign country? Have I ever worked for a foreign government? For a foreign intelligence service? For a communist intelligence service? Have I been asked by anyone to obtain employment with the CIA? Have I told anyone outside the CIA of my attempt to obtain employment? Have I ever engaged in homosexual activities? Have I ever taken drugs? Have I taken tranquilizers today? The pre-test interview lasted over an hour as the interrogator explored each question in depth, noting all names, dates, places, and finally rephrasing the question to include an other than or except for clause that would qualify the question and still allow for a yes or no answer. During this discussion, the interrogator explained to me that the lie detector is used exclusively in the company by the Office of Security, which is responsible for protecting the company against employment of security risks or against Penetration by hostile intelligence services. He also assured me that everything I said during the interview is strictly confidential and will be restricted to my Office of Security file, which is available only to security officers of the same office. I didn't have the courage to ask how many security officers that meant, but as I wondered I felt a creeping discomfort that behind one of those thousands of holes in the acoustical tiles there was a microphone secretly recording our conversation. I also began to wonder if I was having incipient symptoms of the paranoia that some people say is the personality trait sine qua non of the effective intelligence officer. Now we were ready for the test. The polygraph consists of 3 apparatuses which are attached to the body of the person being interrogated and which connect by tubes or cords to the desk ensemble. Each apparatus measures physiological changes, marked on moving graph paper by 3 pens. There are, accordingly, a blood pressure cuff that can be attached either to the arm or leg, a corrugated rubber tube about 2 inches in diameter that is placed snugly around the chest and fastened in the back, and a handheld device with electrodes that is secured against the palm by springs that stretch across the back of the hand. The cuff measures changes in pulse and blood pressure, the chest tube measures changes in breathing rhythm, and the hand instrument measures changes in perspiration. I was hooked into the machine, told to look straight ahead at the wall, to be very still, and to answer only yes or no to each question. The interrogator was behind me at the desk ensemble facing the back of my head. He asked the questions to my back and I answered to the wall in front. During the pre-test interview I had given my interrogator several half-truths, partly because I simply resisted his invasion of my life, and partly because I was curious about the effectiveness of the machine. Foolish child. As the cuff inflated I was conscious of increased pulse and my hands began to sweat profusely. Anticipating the questions that I should react on, I started to count the holes in the tiles in order to distract myself from the test. The interrogator passed very slowly from one question to another, pausing between each question. I answered yes or no and at the end he slipped in an unannounced question: had I answered all the questions truthfully? Dirty trick. I said yes and after a few seconds the cuff deflated. I heard a shuffling of paper and he reviewed the chart as I remained still. He told me I could move a little but that if I was not particularly uncomfortable he would like me to remain seated and hooked up. Fine. He stayed behind the desk behind my chair behind my back and started asking me what I was thinking about when I answered the question on whether anyone had asked me to obtain employment with the CIA. Nothing in particular. He insisted but I couldn't come up with an answer other than that I was thinking that indeed no one had asked me. Discussion. Then he asked me what I was thinking when I answered the question about telling anyone outside the CIA of my attempt to obtain employment. Nothing in particular. Discussion. Then the question on homosexual experience. Then drugs. As we passed from question to question he insisted with increasing intensity that I try to remember what I was thinking when I answered the question, emphasizing that my cooperation is essential for a successful testing. Successful. I wondered if successful for him is the same as successful for me. Obviously not. I would stick to my half-truths. They weren't lies anyway, and besides I have heard that you can beat the machine if you stay consistent. We started again. Up went the blood pressure cuff and out came the questions. In went the yes and no and up and down went the faintly scratching pens. I fiercely counted the holes in the tiles and was gaining in confidence. Down went the cuff followed by more post-test discussion. This time I was having difficulty on 2 more questions. I repeated and insisted that I was being truthful and that when answering each question I had been thinking only of the question and of its only possible truthful answer, which I gave. The interrogator said we would go through the questions again and that I hadn't done too well on the first 2 runs, adding that there is no way for me to be hired without successfully passing the test. Was there anything I wanted to say or clarify? No. I was being truthful and maybe something was wrong with the machine. That hurt. His tone cooled, the cuff inflated and we did another test. At the end he said I was obviously having trouble. With an air of finality he unhooked me from the machine. At that moment I got scared and feared I wouldn't be hired. As I was about to confess, he said he would leave me alone to think things over for 5 or 10 minutes. He closed a lid to the desk ensemble and left the room, taking the charts with him. I stood up and looked at my watch, which I had been asked to remove and place on the desk behind me. I had been at Building 13 for over 2 hours. The interrogator was gone for at least 20 minutes. During that time I decided to tell the full truth. Why risk losing the job out of silly pride or the illusion that I could beat the machine? But as the door opened and my interrogator rejoined me, I suddenly became frightened of admitting deception. I decided not to change any answer. Besides, in the personnel pool I had heard that some people who have difficulty are called back for a second or third time for the polygraph. I would have another day if I really failed this time. We passed through the questions 2 more times. After both tests the interrogator insisted that I was having trouble on the same questions, and I insisted that I was answering truthfully no matter what difficulty I was having. At last he said that would be all. I asked if I had passed and he answered skeptically that he didn't know, that I would be advised after the security office had reviewed my case and the charts. He was very pessimistic, and as I was leaving I feared that they might not even call me back for another test. I was exhausted, went home, had a couple of drinks and slept for 12 hours. When I called Virginia in the morning and told her I thought I'd failed the test, she said not to worry, that they always make people think they've failed. She thinks it's to avoid disappointment and fewer problems with those who really aren't going to be hired. Virginia's news is temporary relief, but the wait is agonizing. No more arrogant jokes about the polygraph in the pool now, and nobody's reckless enough to discuss his interrogation with anyone else. Everybody's just sitting. Washington, D.C., July 1957. I couldn't stand it any longer. After 3 days waiting, I called Ferguson to admit I was lying and to volunteer to take the test again. Before I could say anything he said he had some good news and to come over to his office. The tone of his voice gave infinite relief. I knew I had passed. At the JOT office Ferguson told me he has started my processing for enlistment in the Air Force, but it will take 3 or 4 weeks. Meanwhile he wants me to take a training course on international communism and, if there is time, a course on the bureaucratic organization of the company. These aren't the courses I'll be taking when I get back, but they'll be useful, he thinks, even if they're pretty elementary. He also had the secretary arrange to get me a badge. I can come and go now without being signed in. And he made an appointment for me with Colonel Baird, the director of training. I missed the meeting with Baird, and after being chastised at the JOT office I finally saw him in his office at T3, another of the Potomac Park temporaries. I hadn't realized how important Colonel Baird is. He set up the JOT program in 1950 under direct supervision of General Walter Bedell Smith, who was then agency director. With Princeton, Oxford, and the headmastership of a boys' school behind him, Baird is considerably more formidable than his military rank. He oozes firm leadership, old hand superconfidence, and a Dunhill special blend for special pipes. He's tall, graying, very tanned and very handsome, irresistible to the ladies, I'm sure. He didn't say much, just to work hard at OCS. Ferguson and everyone else, since the polygraph, have greeted me with "welcome aboard," as if these words are the official greeting for newcomers. Maybe there are a lot of ex-Navy men in the CIA, or maybe these people like to think they're on a ship because of the isolation imposed by cover and security. Baltimore, Maryland, August 1957. The 2 weeks studying communism and 2 weeks reading organizational charts of the headquarters bureaucracy leave me happy to leave Washington. Yesterday morning Ferguson gave me my final briefing on joining the Air Force. Arrangements had been made, he said, at the main Air Force recruiting office in Washington for me to be taken into the Air Force on a normal 5-year enlistment, which was the standard procedure for all Air Force enlistees. However, after basic training I will receive a special appointment by the Secretary of the Air Force to the first OCS class. I would have to be prepared to cover this appointment because we Jots are the only exceptions to the Air Force regulation that 5 years service is needed before an enlisted man can even apply for OCS. Ferguson said I can refer to a little known, so little known, in fact, that it doesn't exist, Air Force program for college graduates if I am pressed, but I can probably avoid giving explanations. He warned me, however, not to tell anyone that I am going to OCS until the assignment is actually announced to me at Lackland Air Force Base. I signed another secrecy agreement and Ferguson said I'll have to take the polygraph again when I get back in 2 years' time. Then I took the bus to the recruiting office carrying only an overnight bag with some toilet articles and a change of underwear and socks. I told the paunchy, weather-beaten recruiting sergeant my name as pleasantly as I could. He answered yeah, and when I noticed it was a question I wondered whether to say here I am or I want to enlist. I decided to say both, trying to sound unrehearsed, and I added that I thought I was expected. The recruiting sergeant understandably looked back as if he thought I thought the Air Force was about to be saved. He gave me some forms to fill in and asked if I wanted to go in 30, 60 or 90 days. I said cheerfully that I was ready to go right then, which made his eyes narrow and his mouth screw up into that another case expression. He motioned me over to a table across the room where I filled in the forms, wondering all the while whether the sergeant was really attached to the Jot office and was testing my ability to maintain the cover story. I returned the forms which he looked over and then he disappeared into a back office. After a few minutes he returned with another recruiting sergeant and both expressed considerable skepticism. We spent the next half hour discussing why a philosophy graduate wanted to enlist for 5 years in the Air Force in order to learn to be a radar mechanic. Finally I admitted that it was indeed kind of strange and I accepted their invitation to think it over for a few days. I carried my little bag of essentials out of the recruiting office wishing I could find somewhere to hide. From a telephone booth I called Ferguson to advise that apparently the Air Force didn't want me, not that day anyway. He gulped and stammered for me to call him back in 2 hours. I wondered what clown had missed his cue while at the same time I dreaded facing the recruiting sergeant again. When I called back, Ferguson told me to go back to the recruiting office, that everything was all right now. When I pressed him for an explanation his voice turned cold and he warned me not to discuss classified matters over the telephone. Back in the recruiting office there was a new sergeant who simply gave me a ticket for the bus to Baltimore for the medical examination and swearing in. At Fort Holabird they took me. Tonight I fly to San Antonio to begin 2 years away from CIA headquarters. Ferguson said I must consider this time as part of the Jot training, a time for maturing, I think he said. San Antonio, Texas, Christmas 1957. Tony and I had Christmas dinner at the dining hall, the low point of a miserable day. Next week, New Year's Eve to be exact, we report to OCS. We're going to live it up meanwhile except neither of us has any money. There are only 3 of us going into this class, Tony, who's from Princeton, Bob, from Williams, and me. A couple of nights ago we met in a hotel downtown with the 6 Jots who started OCS in the last class. They are going to be upperclassmen now. The course is 3 months lower and 3 months upper class, which means they will be harassing us. That's normal and necessary for cover. For the meeting we took security precautions as Ferguson instructed when he came to see us in October. No one can take any chances by a show of prior knowledge or special camaraderie between the triplezers. Those 3 X's which are in brackets after our names on all our documents, are the Air Force's way of keeping track of CIA trainees. The guys from the upper class told us not to be surprised if they put the heat on us, they have to because of the resentment on the part of the others in the class who had to work years to get into OCS. It seems these noncorns aren't happy about our minuscule bunch. There are about 300 cadets altogether in OCS, being specially privileged by entering straight from basic training. I suppose we'll run into the same. San Antonio, Texas, June 1958. In a few days I'll be a second lieutenant unless the OCS commandant decides my insult was too much to take. A couple of weeks ago he called me in to tell me I was going to be eligible for a regular commission instead of a reserve commission. Only the top 6 OCS graduates get regular commissions, and for an aspiring career officer it's the end of the rainbow. You practically can't get discharged. The commandant also said it looked as if I might graduate first in the class. I made a panic call to Ferguson and he told me to turn the regular commission down. I told the commandant, who said it might not help our cover situation. He's the only officer on the OCS staff who knows of our CIA sponsorship, if the top graduate refuses a regular commission. I got the hint and am holding back an academic paper, which should drop me a notch or two. But the commandant took my refusal of the regular commission like a slap in the face. Guess this hasn't come up before. My orders after commissioning are for transfer to the Tactical Air Command. It's too good to believe. Assignment as intelligence officer to a fighter squadron at a base just outside Los Angeles, Victorville, California, June 1959. My orders finally came for transfer back to Washington, to the company bogus unit, I mean. It's been a marvelous year, driving up and down those motorways to Mexico, San Francisco, Yosemite, Monterey. I finally got busy training the pilots in targeting because we have the new F-104 and nuclear targets in China. I've also done some training in evasion and escape because some of the targets are one-way ditch missions. The only big mistake was volunteering for the survival school at Reno, Nevada, because they sent me to the January course and the week-long trek in the mountains was on snowshoes, pure misery. I've been seeing Janet, my girlfriend from college, almost every weekend since last summer. I've told her about my work in the company and about my hopes to be assigned abroad. We've talked a lot about marriage, but we're not sure what to do. She would like to stay in California, and I wonder if I should wait until after the JOT course is over a year from now. I'll be leaving for Washington in a couple of weeks and we'll see how we endure the separation. Washington, D.C., September 1959. It didn't take a long time for us to decide. Less than a month after I left California we agreed we didn't want to wait any longer, so now we begin a life together. We were married at Notre Dame as a kind of compromise because Janet's family is Congregationalist and she felt a wedding in a Catholic church in her hometown might raise difficulties. We took a small apartment in the building complex where Vice President Nixon and his wife first lived when they came to Washington after his election to the House. We have furniture to buy, but family and friends have been exceedingly generous and new gifts arrive every day. We can save some money by shopping at the military commissaries because I'm still on active duty. My military cover unit is an Air Intelligence Service Squadron at Bolling Air Force Base in Washington. My cover telephone number has changed, but the same 2 telephone operators are rolling the same dice to see who will be the colonel and who the major. Ferguson said I probably won't be discharged until June or July of next year, which will coincide with the end of the JOT training program. All the JOTs in the OCS class ahead of me, my class, and the one behind me are united in the JOT program. Even so, we make up only about 15 of the 60-odd in the class, which includes only 6 women. The JOT classes, which have just started, are held in the Recreation and Services Building, the same one where I was tested by the assessment and evaluation staff 2 years ago. The A&E routines are even longer now than before and I'm going through all of those monotonous tests again. The only thing we lack is a mammoth Potomac Park football stadium for Saturday afternoon frenzy, the rest is the old college routine once more. The opening sessions in the training course were welcoming speeches by Allen Dulles, Colonel Baird, and others who have been showering us with affection and praise for following them into this life of deliberate self-abnegation, unknown sacrifice and silent courage as secret warriors in the battles of our time. Very romantic. Each one of us in the class represents the 1 in 100, or 1 in 1,000, of the total number of applicants for the JOT program who were finally accepted. The company leaders tell us we're entering the world's second oldest profession, maybe even the first, but that can't be proved, and if there are any uneasy consciences in the group they have been soothed by biblical quotations showing that no less a figure than God himself instituted spying. So much for the moral question. But our country had forgotten the lesson of Jericho. In 1929, Secretary of State H. L. Stimson closed the code-breaking operation known as the Black Chamber with the scolding that gentlemen don't read other people's mail. Until Pearl Harbor, foreign intelligence in the United States was all but forgotten. Then there were the heroics of the OSS during the war, followed by the decision of President and Congress alike not to risk another surprise attack by leaving early warning to peacetime military neglect once again. So the civilian CIA was established in 1947 to provide a centralized agency for processing all foreign intelligence and for producing a national intelligence product blessed by enlightenment from all possible sources. After 2 years away with the Air Force, these first sessions have been stimulating and even exciting, almost like a raging thirst being finally quenched. The JOT office has arranged evening language courses for anyone interested, and Janet and I have a class in Spanish 3 nights a week. It's nice that the company includes the wives as much as possible. Otherwise they would really be at a distance, because everything we study and read, almost, is classified. We selected Spanish only because that was my language at school, but there is a monetary awards program for maintenance and improvement of foreign languages, and it might be a way to earn a little extra. Things are working out just right. Washington, D.C., October 1959. We've just finished a month studying communism and Soviet foreign policy, and soon we'll begin studying the Government Organization for National Security, where the agency fits in, and the bureaucratic organization of headquarters. Each of us has periodic sessions with one of the JOT counselors to discuss possible future assignments and where to continue training after Christmas. Almost everyone seems to want to go into secret operations, which will mean 6-month special training away from Washington at a place called the Farm. I told Ferguson I wanted to go to the Farm, but he was non-committal. The lectures and readings in communism have been especially interesting. The Office of Training stays away from philosophy, dialectical materialism wasn't even mentioned, while concentrating on the Soviets. It's a practical approach, of sorts, because what the CIA is up against, one way or another, is Russian expansion directed by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU. The Leninist concept of the party, particularly its elitist and secretive nature, and the CPSU's difficulties in reconciling pragmatism with ideology, Russian domination of the minority nationalities, NEP, collectivization and elimination of the kulaks, United Front doctrine, the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, are seen as related to one goal: obtaining, retaining, and expanding power. Subservience of foreign communist parties to the CPSU is another theme given considerable emphasis. It's hard to believe that the Soviets with a straight face preach that the first obligation of every communist, no matter what nationality, is to defend the Soviet Union. Institutions such as the Comintern and Cominform served that purpose in their time, but the KGB is the principal organ. Much importance, of course, is given to the Soviet security organizations, from the Cheka down. The writings of defectors from communism were the most interesting: Louis Boudin's, Howard Fast, The God That Failed, Kravchenko, Guzenko, Petrov. But the most devastating for the Soviets, because of his criticism of Leninist party doctrine, is Milovan. The other day we split into small groups and interviewed Peter Duryabin. He's the highest-ranked KGB defector yet. It was done through closed-circuit television so that he could not see us, to protect our security, and he was disguised and spoke through an interpreter, to protect his security because he is living in the Washington area. The central theory is that communist attempts to set up dictatorships around the world are really manifestations of Soviet expansion, which in turn is determined by the need to maintain CPSU power at home. Our country is the real target, however, and the Soviets have said often enough that peace is impossible until the US is defeated. Now we're going to study how the government, and the CIA in particular, are set up to counter the Soviet threat. Washington, D.C., November 1959. A theme that is continually repeated during these sessions is that the CIA does not make policy. The agency's job is to provide the intelligence or information that is used by the President and other policy makers. It only executes policy, and collects information to be used in policy decisions by people outside the agency. It doesn't make policy. For several weeks we have been listening to lectures and reading documents on the government machinery for national security. The basic document is the National Security Act of 1947, which set up the National Security Council, NSC, as the highest body concerned with national security. Chaired by the President, the NSC is composed of the following statutory members: the Secretary of State, the Secretary of Defense, the Director of the Office of Civil and Defense Mobilization, and the Vice President. Membership can be enlarged whenever the President desires by ad hoc appointments such as the Attorney General or the Secretary of the Treasury. The Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, JCS, and the Director of Central Intelligence, DCI, are NSC observers. 1. The NSC has its own staff and offices in the Executive Office building next to the White House and, in addition, has 3 important subordinate groups reporting to it: the NSC Planning Board, the Operations Coordination Board, OCB, 2, and the Intelligence Advisory Committee, IAC. 3. The NSC Planning Board works mostly on preparing materials for NSC meetings and on following up the implementation of NSC decisions. The OCB is of very special interest to the agency because its function is to review and approve CIA action operations, as opposed to collection of information, such as propaganda, paramilitary operations, and political warfare. The OCB is composed of the DCI, the Under-Secretary of State, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, and ad hoc members at the Under-Secretary level. The IAC is like a board of directors of the intelligence community, chaired by the DCI and having as members the Deputy Director of Central Intelligence, the Intelligence Chiefs of the Army, Navy, Air Force, Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Chief of Intelligence and Research, INR, of the Department of State, and the Director of the National Security Agency. Intelligence Chiefs of the FBI and the Atomic Energy Commission sit on the IAC when appropriate. The purpose of the IAC is to assign intelligence tasks among the different services according, at least in theory, to which service can best do the job. It is also designed to avoid both overlaps and gaps in the national intelligence effort, and it has several subordinate interdepartmental groups such as the Board of National Estimates, the National Intelligence Survey Committee, and the Watch Committee, each of which is chaired by a CIA officer. As part of the NSC mechanism, the National Security Act of 1947 established the Office of the DCI as the NSC's principal intelligence officer and the Central Intelligence Agency as the organization that would effect the centralizing of the national intelligence effort. The CIA has 5 statutory functions. 1. To advise the NSC in matters concerning such intelligence activities of the government departments and agencies as relate to national security. 2. To make recommendations to the NSC for the coordination of such intelligence activities. 3. To correlate and evaluate intelligence relating to the national security, and provide for the appropriate dissemination of such intelligence within the government. 4. To perform, for the benefit of the existing intelligence agencies, such additional services of common concern as the NSC determines can be more efficiently accomplished centrally. 5. To perform such other functions and duties related to intelligence affecting the national security as the NSC may from time to time direct. It is this 5th function which occupies most of the CIA's time and money. It's the dagger inside the cloak. Covert action, although it is not spelled out for us this way, is a form of intervention somewhere between correct, polite diplomacy and outright military invasion. Covert action is the real reason for the CIA's existence, and it was born out of political and economic necessity. The DCI is described as a man with 2 hats. First, he is the principal intelligence advisor to the President and the NSC, and secondly, he is the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. Formal commands are given by the NSC to the DCI through top-secret documents called National Security Council Intelligence Directives, NSCIDs, pronounced non-SCIDs. The NSCIDs are put into effect by documents issued by the DCI to the concerned member of the intelligence community, including the CIA, these documents being called Director of Central Intelligence Directives, DCIDs. Within the CIA, the DCIDs are particularized in the thick and continually changing volumes of regulations and other instructions. We have been studying, then, the very broadly worded NSCIDs, the more particularized DCIDs, and the specific CIA regulations. These are the documents that govern everything from foreign intelligence collection operations through political, psychological, and paramilitary operations to communications and electronic intelligence efforts. Clearly, the documentation and the bureaucratic structure demonstrate that what the agency does is ordered by the President and the NSC. The agency neither makes decisions on policy nor acts on its own account. It is an instrument of the President, to use in any way he pleases. We have also examined the question of congressional monitoring of intelligence activities and of the agency in particular. The problem resides in the National Security Act of 1947 and also in its amendment, the Central Intelligence Agency Act of 1949. These laws charged the DCI with protecting the sources and methods of the U.S. intelligence effort and also exempted the DCI and the Bureau of the Budget from reporting to Congress on the organization, function, personnel, and expenditures of the CIA, whose budget is hidden in the budgets of other executive agencies. The DCI, in fact, can secretly spend whatever portion of the CIA budget he determines necessary, with no other accounting than his own signature. Such expenditures, free from review by Congress or the General Accounting Office or, in theory, by anyone outside the executive branch, are called unvouchered funds. By passage of these laws, Congress has sealed itself off from CIA activities, although 4 small subcommittees are informed periodically on important matters by the DCI. These are the Senate and House subcommittees of the Armed Services and Appropriations Committees, and the speeches of their principal spokesman, Senator Richard Russell, are required reading for the JOTS. There have been several times when CIA autonomy was threatened. The Hoover Commission Task Force on Intelligence Activities headed by General Mark Clark recommended in 1955 that a Congressional Watchdog Committee be established to oversee the CIA, much as the Joint Congressional Committee on Atomic Energy watches over the AEC. The Clark Committee, in fact, did not believe the subcommittees of the Armed Services and Appropriations Committees were able to exercise effectively the congressional monitoring function. However, the problem was corrected, according to the agency position, when President Eisenhower, early in 1956, established his own appointive committee to oversee the agency. This is the President's Board of Consultants on Foreign Intelligence Activities, for whose chairman is James R. Killian, President of Massachusetts Institute of Technology. It can provide the kind of private citizen monitoring of the agency that Congress didn't want. Moreover, our speakers have pointed out, the more Congress gets into the act, the greater the danger of accidental revelation of secrets by indiscreet politicians. Established relationships with intelligence services of other countries, like Great Britain, might be complicated. The Congress was quite right at the beginning in giving up control. So much for them, their job is to appropriate the money. Washington, D.C., December 1959. Studying the agency bureaucratic structure has been fascinating but at the same time exhausting. There's been no end to organizational charts and speeches by representatives from every one of the divisions, subdivisions, offices, and sub-offices. Each of the speakers has a story of how his office broke an important case by having just the right piece of information or person for the job. Woven into the training program since the first days in September are constant reminders of the need for tight security. Capabilities and intentions of the enemy must be discovered, whether in the Kremlin, in a Soviet nuclear weapons factory, at a missile development site, or in the meeting hall of an obscure communist party in Africa. But of utmost importance, since knowledge of the enemy is necessarily limited, is the protection of our intelligence. We don't want the enemy to know what we know about him, for then he could take measures to annul our advantage. So we have to protect our intelligence by building a curtain of secrecy called security. Receptionists, guards, badges, barred windows, combination safe filing cabinets, polygraphs, background investigations, punishments for security violations, compartmentation, and the need-talk-no principle. Compartmentation is the separation of activities whereby a person or group performing a particular task do not know what tasks other people are doing. The gap between people doing different jobs is bridged by the need to know. If a person working in intelligence has a definite need to know what others are doing on a specific job, he will be given access. If not, he is expected to subdue normal curiosity. The CIA is organized with built-in compartmentation designed to give maximum protection to the secret information collected for the policymakers. The CIA bureaucracy is fairly complicated. 5 at the top of the pyramid are the executive offices composed of the offices of the director, the deputy director, the inspector general, the general counsel, the controller, and the cable secretariat. Below the executive offices are 4 deputy directorates, each responsible for distinct activities and each named after the title of the deputy director who heads it. They are the DDI, headed by the deputy director, intelligence, the DDP, headed by the deputy director, plans, the DDS, headed by the deputy director, support, and the DDC, headed by the deputy director, coordination. The DDC, we were told, is a small office dealing with management problems, and we have spent practically no time discussing it. The other 3 deputy directorates are the bone and muscle of the agency. See pages 319 to 20 for organizational changes in the early 1960s. The DDI is the component that sets requirements, engages in some collection, evaluates and collates intelligence, and produces the finished product. 6. It consists of several different offices, each of which provides a coordinating function for the entire intelligence community. They are the Office of Current Intelligence, OC, the Office of National Estimates, 1, the Office of Basic Intelligence, OB, the Office of Scientific Intelligence, OSI, the Office of Research and Reports, OR, the Office of Central Reference, OCR, the Office of Operations, OO, the Foreign Broadcast Information Service, FBIS, the National Photographic Interpretation Center, NPIC. We have been asked to write examples of the different types of specialized report prepared by these offices, and we have visited several of them. It is interesting to note that over 80% of the information that goes into finished intelligence reports is from overt sources such as scientific and technical journals, political speeches, and other public documents. The rest is obtained from secret agents or techniques, and the difference, of course, is in the quality and sensitivity of the covertly collected intelligence. The clandestine collection part of the CIA is the DDP, which is also known as the Clandestine Services, CS. It consists of a headquarters organization with field stations and bases in almost all foreign countries. Although we reviewed the headquarters organization of the DDP, we were told that the details of how secret operations are run will be given only during the later instruction. Only the JOTs who express a desire to serve in the DDP and who agree in writing to take an assignment to any country will be given the advanced operational training at the farm. Those who want to work in some area of the agency other than the DDP will go on to specialized training in headquarters. The bulk of the CS is divided into operating divisions and senior staffs. 7. The operating divisions are in charge of geographical areas and certain specialized services. The senior staffs are in charge of coordination and review of all operational activities within the functional category of each, which are reflections of basic CIA operational theory. There are 3 senior staffs: the Foreign Intelligence, FI, staff, the Psychological Warfare and Paramilitary, PP, staff, and the Counterintelligence, CI, staff. The FI staff is concerned with intelligence collection operations, the PP staff with action operations, and the CI staff with protection of FI and PP operations. The difference between collection and action operations is that collection should leave no sign, whereas action operations always have a visible effect. See pages 319 to 20 for organizational changes in 1960s. A collection operation might be the running of an agent in the Soviet Ministry of Defense who is reporting on military planning. An action operation might be an anti-communist intellectual journal, supported by CIA money, passed through a Russian émigré organization with headquarters in Paris. Collection operations respond to the needs of the DDI, for producing finished intelligence, which in turn depends on the needs of the NSC and other consumers such as the military services and the Department of State. Action operations consist of the control, guidance, and support of individuals and organizations engaged in the battle against communism throughout the world. They include labor unions, youth and student organizations, public information media, professional societies such as journalists and lawyers, businessmen's organizations, politicians and political parties and governments. Action operations also include the training and support of irregular military forces such as guerrillas in Tibet or montagnards in Vietnam or saboteurs in communist China. Protection operations consists generally of CIA efforts to protect the agency against hostile penetration and to penetrate intelligence services of other countries in order to discover what operations those services are running against us. The DDP area divisions are responsible for all activities of the CS within designated areas. These divisions are for Western Europe, WE, which includes Canada, Eastern Europe, EE, Soviet Russia, SR, the Near East, NE, Africa, AF, the Far East, FE, and the Western Hemisphere, WH. Each area division is headed by a division chief and deputy chief whose offices include staffs responsible for review of FI, PP, and CI operations within the geographical area. 8 Within each division the geographical area is divided into branches which may include one or more countries as well as functional specialties peculiar to the division. The branches in turn are divided into country desks when more than one country is included in the branch. Thus the Polish branch of EE division deals exclusively with matters on Poland while the Central American branch of WH division has separate desks for 6 different countries. A division and branch of the clandestine services in headquarters are responsible for supporting field stations and bases in the foreign countries within its area, as well as for keeping the senior staffs and the DDP advised on all matters related to those countries, informational as well as operational. A headquarters division will provide personnel for the stations and bases, arrange training support by specialists and, most important, process the paperwork required for all field operations. Every operation, every agent and every report sent from the field to headquarters requires review and routing of documents. Area divisions are responsible for seeing that this enormous flow of paper is properly channeled to the appropriate offices of the CS for review, advice, and approval or disapproval. Intelligence reports, as opposed to operational reports which deal with the mechanics of how information is obtained, also need processing for spelling, grammatical usage, and routing to interested components of the CS, the DDI, and the rest of the intelligence community. Processing of the operational and intelligence reports from the field is the job of desk officers in the area divisions. The CS includes 4 divisions that serve the rest. The International Organizations Division, IO, supervises CIA relations with labor, youth, student, professional, and news media organizations throughout the world. Activities in these fields are coordinated by IO with the PP staff and with the area divisions and branches concerned. Contact between the CIA and officials of those organizations might be handled by an officer of IO or by a station officer where a particular operational activity takes place. The Technical Services Division, TSD, provides support to operations in all area divisions through experts in listening devices, photography, lockpicking, invisible writing, clandestine opening and closing of correspondence, disguise, containers with hidden compartments, handwriting analysis, identification of persons through saliva analysis from objects such as cigarette butts, and many other technical services. Specialists are available for training agents as well as to perform tasks themselves. Several TSD support bases exist in foreign countries for regional support. The TSD also has a continuing research program for improving its capabilities and for developing protective measures against the devices of foreign services, especially the KGB. Division D is the CS unit that supports the National Security Agency in cracking the codes of foreign governments. When it is necessary to mount operations in the field against the communications of other countries, NSA turns to its sister intelligence services, such as the military services, all of which have sizable monitoring operations going against communist countries' military communications. Or NSA could turn to Division D, which coordinates CIA collection support for NSA. Thus Division D provides expert knowledge for the planning of operations to recruit code clerks or to install technical devices to enable the decrypting of coded messages. Division D seems to be the most hush-hush of the CS operating divisions, but, like 10 Division, its activities are always coordinated with the geographical area divisions and with station chiefs abroad. The Records Integration Division, RID, is to the clandestine services what OCR is to the DDI. It is somewhat different, however, because of the different needs of the DDP. Clearly the agency has spared no expense with the best system for storage and retrieval that IBM can build. Numbering systems exist for topics and subtopics for every country for storing intelligence reports. They also exist for all agents and the different phases of each operation. Millions of names are indexed for easy electronic processing and retrieval, and microfilm is automated so that copies of documents can be obtained simply by pushing buttons according to coding classifications, practically instant retrieval of one document from among millions. As the central repository for all CS intelligence and operational reports, RID serves the entire headquarters DDP organization and the field stations as well. The DDS-9 is the support structure of the agency, much of which serves the DDP. This is the deputy directorate that we belong to as JOTS. The most important offices of the DDS are personnel, security, training, finance, communications, and logistics. Each of these offices has an important function, but most of us have been pushing hard for the special operations training and for assignment to the DDP. A few days ago a list was read of those who have been accepted for the farm. I was on the list, practically everyone was, and we had a special briefing on what lies ahead. The farm is officially known by the cryptonym isolation. Cryptonyms are always written in capitals, and is a cover training site run by the Office of Training under military cover. It is a few hours drive from Washington, and we will spend most of the next 6 months there. On Friday evenings those who wish will be allowed to check out for the weekend. The briefing officer said that there is daily agency air service, military cover, between Washington National Airport and Isolation, but the flights are used mostly by agency personnel not assigned for long periods to the base. At the briefer's suggestion we have divided into groups of 4 or 5 for carpools so that as many wives as possible will be able to get around Washington during the week. Apparently we won't need transportation at Isolation anyway. We have been given a Washington telephone number and told that it is a direct line to Isolation for families but only to be used for emergencies. The briefing officer finally told us the name and location of the base, the best route for driving and our instructions for reporting. He placed extreme emphasis on protecting the cover for the base and the sensitivity of its identification. He said that agents from all over the world are trained there and they are not supposed to know where they are. We probably won't even see them. The name of the base is so sensitive, in fact, that we were told not to tell any of the JOT classmates who weren't taking the operations training, nor any other agency employees, nor even our wives. Nobody talks about Isolation, and in conversations and even formal briefing sessions it's just the farm. We report to the farm the first Monday after New Year's Day. I feel relaxed now, the customary overeagerness has disappeared. I've been accepted into the work I want and only an utter catastrophe can wash me out. 6 more months of training, study, learning a profession. Then an assignment to a DDP headquarters desk, and in another year or 2 I'll be a secret overseas operative. Camp Peary, Virginia, January 1960. The entrance to Camp Peary is an ordinary-looking gatehouse manned by military police about 15 minutes out of Williamsburg on the road towards Richmond. We showed our company badges to a guard and he instructed our carpool driver which turns to take to get to the JOT area. Our first session was in an amphitheater called the Pit where we were welcomed by the Isolation Base Chief, formerly a chief of station in Mexico City. Then we were briefed by the base security officer on the do's and don'ts of isolation. At any one time there are a number of different training sessions being conducted here, some with foreigners who are not even supposed to know that they are in the U.S. These are called black trainees and are restricted to areas away from the JOT site and other normal activities. From time to time we will hear weapons firing and explosions as well as aircraft movement. We are to stay in the general area of the JOT site except when coming or going from the base entrance, although we will have training sessions at sites all over the base where we will be taken by bus. Wherever we go on the base we are to take extreme caution with cigarette packages, beer cans, or other objects that might reveal the location of the base to black trainees. We are to wear army fatigues at all times on the base. We are discouraged, although not forbidden, from leaving the base at night, but the base chief told us we will have night study and training sessions that will leave little time for visits to Williamsburg. Since all of us pertain to bogus Defense Department cover units in Washington, our cover story for isolation is that we are Defense Department employees temporarily assigned to Camp Peary. The security officer gave us the name of an Army colonel and his Pentagon telephone extension in the unlikely event of verification of our status at Camp Peary becoming necessary. This Pentagon extension rings in the Camp Peary Administration building where a CIA officer plays the part of the colonel. The base is thickly wooded and surrounded by high, chain-link fences topped by barbed wire with conveniently placed signs warning, U.S. Government Reservation. No trespassing. The northern boundary of the base is the York River and the base itself is divided internally into different tightly controlled areas including administration, which is towards the entrance, the JOT training site, the staff housing area, the landing field, and distinct sites for training in border crossing, sabotage, weapons, air and maritime operations, ambush, evasion and escape, and clandestine meetings. Deer are plentiful as the base was once a wildlife refuge, and there are several ranges for hunting as well as a couple of stocked lakes. After the fatigues were issued we checked into the old wooden frame barracks that have double rooms rather than open bays. All the buildings, in fact, are World War II style frame buildings except the new brick gymnasium. There are classroom buildings, the training office where instructors have their offices, mess hall, officers' club, movie theater, football fields and a softball diamond. For leisure time we have the club and sports facilities and even a language lab where we can work with tapes. Isolation won't be bad at all, and on Friday nights we can drive back to Washington for the weekends. Each of us has been assigned an advisor from the teaching staff with whom we will meet from time to discuss our strengths and weaknesses. Mine is John Allen, an old NE hand who served in Cairo. The training course will be divided along the usual lines of foreign intelligence, collection, counterintelligence, protection, and paramilitary and psychological action. We will also spend considerable time, they said, studying the tools of the clandestine operator, otherwise known as tradecraft. Finally, there will be many practical exercises in and around isolation as part of the war games technique used to create the training scenario. As all clandestine operations take place within a political context, the first consideration is the set of objective factors that create the operational environment or climate. These factors include the friendliness or hostility of the host government, the level of sophistication of the host internal security services and other intelligence services operating in the same area, the known and presumed aims of these services, the effectiveness and sophistication of the local communist and other revolutionary organizations, local language, dress and other customs, and the general political atmosphere of repression or liberalism. These are the objective conditions within which clandestine operations are undertaken, and they determine the manner in which these are executed. Running an agent penetration of the Ministry of Defense in Baghdad obviously differs from running the same type of penetration in Paris or Prague or Bogota. As the degree of clandestinity can vary according to the tools and techniques employed, operational security practices can be more extreme or less. The operational environment determines whether goals are realistic and how they are to be achieved. It includes a continuing evaluation of enemy capabilities. Taking into account, then, the operational environment, each CIA station has a charter or general operational guide called the Related Missions Directive, RMD. This is the document that establishes priorities and objectives and is, in effect, the DCI's instructions to the chief of station. In any country where there is an official Soviet presence, such as an embassy or trade mission, the first priority for the RMD is almost always the penetration of the Soviet mission through the recruitment of its personnel or by a technical device. Penetration operations against Chinese and other communist governments follow in priority, as do intelligence collection efforts against indigenous revolutionary movements and local governments, whether friendly or hostile. CINPP operations are also included in the RMD, and when a station requests headquarters approval of new operations or continuation of existing operations, reference is made to the appropriate paragraphs of the RMD. I suppose my problem will eventually disappear, but I find it all rather complicated because in the CIA cryptonyms and pseudonyms are used in place of true names. There are many standard ones and, when reading, one has constantly to refer from the text with cryptonyms to the cryptonym lists which give a number, and then look up the same number on a separate true name list. The cryptonym and true name lists are never kept in the same safe. Cryptonyms consist of two letters that determine a general category or place, followed by letters that form a word with the first two, or by another word. Thus the United States government is ODIOC. The Department of State is ODISID, the Department of Defense is ODIRL, the Navy is ODUTH, the FBI is ADENVI. All government agencies have a cryptonym beginning with OD. The CIA's cryptonym is QBARC and all agency components have cryptonyms beginning with Q. The clandestine services is QDOV, the FI staff, and FI operations generically, is QTUB, the CI staff, and CI operations, is QUDSC, the PP staff, and PP operations, is QUKIJ. Every foreign country and every agent and operation in that country has a cryptonym that begins with the same two letters, AE for the Soviet Union, B for Poland, D for Czechoslovakia, DM for Yugoslavia, SM for the United Kingdom, DN for South Korea, etc. ELATL, EJAMR, and EBROM are cryptonyms for operations against the Soviets. Cryptonyms are used to substitute for true names in order to protect the true identities of persons and places mentioned in correspondence. They are only used in documents of the clandestine services. The Records Integration Division assigns new cryptonyms whenever a new operation or agent is proposed, using the first two letters that correspond to the particular country. In certain cases, agents and operations are given cryptonyms of which the first two letters refer to operations that occur in several countries, particularly the international organizations involving labor and students. In operational correspondence, when no cryptonym has yet been assigned for a particular person, the word identity is substituted in the text and the true name is sent in separate correspondence for reconciliation with the original document by the addressee. All QDOV officers who engage in operations are assigned a pseudonym consisting of a first name, middle initial and last name which is used in the same fashion as cryptonyms, in order to preserve the officer's true identity should correspondence be lost or stolen. Pseudonyms are always written with the last name in capital letters, e.g. Rodney J. Pringle. All this seems confusing at first, it's really like learning a new language. But it adds a certain spice to the work, like a special taste that helps develop institutional identity, more and more of the inside group syndrome. Camp Peary, Virginia, February 1960. We still have plenty of snow on the ground, and on Sunday nights when we return from Washington the deer are so thick along the base roads that we almost run into them. We've all gotten to know each other more since coming to isolation. Almost any type of person you want can be found in the class. We have a physical training program 3 or 4 times a week at the gym: calisthenics, basketball, squash, volleyball, weights. We also have training at the gym in defense, disarming, maiming, and even killing with bare hands, just how and where to strike, as in karate and judo. Our instructor in these skills, at first nobody believed his real name was Bert Courage, was formerly on Saipan in the South Pacific, which is another secret base of the Office of Training. It's hard work. There is a physical conditioning program, plenty of practice in the martial arts. How to disarm or cripple, if necessary kill an opponent. We have classes in propaganda, infiltration, exfiltration, youth and student operations, labor operations, targeting and penetration of enemy organizations. How to run liaison projects with friendly intelligence services so as to give as little and get as much information as possible. Anti-Soviet operations, that subject gets special attention. We have classes in framing Russian officials, trying to get them to defect. The major subject, though, is how to run agents, single agents, networks of agents. In the classes we have been studying the different kinds of foreign intelligence, FI, or Kutub, operations conducted by the clandestine services. Although these operations are designed to discover the capabilities and intentions of foreign powers, particularly enemy or unfriendly governments, vis-a-vis the US, they are supposed to focus on secrets rather than on overt or public information. In addition to discovering ordinary state secrets, the CS is responsible for obtaining the most complete and accurate information possible on the global manifestations of Soviet imperialism, that is, on local communist parties and related political groups. The exceptions to the worldwide operating charter of the CS is the agreement among the US, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, whereby each has formally promised to abstain from secret operations of any kind within the territory of the others except with prior approval of the host government. The governments of all other nations, their internal political groups and their scientific, military, and economic secrets are fair game. FI operations originate with the informational needs of US policymakers, specified in the voluminous requirements lists prepared by the various sections of the DDI that produce finished intelligence. These requirements are also reflected in the station RMD. The station, incidentally, is the CIA office in the capital city of a foreign country. Other major cities of the country may have CIA offices subordinate to the station and called bases. In most countries the stations and bases are in the political sections of the embassies or consulates, with some officers assigned for cover purposes to other sections such as economic or consular. In certain countries, however, such as Panama and Germany, the CIA stations are on US military installations with only the chief and a minimum of other officers having diplomatic status. Most of the others are undercover as civilian employees of the Department of Defense with assignment to the military bases. The station's task is to determine the different ways desired information can be obtained and to propose to headquarters the method thought most appropriate. This task is called targeting, and for every operation targeting receives its written expression in a field project outline which is prepared at the station and includes all the operational details such as the purpose or desired outcome, specific target, the agents to be involved, any technical devices needed, support needed from headquarters or other stations, security and cover considerations with an assessment of the flap potential, meaning the possible scandal if the operation is discovered, and costs. Most overseas CIA operations are described in field project outlines, which are forwarded to headquarters for suggestions and approval or disapproval by all interested headquarters sections of the CS. Depending on the cost or sensitivity of an operation, the project outline is approved on a lower or higher level in headquarters, from division chief to assistant DDP, to DDP, to DCI. Some operations require approval outside the CIA, but these are usually PP, action, projects that are submitted to the Operations Coordination Board of the National Security Council, the Undersecretary level. Projects for intelligence collection operations are generally approved for periods of 1 year and can be renewed. The request for project renewal is a document almost identical to the field project outline, and it includes details of the operation's progress over the past year, such as productivity, costs, security problems, new agents, and justification for continuation. Operations that have failed to meet expectations or that are compromised by a security flap or that have simply dried up are cancelled through a request for project termination forwarded from the station to headquarters. This document includes the details on reasons for termination, disposal of agents and property, alternative sources, security and cover considerations, and support requirements from other stations or from headquarters. Correspondence among CIA stations, bases, and headquarters is the lifeline of agency operations. There are two basic types: operational reporting and intelligence reporting. In operational correspondence, matters discussed include security problems, cover, finances, agent access to targets, levels of production, but not the facts themselves, proposals for new recruitments or termination, equipment requirements, agent motivation, and any other occurrences that affect the operation. On every operation, an operational progress report is required by headquarters every 3 months, but much more frequent correspondence is usually necessary. Intelligence reporting from overseas operations comes in the form of a Field Information Report, FIR, which contains facts related usually to one subject but possibly from several sources. The FIR relates the facts as obtained from the sources, although source or field comments may be added. FIRs are prepared in the stations on special mats for printing, which are forwarded to headquarters for reproduction and distribution. FIRs contain a heading that includes the name of the country or countries concerned, the subject matter of the report, a description of the source, prepared to protect his identity, an evaluation of the source's reliability, and an evaluation of the accuracy of the contents of the report. The body of the report follows with the clarifying comments or opinions of source, station, or headquarters at the end. In headquarters, the FIRs are given CS numbers for retrieval purposes, and copies are sent, for instance, to DDI sections, the Departments of State and Defense, the FBI, or the White House. Both operational reports and intelligence reports may be sent to headquarters or other stations and bases either via the diplomatic pouch or by cable or wireless. Practically all stations and bases have radio transmitting and receiving equipment, although commercial telegraph service is frequently used. How do we get the information that goes into the intelligence reports of FI operations? Mostly through paid agents. On the highest level there is the politician, scientist, economist, or military leader who is actually creating the events that the agency would like to forecast. This kind of person, however, because of his position of leadership, is the least likely to tell the CIA or the US government his own country's official secrets. There are some, however, who can be convinced that the interests of the US and their own country are so close, even identical, that nothing is lost by providing the information wanted by the CIA. In other cases, what the high-level official says or plans may be placed on paper, to which access may be obtained by a whole variety of secondary-level officials, functionaries, or colleagues. People of this level may betray their leader's confidence for a great variety of motives. Then there is the third level of prospective agents who simply have physical access to a target area but not to documents themselves. These people may be trained to place listening devices where sensitive conversations are held, or to open secure document storage containers, or to photograph documents. Finally, there is a great variety of people who can assist in operations but who have no direct access to the sources themselves. These are the support agents who rent houses and apartments, buy vehicles, serve as couriers, and perform countless additional necessary tasks. There are, then, in addition to operations involving high-level, primary sources, a category of extremely important secondary operations called support operations. Often targeting to primary sources is effected through support operations. These operations involve the use of surveillance teams to follow people in the streets, observations posts to watch the comings and goings from buildings, multiple forms of photography, interception of correspondence from the mails, access to important statistics and identification files of police and other security services, airline, rail, and ship passenger and freight lists, devices for listening, telephone tapping and telegraph records. These operations may very well yield sensitive, high-quality intelligence, but more often they are used to identify the people we really need to get at, who may be recruited as intelligence collection agents. Support operations are also indispensable for knowledge of target personalities in order to discover motives that might make them accept or decline a recruitment approach, strengths, weaknesses, problems, ambitions, failures, enmities, vulnerabilities. Another type of FI operation that is very common throughout the free world results from the working relationships between the CIA and the intelligence and security services of foreign countries. Contacts with foreign services are known as liaison operations, and their purpose is to exchange information, mount joint operations and penetrate foreign services. The general rule on exchange of information is to give nothing unless necessary. But since foreign services usually press for an exchange, and often in poor countries they collect very little useful information on their own, the second rule is to preserve a net gain, or favorable balance towards the CIA in the exchange. Regulations determine the types of information that can be exchanged and the record-keeping required. The third agency rule is an important operating principle in liaison operations. Information passed from one agency to a second agency cannot be passed by the second agency to a third agency without prior approval of the first. The purpose of the rule, obviously, is to preserve the security of operations and the secrecy of information, as well as the secrecy of the existence of the liaison relationship between the first two services. If, for example, the British equivalent of the CIA, MI6, passed to the CIA station in London a certain piece of information, the CIA in turn could not pass that information to the Dutch intelligence service even though the information might be of great interest to the Dutch. In such a case the London station would either suggest that MI6 pass the information directly to the Dutch, which may already have happened, or permission might be requested for the CIA itself to pass on the MI6 information. In the event of a first agency agreeing that a second agency may pass information to a third, the first agency may not wish to be revealed to the third agency as the source, so that adequate concealment of the true source will be arranged. Sometimes it can get complicated. The most important liaison operation of the CIA is with MI6, whose cryptonym is Smoth. It has been almost 10 years since Burgess and McLean disappeared, and Smoth has apparently tightened its loose, old boy, clubby security practices. The inner club also includes the services of Canada, Australia, and New Zealand, although the CIA receives relatively little from these. Liaison with the Dutch is considered excellent because they facilitate support operations against targets of mutual interest, as do the Italians who tap telephones and intercept correspondence for the CIA station in Rome. The West German services are considered to be thoroughly penetrated by the Soviets, while liaison with the French has become difficult and sensitive since the return of de Gaulle. In theory, no operations should be undertaken by CIA stations with liaison services if the same operations can be mounted without the knowledge of the local service, excluding the UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand. Those operations undertaken without the knowledge or cooperation of a liaison service are called unilateral, whereas bilateral operations are those mounted for the CIA with the knowledge and support of local services. As we examine various liaison relationships, it becomes clear that the major FI results in Western Europe come from local services, particularly with support operations such as travel control, telephone tapping, physical surveillance, postal intercepts, and Communist Party penetration operations. However, in underdeveloped, less sophisticated countries, local services usually lack the knowledge and technical capability to mount effective intelligence operations. Thus the station in many cases can choose whether to mount joint or bilateral operations, or to undertake the operations without the knowledge of the local service. The decision is often based on the local service's internal security, but also on the CIA personnel available in a given country. When this is limited, it can balance the scales in favor of bilateral operations. Finally, there is the matter of penetration of local services by the CIA. For many reasons, not the least of which is protection of the CIA itself. Operational doctrine demands the continued effort to recruit controlled agents within liaison services. These agents, or prospective agents, are usually spotted by CIA officers assigned to work with the local service to exchange information, to train the local service and to work on the operations mounted by the local service to support the CIA. Thus a CIA station may have an information exchange program going with a local service, a joint telephone tapping operation with the local service and an officer or two of the local service on the payroll as a penetration of the same service. Penetration of liaison services, however, is more properly a counterintelligence function. FI operations, then, are those undertaken to obtain information on the capabilities and intentions of foreign governments, especially enemy and unfriendly governments. Ultimately, the FI collection effort is aimed at recruiting or placing an agent in the Kremlin with access to the decision-making process of the Soviet Presidium. From that dream situation, collection operations spread out and down to practically all other governments and their political, scientific, and economic secrets, and from there to the most obscure communist or other revolutionary grouping of the extreme left. As we study the different types of FI operations, we engage in practical exercises, both here at Isolation and in cities nearby such as Hampton, Norfolk, Newport News, and Richmond. My main FI case has been a series of meetings with a leader of an opposition, nationalistic political party. I play the role of the station case officer under diplomatic cover while one of my instructors plays the foreign political leader. This is a developmental case and I have to work carefully to convince him that the best interests of his country and of the United States are so closely aligned that by helping me he will be helping his own country and political party. One more meeting and I'm going to offer him money. Camp Peary, Virginia, March 1960. Counterintelligence, CI or QIDSC, operations differ from foreign intelligence collection because by definition they are defensive in nature, designed to protect CIA operations from detection by the opposition. The opposition in this sense is every intelligence and security service in the world, from the KGB to the municipal police in Nairobi. Since many countries separate their foreign intelligence service from their internal security service, much as the FBI is separated from the CIA, CI operations are targeted against both the foreign and the internal services. The CIA counterintelligence function begins with the Office of Security of the DDS and its responsibility for physical and personnel security. By protecting buildings from entry by unauthorized persons and documents from perusal, the Office of Security serves to protect the overall CIA effort. Similarly, the lengthy and costly background investigations, together with the polygraph, cryptonym, flutter, help to prevent the hiring of penetration agents. Continuing review of the security files of CIA personnel as well as periodic flutter examinations are designed to reduce the risk of continued employment in the CIA of employees who might have been recruited by opposition services. The use of cover and compartmentation also serves to protect secret operations by concealing the true employer of agency members so as to prevent discovery. The same is true of organizations, buildings, apartments, vehicles, aircraft, ships, and financing methods. Cover protects operations by making them appear to be something legitimate that in reality they are not. Compartmentation reduces the chance that exposure of a single operation, for whatever reason, can lead to the exposure of additional operations. A CIA officer or agent could gain knowledge of what other officers or agents were doing only if it were necessary for him to do so for his own work. Whether to use or not to use a particular prospective agent is determined, from the CI viewpoint, by the operational approval process. It is an integral part of every relationship between the CIA and foreign agents no matter what a given agent's tasks might be. The operational approval process begins with the initial spotting and assessment of a prospective agent and continues through field and headquarters file checks and background investigation to the operational approval system established in the CI staff of the DDP. No person may be used in an operational capacity by a field station without prior approval by the Operational Approval Branch of the Counterintelligence Staff of the DDP in Headquarters, CI/OA. Requests for approval start from the field stations and are outlined in a document known as the Personal Record Questionnaire, PRQ, which is divided into two parts. The PRQ Part I contains some 7 pages of basic biographical data, including full name, date, and place of birth, names of parents, names of family members, schools attended, employment history, marital history, military service, present and past citizenship, membership in political organizations, hobbies, any special qualifications, and use of drugs or other vices. In itself, the PRQ Part I reveals no operational interest or plans. The PRQ Part II, which never carries the prospective agent's true name or other identifying data, is a document of similar length with all the details of operational plans for the agent. It is reconciled with the PRQ Part I by a numbering system and usually bears the cryptonym assigned to the prospective agent. In the PRQ Part II, the proposed task for the agent is described, the means through which the information in PRQ Part I was obtained and verified is detailed, the cover used by the person who spotted and assessed the agent is given, and all the operational risks and advantages are discussed. The officers in CI/OA run a series of name checks in headquarters and, after studying the case, give final approval or disapproval for the proposed use of the prospective agent. Assuming no serious problems exist, CI/OA issues a provisional operational approval, POA, on the agent, effective for 6 months, at the end of which an operational approval, OA, is issued, based on additional investigation by the station and the CI staff. Files are maintained on all agents and they always begin with the number 201, followed by a number of 5 to 8 digits. The 201 file contains all the documents that pertain to a given agent and usually start with the PRQ and the request for POA. But the 201 file is divided into 2 parts which are stored separately for maximum security. One part contains true name documents while the other part contains cryptonym documents and operational information. Compromise of one part will not reveal both the true name and the operational use of the agent. In addition to the continuing station assessment and evaluation of agents from a CI point of view, which is to protect the agency from hostile penetration, and continuing file review in headquarters, almost all agents are polygraphed from time to time. We call this fluttering, from the polygraph cryptonym flutter. Agents are fluttered by the same polygraph officers of the Office of Security in headquarters who interview prospective agency employees in Building 13. They travel, usually, in teams of 2 on periodic visits to several countries in the same geographical area, although special trips on the spur of the moment can be arranged for serious cases. The polygraph is usually sent to field stations through the State Department diplomatic pouch, and is mounted snugly inside a suitcase, usually the 2-suite size, caramel color made by the Samsonite Company. These suitcases look innocuous and facilitate carrying the polygraph in and out of embassies and the places where agents are tested. Arrangements are made for agents to be fluttered in safe sites with interpreters as needed. The questions usually concentrate on whom the agent has told about his relationship with the CIA and any contacts he may have had with other intelligence services. The purpose of using the flutter on agents is to root out double agents, although other matters inevitably arise such as honesty in reporting and in the use of money. Communist Party, CP, penetration operations. Communist Party penetration operations are all those efforts made to penetrate the communist and extreme leftist revolutionary movements around the world. Their purpose is to collect information on the capabilities, plans, officers, members, weaknesses, strengths and international connections of every revolutionary organization outside the communist bloc. They are considered primarily of a counterintelligence nature because of the conspiratorial nature of communism and the similarity between communist parties and hostile intelligence services. The focal point of headquarters for specialized skill and advice on CP operations is the International Communism Division of the Counterintelligence Staff, CI/ICD. Although intelligence operations involving officials of communist bloc countries may be included in the general definition of CP operations, because most government officials of interest in communist countries are also party members, these are more properly considered Soviet or satellite operations rather than CP operations. A CIA station's approach to penetration of a communist party or of any revolutionary organization is determined by the operational environment and particularly on the measure of repression exerted against the revolutionary left. Another factor of major importance is the general economic and cultural level of a given country, which will reflect markedly on the sophistication and vulnerability of the revolutionary groups. As a general rule, penetration of a communist party is more difficult in the degree that local security forces compel it to operate clandestinely. If a given party is completely forced underground, for example, there is no obvious way of penetrating it. Similarly, recruitment is easier to the degree that members of the party are forced to live in penury, and this generally corresponds to the overall level of a country's economic development. A communist in La Paz will be more likely to spy for money than a communist in Paris. A proper interpretation of the operational climate is therefore an essential first step in any station CP program. Next comes the matter of studying all the overt material available on the party. This can be very considerable in the case of a large and open party such as those of Italy and France, or very limited in the case of a proscribed party that operates clandestinely, as in Paraguay. Such a study is based on the party press, speeches by its leaders, its propaganda notices, activities of front organizations and its degree of adherence to the party line that emanates from Moscow. Penetration of communist parties and other local revolutionary organizations by agents are standard bread and butter operations of practically every CIA station. These agents are members of the revolutionary organizations on which they report through clandestine communications arrangements with the station. They are recruited in several ways. The first type is known as the walk-in. The walk-in is a member of the party who, from need of money, ideological disillusionment, or other motive decides to offer his services to the U.S. government. He makes his initial contact either by walking into the U.S. Embassy or consulate or by a more discreet path designed to protect him from discovery and party wrath. It is the duty of every chief of station to make sure that the embassy security officer, State Department, briefs the receptionists, usually local employees, and the Marine Guards about the possibility that nervous people who do not want to give their names may show up from time to time asking to speak to someone in the embassy about politics or the like. In such cases, a legitimate State Department officer, usually in the political section, will be notified and will hold a private, non-committal interview, letting the walk-in do most of the talking. In this way the station officers are protected. The interviewing officer will advise an officer in the station and a decision will be made about the walk-in's bona fides and the advisability of direct contact by a station CP officer. A file check and background investigation is always made before risking an initial contact with the walk-in, since every precaution must be taken to avoid provocation. If the walk-in looks favorable and contact is established, a series of long sessions follow in which the walk-in details his political activities and his reasons for having contacted the U.S. government. His capabilities and willingness for future work as a spy against the party will be determined, and sooner or later he will be fluttered. The clearance process for POA will be initiated, and if all goes well, secret communications are established and a new CP penetration operation will be underway. Another way of penetrating the CP is through the non-communist who is recruited to join the party and work his way up from the bottom. This is a long-haul approach and usually undertaken only as a last resort. Perhaps the most difficult is the recruitment of members of a revolutionary organization who are in good standing. This type of operation depends on reports from other CP penetration operations because extensive knowledge of the prospective recruit is needed to determine vulnerabilities and possibilities for success. CIA stations are continually engaged in trying to recruit in this manner, and files grow thicker until a decision is made to recruit or not to recruit. The recruitment approach may be hot or cold. In the first case, a station agent, usually not a CP penetration agent, who knows or can get to know the target, will make the proposition, sometimes after long periods of nurturing the relationship and sometimes rather quickly. The cold approach may be made by a CIA officer or agent, perhaps wearing a disguise or called in from a neighboring country or from headquarters. He may accost the target in the street or at the target's home without prior personal acquaintance with him. This type of approach, known as the cold pitch, can backfire when knowledge of the target's vulnerabilities is defective, and a ready escape plan for the recruiting officer is advisable. In both the hot and the cold approaches, prior arrangements are made for immediate debriefing at a safe site, or for secure communications afterwards should the target decline at first but reconsider later. The cold approach may also be undertaken, on a small or large scale, by sending letters or notices to possible recruits advising them of interest in their political work and suggesting that they share it with others. A serviceable but non-compromising address such as a post box in the U.S. may be furnished, as well as a separate identifying number for use by each prospective recruit. If the target answers by number, he will be contacted by an officer under secure conditions. Finally, there is the bugging of the homes or meeting places of party officers. Such operations can be mounted successfully only if considerable information is available on people, places, and the importance of meetings. These are not always available, given the secrecy required of conspiratorial revolutionary activity. But bugging yields excellent intelligence because it lacks the human factor that may color, exaggerate, or otherwise distort the reports from agents. A station's support operations may be used to assist in the CP program. Surveillance teams may discover secret meeting places that may be bugged. Postal interception may provide interesting party correspondence, both from the national and the international mails. Observation posts may reveal participants in clandestine meetings or serve as listening posts for audio devices. Telephone tapping can reveal voluminous information on party functionaries and the routines of party leaders. Surreptitious entry may produce party records and membership lists. Aside from the penetration program directed against revolutionary organizations, CIA stations also direct the offensive weapons of psychological and paramilitary operations against them. These include the placing of anti-communist propaganda in the public media, the frame-up of party officials for police arrest, the publishing of false propaganda attributed to the revolutionary group in such a way that it will be difficult to deny and damaging as well, the organizing of goon squads to beat up and intimidate party officials, using stink bombs and other harassment devices to break up meetings, and the calling on liaison services to take desired repressive action. But we shall study these types of operation later. Next, we are concerned with the CI aspects of liaison operations. Liaison operations. From the standpoint of pure doctrine, all liaison operations are considered compromised, since even the existence of a liaison relationship implies the giving of something by the CIA, at the very least the identity of a CIA officer. It is always hoped that the virtues of liaison operations with other intelligence services outweigh their defects, but the judgment is sometimes hard to make. The two most basic principles of liaison operations from the counterintelligence point of view are, first, there is no such thing as a friendly intelligence service, and, second, all liaison services are penetrated by the Soviets or by local revolutionary groups. Thus, any operations undertaken jointly by the CIA with a liaison service are by definition compromised from the start. It is for this reason that some CIA intelligence reports, FIRs, include the no foreign or no foreigndism indicators which restrict reports to U.S. officials only. The indicators are used so that foreign liaison services will not receive information from sensitive sources in the course of normal exchange programs. Why get involved with other services? Basically, liaison operations are conducted because they are useful. They extend a station's limited manpower, however shaky the extension may be. They give the CIA a foot in the door for penetration of the liaison service. And they may also result in a local service taking action, such as an arrest or raid, at station request. In non-communist countries, it is the policy of the agency to assist local security services to improve their capabilities if, of course, these services want the help and their government is not openly hostile to the U.S. By giving money, training, and equipment to local services like the police, the CIA is able to receive information that might otherwise not be available because, for example, of the shortage of station officers. Travel control, for instance, involves obtaining airline and ship passenger lists from the companies or from local immigration services. Often it is easier to obtain them from a liaison service than from 5 or 10 different companies. Telephone tapping is often possible only through a local service, especially when many lines are to be monitored. Mails can be opened much more easily by a local service than by the lengthy process of unilateral agent recruitment in post offices. Above all, if flaps, scandals, occur, the local service, not the CIA, will take the rap. Usually a chief of station will handle the contact with the chief of a local service. Some stations may have whole sections of liaison officers at the working level both in operational planning and in information exchange. The general rule, of course, is to expose the absolute minimum of station officers to a local service and, if possible, only those officers engaged in liaison operations. Officers engaged in unilateral operations, that is, operations undertaken without the knowledge of the local government, should be protected against compromise with the local service. Some local services are so pitifully backward that they need overt U.S. government assistance. Thus the International Cooperation Administration, ICA, 10 technical assistance missions in many countries include public safety missions made up of U.S. technicians who work with police departments. They seek to improve the local services' capability in communications, investigations, administration and record keeping, public relations and crime prevention. The public safety missions are valuable to the CIA because they provide cover for CIA officers who are sent to work full-time with the intelligence services of the police and other civilian services. Station officers under other cover may work with military intelligence and, at times, officers under cover as businessmen, tourists, or retired people may be assigned to work with local services. CIA assistance to local services through public safety missions or other forms of cover are not only designed to help improve the professional capability of the local service. Operational targeting of the local service is guided by CIA liaison officers so that the local service performs tasks that are lacking in the overall station operational program. In other words, local services are to be used for the benefit of the CIA, and this includes keeping the local service away from station unilateral operations. The personal relations between CIA liaison officers and their colleagues in local services are very important, because the CIA liaison officers are expected to spot and assess officers in the local service for recruitment as penetration agents. Liaison officers make money available to officers of the local service, and it is expected that the local colleague will pocket some of the money even though it is supposed to be strictly for operations. The technique is to get the local police or intelligence officer used to a little extra cash so that not only will he be dependent on the station for equipment and professional guidance but also for personal financing. Security officers such as police are often among the poorest paid public servants, and they are rarely known to refuse a gift. Little by little an officer of a local service is called upon to perform tasks not known to anyone else in his service, particularly his superiors. Gradually he begins to report on his own service and on politics within his own government. Eventually his first loyalty is to the CIA. After all, that is where the money comes from. Penetration operations against local services are often of very considerable importance because of the place of security services in local political stability. Reporting from these agents is sometimes invaluable during situations of possible coup d'état. Finally, CIA stations may undertake unilateral operations through officers of liaison services who have been recruited as penetration agents. That is the final goal. Recruited liaison officers may also report on efforts by their services to uncover unilateral station operations. This, too, is a happy situation. Soviet/satellite operations. Operations against the Soviets and the satellite governments are designed to produce, in the long run, positive information as opposed to counterintelligence. But both types of information, Phi and Ci, are so intertwined that they are practically inseparable in specific operations. The reason is that operations are extremely difficult to mount inside the target countries because of the effectiveness of the communist internal security services. Those that do originate within the Soviet Union or the satellites are usually surprise offers of services that have little to do with targeting, spotting, assessment and recruitment. Rather, they are the result of inner processes hidden somewhere in the psyches of communist officials which surface at an unpredictable moment of strain. In effect, these people usually recruit themselves. On the other hand, access to Soviet and East European officials outside the communist bloc is relatively easy, and an elaborate operational method for attacking them has developed in the CIA over the years. The operations that result from this are generally more of a CI than an Phi type, that is, they reflect more of the protective function than the collection of intelligence information, although they are in no way lacking in aggressive character. The first rule is that all the bordering property around a Soviet embassy should be considered for purchase by station support agents. The most appropriate and the most promising of these properties will be purchased and kept available for use whenever needed. As Soviet embassies are often sizable plots of land with large mansions and surrounded by high walls, there may be as many as 7 or 8 houses contiguous with the Soviet property. These houses may be used as visual observation posts and for the setting up of technical collection equipment. For example, when the Soviets are known or suspected to be using electronic encrypting machines, radiations emanating from them may be captured, enabling the message to be decrypted. Such an operation is undertaken in support of the National Security Agency. But observation posts are more routinely used for identifying, by associations, the KGB and GRU, military intelligence, residences within the Soviet mission as well as the general pecking order in the Soviet colony. Wherever possible, all the entrances to the Soviet compound as well as the gardens within are placed under visual observation. Such coverage may necessitate as many as 3 or 4 observation posts. Each op is manned by agents, often elderly couples, who maintain a log of the comings and goings of every Soviet employee as well as those taking part in, and characteristics of, the frequent garden conversations. Photography is frequently used to get up-to-date photos of Soviet personnel as well as for less successful purposes as close-up movies shot of garden conversations and passed to Russian lip readers. The logs from the observation posts are studied with the transcripts of telephone tapping, which is standard operational practice against all Soviet and satellite missions outside the bloc, together with the transcriptions of bugging operations against their installations, if bugging has been possible. From these studies the functional duties within the Soviet colony are revealed and the daily routines of everyone become fundamental operating knowledge of the CIA Soviet and satellite operations officers. Coverage of Soviet and satellite officers begins, however, long before they arrive in a foreign country. Almost always the first notice of a new arrival results from the visa request made by the Soviet Foreign Ministry to the embassy of the country concerned in Moscow. The visa may be granted by the embassy, which will advise its own foreign ministry, or the request will be transmitted to the foreign ministry for approval. These communications are often made in coded diplomatic messages. The CIA station in the capital city where the Soviet is to be posted receives the decrypted messages from the National Security Agency via headquarters, where file checks immediately start on the Soviet official in question. Thus, if the Soviet Foreign Ministry requests from the Indian Embassy in Moscow a diplomatic visa for Ivan Ivanovich, the CIA station in New Delhi may receive its first indication of the assignment through the monitoring of Indian government communications. Before the Soviet arrives, the station will have all the available information on him and his family, together with photographs if possible. The information would have been collected and filed from coverage of the Soviet, or satellite, officer on previous tours of duty abroad, from defector debriefings, from communications intelligence and from other miscellaneous sources. When no traces exist, a new file is opened and the target's history with the CIA begins. The final purpose of the operations is to recruit Soviet and satellite officials as agents for spying, and this can be done only by getting to know them. In this work, the access agent is the station's most sensitive and effective means of obtaining data on target officials. Access agents are people who, for a great variety of reasons, can establish a personal relationship with a Soviet or satellite officer and through whom the CIA can observe the officer as closely as possible. The access agent can also guide conversations very carefully to selected topics so as to discover weakening beliefs, character defects, personal problems, and basic likes and dislikes. Sometimes an access agent's role may change to that of double agent if the Soviet attempts to recruit him, but double agent operations are discouraged except in special circumstances because there are too many problems in the continual need to be certain that the agent has not been doubled back against the CIA. An access agent may be anyone so long as the target official can be kept interested: a host country foreign ministry official, a third country diplomat, someone who shares the same hobby, a man with an attractive wife. In most countries, the foreign diplomats have a club with monthly luncheons, dinners, and excursions. State Department and CIA officers under state cover are members of these clubs and can thereby develop personal relationships with Soviet officials. The ambassador's permission is necessary for a station to guide a State Department officer in a personal relationship with a communist diplomat, who is almost always an intelligence officer, and at times CIA officers themselves develop personal relationships with communist officials. But such relationships are usually not as productive as the personal relations developed by access agents, with whom the target official may relax and let down his guard. Soviet and satellite embassies usually employ a small number of local people as gardeners, cleaners, and occasionally as chauffeurs. These people are always screened by the embassy for loyalty to communism, but sometimes they too can be recruited by the CIA. They have very little physical access to embassy offices, so they usually cannot plant listening devices, but they can report interesting information on superior-inferior relationships, gossip, and backbiting, wives and children and visitors to the embassies. The bugging of Soviet and satellite official installations abroad is a very high priority, but possible only in rare circumstances, such as when a defector can plant a device after contact with the CIA but before disappearing. However, as the Soviets, satellites, and Chinese expand their diplomatic and commercial relations around the world, they always need buildings. From the moment a preliminary mission by a communist country is planned, the CIA station brings everything to bear in order to discover the building selected, and, during the period before occupancy, every effort is made to install listening devices. Soviet and satellite officials usually live in embassies, consulates, or other official buildings with their families or alone, but a few live in apartment buildings. Their apartments are also bugged whenever there is reason to believe intelligence of value can be obtained. Almost all CIA stations have surveillance teams equipped with cameras, vehicles, and radio communications. Their primary targets are known Soviet and satellite intelligence officers, and efforts are made to discover through the surveillance teams the operational habits, and, with luck, the clandestine contacts of the communist officer. Soviet operations are closely controlled by the Soviet Russia, SR, division of the DDP in headquarters. They are the specialists, and much operational correspondence on Soviet operations bears the cryptonym Redwood, indicating SR division action and control. In certain cases, however, the indicator may be Redcoat, which means action and control by the area division concerned. SR division also coordinates a number of other operations that have worldwide significance. The Red 6 program of illegal infiltration of agents into the Soviet Union and satellite countries had started during the early 1950s but failed miserably. It is still conducted, however, when the need is great and when a Russian émigré with suicidal tendencies can be found. The Redskin program of legal travelers, on the other hand, has been highly successful even though several agents have been lost. This program includes tourists, businessmen, scientists, journalists, and practically anyone who can obtain legal entry into the Soviet Union or the satellites and who is willing to perform operational tasks. Then there is the Red Cap program, which is a machine listing system of all Soviet nationals who travel abroad, scientists, technicians, military advisors, and commercial officers, as well as diplomats. Intelligence officers, of course, use all of these types of cover. The zombie listings are also machine runs, listing all non-Soviet/satellite nationals who travel to the bloc, and the Zodiac machine program lists travel of citizens of satellite countries to the west. SR division activities are particularly intense at international scientific and technical congresses, and prior notices are sent to stations around the world describing the meetings and requesting station nominees to attend the meetings and establish contact with Soviet or satellite colleagues. Our instructors here, and the visiting lecturers from SR and EE divisions, freely admit that the Communist intelligence services have discovered numerous examples of all categories of operation against them. Thus they are aware of our methods. Nevertheless, the leaders of the Soviet Russia division keep driving home the theme that the Soviets are the only nation on earth with the capability and the avowed intention of destroying the United States of America. This alone requires every possible effort to carry the attack to the enemy. Practical exercises continue. We've been spending about one afternoon per week in nearby towns practicing surveillance and having agent meetings with instructors. My liaison case was to convince the officer of the sister service to accept money for personal expenses and to begin performing tasks for me without the knowledge of his superiors. The Communist Party penetration exercise was focused on building up the agent's morale and encouraging him to take a more active role in the party work he despises. The Soviet operation was a series of developmental meetings with a third country diplomat, in my case an Indian, leading to his recruitment as an access agent to a KGB officer. I also had a legal travel case in which I recruited a reluctant American scientist who was to attend a scientific conference. Then we had a series of briefing and debriefing sessions before and after his trip. His main task was to befriend a Soviet colleague who we know has access to sensitive military information. Hopefully they will meet at future conferences and eventually my agent will recruit the Soviet scientist. Camp Peary, Virginia, April 1960. Psychological and paramilitary, known as PP or Kyukage, operations differ from those of PHI or CI because they are action rather than collection activities. Collection operations should be invisible so that the target will be unaware of them. Action operations, on the other hand, always produce a visible effect. This, however, should never be attributable to the CIA or to the US government, but rather to some other person or organization. These operations, which received their congressional charter in the National Security Act of 1947 under Additional Services of Common Concern, are in some ways more sensitive than collection operations. They are usually approved by the PP staff of the DDP, but when very large amounts of money are required or especially sensitive methods are used, approval may be required of the OCB, under secretary level, the NSC, or the President himself. PP operations are, of course, risky because they nearly always mean intervention in the affairs of another country with whom the US enjoys normal diplomatic relations. If their true sponsorship were found out, the diplomatic consequences could be serious. This is in contrast to collection operations, for if these are discovered, foreign politicians are often prepared to turn a blind eye. They are a traditional part of every nation's intelligence activity. Thus the cardinal rule in planning all PP operations is plausible denial, only possible if care has been taken in the first place to ensure that someone other than the US government can be made to take the blame. PP programs are to be found in almost every CIA station, and emphasis on the kinds of PP operations will depend very much on local conditions. Psychological warfare includes propaganda, also known simply as media, work in youth and student organizations, work in labor organizations, trade unions, etc., work in professional and cultural groups and in political parties. Paramilitary operations include infiltration into denied areas, sabotage, economic warfare, personal harassment, air and maritime support, weaponry, training and support for small armies. Media operations. The CIA's role in the U.S. propaganda program is determined by the official division of propaganda into three general categories: white, gray and black. White propaganda is that which is openly acknowledged as coming from the U.S. government, e.g. from the U.S. Information Agency. USIA, gray propaganda is ostensibly attributed to people or organizations who do not acknowledge the U.S. government as the source of their material and who produce the material as if it were their own. Black propaganda is unattributed material, or it is attributed to a non-existent source, or it is false material attributed to a real source. The CIA is the only U.S. government agency authorized to engage in black propaganda operations, but it shares the responsibility for gray propaganda with other agencies such as USIA. However, according to the gray law of the National Security Council contained in one of the NSCIDs, other agencies must obtain prior CIA approval before engaging in gray propaganda. The vehicles for gray and black propaganda may be unaware of their CIA or U.S. government sponsorship. This is partly so that it can be more effective and partly to keep down the number of people who know what is going on and thus to reduce the danger of exposing true sponsorship. Thus editorialists, politicians, businessmen, and others may produce propaganda, even for money, without necessarily knowing who their masters in the case are. Some among them obviously will, and so, in agency terminology, there is a distinction between witting and unwitting agents. In propaganda operations, as in all other PP activities, standard agency security procedure forbids payment for services rendered to be made by a CIA officer working under official cover, one posing as an official of the Department of State, for instance. This is in order to maintain plausible denial and to minimize the danger of embarrassment to the local embassy if anything is discovered by the local government. However, payment is made by CIA officers under non-official cover, e.g. posing as businessmen, students, or as retired people. Such officers are said to be working under non-official cover. Officers working under non-official cover may also handle most of the contacts with the recruited agents in order to keep the officer under official cover as protected as possible. Equally, meetings between the two kinds of officer will be as secret as may be. The object of all this is to protect the embassy and sometimes to make the propaganda agents believe that they are being paid by private businesses. Headquarters propaganda experts have visited us in isolation and have displayed the mass of paper they issue as material for the guidance of propaganda throughout the world. Some of it is concerned only with local issues, the rest often has worldwide application. The result of the talks was to persuade most of us that propaganda is not for us. There is simply too much paperwork. But despite that, the most interesting part of propaganda was obviously the business of orchestrating the treatment of events of importance among several countries. Thus problems of communist influence in one country can be made to appear of international concern in others under the rubric of a threat to one is a threat to all. For example, the CIA station in Caracas can cable information on a secret communist plot in Venezuela to the Bogotá station, which can surface through a local propaganda agent with attribution to an unidentified Venezuelan government official. The information can then be picked up from the Colombian press and relayed to CIA stations in Quito, Lima, La Paz, Santiago and, perhaps, Brazil. A few days later editorials begin to appear in the newspapers of these places and pressure mounts on the Venezuelan government to take repressive action against its communists. There are obviously hosts of other uses to which propaganda, both black and gray, can be put, using books, magazines, radio, television, wall painting, handbills, decals, religious sermons and political speeches as well as the daily press. In countries where handbills or wall painting are important media, stations are expected to maintain clandestine printing and distribution facilities as well as teams of agents who paint slogans on walls. Radio Free Europe, RFE, and Radio Liberty are the best-known gray propaganda operations conducted by the CIA against the Soviet bloc. Youth and student operations. At the close of World War II, the Communist Party of the Soviet Union began a major propaganda and agitation program through the formation of the International Union of Students, IUS, and the World Federation of Democratic Youth, WFDY, both of which brought together national affiliates within their respective fields in as many countries as possible. These organizations promoted CPSU objectives and policy under the guise of unified campaigns, anti-colonialism, anti-nuclear weapons, pro-peace groups, etc., in which they enlisted the support of their local affiliates in capitalist countries as well as within the communist bloc. During the late 1940s, the U.S. government, using the agency for its purpose, began to brand these fronts as stooges of the CPSU with the object of discouraging non-communist participation. In addition to this, the agency engaged in operations in many places designed to stop local groups affiliating with the international bodies. By recruiting leaders of the local groups and by infiltrating agents, the agency tried to gain control of as many of them as possible, so that even if such a group had already affiliated itself to either the IUS or the WFDY, it could be persuaded or compelled to withdraw. The agency also began to form alternative youth and student organizations at local and international level. The two international bodies constructed to rival those sponsored by the Soviet Union were the Coordinating Secretariat of National Unions of Students, COSEC, 11 with headquarters in Leiden, and the World Assembly of Youth, WE, situated in Brussels. Headquarters planning, guidance, and operational functions in the CIA Youth and Student Operations are centralized in the International Organizations Division of the DDP. Both COSEC and WE, like the IUS and WFDY, promote travel, cultural activities, and welfare, but both also work as propaganda agencies for the CIA, particularly in underdeveloped countries. They also have consultative status as non-governmental institutions with United Nations agencies such as UNESCO, and they participate in the UN Special Agencies programs. One very important function of the CIA Youth and Student Operations is the spotting, assessing, and recruiting of student and youth leaders as long-term agents, both in the FI and PP fields. The organizations sponsored or affected by the agency are obvious recruiting grounds for these and, indeed, for other CIA operations. It is particularly the case in the underdeveloped world that both COSEC and WE programs lead to the recruitment of young agents who can be relied on to continue CIA policies and remain under CIA control long after they have moved up their political or professional ladders. Apart from working through COSEC and WE, the agency is also able to mount specific operations through Catholic national and international student and youth bodies, Pax Romana and the International Catholic Youth Federation, and through the Christian Democratic and non-communist socialist organizations as well. In some countries, particularly those in which there are groups with strong communist or radical leaderships, the Catholic or Christian Democratic student and youth organizations are the main forces guided by the agency. Agents controlled through youth and student operations by a station in any given country, including those in the U.S. National Students Association. NSA, international program run by headquarters, can also be used to influence decisions at the international level, while agents at the international level can be used for promoting other agents or policies within a national affiliate. Control, then, is like an alternating current between the national and international levels. Largely as a result of agency operations, the WFDY headquarters was expelled from France in 1951, moving to Budapest. The IUS headquarters, on the other hand, was never allowed to move to the free world after its founding at Prague in 1946. Moreover, the WFDY and IUS have been clearly identified with the communist bloc, and their efforts to conduct conferences and seminars outside the bloc have been attacked and weakened by WE and COSEC. The WFDY, for example, has been able to hold only one World Youth Festival outside the bloc, in Vienna in 1959, and then it was effectively disrupted by CIA-controlled youth and student organizations. The IUS has never held a congress in the free world. More important still, both WE and COSEC have developed overwhelming leads in affiliate members outside the communist bloc. Labor operations. Agency labor operations came into being, like student and youth operations, as a reaction against the continuation of pre-World War II CPSU policy and expansion through the international United Fronts. In 1945, with the support and participation of the British Trade Unions Congress, TUC, the American Congress of Industrial Organizations, CIO, and the Soviet Trade Unions Council, the World Federation of Trade Unions, WFTU, was formed in Paris. Differences within the WFTU between communist trade union leaders, who were anxious to use the WFTU for anti-capitalist propaganda, and free world leaders who insisted on keeping the WFTU focused on economic issues, finally came to a head in 1949 over whether the WFTU should support the Marshall Plan. When the Communists, who included French, Italian, and Latin American leaders as well as the Soviets, refused to allow the WFTU to endorse the Marshall Plan, the TUC and CIO withdrew, and later the same year the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions, ICFTU, was founded as a non-communist alternative to the WFTU, with participation by the TUC, CIO, American Federation of Labor, AFL, and other national centers. Agency operations were responsible in part for the expulsion of the WFTU headquarters from Paris in 1951 when it moved to the Soviet sector of Vienna. Later, in 1956, it was forced to move from Vienna to Prague. The ICFTU established regional organizations for Europe, the Far East, Africa, and the Western Hemisphere, which brought together the non-communist national trade union centers. Support and guidance by the agency was, and still is, exercised on the three levels, ICFTU, regional and national centers. At the highest level, labor operations congenial to the agency are supported through George Meany, President of the AFL, J. Lovestone, Foreign Affairs Chief of the AFL, and Irving Brown, AFL representative in Europe, all of whom were described to us as effective spokesmen for positions in accordance with the agency's needs. Direct agency control is also exercised on the regional level. Serafino Romualdi, AFL Latin American representative for example, directs the Inter-American Regional Labor Organization, or IT, located in Mexico City. On the national level, particularly in underdeveloped countries, CIA field stations engage in operations to support and guide national labor centers. In headquarters, support, guidance, and control of all labor operations is centralized in the labor branch of the International Organizations Division. General policy on labor operations is similar to youth and student operations. First, the WFTU and its regional and national affiliates are labeled as stooges of Moscow. Second, local station operations are designed to weaken and defeat communist or extreme leftist-dominated union structures and to establish and support a non-communist structure. Third, the ICFTU and its regional organizations are promoted, both from the top and from the bottom, by having agency-influenced or controlled unions and national centers affiliate. A fourth CIA approach to labor operations is through the International Trade Secretariats, ITS, which represent the interests of workers in a particular industry as opposed to the national centers that unite workers of different industries. Because the ITS system is more specialized, and often more effective, it is at times more appropriate for agency purposes than the ICFTU with its regional and national structure. Control and guidance is exercised through officers of a particular ITS who are called upon to assist labor operations directed against the workers of a particular industry. Very often the CIA agents in an ITS are the American labor leaders who represent the U.S. affiliate of the ITS, since the ITS would usually receive its principal support from the pertinent U.S. industrial union. Thus the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees serves as a channel for CIA operations in the Public Service International, which is the ITS for government employees headquartered in London. And the Retail Clerks International Association, which is the U.S. Union of White-Collar Employees, gives access to the International Federation of Clerical and Technical Employees, which is the White-Collar ITS. Similarly, the Communications Workers of America is used to control the Post, Telegraph, and Telephone Workers International, PTTI, which is the ITS for communications workers. In the case of the petroleum industry, the agency actually set up the ITS, the International Federation of Petroleum and Chemical Workers, IFPCA, through the U.S. Union of Petroleum Workers, the Oil Workers International Union. Particularly in underdeveloped countries, station labor operations may be given cover as a local program of INITs. Within the Catholic trade union movement, similar activity is possible, usually channeled through the International Federation of Christian Trade Unions, IFCU. 12. And for specialized training within the social democratic movement, the Israeli Histadrut is used. Labor operations are the source of considerable friction between the DDP area divisions and the stations, on the one hand, and the International Organizations Division, IOD, on the other. The problem is mainly jurisdiction and coordination. The labor operations agents on the international and regional level, ICTU, ORLT, ITS, for example, are directed by officers of IOD either in Washington or from a field station such as Paris, Brussels, or Mexico City. If their activities in a particular country, Colombia, for example, are not closely coordinated with the Bogotá station, they may oppose or otherwise interfere with specific aims of the Bogotá station's labor operations or other programs. Whenever IOD labor assets visit a given country, the chief of station, who is responsible for all CIA activities in his country, must be advised. Otherwise the IOD agent, lacking the guidance and control that would ensure that his activities harmonious with the entire station operational program, not just in the labor field, may jeopardize other station goals. Continuing efforts are made to ensure coordination between IOD activities in labor and the field stations concerned, but this is also hampered at times by the narrow view and headstrong attitudes of the agents themselves. On the other hand, IOD agents can be enormously valuable in assisting a local station's labor program. Usually the agent has considerable prestige as a result of his position on the international or regional level, and his favor is often sought by indigenous labor leaders because of the travel and training grants and invitations to conferences that the agent dispenses. He accordingly has ready access to leaders in the local non-communist labor movement, and he can establish contact between the station and those local labor leaders of interest. Such contact can be established through third parties, gradually, so that the IOD agent is protected when a new operational relationship is eventually established. Field stations may call on IOD support in order to obtain the adoption of a particular policy or program in a given country through the influence that an IOD agent can bring to bear on a local situation, again without the local labor leader, even if he is a station agent, knowing that the international or regional official is responding to CIA guidance. Measuring the effectiveness of labor operations against their multimillion-dollar cost is difficult and controversial, and includes the denial to the communists factor as well as the value of indoctrination in pro-Western ideals through seminars, conferences, and educational programs. In any case, free world affiliation with the WFTU has been considerably reduced, even though several leading national confederations in non-communist countries still belong. Operations against the World Peace Council. Agency operations against the World Peace Council, founded in Paris in 1949, are undertaken to neutralize the Council's propaganda campaigns against the US and its allies, particularly with regard to military pacts. Although no rival organization has been established, media operations are directed against WPC activities in order to expose its true sponsorship as a propaganda front of the CPSU. Some success can be claimed in the expulsion of WPC headquarters from Paris to Prague in 1951, although it moved to Vienna in 1954. Efforts are also made to prevent the WPC from holding congresses and other meetings outside the communist bloc through operations involving media, students, youth, labor, and especially political action agents for denial of permissions and other harassment. Journalists. Founded in Copenhagen in 1946, the International Organization of Journalists, IOJ, brought together writers from both communist and non-communist countries. Although the original headquarters of the IOJ was in London, the Second Congress was held in Prague in 1947, where it was decided to move the IOJ headquarters. Following the leadership of the national journalists' organizations of the United States, Great Britain, and Belgium, most non-communist membership had been withdrawn by 1950, and its activities were generally confined to Iron Curtain countries. In addition to propaganda against the IOJ and operations to deny Western capitals for IOJ meetings, the agency promoted the founding of an alternative international society of journalists for the free world. In 1952, the World Congress of Journalists re-established the International Federation of Journalists, IFJ, which had been founded originally in 1926, but had been disbanded in 1946 when the IOJ was formed. Benefits to the agency from the IFJ operation include the spotting and operational development of potential propaganda agents. Moreover, local station support to IFJ member organizations can be used to combat the local communist and pro-communist press and the efforts at penetration by the IOJ, especially in underdeveloped countries. Lawyers. In 1946, the International Association of Democratic Lawyers, IADL, was founded in Paris with the participation of lawyers from some 25 countries. Dominated from the beginning by pro-communist forces, especially the French participants, the IADL soon lost most of its non-communist members and in 1950 was expelled from France, moving its headquarters to Brussels, where it has remained. The IADL's main function has been to serve as a propaganda mechanism for the CPSU post-war themes of peace and anti-colonialism. In 1952, an international legal conference was held in West Berlin, from which a permanent committee emerged to carry on the work of exposing communist injustice in East Germany. In 1955, this committee became the International Commission of Jurists, ICJ, with headquarters in The Hague, moving to Geneva in 1959. The ICJ is composed of 25 prominent lawyers from countries around the world, and its main work consists of investigating and reporting on abuses of the rule of law, wherever they occur. The agency saw the ICJ as an organization which it hoped would produce prestigious propaganda of the kind wanted on such issues as violations of human rights in the communist bloc. Reports on other areas like South Africa would, so far as the CIA was concerned, merely lend respectability to this object. Political action operations. Communist expansion brought forth still another type of PP operation, political action. Operations designed to promote the adoption by a foreign government of a particular policy vis-a-vis communism are termed political action operations. While the context of these operations is the assessment of the danger of communist or other leftist influence in a given country, the operations undertaken to suppress the danger are pegged to specific circumstances. These operations often involve promotion through funding and guidance of the careers of foreign politicians through whom desired government policy and action can be obtained. Conversely, these operations often include actions designed to neutralize the politicians who promote undesirable local government policy regarding communism. Although political action operations after World War II began with electoral funding of anti-communist political parties in France and Italy in the late 1940s, they are now prevalent in the underdeveloped countries where economic and social conditions create a favorable climate for communist advance. The obvious human elements in political action operations are political parties, politicians, and military leaders, although agents in other PP operations including labor, student, and youth, and media are often brought to bear on specific political action targets. In order to obtain political intelligence as well as to develop relationships with potential political action agents, most stations have continuing programs for cultivating local politicians from opposition as well as from government parties. Making acquaintances in local politics is not usually difficult because CIA officers under diplomatic cover in embassies have natural access to their targets through cocktail parties, receptions, clubs, and other mechanisms that bring them together with people of interest. Regular State Department Foreign Service officers and ambassadors as well may also facilitate the expansion of station political contacts through arranging introductions. When a local political contact is assessed favorably for a station's goals, security clearance and operational approval is obtained from headquarters, and the station officer in contact with the target begins to provide financial support for political campaigns or for the promotion of the target's political group or party. Hopefully, almost surely, the target will use some of the money for personal expenses, thereby developing a dependency on the station as a source of income. Eventually, if all goes well, the local politician will report confidential information on his own party and on his government, if he has a government post, and he will respond to reasonable station direction regarding the communist question. A station's liaison operations with local security services are also a valuable source of political action assets. Because of frequent political instability in underdeveloped countries, the politicians in charge of the civilian and military security forces are in key positions for action as well as for information, and they are often drawn into an operational relationship with the station when they enter office merely by allowing ongoing liaison operations to continue. They are subjected to constant assessment by the station for use in political action, and when deemed appropriate they may be called upon for specific tasks. Financial support is also available for furthering their political careers and for a continuing relationship once they leave the ministry. As final arbiters of political conflicts in so many countries, military leaders are major targets for recruitment. They are contacted by station officers in a variety of ways, sometimes simply through straightforward introduction by U.S. military attachés or the personnel of U.S. military assistance missions. Sometimes the liaison developed between the agency and local intelligence services can be used for making these contacts. Again, CIA officers can make contact with those military officers of other countries who come to the U.S. for training. As in the case of politicians, most agency stations have a continual program for the development of local military leaders, both for the collection of intelligence and for possible use in political action. The political actions actually undertaken by the agency are almost as varied as politics itself. High on the list of priorities is the framing of Soviet officials in diplomatic or commercial missions in order to provoke their expulsion. Politicians working for the agency are expected to take an active part in working for expulsion of undesirables. Similarly, where the Soviet Union tries to extend its diplomatic or commercial activities, our politicians are expected to use their influence to oppose such moves. They are also expected to take a hard line against their own nationals engaged in left-wing or communist activities. In the last of these instances, success means the proscription of the parties, the arrest or exile of their leaders, the closure of their offices, publications, and bookstores, the prohibition of their demonstrations, etc. Such large-scale programs call for action both by anti-communist movements and by national governments. Where possible, the agency likes to use the same political action agents for both purposes. But it is not just a matter of financing and guiding local politicians. In situations regarded as dangerous to the U.S., the agency will conduct national election operations through the medium of an entire political party. It will finance candidates who are both witting and unwitting. Such multimillion-dollar operations may begin a year or more before an election is due and will include massive propaganda and public relations campaigns, the building of numerous front organizations and funding mechanisms, often resident U.S. businessmen, regular polls of voters, the formation of goon squads to intimidate the opposition, and the staging of provocations and the circulation of rumors designed to discredit undesirable candidates. Funds are also available for buying votes and vote counters as well. If a situation can be more effectively retrieved for U.S. interests by unconstitutional methods or by coup d'état, that too may be attempted. Although the agency usually plays the anti-communist card in order to foster a coup, gold bars and sacks of currency are often equally effective. In some cases, a timely bombing by a station agent, followed by mass demonstrations and finally by intervention by military leaders in the name of the restoration of order and national unity, is a useful course. Agency political operations were largely responsible for coups after this pattern in Iran in 1953 and in the Sudan in 1958. Paramilitary operations. At times the political situation in a given country cannot be retrieved fast or effectively enough through other types of PP operations such as political action. In these cases the agency engages in operations on a higher level of conflict which may include military operations, although these should not be seen as US-sponsored. These unconventional warfare operations are called paramilitary operations. The agency has the charter from the National Security Council for U.S. government unconventional warfare, although the military services also sustain a paramilitary capability in case of general war. These operations seem to hold a special fascination, calling to mind heroism, resistance, guerrilla warfare, secret parachute, jumps behind the lines. Camp Peary is a major agency training base for paramilitary operations. The need for getting agents into denied areas like certain parts of the Soviet Union, China, and other communist countries, is satisfied in part by illegal infiltration by land, sea, or air. The agents, usually natives of the denied area, are given proper clothing, documentation, and cover stories and, if infiltrating by land, may be required to pass secretly through heavily guarded borders. Training in border crossing is given in a restricted area of Camp Peary where a mile or so of simulated communist borders is operated with fences, watchtowers, dogs, alarms and patrols. Maritime infiltration involves the use of a mothership, usually a freighter operated by an agency cover shipping company which approaches to within a few miles of the shore landing site. An intermediate craft, often a souped-up outboard, leaves the mothership and approaches to perhaps a mile off the shore where a rubber boat with a small silent outboard is inflated to carry the infiltration team to the beach. The rubber boat and auxiliary equipment is buried near the beach for use later in escape while the intermediate craft returns to the mothership. Infiltration by air requires black overflights for which the agency has unmarked long and short-range aircraft including the versatile Helio Courier that can be used in infill-exfil operations with landings as well as parachute drops. Restricted areas of Camp Peary along the York River are used for maritime training and other parts of the base serve as landing sites and drop zones. Once safely infiltrated to a denied area, a lone agent or a team may be required to perform a variety of jobs. Frequently an infiltration team's mission is the caching of weapons, communications equipment, or sabotage materials for later retrieval by a different team which will use them. Or, an infiltration team may perform sabotage through the placing of incendiary devices or explosives at a target site time to go off days, weeks, or even months later. Sabotage weapons include oil and gasoline contaminates for stopping vehicles, contaminates for jamming printing presses, limpets for sinking ships, explosive and incendiary compounds that can be molded and painted to look like bread, lamps, dolls, or stones. The sabotage instructors, or burn and blow boys, have staged impressive demonstrations of their capabilities, some of which are ingeniously designed so as to leave little trace of a cause. Aside from sabotage, an infiltration team may be assigned targets to photograph or the loading or unloading of dead drops. Concealed places for hiding film, documents, or small containers. Escape may be by the same route as entry or by an entirely different method. The Economic Warfare section of the PP staff is a subsection under paramilitary operations because its mission includes the sabotage of key economic activities in a target country and the denial of critical imports, e.g. petroleum. Contamination of an export agricultural product or associated material, such as sacks destined for the export of Cuban sugar, or fouling the bearings of tractors, trucks, or buses destined for a target country may be undertaken if other efforts to impede undesired trade fail. As economic warfare is undertaken in order to aggravate economic conditions in a target country, these operations include, in addition to sabotage, the use of propaganda, labor, youth, student, and other mass organizations under CIA control to restrict trade by a friendly country of items needed in the target economy. U.S. companies can also be called upon to restrict supply of selected products voluntarily, but local station political action assets are usually more effective for this purpose. Also coordinated in the paramilitary section of the PP staff is the effort to maintain agency supplies of weapons used in support of irregular military forces. Although the Air and Maritime Support section of the staff supervises standing agency operations to supply insurgents, Air America and civil air transport in the Far East, for example, additional resources such as aircraft can be obtained from the Defense Department. These operations included the Guatemalan invasion in 1954, aptly given the cryptonymic success, Tibetan resistance against the Chinese in 1958-9 and the rebellion against the Sukarno government in Indonesia in 1957-8, current training and support of irregular forces in South Vietnam and Laos, and increasing sabotage and paramilitary operations against the Castro government in Cuba. Leaflet drops as part of the propaganda aspect of paramilitary operations are also arranged through the Air and Maritime Support section. Closely related to paramilitary operations are the disruptive activities known as militant action. Through organization and support of goon squads sometimes composed of off-duty policemen, for example, or the militant sections of friendly political parties, stations attempt to intimidate communists and other extreme leftists by breaking up their meetings and demonstrations. The technical services staff of the DDP makes a variety of weapons and devices for these purposes. Horrible-smelling liquids in small glass vials can be hurled into meeting halls. A fine clear powder can be sprinkled in a meeting place, becoming invisible after settling but having the effect of tear gas when stirred up by the later movement of people. An incendiary powder can be molded around prepared tablets, and when ignited the combination produces ample quantities of smoke that attacks the eyes and respiratory system much more strongly than ordinary tear gas. A tasteless substance can be introduced to food that causes exaggerated body color. And a few small drops of a clear liquid stimulates the target to relaxed, uninhibited talk. Invisible itching powder can be placed on steering wheels or toilet seats, and a slight smear of invisible ointment causes a serious burn to skin on contact. Chemically processed tobacco can be added to cigarettes and cigars to produce respiratory ailments. Our training in PP operations includes constant emphasis on the desirability of obtaining reportable intelligence information from agents engaged in what are essentially action, as opposed to collection, operations. A well-run action operation, in fact, can produce intelligence of extremely good quality whether the agents are student, labor, or political leaders. Justification for continuing PP operations in project renewals includes references to the operation's value in strictly collection activities as well as effectiveness in achieving action goals. No action agent, therefore, can be allowed to neglect the intelligence byproduct of his operation, although the action agent may have to be eased into the intelligence reporting function because of the collaborative nature of his early relationship with the agency. Nevertheless, with a little skill, even leaders of some rank can be manipulated into collecting information by letting them know indirectly that financial support for them is based partly on satisfaction of intelligence reporting requirements. The funding of psychological and paramilitary projects is a complex business. Project outlines, CP50, are prepared either in the station or at headquarters, depending on which of these is proposing or running the operation. Included in this, apart from those elements already mentioned for FI projects, will be a statement on the need for coordination with other U.S. government agencies such as the State Department or the Department of Defense. Where appropriate, further reports are attached giving greater detail on finances, personnel, training, supply, and cover mechanisms. Operational progress reports are required each trimester in the case of routine operations, but such reports may be more frequent in special cases. Intelligence received as a result of PP operations is processed in the same way as that which comes from FI operations. Funding action operations, especially those involving labor, student, youth, or other organizations, is a perpetual problem. Under certain circumstances it can be done through foundations of one sort or another which have been created as fronts for the agency, but before this, or any other, method can be employed there first has to be a decision about the level at which the funds should be passed. If money is to be put into an international organization like WAY, for example, then it might be possible to do this through an American organization affiliated to it. The money can then be disguised as a donation from that organization. In other circumstances it might be possible to supply the money through a cutout, that is, through a person who can claim that the money is either a donation on his own account or from his business. If this system is used, the money is sometimes paid by the cutout to a U.S. organization affiliated to the international group for whom the money is finally intended. If it is paid direct, then it is usual for the Secretary General or the Finance Committee Chairman of the organization in question to be a witting agent. The decision about the method to be used is subject to several considerations. First, the matter of security and cover is considered. Second comes the question of which method would best ensure that the recipient or recipients will then do what they have been paid for. Thus funds become a very effective method of guiding an action agent. When cover foundations or companies are used for funding, they may be chartered in the US or in countries such as Liechtenstein, the Bahamas, and Panama, where commercial secrecy is protected and governmental controls are minimal. Camp Peary, Virginia, May 1960. The practical exercises are more pleasant now that spring has arrived. Except that we pick up hordes of ticks during the paramilitary training. We have had training in evasion and escape and border crossing, also night exercises in maritime infiltrations and airdrops. At the ranges we have firing sessions with a variety of pistols, rifles, and submachine guns. In July, after the regular JOT training course ends, there will be a 3-month specialized course in paramilitary operations. 10 or 15 of the class have volunteered for the course, and afterwards they'll be assigned to operations already underway against Vietnam, Laos, and Cuba. The instructor, who was my nationalistic political leader in the FI exercise, became a wild man in the political action case. He went around without my knowledge trying to recruit colleagues to overthrow the government and telling them he was working for me in the US Embassy. The word got back to the ambassador, another instructor, and I had to convince him not to send me home. Then I paid the agent a generous termination bonus and picked up with one of his party subordinates. Still, we have had a serious upheaval in the JOT class. None of us is quite sure whether this is a training exercise or real or partly both. The training staff has been ranting and raving, both in individual sessions with advisors and in the classroom and pit sessions, that we aren't taking the work seriously enough. They cancelled a couple of weekends off and we all had to stay here and practice report writing. Morale among the JOTs is down and resentment against the staff gets higher every day. 4 of the outstanding trainees have quit, 2 of them in order to take appointments as Foreign Service officers with the State Department. The problem grew out of the way most of us handled the practical exercises with the political action agent. Practically all of us were crucified in the criticism sessions for not having developed proper control over the agent before moving into sensitive assignments. The instructors accused us of adopting whimsical attitudes, what they call derisively the cowboy approach. Besides agent control failure, the staff is down on us for not taking pains with tradecraft in the practical exercises. A couple of weeks ago several teams got arrested while photographing a huge chemical plant about 20 miles from here. They were caught by security patrols, turned over to the police, and then had to be bailed out through the base administration office. It was supposed to be a clandestine photography assignment in a denied area, and those guys climbed over the fence and started snapping like they were at the beach in August. The extra night sessions in tradecraft are supposed to emphasize the dangers in taking shortcuts on how clandestine operations are performed, as opposed to what is done, FI, CI, and PP operations. Tradecraft is all the techniques and tools of the trade used to keep a secret operation secret. The tradecraft one selects depends on a correct analysis of the operational environment, the set of conditions that determine the degree of clandestinity needed, including the capabilities of local services, and the strength of the local target organizations against which our operations are directed. The more relaxed the operational environment, the more simple and uncomplicated the tradecraft and the more mileage obtained from each CIA officer. Tradecraft is used to keep an operation secure and free from discovery because, among many reasons, people's lives are often at stake. The instructors keep driving home the importance of care to protect the agent, and they toss out example after example of fatal and near-fatal consequences of poor tradecraft. The techniques include how to select a meeting site, counter-surveillance before and after clandestine meetings, the use of disguise, safety and danger signals before meetings, concealment devices, precautions in the use of telephones, ways to counter possible audio penetration of meeting sites, the use of cutouts or go-betweens to avoid frequent direct contact between agents and CIA officers, and communication techniques. Cover is closely related to operational security because it is the lie established to make a secret operation appear to have a legitimate purpose. A foundation may serve as a cover funding mechanism. A shipping company may serve as cover for maritime operations. An airline may serve as cover for air support to paramilitary operations. A legitimate business activity may serve as ostensible employment for a CIA officer in a foreign country. The State Department, Defense Department, and the International Cooperational Administration may also serve as cover employment for CIA officers. Communications with agents is perhaps the most crucial element of tradecraft and operational security. Personal meetings between CIA officers and their agents are often the most efficient type of communication, but they are also the most dangerous and require elaborate security precautions and cover. Meetings can take place in hotels or apartments obtained for this purpose, safe houses, vehicles, subways, parks, isolated woods, tourist attractions. Normal communications may also be through cutouts and dead drops, hiding places like the hollows of trees where messages can be placed. Brush contacts, such as the momentary contact for passage of a report, can be used in public lavatories or pedestrian tunnels where motion is uninterrupted and hostile surveillance difficult. Communications with agents in denied areas, Iron Curtain countries, where counterintelligence forces are most effective, is often through encoded radio transmissions to the agent, which can be heard on ordinary home radios, while the agent's reports are made in invisible writing and sent to a drop address in a non-communist country through the international mails. In such cases, personal meetings would be restricted to emergencies or when the agent is able to travel to a non-communist country. Elaborate signal systems can be established to indicate safety, danger, discovery, loading or unloading a dead drop, request for meeting, postponement of meeting. In every clandestine operation, some form of training is usually involved, from simple reminders on security precautions to highly specialized instructions in the use of complicated technical equipment. In FI operations, continuous training is needed for refinement of the agent's reporting in such areas as separation of fact from rumor and opinion, specification of sources, correct dates, places, and names, and spelling and format in written reports. The Office of Training has a staff of multilingual training officers in its covert training branch who travel the world giving specialized operational training to agents on station request. The Technical Services Division personnel are also heavily engaged in agent training, as is the Office of Communications, which is in charge of training agents in the use of radio equipment and cryptographic materials. Shortcuts in tradecraft on the practical exercises is not the main reason for the training staff's toughening up. The real reason is attitudes. They want us to get as serious about all this as they are, and they are focusing on agent control factors in order to drive this home. Maybe we'll all have to become heavies in order to pass the course. The importance of agent control is paramount because agent control means the ways an agent is made to do what the CIA wants him to do. Each agent is different and not everyone is always willing to do exactly what we want him to do. Sometimes he has to be coaxed, sometimes cajoled, sometimes threatened. Agent is a word that is used to signify the people who work at the end of the line. Usually they are foreigners and the instruments through which CIA operations are executed. The word agent is never used to describe the CIA career employee who functions in a station as an operations officer, more commonly known as a case officer. We are all being trained to be case officers, not agents. There are different types of agents in CIA parlance. Many operations are structured under the leadership of a single agent to whom other agents respond either as a group working together or in separate, compartmented activities. The single agent who runs an operation under station direction is known as the principal agent and the others as secondary or sub-agents. The chief of a 5-man surveillance team is a principal agent while the footmen and drivers are sub-agents. An action agent is a person who actually provides secret information, e.g. a spy in a communist party, whereas a support agent performs tasks related to an operation but is not the source of intelligence, e.g. the person who rents an apartment for meetings between an action agent and the station case officer. Case officers must constantly be searching for new agents to improve ongoing operations and to mount new, better operations. Agent spotting, therefore, is the activity whereby potential new agents are brought under consideration. Agent development is the manner in which a potential agent is cultivated and tested, while agent assessment is the evaluation of whether and how the potential agent can be used effectively. If, after weighing all available data, a positive decision is reached for recruitment, the formal clearance procedure is completed through the headquarters operational approval system. Agent recruitment can take many forms, often determined by the type of operation for which the agent is needed and by the history of agent development. If your objective is to penetrate a leftist political party, the first thing to do is to probe for a weak spot in the organization. You might bug the phone of a leading party member and find out he's playing around with the party's funds. In that case, perhaps he can be blackmailed. Or perhaps one of your agents plays on the same soccer team as a party member, or goes out with his sister. The agent might learn something about the party member that seems to make him a good prospect. Then you move in and make an offer. On certain occasions recruitments are made in the name of the CIA, especially when involving U.S. citizens and high-level targets for PP operations. But often recruitment can be effected without explicit sponsorship, with the target simply expected to assume that the CIA is the sponsor. Thousands of policemen all over the world, for instance, are shadowing people for the CIA without knowing it. They think they're working for their own police departments, when, in fact, their chief may be a CIA agent who's sending them out on CIA jobs and turning their information over to his CIA control. On other occasions, false flag recruitments are more appropriate so that the target believes a service or organization other than the CIA is the sponsor, perhaps his own government, or even Peking or Havana. You don't let the recruit know he'll be working for the United States, because if he knew that, he might not consent to do it. Coercive recruitment of a Communist Party member in an underdeveloped country, under a threat made to appear to come from a local security service, may be more effective to start with than revealing CIA sponsorship. Later, when financial and other means of control have been established, the recruited agent may be brought gradually to the knowledge of true sponsorship. In nearly all cases involving agents aware of their CIA sponsorship, a direct, personal relationship is established between the agent and the case officer. Since control of agents is so much more effective by persuasion than by threat, the development of personal rapport by the case officer with the agent receives constant emphasis from our instructors. On the other hand, agent handling officers are expected always to maintain the upper hand and to avoid dangers that can give an agent a handle against him, or any of the different varieties of falling in love with your agent. However, as almost all operations depend upon money, delicate treatment of financial matters can be used as a constant control factor without insulting the agent by treating him as a mercenary. In rich countries a man might become an agent for ideological reasons, but in poor countries it's usually because he's short of cash. A man with a hungry family to support will do almost anything for money. The amounts paid to agents depends on local conditions. In a poor country $100 a month could get you an ordinary agent. In many countries $700 a month could get you a cabinet minister. Payment is made in cash, you can't pay spies by check. At the end of every month officers deliver pay envelopes to their agents around town, they meet in cars or safe houses. Agents should be made to count the cash in front of the officer so that any mistakes can be corrected immediately. Firm guidance of agents, especially those involved in PP operations, where a wide variety of alternatives is usually presented, depends largely on the personalities of the agent and the case officer, and the twin requirements of control and rapport present continuing problems. Capability for detached manipulation of human beings is a cardinal virtue of the CIA case officer and nobody makes any bones about it. Agent termination and disposal is the way an agent is unloaded when he's no longer needed or wanted. It can be touchy and complicated. Much depends on whether the termination is friendly or hostile and the reasons for it. Once the principle of terminating an operational relationship is established with an agent, the procedure usually becomes one of negotiating a financial settlement and quitclaim. The financial settlement may depend ostensibly on past services rendered by the agent, but under the surface both sides often negotiate on the basis of the damage a dissatisfied agent could cause if termination were not to his liking. Again, the control exercised by case officers over the agent during the entire period of employment will reflect on termination negotiations. Efforts by terminated agents to get back on the payroll after having spent their termination bonus are not uncommon. When asked just how drastic agent termination and disposal might become in difficult circumstances, the instructor declined comment without disallowing final solutions. Camp Peary, Virginia, June 1960. This month the emphasis has been on technical operations and we have had to incorporate these skills in the practical exercises, including the training of our agents. The heat from the training staff over tradecraft and agent control is still on, but we're getting used to it now. It looks as if they're trying to build up to a peak of tension for the final week of practical exercises, 5 or 6 days of intense operations in the same wargame scenario either in Baltimore or New York. But the past weeks have mostly been dedicated to long hours in laboratories learning basic skills in the 4 main technical functions: audio, photography, flaps and seals, and secret writing. Audio operations include telephone tapping and all the different techniques of bugging. The most common and secure way to tap telephones is through connections made in the telephone exchange, sometimes by a unilateral agent but usually through a request to the local liaison service. But in certain circumstances telephone intercepts off the line, meaning connections made somewhere between the target telephone and the exchange, are more advisable. There are also small transmitters that can be placed inside a telephone, and TSD has developed a pencil-sized transmitter that can be attached to telephone wires outdoors for reception in a listening post, LP, not far away. Telephones and telephone lines can also be valuable for full audio penetration of the rooms where the telephones are located. This technique calls for the activation of the telephone mouthpiece so that it will pick up all conversations in the room, even when the telephone is cradled, and transmit these conversations down the telephone lines. This technique is called the hot mic. The simplest and most dependable audio operation is the mic and wire job, consisting of a concealed microphone with a wire leading to a listening post where an amplifier and recorder are located. But this technique is also insecure because the wire can be followed and unpleasant surprises given to the LP keepers. So the mic and wire can be connected to a hidden low-powered radio transmitter for reception in an LP protected by being separated from the bugging equipment. Transmitters can be connected to house current or operated with batteries. Switches on transmitters are often desirable, especially in audio operations against the Soviets, Chinese, and satellite governments because of their regular counter-audio sweeps in which wide-range receivers are used to detect radio transmissions. Visiting sweep teams pose as diplomatic couriers sometimes, and transmitters have to be shut down when they are in town. This necessitates constant reporting from station to station on the movements of diplomatic couriers and suspected sweep officers. The carrier current technique is similar to the regular transmitter installation except that the transmission is made through electric power lines instead of through the air. This technique is convenient for easy switching and has an unlimited power supply, but LP location is complicated because the transmissions will not jump electric power transformers. Installation of audio devices often requires drilling through walls, floors, or ceilings, for which TSD has demonstrated a large variety of drills, some with diamond bits, but drilling isn't recommended for the inexperienced. Even TSD technicians have been known to make the irreparable mistake of drilling large holes all the way through the wall or ceiling of a target room. Reducing the size of drilling equipment in order to reach the final pinhole takes fine calculation and infinite patience. Audio installations often require concealment afterwards, for which TSD has their plaster patching and paint matching kit. This consists of super quick drying plaster, some 50 color chips with mixing formulas for color approximation, plus odorless super quick drying paint. Listening post equipment for telephone taps usually consists of a reveer, ape recorder and an actuator/dial recorder that starts the recorder when a telephone rings or when it is uncradled. Numbers called from the target telephone are also recorded on a paper tape. LP equipment for other audio operations may include FM radio receivers such as the military-supplied SRR-4 with a 50 to 200 megacycle range, headphones, and a variety of tape recorders. When switches are used, the LP has a suitcase package radio transmitter that transmits one frequency to turn a switch on, and another frequency to turn a switch off. But switches haven't been perfected yet and they cause problems by jamming in the on or the off positions. The research and development programs of the TSD audio branch are dedicated to improving equipment like the switch systems and to development of sub-miniature microphones and transmitters for casting into innocuous objects like light switches and electrical outlets, also to the development of new techniques. One new technique is the activation of cradled telephones, the hot mic, by sending a current down the line to the telephone without the need to make a complicated installation in the telephone itself. Another fascinating technique under development is the use of infrared beams that can be bounced off windows and that carry back to the receiving equipment the conversations being held in the room where the target window is located. This technique captures the conversations from the vibrations of voices against the window panes. Still another new technique involves the use of cavity microphones like the one discovered in the eagle's beak of the Great Seal given by the Soviets to the American ambassador in Moscow and which he placed in his office. The cavity microphone is a simple plastic spoon-shaped object that can be activated by a radio wave of a certain frequency. The spoon reacts by transmitting another radio signal that carries the voice vibrations from the room to an appropriate receiver. That Soviet-made Great Seal was included in a display of audio equipment with the admission that the Soviets are far ahead in this particular field. In photography we have learned to use a variety of cameras for general purpose and documents. 35mm cameras like the Exacta, Leica, and Pentax are the favorites of the instructors, although the tiny Minox is more secure for agents. We've been practicing also with clandestine photography using cameras that can be concealed in a briefcase or innocuous package, even underneath a shirt with the lens opening disguised as a tie clasp. Darkroom training sessions have concentrated on selection of films, paper, and developing chemicals. In the practical exercises each of us incorporated both document and outdoor photography with developing and printing in the darkrooms. The really boring technical skill is flaps and seals, F&S. This is the surreptitious opening and closing of letters and other containers such as diplomatic pouches. For a week we practiced with hot plate, tea kettle, and the variously shaped ivory tools fashioned from piano keys and used for gently prying open envelope flaps. But the most effective technique for letters is the flatbed steam table, about the size of a briefcase, that contains a heating element encased in foam rubber. Steam is created by placing a damp blotter on the top of the heated table, and most letters open in a matter of seconds after being placed on the blotter. Careful resealing with cotton swab and clear glue completes the process. Secret writing, SW, is the communication system used for concealing or making invisible a secret message on an otherwise innocent letter or other cover document. SW systems are categorized as wet systems, carbons, and microdot. The wet systems use chemicals, usually disguised as pills, which dissolve in water to form a clear ink. The secret message is written on a sheet of paper, preferably high-quality bond, using the end of a wooden swab stick that has been tapered with a razor blade and soaked in the ink to reach the proper tip flexibility. Before and after writing the message, the paper must be rubbed with a soft cloth on both sides in all four directions to help conceal the writing within the texture of the paper. The paper with the secret message is then steamed and pressed in a thick book, and after drying, if no trace of the message can be seen under ultraviolet and glancing light, a cover letter or innocuous message is written. Carbon systems consist of ordinary bond paper that has been impregnated with chemicals. The carbon is placed on top of the message sheet and the secret message is written on a sheet placed on top of the carbon. Applying the proper pressure when writing the secret message with a pencil on the top sheet transfers the invisible chemical from the carbon to the message sheet on the bottom. The cover letter is then written on the opposite side of the message sheet from the secret message. On receipt of an SW letter, an agent applies a corresponding chemical developer, rolling the developer with a cotton swab onto the page, and soon the secret message appears. The microdot system involves a small camera kit with which a letterized page can be photographed on an area of film no larger than the dot of an eye. The microdot is glued over the dot of the eye or a period of a cover letter. Although the equipment for microdots is incriminating, the microdots themselves are very secure and practically impossible to discover. On the other hand, they require very tedious processing and can only be read with a microscope. Secret messages can be written either in clear text or encoded for greater security. The SW branch of TSD has a continuous intelligence collection program on the postal censorship procedures in most foreign countries for protective procedures in SW operations. The operational environment in which the agent works determines the other details of SW correspondence, whether the SW cover letter will be posted nationally or internationally, to a post box or a support agent serving as an accommodation address, with false or true return addresses or none at all, the content of the cover letters, signals to indicate safety or the absence of which could indicate that the writing is being done under control of a hostile service. The SW branch also has a technique for lifting SW from suspect correspondence. The process involves placing a suspect letter in a letterpress with steamed sheets on either side. By cranking down pressure, enough of the chemicals will come off on the steamed sheets to allow for testing with other chemicals for development. The suspect correspondence can be returned to the mails with no traces of tampering. The TSD instructors have also demonstrated some of their techniques in safe cracking, surreptitious entry and lock picking. But these are such highly specialized activities that TSD technicians almost always travel to countries when these talents are needed. As ordinary case officers, we will need only the basic skills and enough knowledge of the really special techniques to know how to plan and when to ask for TSD technicians. A few weeks ago I was discharged from the Air Force. Now I'm a civilian employee of the Department of the Air Force, as I was when I came to Washington 3 years ago. The cover unit is another bogus Pentagon office with the major, the colonel and all that routine. But I'm keeping my commission. I'm a first lieutenant now, by joining an agency Air Force Reserve unit. This is a cover unit too. Last week Ferguson came down from headquarters and he opened his session with me with a speech on the increasing demand in the Western Hemisphere Division for new case officers. Apparently Castro and the Cuban Revolution are causing more and more problems all over Latin America. My reaction is disappointment. What with all my old fantasies of being a cloak and dagger operative in Vienna or Hong Kong. But Ferguson said I could ask for a transfer if after 6 months I still don't like it. It looks like 10 or 15 of us are destined for the Western Hemisphere Division, so maybe it won't be so bad. Besides, all those hours in the language lab may at last be useful. Notes. 1C Chart 1, p. 630. 2 later known as the 54-12 group, the Special Group, the 303 Group, the 40 Committee. 3 later renamed the United States Intelligence Board. 4 renamed in 1961 the President's Foreign Intelligence Advisory Board. 5 see Chart 2. 6 see Chart 3. 7 see Chart 4. 8 see pages 319 to 20. 9 see Chart 5. 10 predecessor of the Agency for International Development, AID. 11 later known as the International Student Conference, ISC. 12 later renamed the World Confederation of Labor. Part 2. Washington, D.C. July 1960. The training program has ended at last. We spent the last week of June in Baltimore running in and out of department stores chasing our instructors on surveillance exercises. It was just like earlier exercises in the cities in Virginia, except it went on day and night and included bugging hotel rooms, loading and unloading dead drops, writing invisible messages, and several difficult agent meetings. Most of us spent the few free hours at night at the Oasis on East Baltimore Street, without par in really raunchy, fleshy, sweaty stripping. My feelings were mixed about leaving Camp Peary. It was an isolated sort of life, but the club was fun, the bar, ping pong, chess. What I'll miss most is the athletic program and that nice gym. After a short vacation I checked back with Ferguson and he sent me over to the personnel officer in the Western Hemisphere, WH, division. He didn't seem to have expected me, and after waiting a couple of hours he sent me to the Venezuela desk, which, I discovered, consists of the desk officer, a secretary, and now me. We are part of Branch 3 of WH Division, which covers the Bolivarian countries, Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Bolivia, and we also handle matters related to the Dutch islands, Aruba and Curacao, British Guyana and Suriname. Branch 1 has Mexico and Central America, Branch 2 has the Caribbean, Branch 4 has Brazil, and Branch 5 has the Cono Sur, Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, and Chile. Cuban affairs are centered in a special branch, and the paramilitary operation, it looks like a repeat of the Guatemala operation but I can't get many details, has taken over a wing of Quarters I. All the rest of the division is in Barton Hall near Ohio Drive and the Potomac. WH Division is the only area division of the DDP that isn't over in the buildings along the reflecting pool, and more I've been getting the impression that this division is looked down upon by the rest of the DDP. It seems that the physical separation of the division from the rest of the DDP has created the concept of WH as a fiefdom of Colonel J.C. King. He's been WH Division Chief now for some years. The other reason for disdain towards WH, I hear these stories from Jots who have been assigned to other divisions, is that most of the division leadership, the branch chiefs and the station chiefs in the field, are a fraternity of ex-FBI officers who came into the CIA in 1947 when the CIA took over FBI intelligence work in Latin America. It's embarrassing because they call us the Gumshoe Division, even though the best Communist Party penetration operations are in Latin America. WH in fact was responsible for getting the secret Khrushchev speech to the 20th CPSU Congress, which the agency made public long before the Soviets wanted it to be. And everybody knows about Guatemala. The problem is that the glory for super spooky achievements is enjoyed mostly by EE officers, old hands from Berlin and Vienna. We'll see how they treat us after Castro gets thrown out. I can't say I'm wild about the work I've been given. I inherited a desk full of dispatches and cables that nobody had done anything about, and trying to make sense out of all this is frustrating. I have to keep bothering people to find out what all the office symbols mean on the routing sheets, who takes action on what, and which is more and which is less important. Most of my work is processing name checks and reports. The name checks are even duller than processing reports. The first one I did was on some Jose Diaz and I didn't realize it was such a common name. When I got the references back from Records Integration Division, RID, there were over 1,000 traces on people of that name. Trace requests for RID have to be narrowed down by date and place of birth and other identifying data. The bulk of the name checks are for the Standard Oil subsidiary in Venezuela. The company security officer is a former FBI man and he checks the names of prospective Venezuelan employees with the CIA before hiring, trying to keep out the bad guys. This work routine has to improve. I can't spend a couple of years on reports and name checks. Washington, D.C., August 1960. I must be living right, and I'm almost too afraid to think about it, but I may just get a field assignment sooner than I could ever imagine. Yesterday morning my desk chief, C. Harlow Duffin, asked me if I was interested in working overseas as he knows of an operations officer slot opening up next month in Quito, Ecuador, and if I'm interested he'll see what he can do. But he said nobody talks about field personnel assignments before they're approved, so I've got to keep it secret until he says I can talk. Next month. But he said I wouldn't go right away. First, I'll have really to learn Spanish. Then process into the Department of State, lots of details to take care of first. Yesterday morning I picked up a book and some briefing material from the Ecuador desk, and I've been reading this instead of doing my work. I can't seem to lay it aside. Talk about banana republics and underdevelopment. Ecuador must be classic, torn apart as it is by internal contradictions and ruled by privileged oligarchies while bigger neighbors gobbled up enormous territories that Ecuador couldn't defend. The overwhelming international reality for Ecuador is Peru and the 1942 Protocol of Rio de Janeiro, whereby Peru made good its claim to over one-third of what until then Ecuadorians had considered national territory. In July and August 1941, after several months of negotiations had failed, Peruvian troops overwhelmed Ecuadorian defenses in the south, and in the eastern Amazonian region. The Rio Protocol was signed after new negotiations and Peru got the disputed territory, mostly Amazonian jungle. There is a Peruvian side to the story, of course, but Ecuador will never forgive having to sign the Rio Protocol under duress. The US was already at war and we needed peace in South America for our own war effort. Although the Peruvian victory in 1941 was only the latest in a series of disputes that go all the way back to pre-Hispanic history, for Ecuador, easily defeated and claiming dismemberment by force, the Rio Protocol is a source of national humiliation less than one generation removed. The US government is deeply involved because we promoted negotiation of the Rio Protocol and are still responsible for enforcing it, along with the other guarantor powers, Brazil, Chile, and Argentina. While Peru is the great international reality for Ecuador, the dominant national reality is the division of the country between Sierra and coast. Although the Andes split the country down the middle, the eastern region is mostly tropical jungle divided by Amazonian tributaries. Some years ago exploration was made for petroleum, but the cost of a pipeline over the Andes wasn't justified by the discoveries. The Orient, then, with its sparse population, including head-shrinking Indians, counts very little in the national life. The other two regions, the Andes highlands and the Pacific coast, are almost equally divided in area and population, and their interests are traditionally in conflict. Liberal revolution came to Ecuador in 1895 and the main victim was the church, as the dominant coastal forces behind the revolution took control of national policy out of the hands of the traditional Sierra landowners. Church and state were separated, lay education was established, civil marriage and divorce were instituted, and large church properties were confiscated. Following the revolution in 1895, the Liberal Party dominated Ecuadorian politics as liberals joined conservatives in the landowning aristocracy, while conditions changed very little for the overwhelming mass of the population completely outside the power structure. Even so, Ecuadorian politics in the 20th century is not just another history of violent conservative liberal struggle for spoils of office, it is indeed that, but much more. Ecuador has one of the most amazing Latin American politicians of the century, José María Velasco Ibarra, elected president once again just 2 months ago. This is the fourth time he's been elected president and none of his terms have been consecutive. And of his 3 previous times in power, 2 ended before the constitutional term was over because of military coups against him. Velasco is the stormy petrel of Ecuadorian politics, a spellbinding orator whose powers of rhetoric are irresistible to the masses. He is also an authoritarian who finds sharing power with the Congress very difficult. His politics are as unpredictable as his fiery temperament, and he has taken conflicting positions on many political issues, thereby attracting support from all established political parties, at one time or another. He won the June elections by the largest margin ever attained by an Ecuadorian presidential candidate, and he did it in his typically clever fashion. Running as an independent, he allied himself with the impoverished masses in violent tirades against the ruling oligarchies who, he claimed, were behind the candidates of the liberal and conservative parties. He called for fundamental economic and social change, an end to rule by oligarchies and political bosses, and a fairer distribution of the national income. On this populist appeal, Velasco got almost 400,000 votes, a smashing victory, and his denunciations of the Rio Protocol during the campaign made him the champion of Ecuadorian nationalism. Velasco is due to take office in September, but the station in Quito isn't taking any bets on how long he'll last. After 3 consecutive Ecuadorian presidents have served out their terms, perhaps the instability of the past is ending. Velasco's term is for 4 years, but taking into account the fact that he is Ecuador's 70th president in 130 years of independence, one can't be too sure. I hope I'll be there to see. Washington, D.C., August 1960. I know I'm overeager and impatient, but I thought I'd go mad during the week they were deciding. Duffin finally called me in and said the branch chief, Edwin Terrell, had approved my nomination and that the reaction in Colonel King's office was also favorable. The officer who is in the position now is being transferred to Guayaquil as base chief in September, and the station is calling for a replacement right away. The WH personnel officer is arranging for me to go into full-time Spanish training with a tutor so that I can get to Quito as soon as possible. Cover for the job is assistant attaché in the U.S. Embassy political section, which means I'll have diplomatic status and integration with the State Department as a Foreign Service officer. Then Duffin let me in on a secret. He said he is scheduled to go to Quito as Chief of Station, COS, next summer, which is why he picked me. Meanwhile, he said, I'll be working with one of the best-liked COS in WH Division, Jim Noland. Even with the Spanish training and the time needed for State Department integration, Duffin says I'll still be in Quito before Christmas. Duffin then set up a meeting for me with Rudy Gomez, the Deputy Division Chief, who gives the final approval on all lesser personnel assignments. He's a gruff sort. Without looking up, he said that if I didn't have a good reason for not going to Quito, then I'd have to go. I said I wanted to go, played it real straight, and got his approval. Apparently I'm one of the first of our JOT class to get a field assignment. The only one I've heard of so far who will get out before me is Christopher Thorin, who's being assigned this month under State Department cover in the U.S. mission at the United Nations. Washington, D.C., August 1960. Getting to know Ecuador is at once stimulating and sobering. The new Congress, elected in June with Velasco, opened on August 10, although Velasco doesn't take office until September 1. If the tactics of Velasquistas in the Congress are any indication, the new government may dedicate itself more to persecuting the Poncistas of the outgoing regime than to governing the country. The Velasquistas have a wide plurality in Congress but are just short of a majority. At the opening, which consisted of the annual messages of President Ponce and the President of the Supreme Court, Ponce was overwhelmed by the insults and jeers from the screaming Velasquista-packed galleries, unable to be heard during the entire 3.5-hour speech. The President of the Supreme Court, however, followed Ponce and was heard with silence and respect. Congressional sessions since then have been dedicated to efforts by the Velasquistas to discredit the Ponce government, and Ponce's 2 most important ministers, government, internal security, and foreign relations, have resigned rather than face humiliation in interpellations, political interrogations, by the Congress. Attacks by Velasquistas against Ponce and his supporters reflect traditional rivalries but are especially acute now because the Velasquistas are beginning to take revenge for government repression against them during the electoral campaign and even earlier. The most notorious incident was at a Velasquista demonstration on March 19 when 5 Velasquistas were killed and many wounded. The demonstration was to celebrate Velasco's arrival in Quito to begin the political campaign after several years of self-imposed exile in Argentina. The Velasquista campaign that followed was as much a campaign against Ponce and traditional Ecuadorian oligarchies as it was in favor of political policies proposed by Velasco. While reform proposals for a fairer distribution of the national income and more efficient government administration were central to the Velasco campaign, many are skeptical of his personal stability as well as his ability to break the power of the 100 or so families that have controlled the country for generations. The people, nevertheless, liked what they heard from Velasco because this country's extreme injustices and poverty are so acute. Not only is Ecuador the next to the poorest country of South America in terms of per capita annual income, $220, about 1/3 of Argentina's and less than 1/10 of ours, but even this low average amount is extremely unevenly divided. The top 1% of the population receives an income comparable to U.S. standards, while about 2/3 of the population get only on average a monthly family income of about $10. This lower 2/3, consisting largely of Indians and people of mixed blood, are simply outside the money economy, completely marginalized and without social or economic integration or participation in the national life. Except among those who would be adversely affected, there is wide agreement that the root of Ecuador's extremes of poverty and wealth is in land tenure. As in other countries, the best lands belong to large landowners who employ relatively few rural workers and thereby contribute to the growing urban unemployed. The small plots usually cannot produce more than a subsistence income due to land quality and size. Even on the coast, where the cash crops of bananas, coffee, cacao, and rice are raised on small and medium-sized properties, fluctuating prices, marketing difficulties, scarce credit and low technification combine for low productivity and a precarious existence for salaried workers. Thus land reform and a stable market for export crops are fundamental for the economic development necessary before Ecuador can begin to invest adequately in facilities for education, health care, housing and other possible benefits. Indicators are typical of poor countries: poor diet, high incidence of debilitating diseases caused by intestinal parasites from bad drinking water, 370,000 children unable to attend school this year because no schools exist for them, a housing deficit of 580,000 units in a country of 4.3 million. Solutions to this misery are being sought both externally and internally. In the external sector, the Ecuadorians are making efforts to stabilize the falling prices that in recent years have forced them to produce ever greater quantities in order to sustain imports. Also of great importance is foreign aid obtained in part from the International Cooperation Administration, ICA, which has a technical assistance mission in Ecuador. Internally, the Ecuadorian government must embark on a program of reforms: agrarian reform to raise productivity and increase rural employment, fiscal reform to increase government revenues and redistribute income, administrative reform to improve the government administration and the myriad agencies that currently enjoy autonomy, and to reduce corruption. Already a movement is underway to abolish the huesipango, a precarious form of tenure, although government land policy is mainly orientated towards colonization and opening of new lands with limited success. Lowering the population growth, now up to 3.1% annually, is of obvious importance, but is hindered by tradition and Catholic Church policy. Somehow all of these programs will contribute to raising the rate of economic growth and to increasing the benefits available to the marginalized 2/3 of the population. Promises for these reforms and increased benefits won Velasco his sensational victory, and he'll soon have the chance to deliver. Washington, D.C., September 1960. For several weeks I've been studying Spanish full-time with a tutor in Arlington, and on the tapes in the language lab. I'll probably be in this routine until November, when I get integrated to the State Department and take the 2-week orientation course at the Foreign Service Institute. Meanwhile I stop in each morning to see Duffin and read more background material at the Ecuadorian desk. Velasco is now president. He has embarked on 2 early policies that affect operations of the Quito station and other matters of concern to us. First, he is trying to purge all the supporters of Ponce from government employment, and secondly, he is stirring up the border problem with Peru by declaring the Rio Protocol null and void. Immediately after taking power, Velasco relieved 48 military officers from their assigned duties and placed them at the disposition of the Ministry of Defense. Velasco also started a purge in the National Police, starting with the 2 senior colonels who were the station's main liaison agents. They were arrested and charged with participating in the March 19 riot. More serious was the forced departure of our station operations officer under public safety cover with the United States Operations Mission, USOM, of the ICA program. Our station officer, Bob Weatherwax, had been in the forefront directing the police during the March 19 riot, and he was clearly identified because of his very blonde hair and red face, practically an albino coloring. As soon as Velasco was inaugurated, Weatherwax and Jim Noland, the COS, were notified by Jorge Acosta Velasco, the president's nephew and family favorite. He has no children, that Weatherwax should leave the country for a while to avoid being dragged into the prosecutions for the March 19 affair. Acosta, who is a close friend of both Weatherwax and Noland, made the suggestion only to be helpful, not as an official act. Nevertheless, Noland agreed and Weatherwax is now back in Washington killing time until he can return. The government purge is being run mostly by Manuel Araujo Hidalgo, who was elected to the Chamber of Deputies from Pichincha Province, the Quito region, and who is now Minister of Government. He was appointed after Velasco fired his first Minister of Government only a week after taking office. Araujo had to resign the deputy's seat, but he is clearly the leader of the Velasquista mobs. Araujo is an extreme leftist and ardent defender of the Cuban Revolution, exactly the wrong man for the most important internal security job. He is particularly hostile to the U.S., and the station is fearful that he may jeopardize the public safety program because he is also in charge of the national police. The real danger is that all our efforts to improve the government's security capabilities in preparation for the 11th Inter-American Conference, now just 6 months away, may go down the drain. Araujo's purge is running not only into the military services and the police. The civilian government employees are also being purged of Ponce supporters, helped especially by the Congress's repeal of the civil service career law passed during the Ponce administration. Velasco obviously wants to pack the government with his own people. Velasco's declaration in his inaugural speech that the Rio Protocol is void has been followed by rising tension and fears that the dispute may jeopardize the Inter-American Conference. Ecuadorians are without doubt behind Velasco on the matter, but Velasco is using the issue to denounce any opposition to his policies as anti-patriotic and prejudicial to a favorable solution of the boundary problem. So far, the Conservative Party and the Social Christians, while defending the Ponce administration, have not declared open opposition to Velasco. Washington, D.C., October 1960. Headquarters files on the operations of the Quito station and its subordinate base in Guayaquil reflect the very careful analysis of the operational environment that is always the framework within which operations are undertaken. Although the analysis includes assessments of such factors as security and cover, the most important part deals with the enemy. The Communist Party of Ecuador, PCE. Although the PCE has been a legal party since World War II, it has never been able to obtain the 5,000 signatures necessary for inscribing candidates in national elections. However, Pedro Saad, the PCE Secretary General, held the seat as functional senator for Labor from the coast from 1947 until last June, when he was defeated through a Guayaquil-based political action operation. The Ecuadorian Senate has a number of functional senators from Coast and Sierra representing special interest groups, e.g. labor, commerce, education, agriculture, the military services. Membership in the PCE is estimated by the station at around 1,000, with perhaps another 1,000 members in the Communist Youth of Ecuador, JCE. Almost all of the members of the PCE National Executive Committee reside in Guayaquil. With respect to the emerging Sino-Soviet differences, the PCE national leadership supports the Soviets, although some PCE leaders in the Sierra, particularly in Quito, are beginning to lean towards the more militant Chinese position. In the elections this year, the PCE joined with the left wing of the Socialist Party and the Concentration of Popular Forces, CFP, to back a leftist candidate for president, the rector of Guayaquil University, who received only about 46,000 votes, just 6% of the total. PCE strength, however, is not measured in voter appeal but in the strength of labor, student, and youth organizations in which its influence is strong. The Socialist Party of Ecuador, PSE. Although much larger than the PCE, the Socialist Party has cooperated for many years with the Communists in the leadership of the labor movement. Recently, the Socialists have split into a right wing which formed an alliance with the Liberal Party in the unsuccessful presidential campaign of Gallo Plaza this year, and a left wing which voted with the PCE and the CFP. Because of its support for the Cuban Revolution and of violent revolutionary principles, the left-wing socialists are dangerous and inimical to U.S. interests. Their successes, however, are concentrated in the labor movement and intellectual circles. The president of the Ecuadorian Workers' Confederation is a left-wing socialist, as is the functional senator for labor from the Sierra. The Ecuadorian Workers' Confederation, CTE. Founded by the Communists and the Socialists in 1944, the CTE is by far the most dominant labor confederation in Ecuador and a member of the World Federation of Trade Unions, WFTU. Although the Secretary-General of the PCE, Pedro Saad, headed the CTE at the beginning, a socialist took over in the late 1940s and this party is still in nominal control. However, the Communists retain the number 2 position and are now considered to exercise dominant if not complete control in the CTE. CTE membership is estimated at 60,000, less than 10% of the poorly organized labor force, but enough to cause serious trouble. The Ecuadorian Federation of University Students, FEUE, consistent with the traditional leftist activist student movement in Latin America, the FEUE, the principal Ecuadorian national student union, has been under frequent, if not continuous, control by PCE, JCE and left-wing socialists. Its loud campaigns are directed against the U.S. presence in Ecuador and Latin America, mainly U.S. business, and strongly in support of the Cuban Revolution. When appropriate issues are presented, the FEUE is capable of mobilizing the students, secondary students included, for strikes and street manifestations as well as propaganda campaigns. It is supported by leftist professors and administrators in the 5 state universities in Quito, Guayaquil, Puerto Viejo, Cuenca, and Loja. The Revolutionary Union of Ecuadorian Youth, URJE, in 1959 the youth organizations of the Communists, the Socialists, and the Concentration of Popular Forces formed URJE, which has become the most important leftist activist youth movement. It engages in street demonstrations, wall painting, circulation of flysheets, intimidation, agitation of many kinds for revolutionary causes. Although URJE denies that it is a communist front, the station considers it under PCE control and the most immediate and dangerous threat for terrorism and armed insurgency. It is stronger in Guayaquil than in Quito, and its membership in both places totals about 1,000. URJE gives unqualified support to the Cuban Revolution and several URJE leaders have traveled to Cuba, probably for revolutionary training. Hostile elements in the Ecuadorian government. The Velasquista movement, as a heterogeneous populist movement, contains political colorings from extreme right to extreme left. The Minister of Government, Manuel Araujo Hidalgo, is our most important enemy in the government, but others, such as the Minister of Education and various appointees to lesser posts, are also dangerous. The station has a continuing program for monitoring leftist penetration in the government, and the results are regularly reported to headquarters and to the ambassador and the State Department. Aside from the national government, the mayors of the provincial capitals of Ambato and Esmeraldas are revolutionary socialists. The Cuban Mission. The Cuban embassy consists of the ambassador and 4 officials. The station lacks concrete information on support by the Cuban embassy to Ecuadorian revolutionary organizations, but their overt contacts with extreme leftists leave little doubt. Araujo is their angel in the government, and of course they are supported by leftists throughout the country. While the station is making efforts to penetrate the embassy, and the Guayaquil base is doing the same against the one-man Cuban consulate, the main CIA drive is to promote a break in diplomatic relations through propaganda and political action operations. The Czech Mission. Ecuador broke diplomatic relations with Czechoslovakia in 1957, but during his last week in the presidency, Ponce received the Czech minister to Brazil and relations were again established. The station expects that within a few weeks or a little longer the Czechs will try to establish a diplomatic mission in Quito, which undoubtedly will include intelligence officers. Operations of the Quito station and the Guayaquil base are directed against these targets and are laid down in the Related Missions Directive, RMD, for Ecuador, which is a general statement of priorities and objectives. Priority A. Collect and report intelligence on the strength and intentions of communist and other political organizations hostile to the U.S., including their international sources of support and guidance and their influence in the Ecuadorian government. Objective 1. Effect agent and/or technical penetrations at the highest possible level of the Communist Party of Ecuador, PCE, the Socialist Party of Ecuador, PSE Revolutionary, the Communist Youth of Ecuador, JCE, the Revolutionary Union of Ecuadorian Youth, URJE, and related organizations. Objective 2. Effect agent and/or technical penetration of the Cuban missions in Ecuador. Priority B. Collect and report intelligence on the stability of the Ecuadorian government and on the strength and intentions of dissident political groups. Objective 1. Maintain agents and other sources at the highest levels of the government, the security services and the ruling political organization. Objective 2. Maintain agents and other sources in opposition political parties, especially among military leaders favorable to opposition parties. Priority C. Through propaganda and psychological warfare operations, 1. Disseminate information and opinion designed to counteract anti-US or pro-communist propaganda, 2. Neutralize a communist or extreme leftist influence in principal mass organizations or assist in establishing or maintaining alternative organizations under non-communist leadership. Objective 1. Place appropriate propaganda in the most effective local media. Objective 2. Support democratic leaders of political, labor, student and youth organizations, particularly in areas where communist influence is strongest, Ecuadorian Federation of University Students, FEUE, Ecuadorian Workers' Confederation, CTE, and where democratic leaders may be encouraged to combat communist subversion. That is a sizable order for such a small station and base, although the CIA budget for Ecuador is a little over $500,000 for this fiscal year. The Quito station consists of the chief, James B. Noland, deputy chief. This job is vacant and will not be filled until early next year, one operations officer, which is the job I'm being sent to, a reports officer, John Bacon, who also handles several of the most important operations, a communications officer, an administrative assistant, she handles the money and property and doubles as Noland's secretary, and a secretary typist. The entire station is undercover in the political section of the embassy with the exception of Bob Weatherwax, the operations officer under public safety cover in USOM. The Guayaquil base forms the entire small political section of the consulate, consisting of a base chief, Richard Wheeler, my predecessor in Quito, one operations officer, an administrative assistant who also handles communications, and a secretary typist. The general directives of the RMD are put into practice through a number of operations, making use of agents we have recruited, and which are summarized now in some detail, first so far as the main station at Quito is concerned, then for the Guayaquil base. Quito Foreign Intelligence and Counterintelligence Operations, FICI. Exigil. This is our most important penetration operation against the Communist Party of Ecuador and consists of two agents who are members of the PCE and close associates of Rafael Echeverria Flores, principal PCE leader in the Sierra. The agents are Mario Cardenas, whose cryptonym is Exigil 1, and Luis Vargas, who is Exigil 2. They have been reporting for about 4 years since their recruitment as walk-ins after their disillusionment with the PCE. Although the agents are close friends and originally came to the station together, they have since been discouraged from associating too closely, so that if one is ever blown, the other will not be contaminated. The separation is also designed to prevent their collaborating over what they report. Cardenas is directed through a cutout, Mario Cabeza de Vaca, a Quito milk producer who became a U.S. citizen through military service in World War II but returned to Ecuador afterwards. He is married to an American who runs the food and liquor commissary of the U.S. Embassy. Vargas is directed through another cutout, Miguel Bourbano de Lara, who is the Quito airport manager of Pan American Grace Airways. The cutouts are not supposed to know each other's identity, although each knows that Vargas and Cardenas are reporting, and they meet separately with the station reports officer, John Bacon, who handles this operation. Although neither of these agents holds important PCE elective positions, they are extremely close to Echevarria and the decision-making process in Quito. They receive information on practically all matters of importance, and the Agee project accounts for an average of about 5 or 6 disseminated intelligence reports in Washington each week. Agee. This operation consists of an agent penetration of the PCE and his cutout who also reports on the policy and plans of the Velasco government. The recruitment of the PCE agent, Atahualpa Busunslaria, Agee 3, is one of the more interesting recent station accomplishments. Early in 1960, when the leaders of Velasco's political movement began to organize for Velasco's return from Buenos Aires and the presidential campaign, Oswaldo Chiriboga, Agee, was a Velasquista leader reporting to the station on Velasco's political campaign. Chiriboga advised one day that he had recently seen his old friend, Busunz, who had been active in Ecuadorian communism but had drifted away and was now in dire financial straits. Noland, the COS, directed Chiriboga to suggest to Busunz that he become more active in the PCE and at the same time become an advisor to Chiriboga on PCE reaction to the Velasco campaign. Care was taken from the beginning to establish a secure, discreet relationship between Chiriboga and Busunz, and Noland provided Chiriboga with modest sums for Busunz's expenses as advisor, the classic technique for establishing a developmental agent's dependence on a station salary. Busunz had no trouble expanding his activities in the PCE and soon he was reporting valuable information. Chiriboga, of course, moved carefully from innocuous matters to more sensitive information while easing Busunz into an agent's dependency. Although the original rationale for Busunz's reporting ended with the elections in June, Chiriboga has since been able to convince Busunz of the continuing need for his advice. Ecolive. An agent penetration of the Revolutionary Union of Ecuadorian Youth, URJE, Ecolive, is a recent walk-in who is considered to have long-range potential for penetrating the PCE or other revolutionary organizations into which he may later be guided. For the moment he is reporting on the activities and plans of URJE for street demonstrations in support of Velasco's attempt to nullify the Rio Protocol. Eccentric. This agent is a physician, Dr. Felipe Ovalle, with a history of collaboration with the U.S. government that goes back to FBI days during World War II. Although he is a Colombian, he has lived in Ecuador for many years where he has a modest medical practice, most of which comes from his inclusion on the U.S. Embassy list of approved medical examiners for Ecuadorian applicants for visas. Ovalle's 201 agent file reveals that verification of his medical degree, supposedly obtained at a Colombian university, has proved impossible. Through the years he has developed a close relationship with President Velasco, whom he now serves as personal physician. Ovalle reports the results of his weekly meetings with Velasco to the station. Occasionally the information from this operation is interesting enough to disseminate in Washington, but usually the information is inferior to that of other agents. E-cameras. The main station activity in security preparations for the Inter-American Conference is the training and equipping of the Intelligence Department of the Ecuadorian National Police. The Intelligence Department is called the Department of Special Services of the National Police Headquarters, and its chief is Police Captain Jose Vargas, E-cameras 2, who has been given special training here and in headquarters. Weatherwax, our case officer under public safety cover, works almost exclusively with Vargas, who has been in trouble recently for being the leader of a secret society of pro-Velasco young police officers. Secret societies in the police, as in the military, are forbidden. In spite of all our efforts, Vargas seems incapable of doing very much to help us, but he has managed to develop 3 or 4 marginal reporting agents on extreme leftist activities in his hometown of Riobamba, a Sierra provincial capital, and in Esmeraldas, a coastal provincial capital. Reports from these sources come directly to Vargas, and from him to the station, because there is little interest in this type of information further up the line in the Ecuadorian government. On the contrary, With Araujo as the minister in charge of the national police, intelligence collection by a police officer is a risky activity. Intelligence needs during the Inter-American Conference will have to be satisfied largely by the station directly through unilateral operations, but before information of this kind is passed to Vargas it will have to be disguised to protect the source. Although strictly speaking e-cameras is a liaison operation, the police intelligence unit is completely run by the station. Vargas is paid a salary by Noland with additional money for his sub-agents and expenses. Some technical equipment such as photo gear and non-sensitive audio equipment has been given to Vargas by the station, and we have trained his chief technician, Lieutenant Luis Sandoval. Vargas is young and rather reckless but very friendly, well-disposed and intelligent. Although he is considered to be excellent as a long-term penetration of the national police, he could be worked into other operations in the future. His first loyalty is undoubtedly to the station, and when asked he is glad to use his police position as cover for action requested by the station. Agee. This is the station's main penetration operation against the Ecuadorian National Police other than the intelligence side, and it also produces information about the Ecuadorian Workers' Confederation, CTE. The principal agent, Colonel Wilfredo Oswaldo Lugo, Agee, has been working with the U.S. government since hunting Nazis with the FBI during World War II. Since 1947 he has been working with the Quito station, and in the police shuffle and purge during Velasco's first weeks in office, Lugo was appointed chief of the Department of Personnel of the National Police Headquarters. In contrast with the fairly open contact between Noland and Weatherwax and Captain Vargas, the intelligence chief, contact between Noland and Lugo is very discreet. The agent is considered to be a penetration of the security service, and in times of crisis his reporting is invaluable, since he is in a position to give situation reports on government plans and reactions to events as reflected in orders to police and military units. Over the years Colonel Lugo has developed several agents who report on communist and related activities. Two of these agents are currently active and are targeted against the CTE. Their reporting is far inferior to PCE penetration agents such as Cardenas, Luis Vargas, and Busance, but they are kept on the payroll as insurance in case anything ever happens to the better agents. Noland also pays a regular monthly salary to Colonel Lugo. Agee. About 2 years ago the Army established the Ecuadorian Military Intelligence Service, SIME, under Lieutenant Colonel Roger Paredes, Agee, who then made contact with Noland. Paredes had been trained by the U.S. Army at Fort Leavenworth some years earlier. In 1959, however, discouraged by the lack of support from his government for SIME, Paredes suggested to Noland that he might be more effective if he retired from the Army and worked full-time with the station. At this point SIME was only a paper organization, and even today is still useless. Paredes's suggestion to Noland came just at the time the station investigations and surveillance team was discovered to be falsifying reports and expenses. The old Exarum team was fired and Paredes retired from the Army to form a new team. He now runs a 5-man full-time team for surveillance and general investigations in Quito and, in addition, he has 2 reporting agents in the important southern Sierra town of Loja. These 2 agents are on the fringes of communist activities there. Station direction of this operation is entirely through Lieutenant Colonel Paredes, who uses the SIME organization as cover and as ostensible sponsor for the other agents in the operation. Another sub-agent is the chief of the identity card section of the Ministry of Government. As all citizens are required to register and obtain an official government-issued identity card, this agent provides on request the full name, date, and place of birth, names of parents, occupation, address and photograph of practically any Ecuadorian. His main value is to provide this data for the station links list, which is a list of about 100 communists and other activists of the extreme left whom the station considers the most dangerous. The links list is a requirement for all Western Hemisphere stations, to be maintained in case a local government in time of crisis should ask, or be asked by the U.S. government, for assistance in the emergency preventive detention of dangerous persons. The ECJAC team spends part of its time updating addresses and place of employment of current links list members and in getting the required information on new additions. The team is also used for following officers of the Cuban embassy or for following and identifying persons who visit the embassy. Their surveillance work is recognized by the station as clumsy and indiscreet, but plans call for additional training, vehicles, they have no team transportation, and perhaps radio equipment. Paredes, of course, maintains close contact with military officers in SIME so that the station can monitor that service and confirm the reporting from the U.S. Army Major who is the Military Assistance Advisory Group, MAAG, Intelligence Advisor. Ecstasy. In the Central Quito Post Office, Ecstasy 1 is the chief of the incoming airmail pouch section. As pouches arrive from Cuba, the Soviet bloc and Communist China, he sets them aside for his brother, Ecstasy 2, who passes them to the station. John Bacon, the station reports officer, processes the letters and returns them the same day for reinsertion in the mails. Payment is made on a piecework basis. Processing requires surreptitious opening, reading, photography of letters of interest, and closing. Each week Bacon reports by dispatch the gist of the letters of main interest, with copies to headquarters and other interested stations. As most of the letters are from Ecuadorians who are visiting the countries from which the letters are mailed, this postal intercept operation enables the station to monitor travelers to communist countries and their potential danger when they return. The letters also reveal leads to possible recruitment of Ecuadorians who have been invited to visit communist countries, as well as those selected for scholarships to schools such as Moscow's People's Friendship University. Still other letters are from residents of the country where the letter originates, who are writing to Ecuadorians who have visited that country. Attention is paid to possible political disaffection of the writers, for recruitment as agents in the country where the letter originates. Since the letter intake amounts to about 30 to 40 letters per day, the Ecstasy operation is time-consuming for the station officer in charge. Nevertheless, it is a valuable support operation and of considerable interest to the Cuban, Soviet, Eastern Europe and Communist Chinese branches in the DDP in headquarters. Ecuador. Travel control is another standard support function enabling the station to monitor the movements of communists, politicians, and other people of interest on the flights between Quito and other cities and on the international flights. Ecuador 1, an employee of the Civil Aviation Office at the Quito airport, passes copies of all passenger lists to Ecuador 2, who brings them to the station in the embassy. The passenger lists, which arrive in the station only one day after the flights, are circulated for perusal by each station officer and returned when the new batch is delivered. Ecuador 1 has arranged with airport immigration inspectors to note on the lists whenever a traveler's passport indicates travel to a communist country or to Cuba, and this information is reported to headquarters and indexed for station files. Any travel by people of importance, mainly local communists or communist diplomats, is reported to headquarters and appropriate stations and bases where the passenger list indicates they are traveling. Ectosome. The principal station agent for intelligence against the Czechs is Otto Kladenský, the Oldsmobile dealer in Quito. His reporting has diminished since the Czechs were expelled 3 years ago, but now that relations have been re-established he will undoubtedly be in close contact with Czech officials when they open a Quito embassy. For the time being he reports on the occasional visits of Czech trade officials, and he provides the link to a high-level penetration of the Velasquista movement, Ecxpo 1. Ecxpo. Before this year's political campaign, Noland began cultivating a retired Army Lieutenant Colonel, Reynaldo Varia Donoso, Ecxpo 1, whom he met through Kladenský. Recruitment of Varia, an important leader of Velasquistas in military circles, proceeded with the assistance of Kladenský. Funds were provided by Noland via Kladenský for Varia's successful campaign for the Senate, and in August he was elected vice president of the Senate. He reports on military support for Velasco and he maintains regular contact with the leadership in the Ministry of Defense and the principal military units. Various station salary of $700 per month is high by Ecuadorian standards, but his access to crucial intelligence on government policy and stability is adequate justification. The project also provides funds for a room rented full-time in Clayton Sky's name in the new, luxurious Hotel Quito, built for the Inter-American Conference, where Clayton Sky and Varia take their playmates. Noland occasionally meets Varia in the hotel, but he is trying to keep the relation with Varia as discreet as possible by channeling contact through Clayton Sky. Blood. Early this year, the Miami operations base, cryptonym Jamewave, was established to support operations against the Castro regime in Cuba. The Havana station is preparing to continue operations from Miami when relations with Cuba are broken and the embassy in Havana is closed. As part of the Cuban Operation Stay-Behind procedures, the Quito station was asked to provide accommodation addresses for communicating with agents in Cuba by secret writing. Lieutenant Colonel Paredes, the chief of the surveillance and investigative team, rented several post boxes which have been assigned to Cuban agents who are part of a team located in Santiago, Cuba. The chief of the team is Luis Toroella, Blood 1, a former Cuban government employee who has been trained in the U.S. and is now being sent back to Cuba to head the Blood team. The messages to Cuba are written in secret writing, SW, in Miami and forwarded by pouch to the Quito station, where a cover letter is written by Francine Jacome, Ecdozi, who is an American married to an Ecuadorian and who performs occasional support tasks for the station. The messages from Cuba to Quito are also written in a liquid SW system and are retrieved from the post boxes by Paredes, passed to the station, and forwarded to the Jamewave base in Miami. Quito Psychological and Paramilitary Operations, PP. Courage. The major station agent for placing propaganda is Gustavo Salgado, an ex-communist considered by many to be the outstanding liberal political journalist in the country. His column appears several times per week in El Comercio, the main Quito daily, and in several provincial newspapers. Salgado also writes under pseudonyms for wider publication. Proper treatment of Ecuadorian and international themes is worked out in the station by John Bacon, who is in charge of this operation too, and passed to the agent for final draft. Headquarters guidance on propaganda subjects is also passed over in considerable volume and, on request from other stations, Salgado can comment on events in other countries to be later replayed there. Salgado is also extremely useful for publishing intelligence received from agent penetrations of the PCE and like-minded groups, and for exposing communist backing for disruptive activities. The agent is paid on a production basis. Excelder. Fly sheets and handbills are a major propaganda medium in Ecuador, and the Excelder operation is a secret means for printing these kinds of throwaway notice. 5 brothers, most of whom have other employment, divide the work of operating a small family printing business. The family name is Rivadeneira and the brothers are Marcelo, Jorge, Patricio, Rodrigo, and Ramiro. The brothers are well known in local basketball circles and have been the mainstays of the principal Catholic preparatory school team, La Salle, in its traditional rivalry with the principal lay preparatory school, Mejia. Noland, who is also active in basketball circles, handles the contact with whichever brother is running the printing plant at a particular moment. The text of the fly sheets is usually written in the station by John Bacon and passed to Gustavo Salgado for final draft. After printing, they are given to a secret distribution team. The Excelder printing plant is a legitimate operation with regular commercial orders. For the station handbills, fictitious print shop symbols are often used because Ecuadorian law requires all printed material to carry the print shop symbol. The shop also has symbols for the print shop used by the communists and related groups, for use when a station-written handbill is attributed to them. Ekjob. A team of Catholic University students directed by Ekjob 1 is used to distribute the station handbills printed at the Excelder shop. Because the handbills have false print shop symbols and the team distributes without official permits, techniques for fast, efficient distribution are necessary. Usually several trucks are rented, and as they move swiftly along the crowded Quito streets, the handbills are hurled into the air. Several times team members have been arrested, but Agee 1 has been able to buy their freedom without difficulty. None of the team except the leader himself knows about U.S. Embassy sponsorship of the operation. The team is also used for wall painting, another major propaganda medium in Ecuador. Usually the team works in the early hours of the morning, painting slogans on instruction by the station, or painting out and mutilating the slogans painted by communist or pro-communist groups. Extreme caution is taken by the team in order to avoid street clashes with the opposition wall painters, who sometimes roam the streets searching for the anti-communists who spoil their work. John Bacon is also in charge of this operation. ECACTOR. The most important station operation for anti-communist political action consists of funding and guidance to selected leaders of the Conservative Party and the Social Christian movement. The operation, developed from the most important station penetration agent of the Ponce government, Renato Perez Droet, who was Secretary General of the administration under Ponce and has since returned to manage his Quito travel agency. Through Perez, the station now finances the anti-communist propaganda and political action of the Social Christian movement, of which Perez is a leader. Before the 1960 election campaign, Perez proposed to Nolan the support of a young engineer, Aurelio Davila Cages, ECACTOR 1, whom Nolan began to cultivate. Davila intensified his activities in the Conservative Party, and with station financing he was elected in June to the Chamber of Deputies, representing the distant and sparsely populated Amazonian province of Napo. Davila is now the fastest rising young leader in the Conservative Party and very closely associated with the Catholic Church hierarchy which the party represents in politics. He is an outspoken and militant anti-communist and is considered by Nolan, moreover, to have an enlightened stance on social reform. The station is now helping him to build up his personal political organization, which is branching out into student politics at the Catholic University. Normal communications between Nolan and Davila, and the passage of funds, is through Renato Perez. In emergencies, however, messages and money are passed via Barbara Svegla, the station secretary typist, who rents an apartment in Davila's apartment building where the agent also lives. Also through Renato Perez, Nolan cultivated and eventually recruited Rafael Arizaga, ECACTOR 2, who is the principal leader of the Conservative Party in Cuenca, Ecuador's third largest city. Through this agent Nolan financed Conservative Party candidates in Cuenca, including the agent's son, Carlos Arizaga Vega, ECACTOR 3, who was elected to the Provincial Council of Azue, the province of which Cuenca is capital. Communications with this branch of the ECACTOR operation are difficult, but usually Nolan travels to Cuenca for meetings, although the principal agent may go to Quito. Funds channeled through this project are now being spent on anti-communist propaganda, student politics at the University of Cuenca, and local militant street action by Conservative Party youth groups. Another agent has recently been added in order to fulfill the project's goals in Ecuador's fourth largest city, Ambato, another Sierra provincial capital. The agent is Jorge Gortaire, ECACTOR 4, a retired Army colonel, who has recently returned from service on the Inter-American Defense Board in Washington. Gortaire is on the list of pro-Ponce military officers now being purged. In 1956 he was elected as functional senator for the armed forces, but he served only part of his term before being assigned by Ponce to the Inter-American Defense Board. In Washington he was cultivated by a CIA headquarters officer assigned to spot and assess potential agent material in the delegations to the Defense Board, and reports on Gortaire were forwarded to the Quito station. Nolan has initiated contact with Gortaire and the Ecuadorian desk is processing clearance for use of this agent in anti-communist political action and propaganda in Ambato. Special importance is attached to this new agent because the mayor of Ambato is a revolutionary socialist and is using the municipal government machinery to promote infiltration by the extreme left there. Gortaire has excellent potential because he would be a likely candidate for Minister of Defense if Ponce is re-elected in the next elections. Meanwhile he will also be reporting on any rumors and reports of discontent in the military commands. Ecoptic. The socialists, it will be remembered, have split into two rival groups, the Democratic Socialist Party of Ecuador, PSE, and the Revolutionary Socialist Party, PSR. Through his work in the University Sport League, which sponsors one of the best Ecuadorian professional soccer teams, Noland met, cultivated and finally recruited Manuel Naranjo, Ecoptic I, a principal leader of the PSE. With financial support from Noland, Naranjo, an outstanding economist, was elected to the Chamber of Deputies in June, representing Pichincha, Quito, province. Financial assistance is continuing so that this agent, like the others, can build up a personal political organization and influence his party to take desired action on issues such as communism and Castro, while fighting the PSR. Ekblum. Labor operations are perhaps the weakest part of the Quito Station operational program, although considerable potential exists in political action agents such as Aurelio Davila and Manuel Naranjo. However, because of Velasco's appeal to the working class and the poor, Noland has continued to support a longtime agent in the Velasquista movement, José Baquero de la Calle. Baquero has presidential ambitions and is the leader of the rightist wing of the Velasquista movement, closely identified with the Catholic Church hierarchy. He is now Velasco's Minister of Labor and Social Welfare, and Noland hopes that non-communist labor organizations can be strengthened through his aid. His close identification with the Church, however, is restricting his potential for labor operations to the Church-controlled Catholic Labor Center, CDOC, which is a small, artisan-oriented organization. Noland pays Baquero a salary and expense money for his own political organization and for intelligence on the government and Velasquista politics. Ecourt. Student operations are run for the most part from the Guayaquil base. However, the Quito Station finances and directs the most important Ecuadorian anti-communist student newspaper, Voz Universitaria. The agent in this operation is Wilson Almeida, Ecourt I, who is the editor of the newspaper. Almeida gives the publication a liberal orientation because the Catholic student movement is supported through Renato Perez, of the Social Christian movement, and Aurelio Davila of the Conservative Party. Propaganda against the Cuban Revolution and against communist penetration in the HU, University Students' Federation, is the main function of the Ecourt newspaper. The following are the main operations of the Guayaquil base. Phi-CI operations. Echinocaras. There are already increasing signs of a policy split in the Communist Party of Ecuador, PCE, over the problem of revolutionary violence via the peaceful road to socialism. The PCE leadership grouped around Pedro Saad, the Secretary General, generally favor the long struggle of preparing the masses, while the Sierra leaders grouped around Rafael Echeverria Flores, leader of the Pichincha Provincial Committee, tend towards early initiation of guerrilla action and terrorism. Thus the communists themselves are beginning to split along Sierra coast lines, and the Guayaquil base is charged with monitoring the Saad group. The best of several base penetration agents is Echinocaras I, whose access is superior to cell level, but far from the secrets of Saad's executive committee. The Guayaquil base is hoping to snare a really first-class penetration agent, or mount a productive technical penetration, on the basis of a new targeting study now underway. ECLAT. The counterpart to the ECJAC surveillance and investigative team in Quito is the ECLAT operation in Guayaquil. This is a team of 5 agents who have access to government identification and police files. The team is directed by an ex-army officer who also reports information picked up among his former colleagues in the coastal military garrisons. As in Quito, the investigative team in Guayaquil keeps the links contingency list current for quick action against the most important activists of the extreme left. ECOXL. The main political intelligence collected by the base is through Al-Reed, an American who has spent a large part of his life in Guayaquil. He inherited a family business there, which has been doing rather badly, but he manages to keep close relations going with a variety of business, professional and political leaders. Guayaquil PP operations. Ecalico. What the base lacks in intelligence collection is made up in labor and student operations. Ecalico is the labor operation through which the base formed an organization to defeat Pedro Saad in the coast election of a functional senator for labor earlier this year. The same organization forms the nucleus for a new coastal labor confederation that will soon be launched. The principal agent in the operation is Emilio Estrada Icaza, the general manager of one of the country's largest banks. The main sub-agents are Adalberto Miranda Duran, a leader of the Guayas Provincial Federation of Employees, white-collar workers, and the base candidate who defeated Saad, Victor Contreras Zuniga, anti-communist Guayaquil labor leader, and Enrique Amador Marquez, also an anti-communist labor leader. Through Estrada the base financed Miranda's electoral campaign, which mainly consisted of the forming and registering of new, anti-communist unions in the coastal provinces, mostly in Guayaquil. The election was based on a point system weighted according to the numbers of workers in the unions recognized by the Electoral Court. Although the new unions registered through the operation were really only company social clubs, for the most part, and were generally encouraged by management as a result of the prestigious but discreet support from Estrada, the protests from the CTE and other communist-influenced labor groups were disallowed by the Electoral Court. On the contrary, just before the election the Electoral Court disqualified some 15 pro-Saad unions following protests from the Ecalico agents. The balance swung in favor of Miranda, and he was elected. Blair Moffat, the Guayaquil base chief, received a commendation from headquarters on this operation, which eliminated the PCE Secretary General from a Senate seat he had held since the 1940s. The base plan now is to follow through with the formation of a new coastal labor confederation using the same unions, agents, and cover as in the election. The CIA labor programs and the ORIT labor representative will also be used, as they were in the electoral campaign, although they are not in direct contact with the base. The long-range strategy in labor operations, obviously, is to weaken the communist and revolutionary socialist-dominated CTE while establishing and strengthening the station and base-controlled democratic union structure. ECLOS. Student election operations for control of the Ecuadorian Federation of University Students, FEUE, are run by the Guayaquil base through Alberto Alarcon, ECLOS, who is a businessman active in the Liberal Party. At different times each year, the 5 Ecuadorian universities elect new FEUE officers. An annual convention is also held when the national seat of FEUE goes in rotation from one university to another. Alarcon manages teams of agents at these electoral conventions, who are armed with anti-communist propaganda and ample funds for purchasing votes and other activities designed to swing the elections away from the communist and pro-communist candidates. Through this operation national control of the FEUE has been kept out of communist hands for several years, although communist influence is still very strong nationally and at several of the local FEUE chapters. Nevertheless, efforts to have the FEUE pull out of the Communist International Union of Students in Prague, and to affiliate with the CIA-controlled COSEC in Leiden, have been unsuccessful. Washington, D.C. November 1960. Tension and crisis prevail in the most important breakthrough in operations against the Cubans in Quito. In October the Cuban embassy chauffeur, a communist, offered his services to the embassy through an intermediary and was immediately picked up by the station. His motivation is entirely mercenary but his reporting so far has been accurate. His access is limited, of course, but he will be an extremely valuable source for information about the Cuban diplomats which we can use in trying to recruit some of them. The problem is that the agent, Ecalibi 1, missed a meeting several weeks ago and has also failed to appear for later alternative meetings. Blair Moffat, the former Guayaquil base chief who has gone temporarily to Quito until I arrive, is handling the case and has even checked at the agent's home. Nobody there knew anything of his recent movements. Moffat is afraid the chauffeur is in some kind of trouble because the ECJAC surveillance team has reported that he hasn't been showing up at the embassy. For the time being Moffat will continue to work the alternative meeting sites with extreme caution against a possible Cuban provocation. The station's campaign to promote a break in diplomatic relations between Ecuador and Cuba is stalled because Manuel Araujo, the Minister of Government and an admirer of the Cuban Revolution, is the principal leader of Velasco's program to denigrate the Ponce administration and to purge the government of Ponce's supporters. Araujo's campaign has been fairly effective, at least enough to keep our conservative and social Christian political action agents, on whom we must rely for increasing pressure for the diplomatic break, on the defensive. Araujo has also been effective in his public campaign to equate support to the government with patriotism because of increasing tension over the Rio Protocol and the Peruvian boundary issue. Last month, for example, Araujo accused the conservative youth organization, through which Aurelio Davila carries out station political action programs, of treason because it called on the Conservative Party to declare formal opposition to Velasco. Araujo was then called to the Chamber of Deputies by conservatives to answer charges that he had violated the Constitution with his remarks about treason. The session lasted from 10 p.m. until 5 a.m. the next morning. Araujo, cheered on by the screaming Velasquista galleries which shouted down the social Christians and conservatives, turned the session into another denunciation of corruption in the Ponce administration. He even accused the 48 purged military officers of treason. Because of the deafening roar from the galleries while cheering for Araujo, the conservative, social Christian, liberal and socialist deputies who had planned to question him were forced to leave the session. Araujo's new accusation of treason caused a big ripple in the military services, and the Minister of Defense and Velasco himself followed with denials that any of the officers were guilty of treason. Since those events of early October, the Velasquistas have continued to equate patriotism on the Peruvian question with support for the government. Thousands turned out on October 18 in Guayaquil for a street demonstration to support Velasco and Araujo, and a similar mass demonstration was held in Quito the following day. On October 20, the FEUE sponsored what was described as the most massive demonstration in the history of Quito. Students, government workers, and people from all walks of life joined in the march and rally at a Quito soccer stadium where Velasco and others denounced the Rio Protocol. Early in November, Araujo was called again before the Congress to answer questions. He made the trip from his ministry to the Legislative Palace riding a decrepit old horse that he claimed had been sold by Ponce's Minister of the Interior, a social Christian and close station collaborator, to the National Police for 30,000 sucres, about $2,500. He said the former minister had made his brother appear as the seller and that the useless nag ought to be embalmed and placed in a museum as a monument to the Ponce administration. During the ride from the ministry to the Congress, Araujo picked up a large crowd of followers. The spectacle of this physically deformed man less than 5 feet tall with a Van Dyke beard ridiculing the Poncista elite was just the sort of conduct that makes him so popular with the poor masses. The Velasquistas again packed the galleries to cheer Araujo wildly during his interpellation while shouting down any attempts by conservatives or social Christian legislators to criticize him. Later the same day, a group of Velasquistas attacked a demonstration by a conservative student group, and the police, controlled by Araujo as Minister of Government, first attacked the students and later persuaded the Velasquista mob to disperse. The day after the horse parade, Araujo nearly uncovered our Agee propaganda distribution team. 4 of the team were distributing a fly sheet against communism and Castro when by chance they were seen by Araujo himself. Araujo personally made the arrests, and our agents were charged with distributing flysheets without a print shop symbol, the Excelder. Print shop had erred in failing to use one of its fictitious symbols that take longer to trace. The distribution team leader couldn't buy their release this time, so Noland had to get Aurelio Davila to use his congressional leverage to get them out. The station started a campaign to get Araujo thrown out, but it is progressing slowly. Through Davila a fly sheet was circulated calling Araujo a communist because of his support for the Cuban Revolution, but Velasquista agents like Pequero, the Minister of Labor, and Reynaldo Varia, Vice President of the Senate, haven't been able to shake President Velasco's confidence in Araujo. The campaign is difficult because it's bound together with the political battle of Velasco against the conservatives and social Christians, almost negating the effectiveness of our Velasquista agents against Araujo. Care is being taken, in the campaign through the rightist political agents like Davila, to focus on identifying Araujo with communism and to avoid criticizing Velasco himself. Our forces came off second best just a few days ago, however, when the social Christians sponsored a wreath-laying ceremony in commemoration of the death of a student killed during Velasco's previous administration when police invaded a school to throw out strikers. During the days before the ceremony, which was planned to include a silent march, Araujo's subsecretary denounced the ceremony as a provocation designed to cause a clash between Catholic students and the government. When the march arrived at the Independence Plaza in front of the presidential palace, groups of Velasquistas attacked with clubs and rocks. The marchers were forced out of the plaza, and their floral offering left at the Independence Monument was destroyed. The Velasquista mob, now in control of the plaza, cheered Velasco wildly when he returned to the palace after a speech in another part of town. Numerous clashes followed during the afternoon and evening as the Velasquista mobs roamed the streets attacking the remnants of the social Christian march, which was also repressed by police cavalry. The government, however, clearly prefers to use its political supporters rather than the police to suppress opposition demonstrations, and the same tactics used in the Congress are now proving their worth in the streets. As if all this weren't bad enough, Araujo just expelled one of our labor agents, John Snyder, the Inter-American representative of the Post, Telegraph, and Telephone Workers International, PTTI, who for 2 years has been organizing Ecuadorian communications workers. Araujo accused him of planning a strike to occur just before the Inter-American Conference, but the real reason was a CTE request for Snyder's expulsion because he was so effective. José Baquero de la Calle, our Minister of Labor, could do nothing to help, he just doesn't carry the weight with Velasco that Araujo carries. The campaign against Araujo has been hampered by the crisis atmosphere over the boundary problem with Peru. In September, Velasco sent his foreign minister to the UN General Assembly where he repeated the denunciation of the Rio Protocol because it was signed while Peruvian troops still occupied parts of Ecuador. The minister added that Ecuador would raise the issue at the Inter-American Conference. Peru countered by calling for a meeting of the guarantor powers and threatening not to attend the conference. The guarantor powers, including the U.S. delegation, met in Rio de Janeiro in October but no public statement was issued. However, State Department documents at the Ecuador desk reveal that the guarantors voted to disallow Ecuador's unilateral abrogation of the protocol, but they followed with private appeals to both countries for a peaceful settlement. In early December, nevertheless, a public statement is going to be issued rejecting Velasco's position. The reaction in Ecuador will be strong. In Guayaquil in September, our consulate and the Peruvian consulate were stoned because of the Rio Protocol. The station has received isolated reports that Velasco might turn to the Soviets or Cubans for support when he sees that the boundary issue is going against him. Moreover, the Minister of Education is suspected of having opened negotiations for an arms purchase during his recent trip to Czechoslovakia, although the announced purpose of the trip was for the purchase of technical equipment for Ecuadorian schools. In Ecuador, the congressional sessions are set by the Constitution from August 10 until October 7, but extension for up to 30 days is possible. This year's Congress voted the extended session, but in the battling between rightists and Velasquistas there was no significant legislation on any reforms, particularly agrarian reform, which had been one of the central promises of the Velasquista campaign. On the other hand, repeal of the civil service career law set administrative reform back a few years. Worse still, the Congress in secret session just before going into recess, voted a 50% increase in its own salaries retroactive to the opening of the session in August. The new amount is equivalent to $25 per day, by Ecuadorian standards rather generous considering that 2/3 of the population have a family income of only $10 per month. During the final 2 weeks before I was appointed to the Foreign Service, I had to take a special course in labor operations. Although the course was supposed to be for mid-career labor operations specialists, the WH Division training officer told me I was needed to fill a quota, while he assured me that I wouldn't have to run labor operations just because the course is on my record. Nominally the course was under the Office of Training, but the people who really run it are from 10/4, Branch 4, Labor, of the International Organizations Division. The course was dominated by bickering between the 10 officers and the Area Division case officers over use of the labor agents controlled by 10 Division under Cord Meyer. Officers from WH Division were practically unanimous in condemning ORIT, which is the regional organization for the Western Hemisphere of the International Confederation of Free Trade Unions. They said ORIT is hopeless, discredited and completely ineffective for attracting non-communist labor organizations in Latin America. Agency leaders, at the apparent urging of George Meany and Serafino Romualdi, are convinced, however, that ORIT can be salvaged, and so WH Division must try to help. Much emphasis was given to the advantages of using agents in the different international trade secretariats in which, in Latin America at least, the agency has considerable control. Lloyd Haskins, Executive Secretary of the International Federation of Petroleum and Chemical Workers, gave us a lecture on how he can help in organizing Latin American workers in the critical petroleum industry. Also having interesting possibilities for Latin America is the International Federation of Plantation, Agricultural and Allied Workers, IFPA, which was founded last year to carry on the rural organizing begun several years ago through the ICFTU Special Plantation Committee, which had special success in Malaya. In Latin America we use this union in a similar way to deny the peasant base of guerrilla movements through the organization and support of peasant unions within the larger area of agrarian reform and development of cooperatives. Overall, the course emphasized that agency labor operations must seek to develop trade unions in underdeveloped countries that will focus on economic issues and stay away from politics and the ideology of class struggle. This is the Gompers' tradition of American trade unionism, which, when promoted in poor countries, should raise labor costs and thereby diminish the effect that imports from low-cost labor areas has on employment in the U.S. After the labor course I took the 2-week orientation course at the State Department's Foreign Service Institute. Although the course was generally boring, and I only took it because of cover requirements, it got me thinking about the place agency operations occupy within the larger context of U.S. foreign policy towards Latin America. There seem to be two main programs that the Latin American governments must promote: first, economic growth through industrialization, and second, economic, social, and administrative reforms so that gross injustice can be eliminated. For economic growth they need capital, technology, and political stability. U.S. government programs are helping with these needs, particularly since Vice President Nixon's trip 2 years ago. The Inter-American Development Bank was founded last year, Export-Import Bank financing is being increased, the technical assistance programs of ICA are being expanded, and now the Social Progress Trust Fund is to be established with $500 million from the U.S. for health, housing, education, and similar projects. From Kennedy's speeches on Latin America, some people conclude that these programs will be expanded still more when he becomes president. CIA operations are crucial to the economic growth and political stability programs, because of the inevitable capital flight and low private investment whenever communism becomes a threat. The Cuban Revolution has stirred up and encouraged the forces of instability all over the hemisphere, and it's our job to put them down. CIA operations promote stability through assisting local governments to build up their security forces, particularly the police but also the military, and by putting down the extreme left. That, in a nutshell, is what we're doing, building up the security forces and suppressing, weakening, destroying, the extreme left. Through these programs we buy time for friendly governments to effect the reforms that will eliminate the injustices on which communism thrives. The Cuban Revolution has swung to the far left. The State Department, and American businesses, are fearful that Cuba will try to export its revolution to other countries in the hemisphere, which might result in nationalization of holdings. The top priority of the United States in Latin America is to seal off Cuba from the continent. In Quito, our orders are to do everything possible to force Ecuador to break diplomatic and economic relations with Cuba, and also to weaken the Communist Party there, no matter what the cost. For weeks Janet and I have been getting shots, for every known disease, I think, and she's been attending sessions on foreign service protocol and on what's expected of an embassy wife. Bob Weatherwax has been telling us a lot about housing and the life there. It sounds just too fantastic. He brought a Christmas shopping list from the Nolan family and we're sending all their gifts down with our air freight. It won't be long now. Today I made my last stop in the division on final checkout. It was in the records branch for assignment of pseudonym, the secret name that I'll use for the next 30 years on every piece of internal agency correspondence, dispatches, cables, reports, everything I write. It will be the name by which I'll be known in promotions, fitness reports, and other personnel actions. I sign the forms, acknowledging with my true name that in secret employment with the CIA I will use the assigned official pseudonym. Then I read the name, how can I miss, with Jeremy S. Hodap. Quito, Ecuador, December 6, 1960. Finally here. Outplotting DC-7 took over 10 hours to get to Quito, including stops in Panama and Cali, but Janet and I were in the first-class section thanks to government policy allowing the extra expense for long flights. Former Ecuadorian President Galo Plaza, the Liberal Party leader who lost to Velasco this year, was sitting behind us and it would have been interesting to talk to him, but I was afraid it might seem presumptuous. The weather was clear and sunny as we approached Quito, and through the windows of the aircraft we could see snow-capped volcanoes and green valleys that extended up the sides of mountains to what seemed like almost vertical cultivations. I wonder how they plow at such an angle. Everyone's heard of the Andes Mountains, but actually to see this breathtaking scenery is almost overwhelming. At the Quito Air Terminal, an ultra-modern building just completed for the Inter-American Conference, we were welcomed by Blair Moffat, who gave us the embassy orientation folder, mostly pointers on Ecuadorian health hazards. Then he dropped us at a small hotel in a residential section less than a block from the embassy itself. A little while later Nolan came to greet us with a pleasant surprise. He had tickets for us to see the bullfight this afternoon with his wife and some of their friends. Today is Quito's most important annual festival, the celebration of the city's liberation from Spanish rule. The festivities have been going on for some days with bullfights, parades and livestock shows. I'm not sure I liked the bullfight. It was exciting all right, and the music and ols were stirring, but if Paco Camino is really one of the world's best, I wonder what second-raters are like. He practically butchered that bull trying to get him to fall. Afterwards we went to a party with the Nolans at the home of the family that controls the movie theaters. Everyone there seemed to be related by blood or marriage, almost, and among the guests was Jorge Acosta, Velasco's nephew and one of the station's best friends in the government. He runs the National Planning Board, not a terribly powerful job, but as President Velasco's family favorite he is not far from decision-making. Just recently Acosta advised that Weatherwax, our officer under public safety cover, can now return without danger. Tension on the political scene has increased, if anything, in the past week. On December 1 the Quito municipal government, which is under Liberal Party control, began its new sessions. There was serious rioting between Liberal and Velasquista mobs, and when Araujo's police intervened they threw their first tear gas grenade at the Liberal mayor. Tomorrow the guarantor powers will release their decision denying Ecuador's claim that the Rio Protocol is void. Nolan doesn't think the announcement will be taken calmly. Quito, December 8, 1960. They say it takes a while to get used to this 9,000 feet plus altitude. The air is thin and I seem to be unusually sleepy, but neither of us has had any sign of the terrible headaches some people get. The nights are cool, and there is quite a difference between being in the shade and the sunshine, but because it is so dry here, people wear woolen clothing even on hot days. The nicest thing about Quito, so far, are the flowers. It seems just like springtime, in fact, and someone told me that here there are only two seasons, wet and dry, but flowers all year. As soon as we can we're going to visit the monument north of town where the equator passes. It's about a half-hour drive and you can take photographs with one foot in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern. Nolan says he wants me to take over the operations that Blair Moffett has been running so that he can return to Washington. But Blair said he can't return until he finds out what happened to the Cuban embassy chauffeur. The announcement on the Rio Protocol was a bitter blow in the face of all the recent civic demonstrations and new hopes fomented by Velasco since he took office. A really big demonstration is being organized for tomorrow at the Independence Plaza. Quito, December 9, 1960. Emotions have overflowed. Today, my fourth day in Quito, I saw my first mob attacks against a U.S. embassy. I was late leaving the hotel and the manager warned me that rioters had already been stoning the embassy. When I arrived only a small group was still chanting in front, but I entered at the rear and saw that many windows were broken during the earlier raids. Throughout the day the station telephones were ringing as agents called to report the movements of the URJE-led rioters who returned to attack the embassy a number of times. Araujo kept the police away, so the mobs could operate almost at will. I watched from the station offices on the top floor. Their favorite chant, as they hurled their stones, was, "Cuba, Russia, Ecuador." The Ecuadorian North American Cultural Institute, which is run by United States Information Service, USIS, and the Peruvian embassy were also attacked, as was our consulate in Guayaquil. While the embassy was being attacked, almost all the Quito buses suspended service and gathered north of town where they began a caravan into Independence Plaza, picking up loads of people along the way. The plaza was jammed with thousands when the speeches began, which included attacks on the Rio Protocol by Velasco and his foreign minister. Araujo, for his part, called for diplomatic relations with the Soviets if that were necessary for Ecuador to attain justice. The crowd chanted frequent denunciations of the guarantor powers and the OAS. Later the foreign minister announced that 2 Czech diplomats will be arriving shortly to open the Czech legation here. Quito, December 14, 1960. Attacks against the embassy have continued, but they now seem smaller and more sporadic. Police protection has been improved and there were even some army units sent to the embassy. Araujo was forced to send the police protection back by cooler heads in the government like Acosta. The riots spread to other cities, too, where binational cultural centers were attacked. More public demonstrations have been held, the largest of which was yesterday when a March of Justice brought thousands again to the Independence Plaza. URJE continues to be the most important force behind the attacks, although the marches and demonstrations are sponsored by a variety of organizations and are inspired mostly from civic motives. 2 important labor organizations have just been formed, but for the time being only one is ours. In Guayaquil, the Acalico agents who ran Miranda's campaign to defeat the PCE General Secretary, Saad, as functional senator for labor, held a convention on 9 to 11 December and formed the Regional Confederation of Ecuadorian Coastal Trade Unions, CRICL, as a permanent mechanism to fight the CTE on the coast, mainly in Guayas province. Both of the principal action agents, Victor Contreras and Enrique Amador, are on the executive committee, Contreras as president. The ORIT representative was very helpful, especially in providing unwitting cover for our agents. The plan now is to affiliate CRICL with the ORITICFTU structure in place of the current Ecuadorian affiliate, the small and ineffective Guayas Workers' Confederation, COG, which our Guayaquil base had been supporting. In Quito, the USOM Labor Division, whose main work consists of giving courses in free trade unionism throughout the country, has taken the first step towards the formation of a national, non-communist trade union confederation. Under their direction during the first week this month, the Coordinating Committee of Free Trade Unionists of Ecuador was established. This committee will soon begin establishing provincial coordinating committees which will develop into provincial federations. Eventually a national confederation will be established. The station plan is to let USOM direct these early stages and later, After the new deputy chief of station arrives, we will probably move in on the formation of the National Confederation. For the moment, getting Miranda in the Senate and forming CRICL are as much as we can manage. Bill Doherty, the inter-American representative of the PTTI, and another of IO Division's international labor agents, arrived a few days ago to pick up the pieces from John Snyder's expulsion. He's trying to arrange for continued PTTI support to the Communications Workers Union, Fintel, in organization, training, and housing, but Araujo's hostility hasn't changed. Noland is reluctant to show our connections with Doherty to Baquero de la Calle, the Minister of Labor, by insisting on special treatment, but even if he tried, Baquero probably couldn't outmaneuver Araujo. Guayaquil student operations have also had a big success. The FEUE National Congress was held in Puerto Viejo earlier this month, and the ECLOS forces under Alberto Alarcón finally attained a long-sought goal. The Congress adopted a new system for electing officers of the various FEUE chapters. From now on the elections will be direct, obligatory, and universal as opposed to the old indirect system that gave the communist and other leftist minorities a distinct advantage. The national seat for the coming year will be Quito, where FEUE leadership is in moderate hands. I've met Ambassador Birnbaum. He arrived only a few weeks before I did, and this is his first post as ambassador. He is a career foreign service man and not very colorful. Noland said he knows nothing about our operations, not even the political action operations, and doesn't want to. Today the ambassador visited Velasco with a message from Kennedy, and he took advantage of the visit to announce that loans for certain public works and development projects have been approved in principle by U.S. lending institutions. The announcement is supposed to assuage anti-US sentiment. Press reports have alleged that several governments are seeking a postponement or change of site for the Inter-American Conference, partly because of the riots, and the Cuban press and radio are suggesting that Ecuador may follow Cuba in repudiating the Inter-American system. Quito, December 15, 1960. Aurelio Davila, one of the main political action agents of the ECACTOR project, won an important and clever victory today. He was behind a mass demonstration of support to Velasco's policy on the Rio Protocol, which backfired on Araujo. Students from all the Catholic schools and the Catholic University marched to Independence Plaza, where they chanted slogans against communism. Velasco was on the platform and the Minister of Defense had begun to speak when a small group of counter-demonstrators began chanting Cuba, Russia, Ecuador, which prompted a flurry of "Down with Communism" from the mass of students. Araujo, who was also on the speaker's platform, descended to join the counter-demonstrators. Almost immediately a riot began and Velasco had to grab the microphone and ask for calm. The speeches continued, including one by Velasco, but the president was clearly annoyed at Araujo's having disrupted this huge demonstration of support. At the instigation of Davila and other Conservative Party leaders, the Cardinal issued a pastoral letter which was released today. The Cardinal, whose influence is at least equal to that of any politician including Velasco, warns that religion and the fatherland are in grave and imminent danger from communism, adding that Ecuador should not move towards Cuba and Russia in search of support on the boundary issue. Tonight another demonstration of support for Velasco's Peruvian policy was held, but it was by a leftist organization called the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, PLPR, which is an offshoot of the youth wing of the Liberal Party but with many Velasquista supporters. The speakers included Araujo and Gonzalo Villalba, a vice president of the CTE and one of the leaders of the Communist Party in Quito. They called for diplomatic and commercial relations with the Soviets while condemning the US and conservatives. Quito, December 16, 1960. Araujo's out? Late this afternoon it was announced at the presidential palace that Araujo's resignation had been accepted, but we had been receiving reports all day that Velasco was getting rid of him. We have poured out a steady stream of propaganda against him for some weeks and his behavior at yesterday's demonstration clinched matters. The foreign minister, who is a good friend of the U.S., has also been working to get Araujo fired, and of course Araujo's own identification with the extreme left gave him little room to maneuver. Since Araujo's resignation was announced, street clashes have been continuous between his supporters, mostly from the URJE, and anti-Araujo Velasquistas. Right now the downtown area is full of tear gas, but we learn from several agents that the rioters are finally dispersing. Quito, December 22, 1960. Civic demonstrations on the Peruvian question have continued, but they have lost their anti-US flavor. In fact, they have almost been replaced by a campaign by Catholic groups to show support for the cardinal in response to an attack against his pastoral letter on communism, made by the revolutionary socialist labor senator. Aurelio Davila is leading the campaign, funded from the Ecactor project, which includes letters and signatures published in the newspapers by Catholic organizations like CDOC, the Labor Confederation, and the National Catholic Action Board, of which Davila is a vice president. Today the campaign reached a peak with a demonstration by thousands who marched through the Quito streets in the rain chanting slogans against Cuba, communism, and Russia. The cardinal himself was the main speaker, and he repeated his warning in the pastoral letter of the imminent danger of communism. He's almost 90 years old, but he's really effective. I've taken over my first operations and met my first real live agents. At last I'm a genuine clandestine operations officer. The first operation I took over was ECJAC, the surveillance and general investigations team run by Lieutenant Colonel Paredes. Blair took me out to meet him a couple of days ago, and through him I'm continuing to keep a watch near the Cuban embassy for any signs of the missing chauffeur. With this operation I also took over the secret writing correspondence with the agents in Cuba, and I proposed to headquarters that we could save time if a trainer were sent to teach me to write and develop the letters. That way we could cable the messages and save the time required to pouch the SW letters. In a few days Noland will introduce me to Francine Hakame, who writes the cover letters. Blair also turned over the ECFONI operation to me. The principal agent, Oswaldo Chiribaga, was appointed Ecuadorian charge d'affaires to Holland, and the Hague station is going to use him against Soviet and satellite diplomats. We had to get a new cutout to Busunce, the Communist Party penetration agent, and Noland chose Velasco's physician, Dr. Ovalle, in order to sustain the cover story used from the beginning on this operation. Dr. Ovalle will advise by telephone when he gets reports from Busunce, and I'll go to his office to get them. This operation took on even greater significance in October when Busunce was elected to the Pichincha Provincial Committee. With the schism growing between the PCE Coastal and Sierra leadership, this is equivalent to having an agent on the local executive committee. The station seems to have turned into a Santa Claus operation these last few days. At Noland's house all the wives with their servants have been wrapping bonbons, cartons of cigarettes, boxes of cigars, bottles of whiskey, cognac, champagne, and wine, and dozens of golf balls. These are operational Christmas gifts to agents and to contacts, friends who might eventually be useful agents. Most officers in CIA stations are expected to develop personal relationships with as wide a variety of local leaders as possible, whether in business, education, professions, or politics. State Department cover in WH Division facilitates the cultivation of these contacts, while station funds for entertainment, club dues, gifts, and supplements to the regular housing allowances give us considerable advantages over our State Department colleagues. Noland is clearly a great hit with the Ecuadorians. He seems to know everyone in town who counts. He's a former college football star and coach with lots of personal charm and energy. His wife is the national women's golf champion and an ex-captain in the WACS. Together they are the most effective couple in the embassy and are lionized by the local community. Mostly they've developed these contacts through Noland's political and sports work and the very active role both have at the Quito Tennis and Golf Club. Quito, December 30, 1960. There seems now to be little doubt that the Inter-American Conference will be postponed. Peru insists it won't attend because of Ecuador's intention of raising the protocol issue. Venezuela and the Dominican Republic are still in a crisis over Trujillo's attempt to assassinate Betancourt, and US-Cuban relations are getting still worse. We all know the invasion is coming, but certainly not until Kennedy takes over. Peru's break in relations with Cuba today hasn't helped prospects for the conference. The break is partly a show of appreciation to the U.S. for the October ruling by the guarantors on the protocol, but it's also the result of a Lima station operation in November. The operation was a commando raid by Cuban exiles against the Cuban embassy in Lima, which included the capture of documents. The Lima station inserted among the authentic documents several that had been forged by TSD, including a supposed list of persons in Peru who received payments from the Cuban embassy totaling about $15,000 monthly. Another of the forged documents referred to a non-existent campaign of the Cuban embassy in Lima to promote the Ecuadorian position on the Rio Protocol. Because not many Peruvians believed the documents to be genuine, the Lima station had great difficulty in getting them publicized. However, a few days ago a conservative deputy in the Peruvian Congress presented them for the record, and yesterday they finally surfaced in the Lima press. Although the Cubans have protested that the documents are apocryphal, a recent defector from the Cuban embassy in Lima, present during the raid and now working for the agency, has confirmed that the TSD documents are genuine. The conservative Peruvian government then used the documents as the pretext for breaking relations with Cuba. We could do something similar here, but Velasco probably wouldn't take action. He wants Cuban support against Peru on the protocol issue, if he can get it. The disappearance of the Cuban embassy chauffeur is now solved. He tried to impress the embassy gardener by telling him about working for us. The gardener told one of the Cubans and the chauffeur was fired. He panicked and has been hiding out in a provincial village, convinced that the Cubans will try to kill him. He came into the embassy yesterday and Blair met him. There's no saving the operation, but Blair gave him a modest sum to get him back to the village and help him for a little while. Noland is really angry with Blair because he thinks Blair didn't take enough pains teaching the agent good security. Too bad, I was hoping I might get this operation too. Blair returns to Washington now. Quito, January 4, 1961. The Inter-American Conference will definitely be postponed now that the U.S. has broken relations with Cuba. All cables and correspondence formerly sent to the Havana station are now to be sent to the J-Wave station in Miami. I suppose the conference won't be held until after the J-Mark invasion by the exiles. Holding it after the Cuban Revolution is wiped out will change the security situation here. For one thing, we won't have the Cuban embassy's support to URJE to worry about, and all these would-be protesters and agitators may not be so enthusiastic. 2 Czech diplomats have just arrived to open a legation. Headquarters had traces on only one of them, who is a suspect intelligence officer. At headquarters' request, we will watch closely, through agents like the Oldsmobile dealer, Clayton Sky, for indications on the permanent building they intend to buy or rent. Before their expulsion in 1957 we had their code room bugged, and headquarters wants to try again. Weatherwax, our public safety officer, is back, and through him we hope to improve intelligence collection in rural areas, which is now almost nil. Contraband operations complicate the problem. Some areas, particularly those from just north of Quito to the Colombian border, live from the contraband traffic, and rural security forces, if they're not in the pay of the contraband rings, are often engaged in small wars against them. The weakness of rural security forces is practically an invitation to guerrilla operations, so we hope to strengthen them through the public safety mission and get some rural intelligence collection going at the same time. Quito, January 29, 1961. Today is the anniversary of the signing of the Rio Protocol, and we thought we might get some attacks on the embassy. The only violence, however, was among the Ecuadorians. In Guayaquil, the Minister of Foreign Relations gave a speech on the boundary problem, and in a procession afterwards to Guayaquil University he was jeered and booed as a traitor. Araujo and his friends in URJE are determined to get the minister fired because he was one of the forces behind Araujo's expulsion, and he's also a good friend of the U.S. The campaign against him is based on his having been a member of the Ecuadorian Commission that signed the protocol in 1942. I've taken over the ecstasy letter intercept from John Bacon. He has been using old-fashioned techniques that took a lot of time, so I asked for a TSD photographic technician to come and overhaul the station darkroom where I have to process the letters. The TSD photographic and SW technicians have now both finished their work. The darkroom looks brand new. Everything's in order and the technician will send some new equipment in coming weeks. An SW technician has also come to train me to write and develop the messages to and from the agents in Cuba, and she left a supply of developer and ink pills. Now the Miami base will cable messages for me to send and I'll cable the incoming messages after development. Quito, February 1, 1961. Velasco's low tolerance of opposition is about to touch off another crisis. 2 days ago at the opening ceremony of the National Medical Association convention he exchanged angry words with the liberal Quito mayor. Then yesterday, at the inauguration of a new fertilizer plant where both were present, Velasquistas hissed and booed the mayor and threw tomatoes at him, forcing him to leave the ceremony. Last night supporters of both Velasco and the mayor held street demonstrations and the Minister of Government is making threats against people who disturb public order, not to be mistaken for the Velasquistas, of course. Today the Minister of Government closed a Quito radio station under an administrative pretext, failure to renew its license on time, following an opinion program in which listeners were encouraged to call and participate in the program by expressing their support for the mayor. The minister himself called the radio station during the program and his threats against the station were broadcast as part of the program. Later he closed the station. More Velasquista street demonstrations tonight. Quito, February 8, 1961. There has been a serious uprising at a large hacienda in Chimborazo province south of here. Some 2,000 Indians turned against the hacienda owner and the local authorities. 3 policemen were injured, the army was called out, 2 Indians were killed and over 60 arrested. The leaders of the Indians were organizers from the Campesino Commission of the CTE, and the Revolutionary Socialist Labor Senator, also a CTE leader, has started a campaign for the Indians' release. The Indians' grievances were legitimate enough, they often are badly treated on these enormous estates. In this case the owner hadn't paid them since last year and wasn't keeping accounts of their daily work. The CTE is also demanding an investigation into alleged torture of the Indians who were arrested, and recognition of their demands, wages, housing, and schools. Several people have told me that this is the type of incident that chills the blood of the landowners here. If only one of these risings got out of hand and began to spread, there would be no telling where it would end. Probably right in the presidential palace. Quito, February 15, 1961. Our new Deputy Chief of Station, Gil Saudade, arrived early this month. He's taking over the labor and student operations, but Bacon will keep the Acurge media operation. Saudade and I are working closely on preparing agents to send to the Latin American Conference for National Sovereignty, Economic Emancipation, and Peace, scheduled for the first week of March in Mexico City. Gil's agents are Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr., Eclure 2, and Antonio Oloacapiano, Eclure 3. Until he arrived they were treated as developmental prospects by Noland, who was helping finance their takeover of the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, PLPR. This party is attracting a considerable following among young supporters of Velasco, and we hope to use it to channel these radicals away from support to Cuba and from anti-Americanism. Araujo's supporters are among those we most hope to attract, and Gil will be certain that the party keeps its leftist character and firm opposition to the traditional Ecuadorian political parties. The agent really in control is Juan Yepes del Pozo, Sr., a writer who is also director of the Ecuadorian Institute of Sociology. He has larger political ambitions and is the party's chief advisor. The conference in Mexico City is sponsored by the leftist, former President of Mexico, Lázaro Cárdenas, as a propaganda exercise in support of the Cuban Revolution. Because communists and leftists from all over the hemisphere will be there, headquarters asked stations months ago to propose agents who could attend for intelligence gathering. Besides Gil's agents, we're sending Atahualpa Busunts, one of our best PCE penetration agents. Both headquarters and the Mexico City station were pleased that he can attend, and I've sent requirements to him in writing. Through Dr. Ovalle. If possible, he will try to get invited for a visit to Cuba after the conference is over. Our propaganda operations have been promoting considerable comment adverse to Cuba. The general theme is the danger of penetration by international communism in the Western Hemisphere through Cuba, but recently specific stories have highlighted statements by Cuban exile leaders Manuel de Varona and José Miro Cardona. Alarmist accusations of Cuban subversive activities included one report coming from Cubans in Miami that Castro has sent arms to guerrillas in Colombia and arms to Ecuador to use against Peru. These stories originally surfaced in El Tiempo in Bogotá and were repeated in El Comercio in Quito. Still another story which came from Havana alleged that Castro's efforts to penetrate South America are concentrated mainly through Ecuador and Brazil. This story also accused Castro of contributing $200,000 to the Mexico City conference. Araujo has helped our propaganda operations by appearing on television in Havana and promising the support of the Ecuadorian government and people to the Cuban Revolution. The reaction here was strong, and both Velasco and the foreign minister issued statements rejecting Araujo's generosity. Gustavo Salgado, the well-known columnist, is placing most of this material for us, and he also arranged for a replay of follow-up propaganda about the exile assault on the Cuban embassy in Lima last November. The commando leader has recently been interviewed by the Agencia Orbe Latinoamericano news service, which is a hemisphere-wide propaganda operation of the station in Santiago, Chile. He said that other documents captured during the raid, besides the list of Peruvians paid by the Cuban embassy in Lima, revealed that Cuba was using certain Peruvians and Ecuadorians in the hope of setting off an armed conflict between the two countries, which in turn would prepare the atmosphere for a communist rising in Peru. In his column today, Salgado rehashed the background and the interview and called for the publication of the names of the Ecuadorians working in this Cuban adventure. Araujo, of course, would be first on the list. The other documents are, of course, also agency produced. The purpose of the campaign is to prepare public opinion so that reaction to the Cuban invasion, when it comes, will be softened. Other stations in Latin America are doing the same, but here we can also tie the propaganda to Cuban interference in the boundary dispute. Quito, February 18, 1961. Velasco is reacting strongly to the leftist campaign to force the foreign minister to resign, and some of our reports suggest this may be the beginning of the end for his fourth term. Yesterday morning the foreign minister had accompanied a distinguished Colombian jurist, an expert in international law and proponent of the Ecuadorian thesis on the nullity of the Rio Protocol, to the Central University where he had been invited to speak. As they arrived, several hundred students began jeering the foreign minister and throwing tomatoes at him. Several tomatoes hit him, but he found shelter in the building and the Colombian made his speech. Velasco was furious because the scandal has upset his propaganda campaign for using the Colombian against Peru, even though it was the foreign minister who was attacked. Today the government arrested 5 URJE members for taking part in the incident, which in turn has caused another spate of protests. The CTE condemned the arrests and also demanded freedom for the PCE Indian organizer Carlos Rodriguez, who is in jail in Riobamba over the recent Chimborazo Indian rising. The Revolutionary Socialists are protesting because 3 of those arrested are members of its youth group. The FEUE is protesting because the 5 arrested are university students. The protests include demands for the resignations of both the foreign minister and the minister of government, the latter for illegal arrest of the students and the closing of the radio station on February 1. Quito, February 20, 1961. This has been a day of great violence. Yesterday the Minister of Government ordered the release of the 5 students, but they refused to leave the jail. They demanded a habeas corpus hearing because that would be held under the Quito mayor and could be used to embarrass Velasco and force the resignation of the minister. During the early hours of this morning the students were forced into police cars and driven separately to isolated sectors of town where they were forced out of the cars. The law and philosophy faculties led by members of URJE began an indefinite strike this morning for the resignations of the Ministers of Government and Foreign Relations. The strike committee is supported by the Quito FEUE leadership, which has called a 48-hour strike for the whole university, and the University Council headed by the rector has issued its own protest against the government. After the strike was announced this morning, a Velasquista mob composed mostly of government employees in the State Monopolies and Customs Service gathered at the downtown location of the philosophy faculty. After a verbal confrontation with the striking students, the mob began stoning them to force them inside the faculty building. For much of the morning they continued to control the streets around the faculty and to menace the students with terrible violence. The university administration and the students formed a special committee to visit the Minister of Government to plead for police protection for the striking students against the mob. The minister simply advised that the government would not move against the strikers, leaving open the question of police protection. About 5 o'clock this afternoon the mob gathered again, this time in Independence Plaza, where they chanted praise to Velasco and condemnation of the students. From there they marched to the Ministry of Government, where the minister spoke to them from a balcony, saying he had acted legally in arresting the Jive students for throwing tomatoes at the foreign minister, but that no sooner were they released than they declared a strike. I've had the surveillance team under Colonel Paredes scattered about the downtown area since the strike began this morning. Paredes has given us their reports on the movements of the mob and the danger that the students might be lynched. We've cabled reports to headquarters, but Noland isn't making predictions yet on whether Velasco will last. He thinks there will have to be some bloodshed before the military gets restless. Quito, February 21, 1961. Guayaquil was the center of today's action. A street demonstration by FEUE and URJE this morning was attacked by Velasquista mobs controlled by the mayor. Unlike Quito, in Guayaquil the mayor is a powerful supporter of Velasco. The marchers were forced several times to seek refuge in the buildings of Guayaquil University when shots were fired from the mob. Police eventually broke up the clash with tear gas, and university authorities have protested to the government and asked for protection for the students. Another demonstration by the students in Guayaquil was held tonight and was again attacked by Velasquista mobs. Eventually the marchers returned to the university, and who should be the main speaker but Araujo. He had just returned from Cuba today and was carried by the students on their shoulders from his hotel to the university. In his speech he lavished praise on the Cubans and described recent protest demonstrations in Havana against the killing of Patrice Lumumba. Manuel Naranjo, Noland's agent, who is a deputy of the Moderate Socialist Party, got the party to publish a statement today criticizing the role of URJE in the student strike and in the tomato attack against the foreign minister. Wilson Almeida, the editor of our main student propaganda organ Voz Universitaria, also published a statement against URJE participation and in support of the foreign minister. The Velasquista Association of Professionals published a statement supporting the Minister of Government. The main propaganda item today, however, was from the Cuban embassy, which released a sensational statement alleging that during the coming Holy Week attacks will be made against religious processions by persons shouting Viva Fidel, Cuba, and Russia. Blame for the attacks would be placed on the Cuban embassy. In the statement the Cubans also denied the allegation circulated recently that 60 Cubans had come to Ecuador to make trouble, adding that agents paid by the U.S. are entering the country from Peru. The statement also tried to clarify Araujo's television remarks in Havana as an expression of solidarity between Ecuadorians and Cubans, such as Velasco has repeatedly expressed. The statement went on to defend the Cuban photographic exhibit now on display in Quito as expressive of the works of the revolution, not communist propaganda as suggested in recent rightist criticism of the exhibit, adding that the exhibit is sponsored by the CTE, the National Cultural Institute and Central University, as well as the embassy. The statement ended by alleging that all these recent provocations are designed to disturb the good relations between Cuba and Ecuador and to impede Cuban participation in the Inter-American Conference. The real culprit, according to the statement, is the U.S. government with assistance from Peru because of Cuba's support to Ecuador on the Rio Protocol issue. The statement ended with words of praise for Velasco. From what I gather, this is an extraordinary statement for a diplomatic mission to make. It shows, among other things, that our propaganda is hurting the Cubans, and Noland hopes to get the political action agents like Renato Perez and Aurelio Davila to charge the Cubans with meddling in Ecuadorian politics. Quito, February 22, 1961. In response to the Cuban press release yesterday, our ambassador issued a statement today that had everyone in the station smiling. The ambassador said that the only agents in Ecuador who are paid and trained by the United States are the technicians invited by the Ecuadorian government to contribute to raising the living standards of the Ecuadorian people. He added that the U.S. has promoted a policy of order, stability, and progress as demonstrated in our technical and economic assistance programs, and he suggested that the Cuban embassy present their accusations and appropriate proof to the Ecuadorian government. In Havana, the Cuban embassy statement has been prominently replayed for distribution over the whole continent, with emphasis that collaboration between the U.S. and Peru is part of a plan to isolate Cuba from the rest of Latin America and to impede Cuban participation in the Inter-American Conference. They couldn't be more accurate on the matter of isolation. That's the central theme of our propaganda guidance. Today Guayaquil had the worst violence yet. The striking students in the university buildings were attacked by a much larger group of Velasquista students and government employees who forcibly ejected the strikers. 8 people were hospitalized before the morning was over. In the afternoon, 2 bombs caused extensive damage at the Guayaquil Municipal Palace, although there were no victims, and another bomb was reported by the mayor's office to have been hurled through a window into his office but without exploding. Expressions of support to the mayor have begun to pour in, and tonight he announced that terrorists had tried to kill him. The Guayaquil base reported that several of their agents believe the bombs were planted by the mayor himself. Press reports confirmed by our national police agents indicate opposition to the government has spread to Cuenca. Yesterday, a group of students held a march to the provincial governor's office to plead for payment of certain money that is due to the school. They had nothing to do with the strikers here or in Guayaquil, but police didn't know this and the march was attacked by the cavalry with sabers and several students were wounded. Cuenca is a very conservative city and this was bound to cause a reaction against Velasco. Today the university students held a demonstration of support for the students in Quito and Guayaquil, and in protest against the police stupidity yesterday. They also joined in the call for the resignation of the 2 ministers. Quito, February 23, 1961. Important efforts by the ECACTOR project agents, especially Aurelio Davila, to focus attention on communism and Cuba are getting results. Today the Cardinal issued another pastoral letter, this one signed by all the archbishops, bishops, and vicars in the hierarchy. Davila had been rallying the leadership of the Conservative Party to call on the Cardinal for this new letter for some weeks. The letter calls on all Catholics to take serious and effective action against the communist menace in Ecuador, while accusing the communists of trying to take advantage of the border problem for their own subversive purposes. The letter also laments the weakening of the Ecuadorian case on the border issue because of these communist tactics. More important still was the call today by the Conservative Party for a break in diplomatic relations with Cuba. This is the first formal call for a break with Cuba by any of the political parties, and it is based partly on the Cuban embassy statement of 2 days ago. The new pastoral letter and the call for a break in relations are designed to use patriotism and the border issue rather like Velasco does, but more subtly, in order to discredit the extreme left and the Cubans. We hope a wave of mass opinion can be created, especially among Catholics, that will equate Urge, Araujo, the CTE, and the PCE, and the Cuban embassy of course, with divisive efforts to weaken Velasco's campaign against the Rio Protocol. Hopefully this will strengthen the foreign minister's position and suck Velasco himself into the current. But because of Velasco's attacks against the political right, the animosity is so great that he may resist and lash out again at our ECACTOR crowd. In that case we will simply continue the campaign through all our propaganda machinery to deny the enemy the banner of patriotism on the protocol issue. Through the same political action agents we are promoting the formation of an anti-communist civic front that will concentrate on getting a break in relations with Cuba and on denouncing penetration of the Ecuadorian government by the extreme left. Right now the signature campaign is coming to a close and formation of the front will be announced in a few days. John Bacon is starting a new program through Gustavo Salgado, his main media agent, which will consist of a series of alert notices to be placed in the newspapers as paid advertisements against communism, the Cubans, and others. They will be short notices, and if Bacon can write them fast enough they'll appear 2 or 3 times each week. The ostensible sponsor will be the non-existent Ecuadorian Anti-Communist Front, not to be confused with the Political Action Civic Front, which is going to be a real organization. Quito, February 28, 1961. Yesterday was National Civics Day and suddenly it seemed that the whole country had forgotten its internal hatreds in the government-promoted demonstrations against Peru. The demonstrations were sharply anti-Peruvian because in recent days regular accusations have emanated from Lima that Ecuador has accepted support on the boundary problem from Castro and communism in general. The accusations are inspired by the Lima station in order to preclude Cuban support to Ecuador and Ecuadorian acceptance if support were ever offered. Today things were back to normal. Our Ecactor-financed anti-communist civic front was launched with a 2-page newspaper notice containing about 3,000 signatures and announcing the formation of the National Defense Front. In the statement at the beginning, the signatories, mostly conservatives and social Christians, denounce communist penetration of the government, the CTE, and the FEUE, together with the selection of Ecuador by the international communist movement as the second target after Cuba for conquest in America. The purpose of the front is described as defense of the country against communist subversion, and the first objective is the break in relations with Cuba. Although the political coloring of the rightist forces behind the front is well known, Noland hopes that the front will have more maneuverability than the political parties because it focuses on only one political issue, communism and Cuba. As such, the front should be a more effective tool for pressure on Velasco to break with Cuba and curb URJE, Araujo, the CTE, and the rest. This will take some doing. In a speech in a provincial capital today, Velasco said that communism in Ecuador is impossible. Today El Salvador became the 7th Latin American country to break with Cuba. Quito, March 5, 1961. The student strikes have subsided and Velasco seems to have survived, although opposition to him is growing steadily, particularly among the poor classes who voted for him, because of inflation and corruption in the government. Our propaganda operations relating to communism and Cuba are intensifying opposition to Velasco among the rightists, if that's possible. With financing from the Ecactor and Acurge projects, we've been turning out a stream of handbills, editorials, declarations, advertisements, and wall painting, mostly through Salgado and the National Defense Front. Bacon's alert notices in El Comercio have also started. Because of a new spate of rumors that the Inter-American Conference will be postponed, the government has issued several statements on its determination to maintain order at the conference. Nevertheless, only on March 1 were the first arrests made in Guayaquil for the February 22 attack against the university strikers. A higher court forced the lower court to take action and those arrested were revealed to have been commanded by an assistant to the Guayaquil mayor. The FEUE and URJE leaders arrested during the strike have also been released. This won't help the conference. The Mexico City Conference on National Sovereignty, Economic Emancipation, and Peace opened today. 3 of the 5 Ecuadorian delegates are our agents. If this were the case with all our stations, the possibilities would be endless. No word yet on whether Busuns, my PCE penetration agent, will go on to Cuba. Quito, March 7, 1961. The Soviet ambassador to Mexico arrived in Quito today for a goodwill visit. He'll be here for about 3 days, discussing, among other things, Ecuador's desire to sell bananas to the Soviets. We have a program planned for disruption and propaganda against him. It began today with a statement by the National Defense Front calling for his expulsion. Another announcement arranged by Davila is from the Catholic University Youth Organization, denouncing the millions of dollars spent each year by the Kremlin to infiltrate Latin America, adding that the budget against Ecuador for propaganda, agitators' salaries, secret go-betweens, and instructors in sabotage, explosives and weapons is $250,721.05. John Bacon's alert is directed against this visit. It runs, on the alert, Ecuadorians, against communist agitators. The official Soviet newspaper is Pravda, which means truth, one of the tremendous sarcasms of contemporary history. If we unmask the actors of this farce, we will find that it is not the plain truth, but distorted, calumnied truth. That's Russia and that's communism. And that is now Cuba and Fidelism. Disciples used by the great international fakes, and at the same time masters in deceit and subversion, try to introduce methods in Ecuador similar to those that their dictatorship employs. First, in order to avoid being responsible, the authorized agents wash their hands like Pilate even though the first terrorist bombs are heard elsewhere. Alert, Ecuadorians, there is friendship that could disinnure us. Still he has run into a problem in this campaign of alert notices attributed to the Ecuadorian Anti-Communist Front. He was surprised to read this morning that a real organization with that name has been founded. They published their first bulletin today with the theme, "For Religion and the Fatherland We Will Give Our Lives." The symbol of the group is a condor destroying with his powerful claws a hammer and sickle. Quito, March 10, 1961. 6 anti-communist organizations including the National Defense Front have been denied permits to hold street demonstrations against the Soviet ambassador. Nevertheless, Davila sent some of his boys around to the Hotel Quito the other night and they made a small fuss. Police protection of the Soviet delegation is considerable and so far there's been no violence. The Soviet ambassador has seen the ministers of foreign affairs and education as well as President Velasco, and it was announced that an Ecuadorian commercial mission will soon visit the Soviet Union. The government wants to sell bananas, Panama hats, and balsa wood in exchange for agricultural and road building equipment. The overwhelming police protection, which has included the cavalry, when the ambassador visits colonial churches and other tourist sites, is helping our propaganda campaign. Today's alert notice was also against the Soviets. Alert, Ecuadorians. Communism enslaves. Communism imposes the hardest slavery known through the centuries, and once it is able to enslave a people it is very difficult for the victim to break the chains. Hungary tried in 1956. The valiant Hungarians in an unsuccessful and heroic struggle rose up demanding bread and freedom. But they were destroyed by Soviet tanks that massacred more than 32,000 workers and reduced the whole country to still worse slavery. In this terrible crime against humanity the puppet traitor János Kadar went over to the side of the Muscovite hordes that assassinated his brothers and enslaved his fatherland. Alert! There are puppets of the same kind who want to sell out Ecuador. Tonight the Defense Front held an indoor rally at a theater where Velasco was attacked for his permissive policies towards communism, particularly his continued favoritism towards Araujo. He was also attacked for inflation and the increased benefits for representation and housing given to members of his cabinet. After the rally, participants were attacked in the street by a mob of Velasquistas and URJE members shouting "Vivas to Araujo." Our embassy sponsored by National Cultural Center was stoned and shots were fired at the home of a social Christian leader. If the opposition to Velasco over Cuba and communism is getting serious, it's even more serious over economic policy. In the past 3 days the Monetary Board, comparable to the U.S. Federal Reserve Board, has reversed the fiscal and economic policies begun when Velasco took office, largely because of the growing opposition of the Sierra Chambers of Agriculture, Commerce, and Industry. The problem derives from the competing economies of the coast and Sierra and from Velasco's having placed monetary policy in the hands of Guayaquil Velasquista leaders. Just after the election these people started a campaign against the old leadership of the Monetary Board and the central bank which under Ponce had followed policies of stability through tight money and balanced foreign trade. The coastal Velasquista leaders, however, claimed that such policies were strangling economic development and they proposed expansion of the money supply. When Velasco took power, this group received the most important government financial positions, including the Ministries of Economy and Development, and eventually the chiefs of the Monetary Board and the Central Bank resigned and were replaced by people from the same Guayaquil financial circle. Quito, March 11, 1961. The peace conference in Mexico City is over, and a cable arrived from the Mexico City station advising that Busons has been able to get an invitation to visit Cuba. He will be there for 2 or 3 weeks at least, and when he returns to Mexico City he'll be debriefed by an officer from the Miami station. The Mexico City station was quite pleased with our agent's work at the conference. The conference adopted the predictable resolutions: support to the Cuban Revolution, annulment of all treaties that tend to revive the Monroe Doctrine, opposition to the military, technical, and economic missions of the U.S. in Latin America, nationalization of heavy industry and foreign companies, establishment of cultural and diplomatic relations with the Soviet bloc and Communist China, support to Panama in its efforts to gain possession of the Panama Canal. Since most visitors of importance to Quito stay at the Hotel Quito, I suggested to Noland that we could provide better coverage of their visits by taking advantage of the U.S. company that manages the hotel in order to bug the rooms. I suggested that we get a couple of the standard hotel lamps and send them to headquarters for installation of transmitters that we will be able to monitor from other rooms in the hotel. Through the American manager, whom we all know, we can get the lamps placed in the appropriate rooms before the guests arrive. Noland liked the idea and is going to get 2 lamps through Otto Clayton-Sky, who rents the room used in the operation with Reynaldo Varia, Vice President of the Senate. After we get them back, we'll decide whether to use the manager or some other means for placing them. I'm going to suggest battery-operated equipment so that it will work if the lamp is unplugged. Quito, March 15, 1961. President Kennedy's speech to the Latin American ambassadors in Washington on the Alliance for Progress has caused much excitement here and almost unanimously favorable comment. "We're using Castro's speech the day after Kennedy's against him. He said the Cuban Revolution is supported by Ecuador, Uruguay, and Brazil. Through the National Defense Front we're generating continuous propaganda against Velasco's policy on Cuba, which may well be what caused the stoning of Ponce's house 2 nights ago. The attackers got away, but they were probably Velasquistas. Other propaganda is generated through coverage of the Cuban exiles. We are getting fairly good presentation of the bulletins of the main exile group, the Revolutionary Democratic Front, and statements made by exiles when they arrive, usually in Guayaquil, but so far Noland hasn't wanted to get into direct contact with Cuban exiles in Ecuador. Noland is financing the formation of the anti-communist Christian Front in Cuenca, Ecuador's 3rd largest city. The principal agent is Rafael Arizaga, Ecactor II, a leader of the Conservative Party there, whose son, Carlos Arizaga, Ecactor III, is a provincial councillor and will be active in the front. Formation of the front has just been announced. Bacon has solved his problem by changing the name of his non-existent organization to Ecuadorian Anti-Communist Action instead of Front. Quito, March 19, 1961. The lines are drawing tighter, which is just what we want. The leftists have conducted a signature campaign of their own to support Velasco over maintaining relations with Cuba. 2 days ago they published a declaration accusing the Defense Front of aiding Peru by calling for a break in relations with Cuba. The announcement was followed by 3 pages of signatures including Araujo and other leftist political, educational, and cultural figures. Velasco himself, in a speech yesterday commemorating the deaths of his supporters which occurred a year ago, when he arrived in Quito to begin campaigning, insisted that Ecuador will never break with Cuba while he is president. He also emphasized that Ecuador is not communist, but he alluded to a subversive plot against him, a reference no doubt to recent rumors of rightist plotting in the military. Araujo was a speaker at the same rally. If this keeps up, we will isolate Velasco on the Cuban issue so that his main support will be from the extreme left. On our side, Gil Saudade, the deputy chief of station, has had Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr., national coordinator of the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, issue a manifesto on his return from the Mexico City Peace Conference. The manifesto, which is just being put out today, condemns the conservative and social Christians for their current campaign against communism and Cuba while also criticizing strongly the Liberal Party and the Communists. In his appeal to the Velasquista masses of poor people, Yepes calls for an integral revolution favoring the poor, but insists that it be effected within the law. The manifesto also denounces de facto regimes and totalitarianisms from both left and right. If this party can really get moving, we will bring under control much of Velasco's leftist support, gradually bending it against the Cuban solution. Gil is now going to have Yepes establish an organization in Guayaquil. Quito, March 27, 1961. Velasco is showing signs of erratic behavior, partly at least as a result of our propaganda. On March 23 he had the former army commander under Ponce arrested for subversion, but 2 days later he was released by the Quito mayor at the habeas corpus hearing. The government looked so ridiculous that Velasco had to fire his minister of government, who today resigned for reasons of health. In announcing the appointment of his new minister, Velasco criticized what he called the tendentious notices appearing almost daily in the press. With his habitual reference to his 400,000 votes, he accused the propagandists of trying to provoke disorder. Velasco's physician, Dr. Ovalle, is examining Velasco almost every week, and he told me Velasco is feeling considerable strain over loss of popular support, which he attributes to the rightist campaign against Cuba and communism. Atahualpa Busunce, my PCE penetration agent who went to Cuba after the Mexico City Peace Conference, is back. He returned via Mexico City, where he was debriefed by an officer from the Miami station. In his first report, which I just got from Dr. Ovalle, Busunce strongly insinuates he knows he's working for the agency, undoubtedly because of his meetings with officers in Mexico City. Noland wants to continue the Velasquista pretext for the time being, however, so I won't be meeting him personally yet. The agent can't stop praising the Cuban Revolution. I'm not sure what to do about this. Quito, April 2, 1961. Pleasant surprises for the station this week. Yesterday the University Sports League professional soccer team elected new officers and Noland was named as a director. Manuel Naranjo, the Socialist Party deputy whom Noland met and recruited thanks to the Sports League, was elected president of the club. This is a matter of some prestige for Noland, an American embassy official, to become an officer of Quito's top soccer club. Partly, it reflects his ability to move in the right circles, and partly, no doubt, it is because he brought in uniforms and equipment for the team via the diplomatic pouch and contributed generously from his representation allowance. More important, the Socialist Party has been holding its annual convention, the first since the party split last year into the moderate wing and the extreme left Revolutionary Socialist Party. Naranjo was elected Secretary General today, which means we will have still more influence in keeping the party moderately oriented. Naranjo and his colleagues call themselves Marxists, but they reject the concepts of class struggle and dictatorship of the proletariat. It's important that we have some influence in a group that will attract people of social democratic persuasion. Propaganda remains intense. The Catholic University Youth Organization has just held a convention which we helped to finance through Davila. The convention received considerable publicity, including a visit by a convention delegation to the Cardinal, and a closing declaration against communism and Cuba was issued. Quito, April 4, 1961. Velasco continues to struggle against the rightist campaign against communism and Cuba. He again lashed out against the National Defense Front, accusing the rightist political parties of using the front to turn people against his government for economic as well as political reasons. He was answered later by the deputy director of the Conservative Party, who is also on the executive committee of the Defense Front, with accusations that Velasco is letting himself be carried away emotionally in his attacks on the front. He also belittled Velasco's accusations that the front is being manipulated like an opposition political party. Velasco's nervousness is evident in a new purge in the army leadership, and in the resignation today of his Minister of Defense. The new minister is from a clique of Guayaquil Velasquistas, and his appointment will intensify charges that the president is being manipulated by the coastal Velasquista oligarchy. Quito, April 15, 1961. The invasion against Cuba has started with the bombing of Cuban airfields by defectors. A leftist rally was held against the bombing in Independence Plaza with Araujo as main speaker, but no attack has yet been made on the embassy. Noland has arranged with Colonel Lugo and also with Captain Vargas to be sure we get good protection during the next few days. The invasion will give URJE and the others all the excuse they need for another round of window breaking. Quito, April 18, 1961. The invasion really got going today, but reports are conflicting and headquarters hasn't said anything yet. There have been anti-US riots all day in Quito and Guayaquil, and the army was called out to protect the embassy, USOM, and the Binational Cultural Center. Araujo is leading the mobs here in Quito. Davila tried to get a demonstration going in support of the invasion, but they were outnumbered this time and had to be protected by police. Sentiment in general is running against the invasion, even though many of those against it understand perfectly what would happen here if there was a communist revolution. They just hate US intervention more than they hate communism. The main Jesuit church in downtown Quito, a relic of colonial architecture, was stoned tonight during the URJE riot, and later tonight a bomb exploded in our embassy garden. Things could be much worse, however. Quito, April 19, 1961. Things are indeed much worse. This morning we received a propaganda guidance cable. It was sent to all WH stations, with instructions on how to treat the Bay of Pigs invasion. The cable said we should describe the invasion as a mission to resupply insurgents in the Escambray Mountains, not to take and hold any territory. As such, the mission has been a success. Noland says this means the whole thing has failed and that heads are going to roll in headquarters. I've never seen him so glum. The Defense Front got together a sizable demonstration of support for the invasion, which included speeches against Castro and communism. There was also a march through downtown Quito with the burning of a Russian flag and chants against Fidel, URJE, and the stoning of the Jesuit church. I don't know what to think about the invasion. It's like losing a game you never even considered losing. I'm also worried about the blood agents in Cuba. Press reports indicate that thousands have been arrested, many simply on suspicion of not supporting Castro. We have exchanged only 5 or 6 letters with secret writing, and they weren't very revealing. Torroella has large sums of money, weapons, and a yacht, but apparently he communicates with Miami by radio as well as by the SW via Quito. I wonder if he is all right. Quito, April 24, 1961. Mostly through the efforts of Davila, the anti-communist reaction to the Bay of Pigs failure has driven the leftists off the streets. There was another pro-Castro demonstration 3 days ago, but then the government banned all outdoor demonstrations for a week in order to let tempers cool. On the 21st, the formation of the Ecuadorian Brigade for the struggle against Castro was announced, with a call for inscriptions and the claim that among those already signed up are military officers, students, workers, nurses, priests and white-collar workers. The same day an indoor rally supporting the invasion was held at the Catholic University. By coincidence, the traditional novena to the Sorrowful Mother going on right now is serving as a pretext to evade the ban on outdoor demonstrations. The sermons have focused on the imminent danger of communism, which is penetrating the country by passing itself off as Velasquismo. This can't please the president because this is one of the most heavily attended religious occasions, and is held at the Jesuit church that was attacked during the URJE demonstration against the invasion. Yesterday the novena service ended with a street procession that included thousands of people who turned it into a political rally against communism and URJE. Today a 1.5-page notice was published in the newspaper condemning the attack against the Jesuit church. Araujo and URJE have denied the attack, and the chances are high that the Conservative Party Youth or a Social Christian Squad actually did it. Through all the commotion, Gil Saudade has been working on an international organization. Last month the Secretary General and the Administrative Secretary of the International Commission of Jurists, ICJ, arrived in Quito in order to lay the groundwork for an Ecuadorian affiliate of the ICJ. Saudade managed to arrange for them to meet Juan Yepes del Pozo, Sr., the sociologist and leader of the Bolivarian Society, who is chief advisor to the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party. The visit by the ICJ officials was part of a tour of Latin America to form affiliates where they don't already exist and to generate publicity for the ICJ's work. Today the Ecuadorian affiliate of the ICJ was formally established, and Velasco was named honorary president. The rector of Central University, a liberal-leaning independent, is president of the Provisional Executive Board, which also includes the president of the Ecuadorian Supreme Court. Other distinguished lawyers and legal associations are also taking part, including Carlos Vallejo Baez, who with Yepes runs the learned magazine Ensayos, to which Saudade gives financial assistance. Vallejo is also active in the PLPR, and Yepes was named Secretary General of the ICJ affiliate. Gil is also working with the Inter-American Federation of Working Newspapermen, IFWN, which was founded in Lima last year with the American Newspaper Guild as cover. This organization is more like a trade union, as opposed to the Inter-American Press Society, which is mostly composed of publishers. The IFWN serves to promote freedom of the press and as a mechanism for anti-communist propaganda. Its annual conference has just taken place in Quito, with statements against Cuba and the rightist dictatorships in the hemisphere. They also called for economic, social, and political reforms. U.S. journalists in attendance were used to spot and assess possible new media agents for different stations, while Saudade worked through the host organization, the Ecuadorian National Union of Journalists. Quito, April 30, 1961. USOM has made its contribution towards countering the Bay of Pigs humiliation. They delivered a check for $500,000 to our Minister of Labor and Social Welfare, Baquero de la Calle, for colonization and integration of the campesino. Present at the well-publicized ceremony was Jorge Acosta, who is head of the National Colonization Institute. Acosta has a strange relationship with the station. Most of us know him fairly well, and he's closer than being just a contact. Since we don't pay him, he's not really a controlled agent, but he tells us as much as he can. The problem he has is that Velasco seems bent on losing all his support except the extreme left rather than break with Cuba. Not even Acosta can overcome that stubbornness. The Inter-American Conference is definitely off. Velasco publicly accepted a proposal made jointly by the presidents of Colombia, Venezuela, and Panama that it be postponed indefinitely. We weren't surprised because now security would really be a problem. The rumors have never ended that one country or another was proposing postponement because of security hazards, and recent discoveries here of contraband arms shipments from the US haven't helped to allay the fears. The day before Velasco announced the postponement, he called for national unity and the easing of partisan political passions. But the same day the Quito Chamber of Commerce denounced the failure of the government to publish the weekly statistical bulletin of the central bank. It hasn't come out for 5 consecutive weeks, and the chamber insists the government is making a deliberate effort to hide the worsening economic situation. The government is indeed considering a number of possible emergency economic decrees, but has announced ahead of time that none of them involve new taxes. Quito, May 5, 1961. Pressure on Velasco from the National Defense Front and from the Cardinal has been helped by Velasco himself. On April 30 the Cardinal was expelled from the prestigious National Defense Board, which is composed of eminent citizens and is responsible for advising on how secret defense funds are to be spent. Since the announcement of Velasco's action, many Catholic groups have made well-publicized visits of solidarity to the Cardinal, including one today from the Defense Front. The visits have usually included speeches on the inhumanities of communism and the imminent danger of a communist takeover in Ecuador. Velasco's action in expelling the Cardinal is clearly retaliation for the Cardinal's criticism of the government on the communist issue, and sympathy for the cardinal especially among the poor and illiterate can only further erode Velasco's power base. Quito, May 7, 1961. We have just had a remarkable breakthrough. One of our most valuable PCE penetration agents, Luis Vargas, recently reported on what he thought was the beginning of serious guerrilla operations here. Vargas was not in the group currently being trained, but his close and frequent association with the leaders of the group gave significant intelligence. Rafael Echeverria Flores, the #1 PCE leader in the Sierra, and Jorge Ribadeneira Altamirano, also a PCE leader in Quito and a principal leader of URJE, were the leaders, and the training was being conducted by a foreign specialist whose nationality was unknown to the agent. Vargas the agent got the word in time to the station, and Noland advised Captain Jose Vargas, the chief of the police intelligence. This morning Lieutenant Sandoval laid a trap, and during the course of the morning 20 members of URJE were arrested on the mountain that rises above Quito. Ribadeneira and Echeverria are among those arrested. The foreigner conducting the training is a Bolivian, and we're getting traces on him from the La Paz station for police intelligence. Too bad he isn't Cuban, but the propaganda dividend is going to be considerable anyway. Quito, May 9, 1961. The guerrilla arrests are headlines this morning. Yesterday the Subsecretary of Government gave a press conference in which he distributed the police report written by the intelligence unit. At Noland's suggestion, the police report described those arrested as only one small group among many other groups that have been receiving guerrilla training for some time at secret sites around the country. The press stories very effectively sensationalize the police report, which described the training as including explosives, guerrilla warfare, street fighting and terrorism. The foreigner is Juan Alberto Enriquez Roncal, a 32-year-old Bolivian who came to Ecuador last month and had been training URJE members in Guayaquil before coming to Quito. He has admitted everything to the police, including giving training sessions in Ribadeneira's law office. Velasco issued a statement today that he will severely repress any terrorists, but he has released all those arrested except Ribadeneira, Echeverria, and Enriquez. In Guayaquil the leader of the previous trainees was arrested, but the release of the others is sure to provoke a negative public reaction, since last night a power plant in Guayaquil was bombed. Quito, May 13, 1961. Busuns, another PCE penetration agent and a retired Army major, reported that the PCE leadership in Guayaquil, Pedro Saad and company, is furious with Ribadeneira and Echeverria. They think Enriquez may be a CIA agent provocateur and that Echeverria and Ribadeneira fell into the trap. However, the guerrilla trainer admitted today that he is really an Argentine, aged 36, named Claudio Adigo Francia. He told police intelligence that he had no money and was giving the guerrilla training so that he could continue traveling. Cuba is his destination, but he said he has no invitation. He described his long background in Argentine revolutionary activities, and then changed his story, now claiming he wasn't really giving training but only recounting to the URJE and PCE people his experiences in Argentina. This new twist is keeping the story in the newspapers, and the case has been a help to our signature campaign for mercy for the Bay of Pigs prisoners. The campaign has been promoted by stations all over Latin America. In Quito the ICACTOR political action agents have circulated the petition. Today the telegram to Castro pleading mercy was published, followed by 2 pages of the more than 7,000 signatures obtained. Student operations of the Guayaquil base have had a series of successes in recent months, culminating 2 days ago with the disaffiliation of the FEUE from the Prague-based International Union of Students. This final victory began with the change in FEUE election procedures at Puerto Viejo last December, followed by election victories at the University of Cuenca in March and the Central University in Quito last month. In both instances the forces led by Alberto Alarcón defeated the candidates for FEUE offices put up by the Velasquistas and the extreme left. Our only defeat was at the University of Loja, where the leftist candidate won. The picture is confused in Guayaquil because the FEUE has split between a Velasquista group that supports the mayor and an extreme leftist group led by members of URJE. The vote today by the National FEUE Council in Quito will have to be ratified by the FEUE Congress later this year, but in the meantime relations between the FEUE and the agency-controlled COSEC in Leiden can be cemented. Quito, May 15, 1961. Ambato is the site of the most recent action. Yesterday in Ambato a Cuban photographic exhibit was inaugurated under sponsorship of the Ambato chapter of the Cuban Friendship Society. The ceremony was held in the municipal palace, approval for which had been granted by the Ambato mayor, a revolutionary socialist. The mayor in his speech went so far as to call the Quito cardinal a traitor, and the Cuban ambassador gave a fiery speech against the U.S. Following the speeches, an unexplained electrical failure prevented the showing of a film on Cuba, and later a group of about 20 men invaded the palace and destroyed most of the photographs and mountings. The police arrived after the damage was done and the group left quickly, firing their revolvers into the air as they went. No arrests were made. Jorge Gorter, a retired army colonel and leader of the social Christian movement in Ambato, was the organizer of the raid. Noland has been financing him from the ECACTOR project since last year to help build up a militant action organization and to promote a political campaign against the mayor. Careful planning of the attack, especially through coordination with the police, was the reason it was so successful. Even so, the mayor is getting more photographs down from Quito so that the exhibit can stay open. Quito, May 22, 1961. In Guayaquil, the police recently arrested, at base request, 3 Chinese communists who arrived some days ago. They had been given courtesy visas by the Ecuadorian ambassador in Havana and supposedly were here representing the Chinese Youth Federation. The base tried to arrange for them to be held for a long period, so that recruitment possibilities could be studied, but the order for their expulsion had already been issued. The police are carrying out the base request to sensationalize the case. The official report charges them with propaganda and subversion, claiming they had a powerful radio transmitter in their hotel room, with which they were in communication with Cuba and other communist countries in the evenings after 10 o'clock. Preposterous charges, but there's so much fear and tension in the atmosphere right now that most people will believe it. The same day the Chinese communists were deported, a sensational plot to assassinate Velasco surfaced. The attempted assassination was reported by a Guayaquil radio station, falsely, for which the radio station was ordered to be closed, but on checking sources the trail led straight to the Cuban consul. The consul refused to testify in the investigation and has been expelled by the Ecuadorian government. His departure has given us another propaganda peg for demonstrating Cuban intervention in Ecuador, even though he was simply a victim of provocation because he had reported the plot to security authorities in Guayaquil. It appears to us that the provocation was rigged by Velasco or his lieutenants in order to appease the Defense Front and other anti-communists. Here in Quito, the National Defense Front has been more strident than ever in its propaganda created through public meetings, press conferences, and published statements. The front is criticizing Velasco for his policy towards Cuba, demanding the firing of the Ecuadorian ambassador to Cuba over the presentation of a portrait of Castro in the name of the Ecuadorian people, demanding that Velasco suppress communism, and demanding the expulsion of the Cuban ambassador for his anti-US speech in Ambato. The front continues to insist that Velasco define himself on communism, even though he recently insisted in a speech that while he is president, Ecuador will not become communist. The Conservative Party has also joined the campaign for expulsion of the Cuban ambassador. In Cuenca, Carlos Arizaga Vega, a leader of the ECACTOR operation there, circulated a petition and sent it to Velasco demanding the firing of the ambassador to Cuba over the portrait presentation. Velasco, for his part, has dismissed the military commander of the Cuenca zone, who is a well-known anti-communist, provoking renewed criticism there. In Ambato, the mayor was severely denounced by municipal councilors for his remarks about the cardinal and for having granted use of the municipal palace for the Cuban photographic exhibit. But at the closing of the exhibit yesterday, the mayor, Araujo, CTE, and PCE speakers all repeated the anti-clerical themes. They began a march in the street afterwards, but were met by a Catholic counter-manifestation organized by Gortair and armed with rocks, clubs, and firearms. A pitched battle followed and, although shots were fired, no one seems to have been wounded. The much larger counter-demonstration easily overwhelmed the leftists, and at one point Araujo was in danger of being lynched. If the police hadn't intervened, something serious might have happened. Somehow amidst all these crises, labor operations continue to move, although not without some serious problems. CRICL, our coastal organization, has served consistently for anti-Cuban and anti-communist propaganda, but our agents in it are not as effective in trade union activities as we would like. They are constantly feuding among themselves and failing to get out and organize. However, they won't be terminated until Gil Saudade is able to move some of his agents from the PLPR into the leadership of the National Free Labor Confederation, now in its embryonic stage. Miranda, our coastal labor senator, is also ineffective, and he is feuding with the CRICL agents. Finally, José Baquero, our Minister of Labor, is determined to promote the small and ineffective Catholic labor group, CDOC, instead of our budding secular organizations. His effectiveness is also limited because as minister he is responsible for the public health service, the social security system, protection of minors, the fire departments and cooperatives, as well as labor matters. On 2 recent occasions the International Organizations Division in headquarters has sent in agents to help us. In March, William Sinclair, the Inter-American representative of the Public Service International, PSI, and William H. McCabe, also a PSI representative, came to assist in planning for a Congress of Municipal Employees that a few weeks later launched a new National Federation of Municipal Employees. Also, an exploratory visit was made by an international representative of the International Federation of Plantation, Agricultural and Allied Workers, IFPA, for possible assistance in organizing Ecuadorian rural coastal workers. Quito, May 28, 1961. The Cubans have made a timely maneuver. Yesterday Carlos Olivares, the Cuban Subsecretary of Foreign Relations and their most important troubleshooter, arrived in Guayaquil. He is on a goodwill tour trying to bolster Cuban relations with South American countries, capitalizing, of course, on the Bay of Pigs invasion. Today he saw Velasco, but we haven't been able to get a report on their private meeting. Olivares's visit coincides with new reports on the considerable publicity given in Cuba to recent speeches by the Ecuadorian ambassador at Cuban universities. According to Cuban press releases, the ambassador has attacked the U.S., alleging that Ecuador, like Cuba, has been the victim of the arbitrary, unjust, and rapacious American imperialism. The reports have provoked new outrage against Velasco on his Cuban policy. Today Velasco gave another speech and made no attempt to hide the damage our campaign is doing. He condemned persons unnamed for trying to divide the country between communists and anti-communists, and he repeated that while he is president, Ecuador will never become communist. Our campaign through Salgado, Davila, Perez, Arizaga, Gortair and other agents goes on. John Bacon is also continuing to publish the alert notices every 2 or 3 days, and other propaganda themes include concern over the Bay of Pigs prisoners and the recent guerrilla arrests in Quito. In Ambato, Gortair has managed to launch an anti-communist front that includes liberals as well as the conservatives, the fascist ARN and others. This is the first instance of significant Liberal Party participation in anti-communist fronts and clearly reflects the prestige and organizing ability of Gortair. Quito, May 29, 1961. If our propaganda and political action campaign doesn't force Velasco to take the right action, the worsening economic situation will. Today the President of the Monetary Board, appointed by Velasco himself, resigned in protest against the damage to the economy that uncertainty over Cuba and communism is causing. Since the return in early March to policies of monetary stability, inflation has failed to slow down while Velasco has created a considerable number of new indirect taxes that are very unpopular. While Velasco and his lieutenants continue their theme of 40 years of Velasquismo, most of the people have been struggling against their declining purchasing power. One indication of how bad the situation is getting is the decline in free market value of the sucre, from about 18 per dollar 6 months ago to over 22 right now. The president of the Monetary Board, in resigning, attributed the worsening economic situation to lack of confidence based on Velasco's tolerance towards communism internally and his ambiguity towards Cuba. He insisted that Velasco must take action instead of making philosophical statements, and he pinpointed the following specific problems: the activities of the Ecuadorian ambassador to Cuba, the agitation emanating from the Cuban embassy in Quito and the Cuban consulate in Guayaquil, the Cuban ambassador's speech in Ambato, and the lack of clear definition by Velasco on communism. Velasco is really embarrassed by this resignation, which Nolan says is bound to have some effect. The resignation statement couldn't have been better if we had written it ourselves. Exactly what we want. Quito, May 30, 1961. Finally, Velasco is taking action. Several of the Velasquista penetration agents have reported that Velasco asked Olivares to withdraw the Cuban ambassador. There is not going to be a persona non grata note, simply a quiet exit. This is a significant start, and it shows Velasco is facing reality. He just can't continue ignoring the pressure of the social Christians, conservatives, Catholic Church, and all the other anti-communists, and us. As soon as we learn of the Cuban ambassador's travel plans, we'll pass word for a hostile farewell committee. On the negative side, a judge today released Echeverria and Ribadeneira for lack of evidence. He's the best friend of the extreme left in the court system and was the last hope for those two. Earlier, the habeas corpus proceeding had failed them, and the CTE campaign for their release hasn't been very effective. The judge ordered documents from the police on the original sources of the police information, including names of their informants. As the station is the only source, this effectively killed the legal case. Quito, June 3, 1961. Velasco made a very important speech tonight. At a political rally, he tried to make the political definition that the Defense Front and the rightist political parties have been demanding. He announced a doctrine of liberalism, which for him means cooperation rather than conflict between classes. He denounced communism, praised representative democracy, and described his own course as between the extremes of left and right. He also said that communism should be attacked not by police repression but through the elimination of misery, hunger, sickness, and ignorance. He showed the effect of our campaign, charging the anti-communists with trying to take away the basis of his support by dividing the 400,000 Ecuadorians who voted for him on the pretext of anti-communism. This speech, coming on the heels of the Cuban ambassador's expulsion, will tend to soften the campaign. Our goal is a complete break in relations with Cuba, not just an expulsion. Economics will probably help us. The sucre is now down to 23 per dollar from 18 6 months ago, and a controversy is raging over inflation, especially the prices of medicines, which are among the highest in Latin America. Quito, June 7, 1961. Velasco's anti-communist speech has been very well received, and even the Conservative Party has issued a statement of guarded approval. What most people are watching, however, are his actions, and we have some distance to cover before relaxing. The day after Velasco's speech, the Minister of Defense made it clear that Velasco now considers his position defined as anti-communist, a clear attempt to stop erosion of support from the station-backed anti-communist campaign. The Liberal Party has rather suddenly taken a strong stance against the president, partly no doubt because of a recent attack by a Velasquista mob on their paper El Comercio. At the annual celebration of the party's founding, it was said that the past 30 years of Velasquismo have pulled down the county in a cataleptic state and, of course, that only the Liberal Party can save it. The Liberals' complaints are mostly founded on the worsening economic situation. The sucre has now fallen to 25. Some relief has become available, however, largely because of Velasco's anti-communist actions of the past 2 or 3 weeks. Today in Washington, the International Monetary Fund announced a $10 million standby loan for a stabilization program in Ecuador. In the announcement, the IMF also said that the central bank, which requested the loan, is going to adopt a policy of credit restriction and other measures to end the flight of capital, recognizing also that measures have already been taken to slow the fall in foreign exchange reserves. The IMF announcement was embarrassing to the government here, which didn't want publicity. The Minister of Economy even declined to comment on the announcement, saying that questions should be directed to the IMF in Washington. Quito, June 12, 1961. This past week, since Velasco made his anti-communist speech, has been the first fairly calm period since I arrived. In the hectic pace as we passed from crisis to crisis, I almost haven't noticed how far my Spanish has come along. Noland is especially pleased with my progress on the language and also with the way I have been developing friends among the Ecuadorians. Impossible, of course, without the language. Mostly I've been spending time meeting people at the golf club while learning to play. Janet has a mental block on the language and it's growing as a source of friction between us. Among other things, this limits her friends to those who speak English and it also hinders her running servants and shopping. Politics, unfortunately, are not interesting to her either. But these are small complaints and common, I'm told, at overseas posts. And they certainly pale before the big news. In October our first child is due, something we didn't exactly plan but we were both happily surprised. The work routine at the station is arduous, nights, weekends, whenever things are happening. After reading the newspapers each morning we begin writing and distributing papers, pouched dispatches on operations, intelligence reports, cables for urgent matters. Noland insists that each day we all read the cable chronological file so that we're up to date on all the incoming and outgoing traffic. The pouched material, both out and in, is circulated so that each officer will know exactly what the others are doing, their successes and their problems. Each of us also looks over the flight passenger lists each day, and Noland insists that we also read the State Department cables and pouched material handled by the embassy staff. With all this reading, I'm pressed to get out for agent meetings, although I am only meeting directly about 5. The worst is writing intelligence reports because the special usage and format must be followed. The propaganda and political action campaign against Araujo, Cuba, and communism in general has clearly been the major station program since I arrived 6 months ago. The ECACTOR project has accounted for much of this activity. It costs about $50,000 a year and in a place like Quito $1,000 a week buys a lot. The feelings I have is that we aren't running the country but we are certainly helping to shape events in the direction and form we want. The other main station activity, the PCE penetration program, has consistently provided good information. There's no question that Echevarria and his group here in the Sierra are doing all they can to prepare for armed guerrilla operations. We have to keep the pressure on Velasco to break with Cuba and clamp down on the extreme left. Quito, June 15, 1961. Velasco apparently thinks his anti-communist definition had ended the campaign. In a speech the other day he repeated his old theme that Ecuador will never become communist under him, but he insisted that he will not break relations with Cuba without a diplomatic cause. On the other hand, Jorge Ribadeneira, the URJE leader arrested on the guerrilla training exercise, has been sent to an isolated Amazon jungle outpost to do his military service. His absence will be a severe blow to the URJE leadership in Quito and also to the PCE. Through Gustavo Salgado we are trying to relate the guerrilla arrests last month to exile reports on guerrilla training in Cuba. The Jamewave station in Miami recently released an article on guerrilla training in Havana of groups of 10 to 15 who have been arriving from various Latin American countries. The article was passed to Salgado, who added the URJE training episode of last month and arranged for publication on 2 consecutive days. Somehow we have to retain the sense of urgency in the propaganda campaign on communism and Cuba. Today the Foreign Ministry announced that the Ecuadorian ambassador to Cuba is retiring from the post at the convenience of the Foreign Service. Velasco is certainly making an attempt to placate the rightists, but the fact is that he has no other choice now. Quito, June 16, 1961. It was recently announced that Vice President Arosmena will leave on June 18 for a trip to the Soviet Union, Czechoslovakia, and Poland. We've known about this trip for some time. The invitation is from the Supreme Soviet and the group will include several legislators as well as Arosmena. Formally this is a private trip with no diplomatic or commercial purposes, but Arosmena is well known for his leftist ideas. He is also an alcoholic, and some mischief will come from the trip for sure. Velasco is against the trip because Adlai Stevenson arrives the day Arosmena leaves, and Velasco is desperate for economic assistance. Stevenson is touring Latin America promoting the Alliance for Progress and trying to pick up the pieces from the Bay of Pigs fiasco, and Velasco is going to give him a list of requirements. He doesn't want Arosmena's trip to jeopardize his requests for aid to Stevenson, especially after expelling the Cuban ambassador and firing his own anti-US ambassador to Cuba to prepare a favorable atmosphere. So Arosmena's trip has sparked a sharp public exchange between him and Velasco. The foreign minister announced today that the cabinet unanimously resolved that Arosmena's trip at this time is inconvenient, with emphasis that the trip is on Arosmena's own account with no official standing. Arosmena for his part defended the trip by denouncing unnamed Velasquista government leaders as money-crazed. Dr. Ovalle reports that Velasco is furious. Quito, June 20, 1961. Arosmena left as planned and today Ambassador Stevenson also leaves? Velasco presented Ecuador's development needs in a 17-page memorandum that lists initial requirements totaling about $200 million. Stevenson also met with moderate leaders of the Quito FEUE chapter and with leaders of the Free Trade Union movement. I had a short chat with him in the embassy yesterday. In a few days an Ecuadorian delegation headed by the Minister of Development will leave for Washington to press for new loans. Arosmena's trip doesn't seem to have damaged Velasco's requests to Stevenson, but the split between the two won't be mended easily. Today Velasco changed his Minister of Government again. He named a former defense minister under Ponce in what is an obvious move to make adequate security arrangements before the Congress reconvenes in August. Quito, June 29, 1961. Noland has decided to move ahead on coverage of the Cubans here by putting a telephone tap on the embassy. He asked me to take charge of this new operation, and a few days ago he introduced me to Rafael Buccioli, the engineer in charge of all the Quito telephone exchanges. Buccioli is an old friend of Noland because his brother, Kryptonim Xa, was our principal political action agent in the Ponce government until he was killed in an automobile accident. Buccioli is going to make connections in the exchange where his office is located and which serves both his home and the Cuban embassy. Noland also introduced me to Alfonso Rodriguez, the engineer in charge of all the telephone line system outside the exchanges. Noland met Rodriguez through his work on the University Sports League soccer team where Rodriguez is also active. He recruited Rodriguez, who suggested that Buccioli might also help, not knowing yet that Buccioli had also agreed. The two engineers, Noland and I, began planning the operation, but Noland is going to let me handle it alone. The first thing I must do is get headquarters approval for the operation and some equipment from the Panama station where the TSD has just set up a regional support base. The Panama station is located at Fort Amador in the Canal Zone, where they have various support staffs who are able to save several days travel time to most of the WH stations. Then Rodriguez will run a special line to Buccioli's house where we'll set up the LP. I'll ask Francine Hakame, who was writing the cover letters for the M-Blood SW messages, to do the transcribing. Quito, July 7, 1961. Good news from Velasco for a change. Today he appointed Jorge Acosta Velasco as Minister of the Treasury. Until now Acosta has been Director of the Colonization Institute and the Vice President of the National Planning Board, somewhat removed from his uncle, the President. He has been keeping Noland informed on Velasco's obstinacy over breaking with Cuba, but now he'll be able to work on the problem from within the cabinet. Ambassador Birnbaum is also trying to soften up Velasco on the Cuban problem. Thanks to his insistence, a $5 million development loan for housing has just been approved, and he also arranged an invitation for Velasco to visit Kennedy, which will be announced in a few days, probably to take place in October. Davila and the Conservatives continue to squeeze. Today the party forbade any of its members to accept jobs in the Velasco administration. Quito, July 11, 1961. The Cardinal issued an anti-Cuban pastoral yesterday which may have overshot the mark. It's inflammatory, alarmist, almost hysterical in its warning against Cuba and communism. He urges all Ecuadorian Catholics to take action against communism, but he doesn't say what action. The statement is so emotional it may be counterproductive, but Noland has faith that the Davila crowd, who at our instigation urged the Cardinal to produce it, know what they are about. Today we distributed an unattributed fly sheet through the ECJOB team. This severely attacked the Cardinal for these statements. The Catholic organizations are at once, as expected, beginning their protests. Quito, July 15, 1961. The political situation has taken a new turn that promises to obscure the Cuban and communist issues. Opposition to the government has suddenly united behind Vice President Arosmena, thanks largely to Velasco himself. 3 days ago Velasco appointed a new Minister of the Economy who is a paving contractor with large government contracts. He is also associated with the Guayaquil financial interests surrounding Velasco, and his appointment immediately rekindled the criticisms that Velasco is dominated by the Guayaquil clique. Yesterday the government announced the unification of the exchange rate, which will mean that importers of machinery, raw materials, medicines, and other basic materials will have to pay about 20% or more in sucres for each dollar of foreign exchange purchased through the central bank for their imports. The unification measure is practically the same as an official devaluation of the sucre and will cause prices to rise immediately, because no compensatory measures such as tax adjustments or tariff exemptions were included. The economic sector most affected will be Sierra agriculture, but prices generally will rise throughout the country. The unification decree has come just as a series of new indirect taxes has been announced on carbonated beverages, beer, official paper, unearned income, highway travel, and other articles. These taxes will also cause prices to rise or buying power to drop, and they violate Velasco's own recent statements that taxes are already too high. In Washington, the International Monetary Fund has issued a statement supporting the measure on unification, which is not surprising because everyone knows unification was a condition for the $10 million standby announced last month. In Ecuador, however, almost every significant political organization, and other groups such as the FEUE and the CTE have announced opposition to both unification and the new indirect taxes. Announcement of the new economic decrees couldn't have been made at a worse time for Velasco, because the other event yesterday was Arosmena's return from his trip to Moscow. His supporters, including leaders of the extreme left, had been promoting a big reception for him for over a week. At the Quito airport several thousand turned out with Araujo as one of the leaders. Posters were prominent with slogans such as Cuba Si, Yankees No, Down with Imperialism, and We Want Relations with Russia. Velasco is going to have to struggle hard to keep his balance. Just possibly he will break with Cuba in order to gain rightist support, but we aren't taking bets. Quito, July 23, 1961. Arosmena has become undisputed leader of the opposition to Velasco. Although the conservatives and social Christians continue their opposition on the Cuban and communist issue, the new economic decrees have given the FEUE, CTE, URJE, the PCE, and the Revolutionary Socialists the perfect pretext to line up behind Arosmena. Even the reactionary Radical Liberal Party and the Moderate Socialist Party under our agent Manuel Naranjo have joined the extreme left in supporting Arosmena as the opposition leader. Velasco is rattled by Arosmena's sudden popularity. During the reception for him at Guayaquil, the local tank units were placed on alert to create fear and, unsuccessfully, to cut down attendance. While trying to defend the economic measures on the grounds that the government needs more income for public works, Velasco has bitterly attacked Arosmena for dividing the Velasquista movement. As Arosmena and some of his supporters are still calling themselves Velasquistas even though they have turned against Velasco, the president has told them to leave the movement and form another group with a different name. Guayaquil student operations have just had a setback. Elections were held a week ago for FEUE officers at the University of Guayaquil, possibly the most important FEUE chapter because of the high level of militancy of the students there. Our forces, financed from the ECLOS project and led by Alberto Alarcon, lost to the extreme left. A leader of URJE was elected FEUE president. The election came at a bad time just as the extreme left was making noisy support for Arosmena against Velasco on the economic issues. Quito, July 27, 1961. Gil Saudade, our deputy chief of station, decided to risk the future of his Eclure party, the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, PLPR, on Velasco's longevity in the presidency. His hope is still to attract the Velasquista left away from Araujo, even if this means open and direct support for Velasco. When the party's first national convention opened in Quito a couple of days ago, Velasco was named honorary president. Preparations for the convention have been underway for several months and have included public statements on major issues. In late June, for example, the PLPR published a statement supporting Velasco on his Cuba policy, a conscious maneuver by Saudade, but strongly denouncing the 20 families that have been exploiting Ecuador since before independence and that seek to conserve their privileges by keeping the country under the landlords and bosses. The statement also affirmed that the real enemies of the Ecuadorian people are the Conservative Party, the Social Christian Movement, the Radical Liberal Party and the Socialist Party, all of whom represent the rich oligarchies who oppress the poor masses of the country. 2 weeks later, the PLPR published another statement sharply criticizing the most recent pastoral letters of the Cardinal, whom our agents accused of being just one more oligarch using the communist scare for his own purposes. Right now Gil has on the payroll the party's national director, Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr., the national coordinator, Antonio Ulloa Capiano, the legal counsel, Carlos Vallejo Baez, and the mastermind behind the operation, Juan Yepes del Pozo, Sr., who holds no office. Saudade is very pleased with the PLPR convention, which ended last night with Velasco as the principal speaker. The final session got ample publicity and was overflowing with people. Although the party had to support Velasco on his Cuban policy for tactical purposes, Saudade was careful to have Juan Yepes, Jr., in his opening speech describe the PLPR as opposed to the extremes of left or right, adding that the party could never approve of the despotism of Soviet Marxism. Gil has also picked up 2 new agents from the convention, both of whom he plans to guide into the free labor movement to ensure station control beyond the critical operation of the Guayaquil base. One of the new agents is Matias Ulloa Capiano, brother of Antonio Ulloa, who is PLPR national coordinator. Matias is a leader of a collective transportation cooperative. The other new agent is Ricardo Vázquez Diaz, a leader of the Guayaquil PLPR delegation, who was one of the secretaries of the convention. Quito, July 31, 1961. Velasco and the Cubans seem to be on the verge of establishing a mutual aid society. Yesterday an interview with the new ambassador was published wherein the ambassador claims that Cuba was the first country to back Ecuador in its demand for revision of the Rio Protocol, comparing the forceful imposition of the protocol to the imposition by the U.S. of the Platt Amendment and our retention of the Guantanamo naval base. Today the Foreign Ministry issued a statement emphasizing Ecuador's opposition to any form of collective or multilateral intervention in Cuba. The Defense Front forces, however, haven't relaxed. At a pro-Cuba rally 3 nights ago, Araujo's speech was interrupted by an unexplained power failure. Police troops and cavalry outside the theater prevented another riot with counter-demonstrators. Similarly, when the new Cuban ambassador presented his credentials at the presidential palace, an anti-Castro group sent by the Defense Front clashed with an URJE group that had come to the palace to cheer the ambassador. A riot followed and was finally broken up by the police with tear gas. The TSD support office in Panama sent tape recorders, dial recorders, and actuators for setting up the telephone tap on the Cuban embassy, Cryptonym Equate. Last week the audio technician, Larry Martin, was here to train Raphael Buccioli to use the equipment, and Buccioli made the connections in the exchange aided by an assistant. Buccioli and the assistant are both active in the Quito Model Airplane Club, and I'm going to get a catalog from headquarters so that they can select items that I can order through the pouch. Later we'll talk of salaries. Quito, August 4, 1961. Velasco's tactics of bullying the opposition have cost him another minister of government. In a recent open polemic between the minister and the national director of the Radical Liberal Party, the minister launched such severe personal insults that he was challenged to a duel by the Liberal leader. Yesterday the minister resigned so that he could accept the challenge, since dueling in Ecuador is illegal. The Liberal leader, who is from Guayaquil, flew up to Quito yesterday for final preparations, but he was met at the airport by several hundred rioting Velasquistas, most of whom were plainclothes policemen and employees of the government monopolies and customs. The Liberal leader barely escaped lynching, while several international flights were disrupted because of the tear gas used by police and the general chaos. The duel was later called off, however, because the seconds somehow arranged for satisfactory excuses by the ex-minister and honor was satisfied. During the riot at the Quito airport, a touring Soviet goodwill delegation flew in unexpectedly. We've had reports from other WH stations on their tour, but the exact date they would proceed to Quito was undecided, probably to avoid a hostile reception. Our National Defense Front agents will publish statements and demonstrate against the visit. They are staying at the Hotel Quito, but we still have not received the bugged lamps back from our technical support base in Panama. Quito, August 31, 1961. Our propaganda and political action campaign to keep the opposition to Velasco focused on Cuba and communism is being diverted because of the greater importance of last month's economic decrees on unification of the exchange rate and new taxes. Inflation has also become a major public issue. The government, however, is determined to retain the economic decrees in order to stimulate exports. Similarly, the new taxes are being justified as needed for the police, armed forces, education, and public works. Nevertheless, the decrees have become the unifying issue for Velasco's opposition, and tomorrow the chambers of commerce of the entire country will call for repeal of the unification decree. The Congress, which reconvened 3 weeks ago, is the center of opposition political debate, and already the Velasquista tactics of intimidation by hostile mobs in the galleries have been renewed. During one session, when the acting minister of government was called to answer questions about police repression in Guayaquil, nothing could be heard over the screaming of the galleries. Orange and banana peelings and showers of spittle fell on the opposition deputy who was trying to question the minister. Nevertheless, the deputy spoke for several hours against repression in Guayaquil, but he was vilified continuously by the galleries, finally being forced to seek shelter. Meanwhile, fights broke out on the chamber floor between deputies, ashtrays were hurled by opponents, and the chamber's security forces refused to eject the rioters in the galleries. Arosmena, as president of the Congress, continues as the leader of the opposition to Velasco. Although loyal Velasquistas have been elected to offices in both houses, the exact party balance is unclear because of uncertainty over defections of Velasquistas to Arosmena, as in the case of Reynaldo Varia, who was re-elected vice president of the Senate and has declared for Arosmena. 2 weeks ago a delegation from the CTE was invited by Arosmena to a joint session of Congress with Arosmena. Presiding. Members of the delegation asked the Congress to nullify the July decrees on unification and new taxes, adding that if the decrees are not cancelled the CTE will call a general strike. This time Arosmena had the Velasquista mob ejected when they started shouting. Quito, September 2, 1961. Saudade is certainly moving his Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, PLPR, along, this time with help from the Bogotá station. Since arriving in Quito, Saudade has been corresponding with the Bogotá station, which supports a leftist wing of the Liberal Party called the Revolutionary Liberal Movement, MLR. Experience with the MLR in Colombia has been important for Saudade here because he hopes to achieve success with the PLPR comparable to the Bogotá station's success with the MLR. Some weeks ago Saudade had Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr. of the PLPR invite the leader of the MLR, Alfonso Lopez Michelson, to visit Quito to exchange experiences and to promote PLPR organizational work. Saudade, of course, didn't reveal the CIA interest in the MLR, but the Bogotá station assured acceptance of the invitation. I wonder whether Lopez is witting and contact with him is direct, or whether the Bogotá station's access to him is through other MLR leaders. Lopez arrived yesterday and will see Velasco and Arosmena and make a number of speeches. He will also visit Guayaquil. Saudade is picking up the tab, and good publicity is already coming out. Quito, September 4, 1961. Arosmena is cementing his political support from the CTE. Today the Senate under his prodding gave 50,000 sucres to the CTE for its national convention, scheduled for later this month in Ambato. The CTE responded with thanks from the Revolutionary Socialist Sierra Labor senator and invited Arosmena to address the convention's closing session. He accepted. The CTE's campaign against the decrees on unification and taxes continues, along with promotion of a general strike, the date of which still hasn't been set. RPCE penetration agents report joy in the party over Arosmena's cooperation with the CTE and the extreme left generally, but leftist leaders are worried about his alcoholism and will be careful not to get burned by getting too closely associated with him. In a few days we are going to bug the Czech legation. For months Noland has had Otto Kladenskij eliciting information from the Czechs on possible permanent locations for the legation, and they finally signed a contract on a large house now nearing completion. On checking the building records, Noland discovered that the engineer in charge of construction is a friend of his from the University Sports League. Noland also knows the owner of the house, but after discussions with the engineer he decided not to speak to the owner for fear he would oppose risking his contract. Equipment has arrived from headquarters for 5 or 6 installations, and the audio technicians are already here studying the building plans to determine how the rooms will be used. Their first priority is the code room, followed by the minister's office, and then studies and bedrooms. Since the house is in one of Quito's nicest new areas, we have plenty of support bases available for use during the installation. The plan is for the 2 audio technicians to enter the house at night with the engineer, who luckily speaks English. I will be in an observation post overlooking the house, which is a back bedroom of the home of an embassy USIS officer. Noland and Captain Vargas, Chief of Police Intelligence, and several of Vargas's strong-arm boys, will be in a support base in the apartment of Noland's administrative assistant, who lives only 2 blocks from the target house. We will have walkie-talkie communications between the target house, MyOp, and the support base. If anything goes wrong, we will call on Vargas and his boys to step in and take over officially while our audio technicians make a getaway. Vargas and his boys won't know why they're on standby unless they're needed. Quito, September 20, 1961. The first try for the audio operation against the Czech legation failed. It was the technicians' fault and they were lucky not to have been caught. Bunglers. Everything went perfectly until about 5 o'clock in the morning when, as I was fighting to keep awake, I noticed the 2 technicians hurrying out of the house with their suitcases of equipment and running down the street to the getaway car. The engineer went running after them. And they all drove away. I advised Noland by walkie-talkie and we went to the embassy to rejoin the technicians. Incredible story. They worked all night making 3 installations in the walls and were about to plaster over the transmitters when they were surprised by 4 Indian guards who had been asleep in another room all night. The engineer is known to the Indians, who were told by the owner not to let anyone enter the house, and he told them our frightened technicians were simply some electricians he brought to work. At 5 o'clock in the morning, while the engineer occupied the Indians, the technicians ripped the installations out of the walls and packed up. The Czechs are visiting the house every day and are bound to notice the big holes left where the installations were ripped out. Noland gave the engineer some money to buy silence from the Indians, but the engineer will have difficulty making explanations to the Czechs. He'll just have to play dumb and hope the Indians keep quiet. It may be too late to try again because the Czechs will soon be moving in, so I suppose headquarters will ask for telephone tapping instead. We have technical problems on this operation too. The tap on the Cuban embassy still isn't working right. Headquarters wanted us to try a new type of equipment that actuates the tape recorders from the sound on the telephone wires instead of from changes of voltage. The trouble is that the wires pick up a nearby radio station and all we're getting is reels and reels of music. The only real casualty of this botched job will probably be my dog. Poor Lenita. I tested the dog tranquilizer on him last week just in case the Czechs suddenly put guard dogs at the house. Several years ago the station spent about 5 nights using this special powder mixed with hamburger meat, but they couldn't get the Czechs' dogs to sleep so they could make an entry. Now, however, only a few minutes after I gave Lenita the prescribed dose he began to fade away. Hours passed and he just went into a coma. The vet came the next day and took him away, saying his central nervous system was paralyzed. He's still at the kennels and if he dies I will send a big bill to the TSD. Quito, September 24, 1961. The CTE convention got underway in Ambato yesterday and it was almost like the Congress. Arosmena was one of the guests, and when the ceremonies began a group of Velasquistas who had infiltrated the theater began shouting vivas to Velasco and abajos to Arosmena and communism. The CTE people started shouting vivas to Cuba and Arosmena and a vast fist fight ensued. Pistols were fired into the air, stink bombs were set off, and only when the police arrived and filled the theater with tear gas could the brawl be stopped. It continued in the street outside, however, while the inauguration ceremony began in the lingering stench of tear gas combined with stink bombs. Velasco simply cannot learn to compromise. This episode can only be counterproductive. Quito, September 25, 1961. Now I know what happened to the agents in Cuba on the other end of the secret writing channel. El Comercio this morning carries a front-page article on the arrest of Luis Torroella and the other M-Blood agents and a story about their plan to assassinate Castro. The article is a wire service dispatch from Havana based on yesterday's Cuban government press release, and the El Comercio article is naturally headlined with reference to the Quito-Havana secret writing channel. Apparently the agents told everything, but the story doesn't include the number of the Quito post office box, which is under Colonel Paredes's true name. I sent a priority cable to the Miami station asking that they inform us if the box number was revealed, because Colonel Paredes will need to cover himself to protect the surveillance team. The agents undoubtedly were arrested several months ago, perhaps at the time of the Bay of Pigs invasion, but Miami should have told us so we could cancel the box and perhaps destroy the records of the name of the holder. I hadn't known they were planning to assassinate Castro, but the press report reveals a detailed plan using bazookas in an ambush near the Havana Sports Complex. The radio channel must have been used for this operation. No indication on how they were caught. I hope it wasn't from my bad SW technique. No indication either of when they'll get the Pardon one, maybe already? Quito, October 3, 1961. The CTE set tomorrow as the day for the 24-hour general strike against the July economic decrees. They claim 500 unions will participate and have been joined by the FEUE and by the Socialist Party of Manuel Naranjo. Velasco described the strike as a proclamation of revolution against his government, adding that if the new taxes are repealed there will be no money for teachers, police, and military. For the past few days the government has been promoting a propaganda campaign against the strike. Large numbers of unions which are really Velasquista political organizations have been publishing statements of boycott. But the only real unions boycotting the strike are the Catholic CDOC and our own free trade union movement including CRICL, both of which are for annulment of the taxes but against strengthening the CTE. Tonight Paquero de la Calle, our Minister of Labor, made a nationwide radio broadcast in which he called the strike a subversive political action having nothing to do with labor matters, To counter CTE insistence that the strike is purely for economic motives having nothing to do with politics. Both are wrong because the strike is both political and economic, but we're against it because of its extreme left promotion. No one doubts there will be violence when the strikers set up roadblocks to stop transportation. We've set up special communications with our police agents to get timely news on their reports from around the country. Tension is high. Quito, October 4, 1961. Velasco is truly incomprehensible. This morning most of the commercial activities in Quito and Guayaquil were normal and it was evident that the strike would be only partially successful. However, by noon the police cavalry and army tanks had made such a show of force that everything closed, and as the afternoon went on the strike became total in both cities. If the government hadn't created such a climate of fear the strike would probably have been a failure. But there was considerable violence in the provinces, especially at Tulcan, on the Colombian border. Several have been killed and wounded there. Quito, October 6, 1961. The strike continues in Tulcan. Yesterday a congressional commission that included Manuel Naranjo went there along with the Minister of Government and other high police and security officials. The meeting of the Congressional Commission, the Ministers' Group, and the Tulcan Strike Commission turned into a political rally against Velasco and the government. The crowd, in fact, became so menacing that the minister had to seek refuge in a government building under military protection. Today a popular strike committee in the coastal province of Esmeraldas decided to follow the lead in Tulcan by extending the strike indefinitely. Velasco continues the hard line. 4 of the principal CTE leaders are being held since the day before the strike, and an arrest list of 19 others has been published. Quito, October 11, 1961. Velasco ended the strikes in Tulcan and Esmeraldas by promising public works, and tomorrow he goes to Tulcan to listen to complaints. A few days ago in Guayaquil he again defended unification and the new taxes, but he had the mayor accuse Orosmena of subverting public order from the presidency of the Congress. The Congress is now in its 30-day extraordinary period, but there is little sign that anything of significance will result, probably more riots and clashes with Velasco. No one expects the lull of the past 2 days to continue. Today the national golf tournament ended. I was awful but Noland and his wife played well. I'm skipping the celebrations at the club tonight because Janet is due to deliver any day. Her obstetrician is the Quito golf champion and will be leading the party tonight. I hope his early prediction of delivery on Columbus's Day will be slightly off because he won't be in condition tomorrow. Quito, October 12, 1961. He was right. I had to get Alberto out of the golf club at 5 o'clock this morning. Miraculously everything was perfect, a boy. Quito, October 16, 1961. The Political Security Office of the Ministry of Government has invented a plot as a pretext for arresting opposition leaders. It's so unlikely that it will probably make Velasco look worse than ever. For the past 3 days political security agents have been arresting opposition leaders, including a leftist deputy who tried to question the Minister of Defense last August, and some of the rightist leaders of the National Defense Front. Luckily none of our agents is among the 16 arrested, although the security agents are looking for communists and conservatives alike. The plot was announced today by the Director General of Security who runs the political security arm of the Ministry of Government, an office we purposely stayed far away from. Leaders of the plot, which was to break out tomorrow night, are from the extreme right and the extreme left. A sizable quantity of arms was put on display, said to be of Iron Curtain origin and found in the homes of communists during raids. No thinking person could believe such a transparent fabrication, but Velasco obviously hopes it will rekindle the support he needs from the poor and uneducated if he decides to close the Congress by force. In answer to the arrests and plot, the liberals, conservatives, social Christians, democratic socialists, and the fascist ARN all joined today in a coordinating bureau to fight assumption of dictatorial powers by Velasco. Jorge Acosta, the Minister of the Treasury, returned from Washington today. He tried to make the trip sound successful by telling reporters of several loans that are pending and ready to be signed, but he wasn't able to bring immediate relief. Velasco must certainly be disappointed. Almost unnoticed in this atmosphere of crisis was the resignation today of José Baquero de la Calle, our Minister of Labor. Velasco wanted to get him out, so he let him fire the Guayaquil fire chief for irregular use of funds, then cancelled Baquero's action, leaving the agent no choice but to resign. He has been an ineffective minister and not a particularly effective agent either, so Saudade isn't too sorry to see him fired. Now he'll try to ease him off the payroll. Quito, October 17, 1961. A shootout in the Congress last night has the whole country in an uproar, and rumors are beginning to circulate that there may be a military move against Velasco. At a joint congressional session last night, the Loyalist Velasquista mob packed the galleries and began hurling orange and banana peelings as well as the worst insults they could articulate. Loyalist Velasquista legislators joined the rioters in the galleries, and when Arosmena, who was presiding, ordered the galleries to be cleared, the police refused to act. Stones began to fly from the galleries and opposition legislators sought shelter under their desks while others formed a protective shield around Arosmena. By 1 o'clock this morning, after nearly 4 hours of rioting, shots also began to be fired from the galleries, some directed right at Arosmena's desk. He finally pulled out his own revolver, emptied it into the air, and left the chamber, claiming that over 40 policemen were in the galleries in civilian dress with their service revolvers. Today Velasco denied that he is seeking to install a dictatorship, while the Loyalist Velasquista legislators are justifying last night's riots as necessary for the preservation of Ecuadorian democracy. Arosmena said today he will charge Velasco before the Supreme Court with trying to assassinate him. In Guayaquil today, police with tear gas, firing weapons into the air, broke up a FEUE manifestation against the government. This can't go on forever. Quito, October 24, 1961. Yesterday the Minister of Government resigned rather than face political interrogation by Congress over repression since the general strike 3 weeks ago. Velasco named Jorge Acosta as acting Minister of Government, which is a break for the station, but Nolan thinks the situation may be too desperate to hope for productive work with Acosta. Today Velasco finally made his expected move for Conservative Party support. Nolan has been insisting with Davila that he do all he can to sustain the Conservatives in making a break with Cuba their condition for supporting Velasco. Thus Velasco's offer today of the Ministry of Labor was rejected by the Conservatives, and Velasco's position continues to weaken. Acosta told Nolan that Velasco is as stubborn as ever on breaking with Cuba, but he is going to do all he can to convince his uncle that the only hope of survival for the government is to break with Cuba and gain conservative backing. I haven't seen anything in writing on whether the agency or State Department want to see Velasco survive or fall, only that our policy is to force a break with Cuba. The obvious danger is that Velasco will fall because of his obstinacy and that a pliable Arosmena, strongly influenced by the CTE, FEUE and other undesirables, will end up in power. This makes Acosta's influence on Velasco for the break absolutely crucial. Quito, October 27, 1961. We weren't able to re-enter the Czech legation before they moved in, so the audio operation is definitely lost. A couple of nights ago someone fired shots through the huge front windows of the legation, but a bomb placed in the garden at the same time failed to explode. The windows are very expensive and have to be imported from the US, so that will keep the Czechs off balance for a while. What's left of the windows is all boarded up. We didn't instruct any agents to make this terrorist attack, but Nolan thinks it was Captain Vargas, our chief of police intelligence. Vargas's office is in charge of investigating the attack. I've just taken over a new operation, the Tulcan portion of the ECACTOR Political Action Project. Nolan had been meeting irregularly with a leader of the conservative youth organization there, Enrique Molina, but guidance and funding were difficult because the agent could come to Quito only infrequently and Nolan lacks the time to go there, 2 long days to drive to the Colombian border and back. The drive between Quito and Tulcan is so spectacular that it's beyond adequate expression. There are green fertile valleys, snow-capped volcanoes, arid canyons eroded by snaking rivers, lakes smooth as glass, panoramic views from heights almost as from an airplane. All the way the cobblestoned Pan-American highway winds around and up and down the mountains, passing through colorful Indian villages where every few kilometers the hats, ponchos, even the hairstyles change to distinguish one community from another. I took money to Molina and told him to use it for the anti-communist front in Carchi province, but he'll probably use it mainly for propaganda against Velasco. I also set up a communications channel for him to report intelligence on political unrest, and we will try to alternate meetings. 1 month he'll come to Quito and the next I'll go there. Quito, November 1, 1961. New violence broke out yesterday in Cuenca when a FEUE manifestation against the government was severely repressed by police. The students had been joined by a large number of people, and when the demonstrators attacked government buildings, the army was called in. 7 persons were wounded in the shooting. Velasco announced that in spite of the violence he will make an official visit to Cuenca for its provincial independence celebrations the day after tomorrow. There is much speculation that more violence will occur because the people in the Cuenca area are so angry at Velasco's failure to alleviate the effects of declining prices of the area's products, especially Panama hats. Hunger migrations from the province, a rare occurrence even in Ecuador, have been going on for some time, and representatives of the Quito government are increasingly unpopular in this strongly conservative and Catholic region. Reports from our police agents indicate that the rioting in Cuenca is continuing today. Quito, November 3, 1961. Military rule was imposed yesterday in the province of Agee, of which Cuenca is the capital, as at least 10 more people were wounded during a popular uprising. Velasco fired the provincial governor and other leading government officials and sent Jorge Acosta, acting minister of government, to Cuenca for a first-hand inspection. Acosta's trip only caused further protest, which was followed by more arrests. Municipal authorities in Cuenca cancelled the independence celebrations scheduled for today and asked Velasco not to come. But Velasco is in Cuenca right now, and many reports are coming from the radio and the police that serious new rioting and shooting is going on. Quito, November 4, 1961. In Cuenca yesterday at least 2 were killed and 8 more wounded. On arrival, Velasco headed a procession on foot from the airport into town, a grave provocation against the local hostility reflected in funeral wreaths and black banners decorating the houses in sign of mourning. Along the way, Velasco and his committee were jeered, taunted, and finally attacked with stones and clubs. Shooting followed as the riot was suppressed, but Velasco insisted on presiding at the military parade. Afterwards, however, he was forced to give his speech in an indoor hall where he blamed the violence on opposition political leaders. From Cuenca, Velasco is motoring to several small towns for speeches and then to Guayaquil. In the Congress today, the debate over events in Cuenca went on for 8 hours. The CTE, FEUE and Revolutionary Socialists have condemned Velasco, along with the Conservative Party and the Social Christian Movement. A strange alliance for our political action agents, but momentum against Velasco dominates the scene. Jorge Acosta, acting Minister of Government, got Velasco's approval to expel another Cuban. This time it's the charge d'affaires because the ambassador is in Havana right now. After meeting today with the Cuban charge, the Minister of Foreign Affairs announced that the charge will be leaving. He gave vague reasons, suggesting an association between certain Ecuadorian political figures and the Cuban government, but he emphasized that the charge's departure does not mean any change of policy towards Cuba. The charge, on the other hand, said he is leaving for Cuba voluntarily. It's clear that the foreign minister was reluctant to follow Acosta's order to expel the Cuban, and it's equally doubtful that this desperate move by Velasco to obtain support from the Conservative Party and other rightists will work. Acosta told Nolan that Velasco still refuses to break completely with the Cubans, but he is also going to move against the Prensa Latina representative. Velasco finally got some good news on economic aid. 2 large loans have just been signed in Washington, one a $4.7 million loan for development of African palm oil and sheep ranching, and the other a $5 million loan for middle-class housing. Good publicity but no early effects expected. Quito, November 5, 1961. Today Jorge Acosta announced that the Cuban charge is being expelled as persona non grata. His clarification has been broadcast continually over the government radio network. The Cuban embassy, however, insisted, in order to save face, that the charge was never told that he is being expelled. While at the Foreign Ministry, confirmation was made of expulsion rather than voluntary return to Cuba. Quito, November 6, 1961. If he goes, Velasco will not have gone quietly. More violence today, both in Quito and in Guayaquil, where 11 have been killed and at least 14 wounded, all students and workers. We've been sending one report after another to headquarters, and the Guayaquil base is doing the same. Congress went into session at noon and Arosmena accused Velasco of having violated the Constitution. A FEUE delegation visited the Congress to express support, and about 3 o'clock this afternoon the Congressional Palace was sealed off by Army troops and telephone communications were cut. This morning the entire cabinet resigned, and Velasco, who only arrived from Guayaquil at noon, spent most of the afternoon visiting military units. He also made a radio broadcast in which he accused Arosmena of proclaiming himself a dictator, adding that he was firing Arosmena as vice president. I'll be spending the night here in the embassy listening to the police and military radios and taking calls from agents in the street. The latest is that Arosmena and other legislators were allowed to leave the Congressional Palace just after midnight, and as they walked towards Arosmena's house a few blocks away they were arrested by Velasco's Director General of Security. Arosmena and the others have been taken to jail, but several agents believe that it's a deliberately dangerous scheme on the part of Arosmena to force Velasco to unconstitutional action, which could provoke the military to move against him. In spite of the cabinet resignations, Acosta continues to function as Minister of Government. This morning he expelled the Prensa Latina correspondent, a Cuban who had been expelled last year under Ponce but had slipped back into the country while Araujo was Minister of Government. We're sending situation reports to headquarters practically every hour. Quito, November 7, 1961. It's all over for Velasco but the succession isn't decided. About 5 o'clock this morning the Engineers Battalion in Quito rebelled on the grounds that Velasco had violated the Constitution in arresting Arosmena, but was attacked by Loyalist Army units. A ceasefire occurred about 8 a.m. for removal of dead and wounded, and later in the morning the military high command decided that both Velasco and Arosmena had violated the Constitution. They later named the President of the Supreme Court to take over as President of an interim government. Velasco has accepted this decision and the Supreme Court President has taken over the offices in the Presidential Palace. Velasco visited several of the Loyalist military units after leaving the Presidential Palace this afternoon, and according to military intelligence reports he is at the home of friends but asking for asylum in a Latin American embassy. Acosta received asylum earlier today in the Venezuelan embassy. Arosmena is making a fight of his own to succeed to the presidency. He and the other legislators were released from prison tonight and went immediately to the Legislative Palace where Arosmena convoked a joint session and was himself named president. The constitutional limit on Congress's extended session ends at midnight tonight, but the Congress is remaining in the palace with Arosmena. Tonight I sleep in the embassy again, just in case the military command decides to move in favor of either of our two presidents. Let's hope they stick with the President of the Supreme Court, a rightist who would be favorably disposed to a break with Cuba and suppression of the extreme left in general. Quito, November 3, 1961. It's Arosmena. This morning the Legislative Palace was surrounded by Army paratroopers and tanks, but just after noon Air Force fighters flew low over the palace firing their guns into the air to intimidate the Army units. When it became clear that the Air Force was backing Arosmena and the Congress, the Supreme Court President resigned. He had lasted as president only 18 hours, and the Army units were withdrawn from the palace. The military high command recognized Arosmena later this afternoon. During the hours before the outcome was known today, URJE and FOE demonstrations in favor of Arosmena broke out in different parts of Quito, and later expressions of support to Arosmena have poured in from all over the country, especially from the CTE organizations, FEUE and URJE. While the Legislative Palace was still surrounded this morning, Arosmena named a centrist cabinet consisting of 2 liberals, 2 democratic socialists, 1 social Christian, 1 conservative and 3 independents. One of the socialists is Manuel Naranjo, who was named Minister of the Treasury. This afternoon Arosmena has been meeting with supporters, including Araujo, whom Arosmena described as that great fighter. But when Araujo got up on a chair and tried to give a speech to the crowd milling about, he only got out "noble people of Quito," when he was shouted down with much ridicule. Arosmena's first act, even though he won't be inaugurated until tomorrow, was to convoke a special session of Congress for election of a new vice president and other business. Reynaldo Varia Donoso was presiding officer at the first session today. Velasco hasn't given up, quite. From the Mexican embassy he issued a statement that he hasn't resigned, and he again reminded everyone of the 400,000 votes he got last year. 4 times elected and 3 times deposed, a winner on the stump but a loser in office. If he had only broken with Cuba, he could have won conservative and other right support and weathered the left campaign over economic issues. Quito, November 9, 1961. This morning before the inaugural ceremony, the FEUE organized Operation Cleanup, which was a symbolic scrubbing down and sweeping up at the presidential palace to cleanse the place before Arosmena took over. Arosmena and his new cabinet then led a march of thousands from the Legislative Palace to the Presidential Palace at Independence Plaza. In his speech, Arosmena described Velasco's regime as one that started with 400,000 in favor and ended with 4 million against. In promising action instead of flowery speeches, he pledged that his government will be one of peace and harmony, and that he will be president of all Ecuadorians, not just the privileged few. But from our point of view, the most important of his remarks was his pledge to continue diplomatic relations with Cuba. In other ominous indications from the inaugural speeches, the president of the CTE attacked Yankee imperialism while praising the Cuban Revolution and calling for the formation of a popular revolutionary front. Formation of the front has already been reported by RPCE penetration agents and will include the CTE, Revolutionary Socialists, PCE, URJE, Ecuadorian Federation of Indians, and a new student front called the Revolutionary University Student Movement. The FEUE president also spoke, recounting the participation of the students in Velasco's overthrow. Although he's a moderate and was elected with support from the Guayaquil-based student operation, opposition to Velasco has been growing too strongly in recent months for economic and other motives to permit Alberto Alarcón and his agents to keep the moderate FEUE leadership from supporting Arosmena. Diplomatic relations with the Ecuadorian government are continuing as if Velasco had died or resigned, which means there is no question of formal recognition of the new government. Everything's been legal and constitutional. Quito, November 11, 1961. The general political atmosphere is one of relief, optimism, satisfaction, almost euphoria. After 14 months of intimidation by Velasco, supporters of the traditional parties are happy to see Arosmena in power, at least for the moment. Davila was elected president of the Chamber of Deputies for the extraordinary congressional session. Reynaldo Varia was elected vice president of the Senate, offering, in his acceptance speech, to die before violating the legal norms of this new and unmerited honor. Congress then recessed for 2 days, and on Monday they will reconvene to elect a new vice president. There's going to be plenty of tension over the weekend as deals are made to see who becomes number 2 to Arosmena. The importance of this election is very great because no one knows how long Arosmena can last with his frequent drinking bouts. Nolan thinks Varia, one of the leading candidates, has a good chance. The rector of Central University, a liberal-leaning independent, is the main contender and is backed by the FEUE and extreme left. Velasco was put on a Panagra flight to Panama this afternoon. Most of the country is peaceful again and the vandalism and looting of stores has disappeared. From the general strike on October 4 until now, at least 32 have died in 5 cities and many more were wounded, 45 in Quito alone. It wasn't exactly a bloodless coup. Quito, November 13, 1961. Noland has pulled off a coup of his own. Over the weekend Varia called for a meeting at the Hotel Quito Safe House. He wanted to know if Noland knew where he might get support for election as vice president, particularly whether Noland thought the conservatives might support him. Noland said he thought so, but naturally had to be tactful in order not to reveal any relation with Davila or other rightist agents. Later Noland met with Davila, who asked for advice on whom the conservatives should support for vice president. Noland was able to promote Varia discreetly, reasoning that if the Central University rector were elected, the vice rector, a revolutionary socialist, would take over the university. Davila pledged to throw the conservative vote to Varia. Later Davila and Varia met for agreement, and Noland is convinced that neither knew of the other's meeting with him. This morning a notice in El Comercio placed through Gustavo Salgado compromised the rector pretty badly. It was an announcement of support attributed to the Ecuadorian Communist Party and URJE. Denial will come but too late because Congress reconvened 6 at noon to elect the vice president. The galleries were packed by the CTE and FEUE militants screaming for the rector's election. Davila was the presiding officer, and on the first ballot Varia got 64 votes, the most of the 4 candidates but 12 short of the 2/3 needed. When the results of this vote were announced, the galleries began to riot. Varia was elected on the next ballot and the FEUE and CTE people really broke loose, showering Davila with stones, spit, and wads of paper. No police around as usual. Varia, in his inaugural speech after Davila proclaimed him vice president, seemed a little too humble. You will see that I lack the capacity to be vice president of the republic. I am full of defects, but against this is my life, which I have filled with modesty and sacrifice. You and I, with the help of God, can solve little by little the great problems that affect the Ecuadorian people. Noland said he's going to raise Varia from $700 to $1,000 a month, and if he gets to be president we'll pay him even more. Senator Humphrey arrived yesterday and we're reporting on possible demonstrations against him. He'll visit Arosmena and address the Congress, but yesterday he was right on target in remarks to newsmen. The U.S. is ready to finance the development of poor countries, but their governments have to effect agrarian, tax and administrative reforms. Otherwise the U.S. will just be financing eventual Bolshevization. Quito, November 17, 1961. Arosmena's government is not yet 2 weeks old, but there are clear signs that he will have significant leftist participation in his regime. Appointments at the minister and subsecretary level, like Manuel Naranjo, the new Minister of the Treasury, are certainly acceptable. But jobs on the middle level are increasingly falling into hands of Marxists and other leftists who are unfriendly to the U.S. even though they may not be formally affiliated with the PCE or the Revolutionary Socialists. The objectionable appointments are mostly in education and the welfare and social security systems, although the new governments of Guayaquil and Guayas province are also taking on an unfortunate coloring. Both in the station and at the Guayaquil base we have been preparing memoranda on the new faces in Arosmena's government for the ambassador, the consul general, and the State Department in Washington. The memoranda are based on our file information and also on queries to our PCE penetration agents on party reaction to the appointments. First indications are that influence from the extreme left will be much greater under Arosmena than under Velasco. Reaction from the State Department and from headquarters is moderately alarmist, and headquarters has sent special requirements on continued close monitoring of Arosmena appointments. The worry is that this is only the beginning and that Ecuador will continue sliding to the left much as Brazil is moving that way already. On the Cuban question, the Foreign Ministry announced today that the Cuban charge expelled by Velasco can now remain. In the confusion during Velasco's last days he had stayed on in Quito. To counter these developments we are going to start a new round of propaganda and political action operations through the ECACTOR agents such as Davila, Perez, the National Defense Front, and propaganda agents such as Gustavo Salgado. Reynaldo Varia, the vice president, will also be extremely important because he is well known as an anti-communist. He's a retired lieutenant colonel in the Army and he studied at Fort Riley and Fort Leavenworth in the U.S. He was also Ecuadorian military attaché in Washington and advisor to the Ecuadorian representative on the Inter-American Defense Board, Subsecretary of Defense and later Minister of Defense. As an opening and somewhat indirect thrust, the Guayaquil base had the CRICL labor organization publish a half-page statement in the newspapers yesterday on the danger of communism and the subservience of the CTE to the WFTU in Prague. It called for repression of communism, warned against opening diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, and forecast the establishment of the Ecuadorian Confederation of Free Trade Union Organizations as a democratic alternative to the CTE. Arosemena has started a shake-up in the internal security forces. Today an investigation was started to verify the lists of agents on the roll of the National Security Directorate, the political security office responsible for Arosemena's arrest on the night of 6 to 7 November. It is expected that many of the agents listed simply do not exist and that their salaries were pocketed by top officers of the NSD. The top echelons of the National Police are also being shaken up. Captain José Vargas, chief of the Police Intelligence Organization, will undoubtedly be purged because he is well known as the leader of a secret pro-Velasco organization within the police. We're hoping, however, that Lieutenant Luis Sandoval, the chief technician under Vargas and fairly apolitical, will not be moved. Quito, November 20, 1961. The station program for penetrating the PCE is suddenly in better shape than ever. The Pichincha PCE members have just elected a new provincial committee and not only was Busuns re-elected but Cardenas and Luis Vargas were elected too. This gives us 3 agents on the 8-member committee, which is comparable to a national central committee because of the growing split between the coastal leadership under PCE Secretary General Pedro Saad and the Sierra leadership under Rafael Echeverria, chairman of the Pichincha Provincial Committee. I've taken over another operation from Noland. This time it's Colonel Oswaldo Lugo, our highest level penetration of the National Police. The other night Noland introduced me to Lugo, who advised that he has been appointed Chief of the National Police in the southern region with headquarters in Cuenca. He won't be leaving for a few weeks, and meanwhile he will introduce me to his stepson, Edgar Camacho, a university student who will serve as cutout for reports from Lugo's subagents in the CTE. Lugo expects to come to Quito at least once a month when we'll meet, but he'll send urgent reports through Camacho. A very friendly, intelligent, and sharp officer. Operations at the Guayaquil base got a jolt yesterday when their most important labor and political intelligence agent died suddenly. He was Emilio Estrada Icaza, director of one of Ecuador's largest banks, president of a fertilizer company, former mayor of Guayaquil and well-known collector of pre-Hispanic artifacts. It was through Estrada that the base organized the successful campaign to oust Saad from the Senate and then formed the CRICL labor organization. Quito, December 19, 1961. There has been a flurry of activity prior to the Christmas lull, with little of particularly happy significance to us. 3 days ago Arosemena was the principal speaker at the Congress of the CTE-controlled Ecuadorian Indian Federation. He shared the platform with the CTE president, a revolutionary socialist, Carlos Rodriguez, the PCE organizer in charge of the Indian Federation, and Miguel Lechin, an Indian and PCE member who was elected president of the federation. In his speech to the thousands of Indians trucked into Quito for the ceremony, Arosemena promised quick action to abolish the Huesipungo. The Indian Congress was followed yesterday by the Congress of Coastal Campesinos, which is the CTE's organization for rural workers on the coast. Arosemena was also the principal speaker at this Congress, which, like the Indian Congress, was highly successful for the extreme left. Student operations of the Guayaquil base under Alberto Alarcón have suffered another defeat. The National FEUE Congress recently ended in Guayaquil and the extreme left dominated. Guayaquil University, with the FEUE chapter run by URJE militants, will be the national seat for the coming year. Delegations from the universities of Cuenca and Puerto Viejo, which are controlled by Alarcón, walked out of the Congress when resolutions, supporting the Cuban Revolution and condemning the Alliance for Progress, were passed. Protests against the takeover by the extreme left were also made through Davila and the Catholic University Youth Organization and through Wilson Almeida, editor of Voz Universitaria. We also had a setback in student operations when a revolutionary socialist was elected president of the Quito FEUE chapter. After the voting, the new officers issued a statement supporting Arosmena on the need for agrarian reform and on non-intervention with regard to Cuba. Now both the Quito and the Guayaquil FEUE chapters, as well as Loja, are in extremist hands. Meanwhile URJE continues to dominate the streets. A few days ago a group of Cuban exiles, several hundred have arrived to reside in Guayaquil, was attacked by URJE militants as they reported to a government office to register. Operations with the National Police are in transition. José Vargas was not only relieved of command of the Police Intelligence Unit, he is under arrest along with other members of his secret Velasquista police organization. Luckily Luis Sandoval was left untouched and will continue in the unit. I've been seeing him much more frequently since Vargas was removed, and until we can evaluate the new police intelligence chief, Major Pacifico de los Reyes, Sandoval will be our main police intelligence contact. In effect he's a paid penetration agent. De los Reyes came to the station under a pretext related to some equipment we gave Vargas, but the visit was obviously to begin contact. Noland and I will alternate contact with him without telling him that I am meeting regularly with Sandoval. Colonel Lugo has taken command in the Cuenca zone. Regular communications with him will be through Edgar Camacho, his stepson, except on the trips he makes to Quito every month or so. He wants me to hold his salary and the salaries of his sub-agents for passing directly to him, so I imagine he'll come every month. Progress continues on the formation of a National Free Labor Confederation. On 16 to 17 December the existing free labor organizations led by CRICL held a convention for naming the organizing committee for the Constituent Congress of the National Confederation, to be called the Ecuadorian Confederation of Free Trade Union Organizations, COSLO. Enrique Amador, one of the Guayaquil-based labor agents, was president of the convention, and Adalberto Miranda Giron, the base agent elected last year as labor senator from the coast, was a principal speaker. The Constituent Congress was set for late April of next year. Nevertheless, serious problems are growing behind the facade of progress among the free trade union groups. Mainly it's a question of job security and bureaucratic vanity among the leaders of the different organizations. Competition among them to get the best jobs in COSLO, when it's established, is creating jealousies and friction. In early November, IO Division's most important Western Hemisphere labor agent, Serafino Romualdi, AFL-CIO representative for Latin America, came to Guayaquil and tried to establish a little harmony. The convention just over was a result of his trip, but the various leaders are still fighting. Now that Velasco is out, Gil Saudad's Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party is bound to decline if not disappear completely. He is going to move some of his agents from that party as fast as possible into the COSLO organization, so that with salaried agents in place the organization will have some discipline and order. Otherwise it will be forever weak and no match for the CTE. Our National Defense Front has issued another call for a break in relations with Cuba, but at the recent Conservative Party convention it was decided to give general support to Arosmena while still insisting on a break with Cuba. The photographs published on the Conservatives' meetings are embarrassing. They keep a crucifix, about half life-size, on the front of the speaker's table, and it looks like a Jesuit retreat. Davila was elected Sub-Director General of the party. All the other political parties of importance have also held conventions, and all are continuing general support to Arosmena. The State Department, too, is going to gamble on Arosmena and, perhaps, on the anti-communist tradition in the military. A few days ago a new loan was announced, $8 million for budget support from the U.S. government, 40 years at no interest. It had originally been negotiated by Jorge Acosta as Minister of the Treasury under Velasco. Congress recessed until next August with practically no legislation to show for its 112-day session that cost over 10 million sucres. Incredibly, Congress took no action to repeal the decree on unification of the exchange rate that had unified the opposition to Velasco. Arosemena and the CTE also seem to have forgotten their big issue. Quito, December 23, 1961. The pace is slowing for the end of the year celebrations, and we've been taking advantage to make the rounds with whiskey, cigarettes, golf balls and other gifts. Noland is taking the new administrative assistant, Raymond Ladd, around to meet the Quito travel agent and tourism crowd so that he can take over and expand the station travel control operations. The new principal agent will be Patricio Ponce, an old friend of Noland and prominent bullfight figure, whom Ladd is going to set up in a cover office as soon as possible. In January I'll also turn the Ecstasy letter intercept over to Ladd. We were fortunate to get Ladd for the administrative job, which is usually filled by a woman, because he can handle some operations too. During his previous assignment in San Jose, Costa Rica, he learned some operational techniques, and although he was refused the operations training, for lack of formal education, Noland wants to use him on non-sensitive matters. He works in perfectly because he's a champion golfer, poker addict, and general hustler. When I stop to think about the excitement and continual state of crisis over the past year, I realize that we've tried to attain only 2 goals and have failed at both. We haven't been able to bring about a break in diplomatic relations with Cuba, and we haven't been able to get the government to take action against the growing strength of local communist and related movements. With Velasco, we made no direct effort to overthrow his government. But by financing the conservatives and social Christians in the quasi-religious campaign against Cuba and communism, we helped them destroy Velasco's power base among the poor who had voted so overwhelmingly for him. By the time Velasco introduced the new taxes and unification of the exchange rate, our campaign, led by the rightists and assisted by inflation, had already turned popular opinion against him. It was an easy matter then for the CTE, URJE, FEUE, and others with extreme left inclinations to usurp the anti-Velasco banner using Arosemena as their anti-oligarchical symbol and as legitimate successor. Our principal tasks in the coming months will be to renew the campaign against relations with Cuba through the National Defense Front and other operations while monitoring carefully the penetration by the extreme left of Arosemena's government, and their preparations for armed action. Although both the second and third in succession to Arosemena are on our payroll, it would be difficult to argue that the present security situation is an improvement on the Velasco regime. The fundamental reasons why there is any security problem at all remain the same: concentration of wealth and power in the hands of the very few with marginalization of the masses of the people. Such extreme injustice can only encourage people to resort to extreme solutions, but there is still no sign of the reforms that everyone talks about. I wonder about reforms. Certainly the attitudes of my friends, whether blue blood conservatives, new rich liberals, or concerned independents, are not encouraging. Their contemptuous term for the poor who supported Velasco, the chusma, shows how much distance has still to be traveled. My son is only 10 weeks old, but already he's beginning to show some personality and awareness. Proud father, yes I am. He was baptized 3 weeks ago in the old church in Cotocalau in a beautiful white dress given by the families in the station. I'm not sure what to do about Janet. We continue to grow apart for lack of common interests. She knows practically nothing of my work, and her lack of interest in politics and the language has turned her to bridge with other American wives who tend to complain over trivia. I must help her, but the strain of daily events leaves so little energy, except for golf where I'm spending most of my free time. It's an unfair escape, I know, but it's also a relaxation. Quito, January 2, 1962. The Cuban Subsecretary of Foreign Relations, Carlos Olivares, is back in Ecuador, this time drumming up support in advance of the OAS Foreign Ministers Conference scheduled for later this month in Punta del Este, Uruguay. At the conference, the U.S. government hopes to get some collective action going against Cuba, at least a resolution that all countries still having diplomatic and commercial relations with Cuba move to break them. Yesterday Olivares met with Arosmena at a beach resort and Arosmena reaffirmed his policy of non-intervention towards Cuba. Today he said, Ecuador will be against any sanctions against Cuba at the Punta del Este conference. One reason why we're trying to isolate Cuba is that headquarters believe the Cubans are training thousands of Latin Americans in guerrilla warfare, sabotage, and terrorism. Every station is required to report on travel to Cuba, or to Moscow or Prague, which are longer but also widely used routes to Cuba. Right now there are at least 62 Ecuadorians in Havana invited for the celebrations of the third anniversary of the revolution. Some no doubt will be funneled off to the training camps. Miguel Lechon, president of the Ecuadorian Federation of Indians, is in the group. Quito, January 16, 1962. Our new campaign is off to a bang, literally. The National Convention of URJE was to have opened in Cuenca 2 days ago, but during the night before bombs exploded in the doorways of 2 Cuenca churches. There were no injuries from the bombs. The anti-communist militants under Carlos Arizaga Vega were careful, but large spontaneous demonstrations against the bombings occurred on the day the convention was to start. Public authorities then banned the URJE convention in order to avoid bloodshed. The Conservative Party under Davila's direction has called on Arosmena for a definitive political statement on Cuba and communism, the prelude to new conservative pressure. He answered that Ecuadorians should concentrate on national problems that are above the problem of Cuba. Davila is organizing a demonstration for the day after tomorrow in Quito in solidarity with the Cuenca one. Yesterday the Popular Revolutionary Movement, formed by the PCE, URJE and other extreme leftist organizations when Arosmena took over, sent a delegation to visit the Minister of Government. They told him that the bombings in Cuenca were not their work and that they reject terrorism as a political instrument. Last night in Guayaquil Pedro Saad's home was bombed, again no one injured. The main theme of our propaganda in recent days has been the shooting last month in Havana when a group of Cubans tried to obtain asylum in the Ecuadorian embassy by crash driving an automobile onto the grounds. Cuban security forces opened fire to impede them and several bodies were carried away. Gil Saudade keeps grinding away with his international organizations. This time it's the Ecuadorian affiliate of the World Assembly of Youth, WAY, called the National Youth Council. It groups together students, workers, sports organizations, rural and religious youth groups, Boy and Girl Scouts and the Junior Red Cross. Gil runs this operation through Juan Moller, who is president of the Ecuadorian Junior Red Cross and who just put in another leader of the Junior Red Cross as Secretary General of the Youth Council. The main business in coming months will be to arrange for Ecuadorian participation in the WAY Congress scheduled for August and to pass headquarters guidance to the Ecuadorian leader on which issues to support and which to oppose. Quito, January 19, 1962. The campaign is back in full swing in Quito. Yesterday's rally against Cuba and communism was enormous, and considerably helped by the government. After days of promotional work by the ICACTOR-financed organizers, yesterday morning the Minister of Government, a liberal, prohibited public political demonstrations throughout the country until further notice, including the rally planned for yesterday afternoon. His decision was based on the recent wave of bombings and the tension caused by our renewed campaign. The organizers sent the word around that the rally would take place in spite of the prohibition as a show of solidarity with the recent demonstrations in Cuenca and Guayaquil. The crowd gathered at a theater on the edge of the downtown area, soon grew into thousands, and began to move towards the Independence Plaza. Police tried to stop it with tear gas and cavalry but lost the pitched battle that followed in spite of wounding 12 people. The demonstrators also attacked an URJE counter-demonstration which quickly disappeared. Riobamba, thanks to the efforts of a new agent of Nolan's named Davalos. Through Renato Perez and Aurelio Davila, Noland is also getting money out for demonstrations in Loja and other provincial cities in days to come. The Punta del Este conference opens today, but in spite of all the pressure we're bringing on the government through the right, it appears that Ecuador will not support any joint move against Cuba. Quito, January 31, 1962. The Punta del Este conference finally ended yesterday. All our efforts to get sanctions against Cuba failed, thanks to opposition from countries like Ecuador. Even on the resolution to expel Cuba from the OAS, only 14 countries voted in favor, with Ecuador among the abstentions. Today the Social Christian Movement formally ended its participation in the Arosmena government, and the Conservative Party is issuing a statement against the government's position at Punta del Este. The foreign minister, a prominent social Christian, will either have to resign or quit the party. Last night, the Czech legation was bombed again, and the huge new windows just installed because of the October attack were completely shattered. I drove by the legation on my way to work this morning, and the carpenters were already at work boarding up again. The bombers escaped through the heavy fog last night, must have been the Social Christian Squad. Quito, February 28, 1962. Most of the important political parties have held conventions this month to begin preparations for the local, provincial, and congressional elections scheduled in June. Where possible, we have instructed agents to push for resolutions on the Cuban and local communist issues. Once in the Independence Plaza, the crowd frequently shouted against the government and Arosmena. Speakers attacked communism and Castro and called for a break in relations with Cuba, while urging Ecuadorian support for a program of sanctions against Cuba at the coming Punta del Este conference. Yesterday, when the Minister of Government announced the prohibition of demonstrations, he denounced the rights battle plan founded on the government's lack of definition on communism and Cuba. Today the minister called for a pause in the fighting between Ecuadorians over external problems, while the Cardinal issued another anti-communist pastoral letter accusing the communists of the bombings in the Cuenca churches. The campaign is getting underway in Tulcan as well. Yesterday an anti-communist demonstration was held in spite of the prohibition, and afterwards the demonstrators clashed with leftists in a counter-demonstration. The ambassador is also active, making propaganda that nicely complements ours. Yesterday, with considerable publicity, he presented a check to Manuel Naranjo representing the second installment of the $8 million budget support loan announced just after Arosmena took over. Photographs of the ambassador handing over the check were prominent in the newspapers this morning. Quito, January 21, 1962. In Guayaquil, the base financed a demonstration yesterday. Thousands turned out after a bomb exploded in the morning at the entrance to one of the main churches, again with no injuries. These bombings are mostly being done by a social Christian squad in order to whip up emotions. One would think the people would realize this, but Renato Perez, Nolan's principal social Christian agent, says they can keep it up as long as is needed. Participating organizations in the Guayaquil demonstration were the Defense Front, Arcrical Labor Organization, the Liberals, Conservatives, Social Christians, and the Fascist ARN. An anti-communist demonstration was also held yesterday in Manuel Naranjo was only partially successful at the Socialist Party convention, where his party decided to join again with the Liberals in the National Democratic Front as a joint electoral vehicle. The statement on re-establishing the front called for struggle against the totalitarian movements now operating in Ecuador, but also affirmed the party's belief in Marxist philosophy as adapted to the Ecuadorian political and economic reality. In a foreign policy statement issued 2 days after the convention closed, the principle of non-intervention in Cuba was sustained, along with opposition to expulsion of Cuba from the OAS and to the economic blockade. The Conservative Party has issued another statement insisting that Arosmena dismiss communists and pro-communists from the administration, while alleging that a communist plot is underway for uprisings to occur soon throughout the country. The conservatives in Azuay province, Cuenca, have elected Carlos Arizaga Vega, one of our principal ICACTOR agents there, as a party director. Araujo is also active trying to build an organization that will attract leftist Velasquista voters. His New People's Action Movement held an assembly today in preparation for the elections. Our own campaign continues to consist of stimulating charges of communist leanings of appointees in the government. Debate has also continued over Ecuadorian failure to back resolutions against Cuba at Punta del Este, and Arosmena is being forced on the defensive. Through political action and propaganda operations we are trying to repeat what we did with Velasco, cut away political support on the Cuban and communist issues so that only the extreme left is left on his side. For his part, Arosmena has been protesting frequently in public that communists will never become an influence in his government. The Argentine break with Cuba a few weeks ago, which was the climax of increasing military pressure on President Agee, has already generated a spate of new rumors that the Ecuadorian military will bring similar pressure on Arosmena. The rumors are mostly rightist-inspired as suggestive propaganda targeted at the military, but they may well have an effect, especially since less than 3 weeks after the break Argentina got $150 million in new Alliance for Progress money. Now only Ecuador and 5 other Latin American countries still have relations with Cuba. Quito, March 1, 1962. In another effort to create military ill-feeling towards the left, the social Christians infiltrated a FEUE march today in order to shout insults against the military that appeared to come from the marchers. The march was through the downtown area to the Independence Plaza where Arosmena spoke, and the leaders of the march presented a petition for increased government support to the universities. The situation is indeed grave. Professors at Central University, for example, haven't been paid since last December. The social Christian plan worked perfectly. The march was headed by the president of the FEUE, the rector and vice-rector of the university, and the ministers of education and government. At the Independence Plaza just before the speeches began, shouts were clearly heard of death to the army and more universities and less army. An almost electric current is passing through the officer corps of the military services, and new rumors, not ours this time, are beginning on possible military reactions. Quito, March 3, 1962. Reactions to the social Christian infiltration of the FEUE march have been most satisfactory. Yesterday the Minister of Defense and the chiefs of all the services issued a statement in which they admitted breaking a long silence on the many activities going on that are designed to sow chaos in the armed forces and separate them from the Ecuadorian people and the government. These activities, according to the statement, are directed by international communism through campaigns in periodicals, magazines, radio, rumor, strikes, work stoppages, rural risings, militia training and, most recently, the FEUE demonstration of March 1. Instead of a demonstration for greater economic resources, according to the statement, the march was perverted to make propaganda against the armed forces. The statement ended with an expression of the determination of the minister and the service chiefs to take whatever measures are necessary to defend military institutions. The military statement yesterday coincided nicely with the rally we financed through Aurelio Davila with participation of the conservatives, social Christians, ARN, and Catholic youth, labor and women's organizations. The purpose of the rally was another demand for a break in relations with Cuba, and Davila was the principal speaker. He blamed the insults of March 1 against the military on communists and Castroites who seek to form their own militias. He accused Arosmena, moreover, of giving protection to the communist menace and, as president of the Chamber of Deputies, he sent a message of support to the Minister of Defense and the chiefs of the services. Quito, March 16, 1962. Fate's heavy hand has just fallen on our vice president, Reynaldo Varia. Yesterday the government announced that $1 million worth of military equipment purchased by a secret mission sent to the U.S. last year by Velasco has turned out to be useless junk. The announcement came just a couple of days after one of Velasco's ex-ministers made a public call for Velasquistas to begin organizing for the June elections. Obviously the announcement was made to begin a campaign to discredit the Velasquista movement prior to the elections. Varia is implicated because as vice president of the Senate he was chief of the purchasing mission. There is no accusation that any money was stolen, but to be swindled out of $1 million by a U.S. surplus parts company is sheer incompetence on someone's part. Photographs of the tanks and armored personnel carriers are being published, some without motors, others with no wheels, others simply rusted and falling apart. Varia had told Nolan that the case might come to the surface, but he had hoped to keep it under cover. There's no telling how badly this will affect Varia's position as Arosmena's successor, but Noland is in a really black humor. The PCE has just held one of its infrequent national congresses. Busunts and Cardenas attended as members of the Pichincha delegation. Divisions within the party over whether to resort to armed action soon or to continue working with the masses indefinitely are continuing to grow. Rafael Echeverria, the Quito PCE leader, is emerging as the most important leader of those favoring early armed action, although Pedro Saad was re-elected Secretary General and remains in firm control. Unfortunately, neither of our agents was elected to the new Central Committee. Quito, March 25, 1962. For some days the anti-communist, social Christian and conservative forces in Cuenca have been preparing for another mass demonstration against relations with Cuba and communist penetration of the government. Noland financed it through Carlos Arizaga, who will use it to show solidarity with the important military command there. The affair was very successful. In spite of police denial of permission, thousands turned out with posters and banners bearing the appropriate anti-communist, anti-Castro, and anti-URJE themes. Demands were also made for the resignation of Arosmena and his leftist appointees, and expressions of solidarity with the military services against their extremist attackers were also prevalent. A petition with 2,000 signatures was presented to the provincial governor, Arosmena's chief representative. Colonel Lugo, National Police Commander in Cuenca, advised that although he was unable to grant permission for the street march because of orders from Quito, he was able to avoid taking repressive measures. The march in fact had no police control and there was no disorder. Quito, March 28, 1962. The Cuenca military garrison under Colonel Aurelio Naranjo has suddenly sent a message to Arosmena giving him 72 hours to break relations with Cuba and fire the leftist Minister of Labor. The whole country is shaken by the revolt, although the outcome is uncertain because so far no other military units have joined. Arosmena spoke this afternoon with Vice President Veria and with the press. He's taking a hard line, promising severe punishment for those responsible for the rebellion. The traditional parties are ostensibly supporting Arosmena and the Constitution, but the conservatives have issued a statement insisting on a break with Cuba and Czechoslovakia and a purge of communists in the government. The FEUE, CTE, URJE and other extreme leftists are of course backing Arosmena. The key is the reaction of the Minister of Defense and the Armed Services commanders here in Quito. We're checking various agents who have access but haven't been able to get straight answers because apparently the military leaders are taking an ambiguous position. This Cuenca revolt is clearly a result of the renewed agitation we have been promoting since January through the conservatives and social Christians. There was no way to tell exactly when action of this sort would occur, but several sensational events of the past 2 days have probably had an influence. Yesterday news reached Quito of an uprising at the huge Tenguel hacienda on the coast, which is owned by a subsidiary of United Fruit and where communist agitation has been going on for some time. 800 workers are striking over the company's contracting of land to tenant farmers, and the strike has touched off rumors of other risings in rural areas. At a social Christian rally yesterday where Renato Perez was one of the speakers, the Tenguel rising was attributed to the communist leadership of the workers. Also yesterday, in Cuenca, the provincial committee of the Conservative Party called on the National Committee to declare formal opposition to the Arosmena regime. Key figures in this move are Carlos Arizaga Vega in Cuenca and Aurelio Davila Cajas on the National Committee. The other sensation is the overthrow of President Frondizi by the Argentine military. Although the Peronist victory in this month's elections is the immediate reason for the military move there, we will interpret the coup in our propaganda as related strongly to Frondizi's reluctance to break with Cuba and his general policy of accommodation with the extreme left. Quito, March 29, 1962. The crisis continues. Today the Cuenca garrison issued a public statement on the need to break relations with Cuba and Czechoslovakia and to purge the government of communists. The Minister of Defense, the Chief of Staff and the Commander of the Army are all indirectly supporting the Cuenca commander by not sending troops to put down the rebellion. In response to today's statement by the Cuenca garrison, The army commander publicly ordered the Cuenca commander to refrain from political statements, but he also sent an open statement to the Minister of Defense that the armed forces are in agreement on the need to break with Cuba. Demonstrations have occurred today in most of the major cities, in Quito one in favor and one against Arosmena, in Guayaquil in favor of Arosmena, and in Cuenca against. Marchers there carried posters reading "Christ the King, SI, Communism, no." Arosmena is trying to strike back, but in the absence of cooperation from the military he's almost powerless. He had the entire cabinet resign today, accepting the resignations of the ministers of government, for allowing the security situation to degenerate, labor, as a gesture to the rightists who have focused on him as an extreme leftist, and economy, for being one of the conservative party leaders of the campaign against communism and relations with Cuba. Quito, March 30, 1962. The standoff between Arosmena and the Cuenca garrison has continued for a third day, although Arosmena is grasping for an alternative to save face. He announced today that within 10 or 15 days a plebiscite will be held on relations with Cuba. The idea of a plebiscite has already been proposed by several groups, including the Pichincha Chamber of Industries, whose members are suffering the effects of all the tension and instability of recent months. Arosmena may not have 10 or 15 days left for the plebiscite. This afternoon in Quito, a massive demonstration calling for a break with Cuba was sponsored by the anti-communist forces, including a 4-hour march through the streets. At the Ministry of Defense, the Chief of Staff, a well-known anti-communist, told the demonstrators that he and other military leaders share their views on Cuba. The demonstration also had pronounced anti-Arosmena overtones. Similar demonstrations have occurred today in Cuenca and Riobamba. In the press, we are stimulating statements of solidarity with the movement to break with Cuba, including one from the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, which Gil Saudade had to wring out of Juan Yepes, Jr. In spite of all the crisis, other activities continue. Today Noland was honored at a ceremony presided by Manuel Naranjo for his year as a director of the University Sports League. He got a medal and a diploma of appreciation, plenty of good publicity. Quito, March 31, 1962. A solution is emerging. The conservatives today formally ended their participation in Arosmena's government, and conversations between Arosmena and the National Democratic Front, composed of the liberals, democratic socialists, and independents, have begun. One of the front's conditions for continuing to support Arosmena is a break with Cuba and Czechoslovakia. Meanwhile, the Electoral Court quashed the plebiscite idea for constitutional reasons. Conservative withdrawal from the government was highlighted by the publication today of an open letter from the conservative ex-minister of the economy who resigned 2 days ago. In the letter, the Cuenca rightist charged communists whom Arosmena has allowed to penetrate the government with thwarting the country's economic development. The solution, interestingly, has resulted because Veria, the vice president, is unacceptable to the military high command because of his implication in the junk swindle. Otherwise, Arosmena would probably have been deposed in favor of Veria for his resistance on the Cuban break. The liberals and others in the Democratic Front expect to improve their electoral prospects from a position of dominance in the government. And the conservatives and social Christians will be able to campaign on the claim that they were responsible for the break with Cuba, if it takes place. Everyone is going to be satisfied except Arosmena and the extreme left, although Arosmena will at least survive for now. The social Christian bomb squad finally slipped up last night. Just after midnight they bombed the home of the cardinal, who was sleeping downtown at the Basilica, and a couple of hours later they bombed the anti-communist front. By a stroke of bad luck, the two bombers were caught and have admitted to police that they are members of the anti-communist front itself. So far they haven't been traced to the social Christian movement which planned the bombings. These produced lots of noise but little damage, to provide a new pretext for demonstrations of solidarity with the cardinal. Quito, April 1, 1962. The crisis is over and the Cubans are packing. Today the announcement was made that the National Democratic Front will enter the government with 5 cabinet posts and that relations with Cuba will be broken. The new Minister of Government, Alfredo Albornoz, is an anti-communist independent known personally by Noland. His son is a friend of Noland's and of mine, he's president of the YMCA board on which I replaced Noland in January. The new minister is an important banker and owner of the Quito distributorship for Chevrolets and Buicks. Noland intends to begin a liaison arrangement with him as soon as possible. Today new anti-communist demonstrations and marches were held in Quito and down south in Loja celebrating the break with Cuba. The conservatives and social Christians are promoting still another massive demonstration in 3 days to show support for the cardinal, in spite of the admission by the bombers, which in the newspapers was relegated to a small, obscure notice. Quito, April 2, 1962. Success at last. Today the new cabinet, in its first meeting with Rosmena, voted unanimously to break relations with Cuba, Czechoslovakia, and Poland, which just recently sent a diplomatic official to Quito to open a legation. After the meeting, Rosmena lamented that the plebiscite was impossible while Liberal Party leaders claimed credit for the break. Tomorrow the Foreign Ministry will give formal advice to each mission. Besides the Pole there are 3 Czechs and 7 Cubans. The main problem for the Foreign Ministry is to find a country with an embassy in Havana that will take the asylees in the Ecuadorian embassy, almost 200 of them. The extreme left has been trying to promote demonstrations against the decision, but they've only been able to get out small crowds. This afternoon we had a champagne victory celebration in the station, and headquarters has sent congratulations. Quito, April 4, 1962. The social Christian and conservative street demonstration today was said to be the largest in the history of Quito. Tens of thousands swarmed through the downtown streets to the Independence Plaza, where the cardinal, who was the last speaker, said that, following the teachings of Christ, he would forgive the terrorists who had tried to kill him. Aurelio Davila was one of the organizers of the demonstration, and he arranged for a Cuban flag to be presented to the cardinal by a delegation of the exiles. The main exile organization, the Revolutionary Student Directorate, is run by the Miami station, and in some countries the local representatives are run directly by station officers. In our case, however, Noland prefers to keep them at a distance through Davila. Noland is already meeting with the new Minister of Government, Alfredo Albornoz, to pass information on communist plans that we get from our penetration agents. Today we got a sensational report from one of José Vargas's sub-agents to the effect that Jorge Ribadeneira, one of the principal leaders of URJE, has called his followers into immediate armed action in a rural area towards the coast. Communications with the sub-agent are very bad right now, but Noland is trying to get more details. When Noland met with the minister, he learned that the minister also has information on the guerrilla operation. It's concentrated near Santo Domingo de los Colorados, a small town a couple of hours' drive towards the coast from Quito. Tonight the Ministry of Defense is sending a battalion of paratroopers to the area to engage the guerrillas. As a precaution, the minister has banned all public demonstrations until further notice, but he and the Minister of Defense hope to keep the guerrilla operation secret until the size of the group is known. That may be impossible, however, because other agents including Lt. Col. Paredes, the surveillance team chief, are beginning to report on the paratroopers' mobilization. The thought of facing an effective guerrilla operation is one of our most persistent nightmares because of the ease with which communications and transport between coast and Sierra could be cut. The difficult geography, moreover, is ideal for guerrilla operations in many areas, and if the imagination of the rural Indians and peasants could be captured, admittedly not an easy task because of religion and other traditional influences, the guerrillas would have a very large source of manpower for support and for new recruits. This is why we have been continually trying to induce government action against the various groups of the extreme left in order to preclude this very situation. Quito, April 5, 1962. Communications are impossible with José Vargas's agent in the guerrilla band, and little news of substance is coming into the Ministry of Defense from the operations zone. I sent Lieutenant Colonel Paredes down to Santo Domingo to see what he could pick up, but he hasn't been able to get close to the operations. Our best information from the Ministry of Defense is coming from Major Ed Breslin, the U.S. Army Mission Intelligence Advisor. He has been in Quito only a short time but has already worked his way in with the Ecuadorian military intelligence people much more effectively than his predecessor. Both Noland and I have been working more closely with him on targeting for recruitments in the military intelligence services, and our relationship with him is excellent. He trained the tank crews that landed at the Bay of Pigs last year. Breslin reports the guerrillas are offering no resistance and that several arrests have been made. At the Guayaquil airport last night, 2 events related to Cuba will give us good material for propaganda. First, an Ecuadorian returning from a 3-month guerrilla training course in Cuba was arrested. He is Guillermo Ladra, a leader of the CTE in Riobamba, whose return was reported to the base by the Mexico City station, which gets very detailed coverage of all travelers to and from Cuba via Mexico through the Mexican Immigration Service. Data on Ladra's travel was passed to Lieutenant Colonel Pedro Velez Moran, one of the liaison agents of the base. Of propaganda interest are the books, pamphlets, phonograph records of revolutionary songs and, especially, a photograph of him in the Cuban militia uniform. Through Velez, the base expects to get copies of his interrogation and will pass questions at headquarters' request. The other case, also the work of Lieutenant Colonel Velez, occurred during a refueling stop of a Cuban airliner bound from Chile to Havana. It was carrying some 70 passengers, most of whom were Peruvian students going to study on scholarships in Cuba. Most likely they were really guerrilla trainees. The base asked Velez to get a copy of the passenger list, an unusual demand for a service stop, which the base will forward to the Lima station. During the stop, however, the pilot was seen to give an envelope to the third secretary of the Cuban embassy in Quito. The Cubans haven't left yet, and a customs inspector demanded to see the envelope. The Cuban diplomat took out a .45 pistol and, after waving it menacingly at the customs inspector, he was arrested by the airport military detachment. Only about 10 a.m. this morning was he allowed to go free, but he was allowed to keep the envelope. Quito, April 6, 1962. The press carried its first stories of the Santo Domingo guerrilla operation this morning, sensational accounts of 300 or more men under the command of Araujo. The Ministry of Defense, however, announced later that 30 guerrillas have been arrested along with a considerable quantity of arms, ammunition and military equipment. First reports from interrogations indicate that the guerrilla group numbers less than 100 and that Araujo isn't participating, but military operations continue. Although the early interrogation reports also indicate that the guerrilla operation was precipitated by the Cuenca revolt and very poorly planned. We will try to make it appear serious and dangerous in our propaganda treatment. Most of those arrested are young URJE members, followers of Jorge Ribadeneira, who may well be expelled from the PCE if, as is likely, the executive committee under Saad had nothing to do with the operation. Reports from PCE agent penetrations coincide in the view that Ribadeneira was acting outside party control. Quito, April 10, 1962. The Santo Domingo guerrilla affair is wiped up. 46 have been captured with only a brief exchange of fire. Only one casualty occurred, a guerrilla wounded in the foot. All have been brought to Quito and we're getting copies of the interrogations through Major Breslin. In an effort to help Pacifico de los Reyes make a good impression in his new job as Chief of the Intelligence Department of the National Police, I have been giving him information on many of those arrested, which he is passing as his own to the military interrogation team. Propaganda treatment is only partly successful. The Minister of Defense has announced that the weapons seized are not of the type used by the Ecuadorian army and must have been sent from outside the country, although the truth is that the weapons are practically all conventional shotguns, hunting rifles, and M1 stolen from the army. Interrogation reports released to the press allege, falsely, that the operation was very carefully planned and approved at the PCE Congress held last month. Press comment, however, is tending to romanticize the operation. Participation of 4 or 5 girls, for example, is being ascribed to sentimental reasons. Those arrested, moreover, once they have been turned over to police and are allowed to see lawyers, are saying that they only went to Santo Domingo for training in the hope of defending the Orosmena government from overthrow by the Cuenca garrison. The FEUE has set up a commission of lawyers for the guerrillas' defense, and unfortunately the early public alarm is turning to amusement and even ridicule. Of continuing importance will be two factors. First, the ease with which the guerrillas were rolled up has given the Ecuadorian military new confidence and may encourage future demands for government suppression of the extreme left. Second, the operation is bound to exacerbate the growing split on the extreme left, both inside and outside the PCE, between those favoring early armed action and those favoring continued long-term work with the masses. In both cases this pitiful adventure has been fortunate for us. Quito, April 23, 1962. Back in the cool thin Sierra air after a brief holiday. The Pole, Czechs, and Cubans have all left, so we have no hostile diplomatic missions to worry about anymore. The telephone tap on the Cubans was only of marginal value because they were careful, but I'm going to begin soon to monitor Araujo's telephone and perhaps one other if I can arrange for transcription. The technical problems with the sound-actuated equipment were never solved, so we reverted to the old voltage-operated machines. Although we tried to keep the Santo Domingo guerrilla operation in proper focus, it hasn't been easy. The Rio station helped by preparing an article on the communist background of one of the girls in the operation, a Brazilian named Abigail Pereira. The story was surfaced through the Rio correspondent of the hemisphere-wide feature service controlled by the Santiago, Chile, station, Agencia or Latinoamericano. The story revealed that her father is a federal deputy and the personal physician of Luis Carlos Prestes, longtime leader of the Communist Party of Brazil, while her mother is the Portuguese teacher at the Soviet commercial mission in Rio de Janeiro. Both parents are leaders of the Chinese-Brazilian Cultural Society, and her mother went to Cuba early this year to visit Abigail, who was taking a guerrilla training course, according to the article. This may help keep her in jail for a while, but public opinion is favorable to early release. Gil Saudade has established another of his front organizations for propaganda. The newest was formed a few days ago and is called the Committee for the Liberty of Peoples. Through this group Gil will publish documents of the European Assembly of Captive Nations and other agency-controlled organizations dedicated to campaigns for human rights and civil liberties in communist countries. The agent through whom he established the committee is Isabel Robolino Bolo, whom he met through Velasco's former Minister of Labor, José Baquero de la Calle. Robolino is a leader of the Catholic Labor Center, CDOC, and is Gil's principal agent for operations through this organization. She was named secretary of the committee, which includes many prominent liberal intellectuals and politicians. Quito, April 27, 1962. The government has lifted the prohibition on public political demonstrations in effect since the turmoil over the break with Cuba, and the campaign for the June elections is picking up steam. Quite a number of our agents will be candidates, but so far our main electoral operation is in Ambato, where Jorge Gorter, a retired army colonel and social Christian leader, is working to defeat the revolutionary socialist mayor running for re-election. Gorter is also a leader of the Rotary Club and is president of the Ambato Anti-Communist Front, which we finance through him. Because of his exceptional capability, the front is running a single list of candidates backed by the conservatives, liberals, social Christians, independents and, of course, the fascist ARN. Nolan thinks Gorter is one of the best agents he has, after Renato Perez and Aurelio Davila. Gil Saudade is about to see a giant step forward in his and the Guayaquil base labor operations. Tomorrow the Constituent Convention of the Free Trade Union Confederation, to be called COSLO, begins, and Gil is fairly certain that between the base agents in CRICL and his popular Revolutionary Liberal Party agents, we will come out in control. In recent months the PLPR agents have become increasingly active, and Gil is counting on them to offset the divisive regionalism of the CRICL agents. Quito, May 1, 1962. The COSLO, Ecuadorian Confederation of Free Trade Union Organizations, is formally established with several agents in control. Victor Contreras Zuniga is president, Matias Oloacapiano is secretary for external relations, and Ricardo Vázquez Diaz is Secretary of Education. Publicity build-up has been considerable, including messages of solidarity from ORIT in Mexico City and ICFTU and international trade secretariats in Brussels. Leaders of other agency-controlled labor confederations such as the Uruguayan Labor Confederation, CSU, were invited. The main business of the first sessions was to seek affiliation with the ICFTU and ORIT, which has just opened an important training school in Mexico. Soon COSLO will begin sending trainees to the ORIT school, which is run by the Mexico City station through Morris Palladino, the ORIT Assistant Secretary General and the man through whom IO Division controls ORIT. The new Secretary General of ORIT, Arturo Lloraqui, hasn't been directly recruited yet, although he was here in March to promote the school. Gil Saudade will now have to coordinate closely with the Guayaquil base so that his agents, Ulloa and Vázquez, will work in harmony with the base's agent, Contreras. None is supposed to know of the other's contact with us. Unfortunately, the controversy between the Guayaquil base agents from Crickel and the Acalico election operation of 2 years ago came to a head. Adalberto Miranda Giron, the Labor senator from the coast, was terminated by the base several months ago because certain of his inappropriate dealings with companies became known. At the COSLO Constituent Convention he was denounced as a traitor to the working class, the beginning of a campaign to get him completely out of the trade union movement. Quito, May 3, 1962. The junk swindle has become Ecuador's scandal of the century and is being used increasingly by the left to ridicule the military. Today the Chief of Staff and the Commander of the Army issued a joint statement defending themselves from attacks by CTE leaders in May Day speeches and other recent attempts to connect them with the junk swindle. Final liquidation of the armed forces, they warned, is the purpose of the leftist campaign. Resentment is also growing in the military over recent leaflets and wall painting labeling them junk dealers. A new crisis has developed in rural areas, violently demonstrating the backwardness of this country. For the past 2 months the government has been trying to conduct an agriculture and livestock census to aid in economic planning. Numerous Indian uprisings have occurred because of rumors that the census is a communist scheme to take away the Indians' animals. On several occasions there were dead and wounded, as in Azue province, for example, where a teacher and his brother, who were taking the census, were chopped into pieces with machetes and only the arrival of police impeded the burning of what remained of their bodies. Because priests serving rural areas are often responsible for the rumors, the government had to ask the church hierarchy to instruct all priests and other religious to assist in the census wherever possible. In Azue, nevertheless, the census has been suspended. One has to wonder about the strength of religious feeling here. On Good Friday 2 weeks ago, tens of thousands of Indians and other utterly poor people walked in procession behind images from noon till 6 p.m. Despite heavy rain. The same occurred in Guayaquil and other cities. Quito, May 12, 1962. Some of our agents are running solid electoral campaigns, but others have pulled out for lack of support. Both José Baquero de la Calle, ex-minister of labor under Velasco and running as an independent Velasquista, and Juan Yepes del Pozo, Sr., General Secretary of the Ecuadorian affiliate of the International Commission of Jurists, and running for the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, declared for mayor of Quito. When Baquero's candidacy was repudiated by the Conservative Party, he resigned, and when Yepes failed to attract significant Velasquista backing, he resigned. Oswaldo Chiriboga, longtime penetration of the Velasquista movement, also declared for mayor but is pulling out. For all of these candidates, station support was only nominal because their possibilities for success were obviously rather limited. On the other hand, the candidacies of Renato Perez for the Municipal Council, Aurelio Davila for the Chamber of Deputies and Carlos Arizaga Vega for deputies are going very well. Alfredo Perez Guerrero, president of the ICJ affiliate and reform-minded rector of Central University, is heading the deputies list of the National Democratic Front, Liberals, Socialists, and Independents, and will win without our help. Other candidates of the Social Christian Movement and the Conservative Party are being financed indirectly through funds passed to Perez and Davila. Quito, May 13, 1962. Because Arosmena continues to resist firing extreme leftists in his government, penetration in fact continues to grow. Noland recommended, and headquarters approved, expansion of the political operations financed through the ECACTOR project. Not only will continued and increased pressure be exerted through the regular agents in Quito, Cuenca, Riobamba, Ambato, and Tulcan, but we have made 2 new recruitments of important social Christian leaders in Quito. I am in charge of both these new cases. The first new operation is with Carlos Raguero, a retired Army captain and one of the principal social Christian representatives on the National Defense Front. Raguero is chief of the Social Christian Militant Action Squads, including the Secret Bomb Squad, and I have started training him in the use of various incendiary, crowd dispersement and harassment devices that I requested from TSD in headquarters. Through him we will form perhaps 10 squads, of 5 to 10 men each, for disrupting meetings and small demonstrations and for general street control and intimidation of the communist youth, URJE and similar groups. The other new operation is with Jose Maria Agee, a young lawyer and also a leading social Christian representative on the National Defense Front. Agee is a fast-rising political figure and a really spellbinding orator. Through him I will form 5 squads composed of 4 to 5 men each for investigative work connected with our Subversive Control Watch List, formerly known as the Links List. The surveillance team under Lt. Col. Paredes simply hasn't the time to do the whole job and is needed on other assignments. With the group under Agee's control we will have constant checking on residences and places of work so that if the situation continues to deteriorate and a moment of truth arrives, we will have up-to-date information for immediate arrests. If Agee's work warrants it, we may train him in headquarters and even extend the operation to physical surveillance. In another effort to improve intelligence collection on the extreme left, I have arranged to add another telephone tap through Rafael Buccelli and Alfonso Rodriguez. The new tap will be on the home telephone of Antonio Flores Benitez, a retired Army captain and somewhat mysterious associate of Quito PCE leader Rafael Echeverria Flores. We have several indications from PCE penetration agents Cardenas and Vargas that Flores is a key figure in what seems to be an organization being formed by Echeverria outside the PCE structure, properly speaking. The chances are that Echeverria is developing a group that may be the nucleus for future guerrilla action and urban terrorism, but he hasn't yet taken any of our agents into it. I will tap Flores for a while to see if anything of interest develops. Edgar Camacho will do the transcribing as Francine Hakame has only time for transcribing the Araujo line. The LP remains in Buccelli's home under the thin cover of an electronics workshop. Raymond Ladd, our hustling administrative officer, has been very active in the Basketball Federation, teaching a course in officiating and helping to coach the local girls' teams. Through this work he met Modesto Ponce, the Postmaster General of Ecuador, who soon insisted that Ladd review in the embassy all the mail we are already getting through the regular intercept. In order to avoid suspicion that we are already getting mail from Cuba and the Soviet bloc, Ladd accepted Ponce's offer, and now we get the same correspondence twice. We may attempt certain new coverage through Ponce, so Ladd has begun giving him money for the mail under the normal guise of payment for expenses. Quito, May 21, 1962. Arosmena struck back for his humiliation at the hands of the military when he was forced to break with Cuba. Last week he fired the Minister of Defense, sent the Army commander to Paris as military attaché and sent the Air Force commander to Buenos Aires as military attaché. Immediate protests came from the social Christians, conservatives, and others over the removal of these staunchly anti-communist officers with new charges of communist penetration of the government. Then Alfredo Albornoz, the Minister of Government appointed only 7 weeks ago, resigned. Next, all the other National Democratic Front ministers resigned. The issue is Arosmena's refusal to honor his promise of last month, when the front came into the government, to dismiss 2 key leftist appointees, the Secretary General of the Administration and the Governor of Guayas Province. Noland is sorry to lose Albornoz because they were developing a worthwhile relationship both from the point of view of intelligence collection through Albornoz and from action by Albornoz on undesirables within the government. Arosmena is searching for new support, but the front is holding out for the resignations. But yesterday new ministers were named after Arosmena made another promise in secret to fire the governor of Guayas province. Today the resignation was announced. Although this is a step in the right direction, the Secretary General of the administration remains. He is like a chief of staff with cabinet rank, along with many others of the same coloring. Among the new ministers is Juan Sevilla, a golfing companion of mine who was named Minister of Labor and Social Welfare. Gil Saudade will decide whether Sevilla could be of use in his labor operations. Quito, June 4, 1962. Traditional violence flared up in several cities during the final days before the elections which were held yesterday. The right was split, as were the center and the Velasquistas, with a profusion of candidates all over the country excepting the extreme left which didn't participate. The Conservative Party won the most seats in the Chamber of Deputies, although not quite a majority, and victories in most of the municipal and provincial contests. Aurelio Davila, who managed the conservative campaign in Quito, was elected deputy for Pichincha. Renato Perez was elected Quito municipal councilor from the Social Christian list. And Carlos Arizaga Vega was elected Conservative Party deputy for Azua province. The Velasquistas have had a disaster, winning only 6 deputies and 2 mayors races, one of which was in Ambato. Jorge Gorter's candidate there, backed by the anti-communist front, was second, but Gorter is being given overall credit for the defeat of the revolutionary socialist incumbent. The elections are a clear indication of the effectiveness of the Conservatives' campaign against communist penetration in the government and are a severe defeat both for Arosmena and for the National Democratic Front. When Congress opens, there can be little doubt that the Conservatives will exert new and stronger pressure for elimination of extreme leftists in the government. Reynaldo Varia has been taking a severe beating in the continuing controversy over the junk swindle. The case is coloring the whole political scene, and unfortunately for us, Varia isn't very effective in what is a very difficult defense. In a few days he'll go to Washington for treatment of stomach ulcers at Walter Reed Hospital. Davila will be acting vice president. Quito, June 15, 1962. The International Monetary Fund has just announced another stabilization credit to Ecuador of $5 million over the next 12 months for balance of payments relief. The announcement was optimistic and complimentary, noting that Ecuador since mid-1961 has stopped the decline in its foreign exchange reserves and obtained equilibrium in its balance of payments. The new standby, of course, is conditional on retention of last year's exchange rate unification, that contributed to Velasco's overthrow. 2 programs are getting underway this month as part of a new U.S. country team effort in staving off communist-inspired insurgency. One is the Civic Action Program of the Ecuadorian Military Services and the U.S. Military Assistance Mission, in fact underway for a couple of years but now being expanded and institutionalized. The purpose of civic action is to demonstrate through community development by uniformed military units that the military is on the side of the people, so that tendencies of poor people to accept communist propaganda and recruitment can be reversed. It's a program to link the people, especially in rural areas, to the government through the military, who contribute visibly and concretely to the people's welfare. The Civic Action Program, just announced as the first of its kind in Latin America, calls for contributions in money and equipment by the U.S. Military Assistance Mission worth $1.5 million plus another $500,000 from the aid mission. Projects will include road construction, irrigation canals, drinking water systems and public health facilities, first in Azua province to be followed by Guayaquil slums and by the Cayambe-Olmedo region north of Quito. Widespread publicity will be undertaken to propagandize these projects in other areas in order to generate interest and project proposals in these other regions. In the station, we will work with Major Breslin, the intelligence advisor of the U.S. military mission. He will use the mission personnel who visit and work at the projects as a type of scout, keeping their eyes open and reporting indications of hostility, level of communist agitprop activities and general program effectiveness. The other new program is more closely related to regular station operations and is Washington's answer to the limitations of current labor programs undertaken through aid as well as through ORIT and CIA stations. The problem is related to the controversy over the ineffectiveness of ORIT but is larger. It is essentially how to accelerate expansion of labor organizing activities in Latin America in order to deny workers to labor unions dominated by the extreme left and to reverse communist and Castroite penetration. This new program is the result of several years' study and planning and is to be channeled through the American Institute for Free Labor Development, IFLD, founded last year in Washington for training in trade unionism. The reason a new institution was founded was that aid labor programs are limited because of their direct dependence on the U.S. government. They serve poorly for the dirty struggles that characterize labor organizing and jurisdictional battles. ORIT programs are also limited because its affiliates are weak or non-existent in some countries, although expansion is also underway through the establishment of a new ORIT school in Mexico. Control is difficult and past performance is poor. The CIA station programs are limited by personnel problems, but more so by the limits on the amount of money that can be channeled covertly through the stations and through international organizations like ORIT and the ICTU. Business leaders are front men on the board of directors so that large sums of aid money can be channeled to IFLD and so that the institute will appear to have the collaboration of U.S. businesses operating in Latin America. Nevertheless, legally, IFLD is a non-profit, private corporation and financing will also be obtained from foundations, businesses, and the AFL-CIO. The IFLD is headed by Serafino Romualdi, IO Division's longtime agent who moved in as executive director and resigned as the AFL-CIO's Inter-American representative. Among the directors are people of the stature of George Meany, J. Peter Grace and Joseph Byrne, President of the Communications Workers of America, CWA, which is the largest Western Hemisphere affiliate of the Post, Telegraph, and Telephone Workers International, PTTI. IFLD, in fact, is modeled on the CWA Training School of Front Royal, Virginia, where Latin American leaders of PTTI affiliates are being trained. Day-to-day control of IFLD by IO Division, however, will be through Romualdi and William Doherty, former Inter-American representative of the PTTI and now IFLD Social Projects Director. Prominent Latin American liberals such as José Figueres, former president of Costa Rica and also a longtime agency collaborator, will serve on the board from time to time. The main purpose of IFLD will be to organize anti-communist labor unions in Latin America. However, the ostensible purpose, since union organizing is rather sensitive for aid to finance, even indirectly, will be adult education and social projects such as workers' housing, credit unions, and cooperatives. First priority is to establish in all Latin American countries training institutes which will take over and expand the courses already being given in many countries by aid. Although these training institutes will nominally and administratively be controlled by IFLD in Washington, it is planned that as many as possible will be headed by salaried CIA agents with operational control exercised by the stations. In most cases, it is hoped, these IFLD agents will be U.S. citizens with some background in trade unionism, although, as in the case of ORIT, foreign nationals may have to be used. The training programs of the local institutes in Latin America will prepare union organizers who, after the courses are over, will spend the next 9 months doing nothing but organizing new unions with their salaries and all expenses paid by the local institute. Publicity relating to IFLD will concentrate on the social projects and adult education aspects, keeping the organizing program discreetly in the background. This month, in addition to training in Latin American countries, IFLD is beginning a program of advanced training courses to be given in Washington. Spotting and assessment of potential agents for labor operations will be a continuing function of the agency-controlled staff members both in the training courses in Latin America and in the Washington courses. Agents already working in labor operations can be enrolled in the courses to promote their technical capabilities and their prestige. In Ecuador, the IFLD representative from the U.S. who is now setting up the training institute, the first course begins in 3 weeks, is not an agent but was sent anyway in order to avoid delays. However, Gil Saudade arranged for Ricardo Vázquez Diaz, the education secretary of Cioslo, to be the Ecuadorian in charge of the local IFLD training programs. Carlos Vallejo Baez, who is connected with the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, will also be on the teaching staff. Eventually Saudade will either recruit this first IFLD representative or headquarters will arrange for a cleared agent to be sent. These two new programs, Military Civic Action and the IFLD, are without doubt being expanded faster here than in most other Latin American countries. Recently I read the report by a special interdepartmental team of experts from Washington called the Strategic Analysis Targeting Team, SATT, which in months past secretly visited all the Latin American countries. Their purpose was to review all U.S. government programs in each country and to determine the gravity of the threat of urban terrorism and guerrilla warfare. We prepared a secret annex for the SATT report, and among their recommendations were expansion of the Subversive Control Watch List program and updating of contingency planning in order to continue our operations from a third country, in case we lose our embassy offices. Ecuador, in fact, shared with Bolivia and Guatemala the SATT report's category as the most likely places for early armed insurgency. Emphasis on immediate expansion of civic action and labor programs is probably a result of the SATT report. Quito, July 21, 1962. A breakthrough in Guayaquil student operations. The anti-communist forces led by Alberto Alarcón have just won the FEUE elections. They replace extreme leftist officers who are members of URJE. Less than 2 weeks ago, Alarcón was here in Quito for a golf tournament sponsored by Ambassador Birnbaum, and he and Noland made final preparations for the FEUE elections. Gil Saudade has launched another new operation, an organization of business and professional people to promote economic and social reform. Civic organizations of this sort have been established by other stations and have been effective for propaganda and as funding mechanisms for elections and other political action operations. Our group is called the Center for Economic and Social Reform Studies, series, and is headed by two agents, Mario Cabeza de Vaca and Jamie Ponce Yepes. Cabeza de Vaca formerly was the cutout to PCE penetration agent Mario Cardenas, but they had a personality clash of sorts, so John Bacon shifted Cardenas to Miguel Bourbano de Lara, who was already handling another PCE penetration agent, Luis Vargas. Bacon then turned Cabeza de Vaca over to Saudade to front in the series organization. Jamie Ponce is the Quito Shell oil dealer and already a friend of mine and Noland's. Noland recruited him to work in series and then turned him over to Saudade. The Bogotá station is helping by sending a delegation from its reform group called Center of Studies and Social Action, CEAs. They are here now. Quito, August 2, 1962. Arosmena is back from a state visit to Washington. During his main business meeting with Kennedy he was feeling no pain and proved he could name all the U.S. presidents in order from Washington on. He also claimed he couldn't remember the Ecuadorian presidents, there have been so many, for the last half-century. Kennedy apparently was amused, but the State Department reports on the trip are somber. Thanks to Arosmena, the last of the Santo Domingo guerrillas have been released. In recent months they've trickled out slowly with little publicity, and unless Davila and others can create an issue during the congressional session opening in a week, the cases will just sink away into the bureaucratic swampland. Several of the guerrillas have already gone to Cuba for additional training. The telephone tap on Antonio Flores Benitez is producing better information right now than any of our PCE penetration agents. Flores has 10 or 15 persons who call and say very little, only code phrases for arranging meetings, obviously using code names. Using the ECJAC surveillance team under LT. Col. Paredes, I've been trying to identify Flores's contacts, but the work is very slow, especially because Flores simply cannot be followed. Partly it's the size and low proficiency of the team, but mainly Flores is watching constantly and taking diversionary measures. Even so, I have identified Rafael Echeverria, principal PCE leader in Quito, as one of the clandestine contacts, along with a non-commissioned officer in the Ministry of Defense Communications Section, the Chief of the Archives Section of the Presidency and the Deputy Chief of Orosmena's personal bodyguard. Analysis of the transcripts has been most helpful because even though Flores is careful when he speaks by telephone, his wife is very garrulous when he's out of the house. Several important identifications have been made from her carelessness. My impression at this point is that Flores, who is not a PCE member, is in charge of the intelligence collection branch of an organization Echeverria is continuing to form outside the established PCE structure. If he is doing as well in the guerrilla and terrorism branch, we will have to act soon to suppress the organization before armed operations begin. In order to speed up transcriptions, we have brought in another transcriber. He is Rodrigo Rivadeneira, one of the brothers who run the clandestine printing press. Rodrigo is one of Ecuador's best basketball players and was on a scholarship in the US obtained for him by Noland. He returned to Ecuador in June, and because of family financial problems he will probably have to give up the scholarship. Francine Hakame will be unable to work for a few months, so Rodrigo will take over the Araujo line, which, while interesting, is not producing as much as the Flores line. 2 police agents have been transferred to new assignments. Pacifico de los Reyes, Chief of Police Intelligence, left yesterday for the FBI course at Quantico, Virginia. We got the scholarship for him through the Aid Public Safety Office and he will be gone until the end of the year. Before he left, he asked me if I would like to keep up contact with the Police Intelligence Unit while he is away. He selected Luis Sandoval, Chief Technician of the Police Intelligence Unit, with whom I have been meeting since last year but without de los Reyes' knowledge. He introduced Sandoval to me 3 days ago and somehow we both kept a straight face. Before leaving, de los Reyes was promoted from captain to major. With the Office of Training in headquarters, I am arranging special intelligence training for him to follow the FBI course. Colonel Oswaldo Lugo, our oldest and most important penetration agent of the National Police, has been reassigned from the Cuenca district to the job as chief of the 4th district with headquarters in Guayaquil. This new job puts him in command of all the national police units on the coast and will be an important addition to the Guayaquil base operations. In a few days I will make a quick trip to Guayaquil to introduce Lugo to the base chief. Guerrilla training in Cuba is on headquarters' highest priority list for Latin America, and instructions have been sent to all stations asking that efforts be made to place agents in the groups sent for training. We haven't been able to get an agent sent for training yet, but I've been meeting lately with the new Director of Immigration, Pablo Maldonado, who has expressed interest in helping impede travel to Cuba by administrative procedures where prior knowledge of the travel is available. Maldonado, whom I met through mutual friends, is also willing to arrange close searches of Ecuadorians who return from Cuba. I have begun passing on information which comes from the Mexican and Spanish liaison services using the immigration documents of travelers to and from Cuba through the 2 main travel points, Mexico City and Madrid. Quito, August 10, 1962. Congress opened a new session today and acknowledged that agrarian reform is one of the first items on its order of business. In the Senate, the National Democratic Front is in control, while in the Chamber of Deputies the Conservative Party has a slight edge when backed by the leftist concentration of Popular Force's 2 or 3 deputies. The Conservatives are out to get Veria's resignation, and Noland has no way either to stop it or to salvage Veria. Once Veria is thrown out over the junk swindle, the Conservatives will try to get Orosmena thrown out or force his resignation for physical incapacity. Unfortunately, Veria has to go first because ousting Orosmena with Veria as vice president will be almost impossible. Veria continues as president of the Senate, and Carlos Arizaga Vega, our ECACTOR political action agent from Cuenca, was elected vice president of the Chamber of Deputies. He has quickly replaced Davila as leader of the rightist bloc. Davila is concentrating on organizational work and wasn't a candidate in the Chamber of Deputies. Quito, August 29, 1962. After 4 days of political crisis, including the resignations of all cabinet ministers, Orosmena finally had to dismiss his leftist secretary general. Without doubt this is a significant victory for the conservatives and social Christians, although certain liberals and socialists are also aligned in the campaign since last year against the key administration leftist. The only other cabinet resignation accepted was that of Manuel Naranjo, Minister of the Treasury and Nolan's agent leading the Democratic Socialist Party. His resignation comes as a result of increasing opposition from businessmen to his austerity policies, although he is widely and favorably recognized for his personal honesty and the beginnings of tax reform. The situation worsens for another of Nolan's agents. 2 nights ago the Chamber of Deputies voted to impeach Varia for his participation in the junk swindle, still the supreme issue in current Ecuadorian politics. He's not being charged with stealing any of the money, just with negligence and ineptitude. The Minister of Defense at the time of the swindle is being prosecuted by the chamber along with the Vice President. Carlos Arizaga Vega is leading the attack. Araujo has arrived back in Guayaquil after a trip to China that started late last month. At the airport 5 rolls of training film on street fighting techniques were confiscated as well as propaganda. In China he was received by the Vice Premier. We're going to try and discover if he got other assistants too. Quito, September 3, 1962. Labor operations proceed with their usual mixed accomplishments. The CRICL leadership within the CIOSLO has insisted in attacking Adalberto Miranda, the labor senator from the coast, because of his dealings with the Guayaquil telephone company. Now they are accusing him of being involved with efforts by the United Fruit subsidiary to fire certain employees who are members of the subsidiary's trade union, which recently affiliated with CRICL and CIOSLO. The same Guayaquil CRICL leaders tried to get Miranda disqualified from the Senate, but that move failed too. This campaign against Miranda is justified in some ways, according to the base, but undesirable right now because of its divisive nature. Soon the base plans to terminate the CRICL agents who also insist on retaining the regional identity of CRICL in opposition to our efforts to replace it with coastal provincial federations. When that happens, Gil Saudade will move his Quito agents into full control of CIOSLO. He is now preparing for that development. Meanwhile the IFOLD program is continuing to progress with close coordination with CIOSLO through Ricardo Vázquez Diaz. Next month Vázquez will conduct a seminar for labor leaders from which 4 will be selected for the 3-month IFOLD course starting in October in Washington. 2 weeks ago a PTTI delegation was here to discuss organization and a low-cost housing program with their Ecuadorian affiliate, Fintel, which is one of the most important unions in CIOSLO. The PTTI is training Fintel leaders at their school in Front Royal, Virginia, and the visit was also used to create publicity for the IFOLD seminar program. Included in the delegation was the new PTTI Inter-American representative and a Cuban who is leader of the Cuban Telephone Workers Union in exile. This PTTI organization is without doubt the most effective of the international trade secretariats currently working in Ecuador under direction of IO Division. One has to wonder how the Ecuadorian working class can even stay alive to organize. 2 weeks ago the president of the National Planning Board, in a general economic report to the Chamber of Deputies, revealed that the worker in 1961 received an average monthly income of only 162 sucres, about $7. Quito, September 10, 1962. Noland has turned over another branch of the ECACTOR political action project to me. From now on I'll be handling the Ambato operation with Jorge Gortaire. 2 weeks ago I went with Noland down to Ambato to meet Gortaire and to plan a bugging operation that we think may reveal information on Chinese support to Araujo, if any. Previously, the manager of the Villa Hilda Hotel in Ambato, a Czech émigré, reported to Gortaire that Araujo had made reservations for one of the cottages. This will be Araujo's first trip to visit his Ambato followers since returning from Communist China, and Gortaire suggested that we bug the cottage, which he will monitor when Araujo goes there at the end of the month. Last weekend I returned with the equipment and spent a couple of days with Gortaire. He had taken the cottage which Araujo will use and we installed a microphone, transmitter and power supply behind the woodwork of the closet door. It works perfectly and Gortaire can monitor at ease from his house, which is only 2 blocks from the Villa Hilda. The only problem was that Gort Air forgot to lock the door, and, when I was standing on a table in the closet making the installation, a couple of maids burst in on us. They were clearly puzzled by my strange activity, but Gort Air believes they simply could not imagine what I was really doing. He will stop by to see the manager from time to time to find out if the maids mentioned seeing me on the table. Quito, October 3, 1962. Arosmena has survived another attempt at impeachment for incapacity, largely because the conservatives fell apart on the issue, and because Varia is so discredited. Through my work with Pablo Maldonado, Director of Immigration, on attempting to stop or delay Ecuadorians from traveling to Cuba and to carefully review their baggage on return, I have met the Subsecretary of Government, Manuel Cordova Galarza, who is Maldonado's immediate superior. Cordova expressed willingness to cooperate in trying to cut off travel to Cuba, and he said Jaime Del Hierro, the Minister of Government, is also anxious to see effective controls established. He added that any time I wish, I can call on him or on the minister to propose new ideas. Noland isn't anxious to get involved with Cordova or Del Hierro because, according to him, Arosmena won't allow them to take really effective action. He said they are probably just trying to appear to be cooperative since serving as Minister and Subsecretary of Public Security in this government is beyond redemption. In his view, they're like the other liberals serving Arosmena, disgraceful opportunists. For the time being, I'll continue with Maldonado and avoid contacts with Cordova and Del Hierro. Today Cordova went to Cuenca to investigate a macabre incident that occurred in an Indian village about 20 kilometers outside Cuenca. A medical team of the Andean Mission, an organization supported by UN agencies and dedicated to teaching social progress and self-help to rural Indians in several countries, was making the rounds of villages when they encountered strange hostility just outside a community they had already visited several times. They stopped the jeep and the doctor and social worker proceeded on foot, leaving the nurse and chauffeur in the vehicle. In the village, the doctor and the social worker found the Indians assembled in the church for a religious service, but when they entered the church they were greeted with extreme hostility by the Indians, who began to jostle them about. When they did not return for some time, the nurse also left the jeep and entered the village, but at the church she too was menaced as she joined the others. By now the Indians were whipped into a rage by several of their leaders who thought the Andean Mission people were communists. As matters grew worse, the mission team fled to the sacristy for safety but were followed by the Indians, who surrounded them and would not let them leave. The elderly priest, who had been in the parish 38 years, appeared and the team begged him to confirm to the Indians that they were not communists, but were simply there to help them. The priest refused to intervene even as the team knelt before him begging protection, and he simply blessed them and disappeared. The team was then severely beaten. The nurse left for unconscious while the doctor and the social worker were dragged to the street. The nurse escaped, returned to the jeep and obtained a police patrol from Cuenca. When they returned to the village, the doctor and social worker had been killed with stones, clubs, and machetes, while a local schoolteacher who tried to intervene had also been attacked. The Indians, in fact, were about to burn him, thinking he was dead, when the nurse and police arrived. Preliminary investigation revealed that the priest had earlier instructed the Indians to resist the agriculture and livestock census because it was a communist plot, and that the priest also spread the story that the Andean Mission team were communists. My friends tell me that the priest will probably be sent to a religious retirement house as punishment. Arosmena rewarded Manuel Naranjo by naming him Ecuadorian permanent delegate to the UN General Assembly. He has gone to New York and Noland has arranged for contact to be established with him by officers from the agency's New York office. We expect that the CIA will try to use him for special operations at the UN. Quito, October 7, 1962. Brazilian elections are being held today as the climax of one of WH Division's largest ever political action operations. For most of the year, the Rio de Janeiro station and its many bases in consulates throughout the country have been engaged in a multimillion-dollar campaign to finance the election of anti-communist candidates in the federal, state and municipal offices being contested. Hopefully these candidates will become a counterforce to the leftward trend of the Goulart government, increasingly penetrated by the communists and the extreme left in general. Nolan's transfer back to Washington, expected by him for many months, is now official. After 5 years here, he is being replaced in December by Warren L. Dean, currently Deputy Chief of Station in Mexico City. No one here knows anything about the new chief except that he's a former FBI man who wants Nolan to arrange for immediate release of his dogs, that are coming on the same flight from Mexico City. Quito, October 15, 1962. The Santo Domingo guerrilla adventure has reached a conclusion as far as the PCE is concerned. At a Central Committee plenum just ended, Jorge Ribadeneira was expelled from the party for his divisionist work in URJE and for leading PCE and JCE members into the guerrilla operation. The expulsion was in agreement with the resolution of the Pichincha Provincial Committee following their investigation in August. Ribadeneira was an alternate member of the Central Committee and a full member of the Pichincha Provincial Committee under Rafael Echeverria. RPCE agents report that the struggle will now turn to URJE, where the Ribadeneira forces are struggling with the forces controlled by the PCE and Pedro Saad. One can only wonder what the Central Committee would think of Echeverria's parallel activities outside the PCE, as reports continue to reveal preparations by his group for armed action and terrorism. This comes through the Equite telephone tap on Antonio Flores. I continue working with my two Quito social Christian leaders, Carlos Ruggiero and Jose Maria Agee, in their respective fields of militant action and subversive watch control. Agee has been under rather intense cultivation by the chief of the embassy political section, ostensibly my boss, who doesn't know he is my agent. Agee has just left on a State Department leader grant to observe the U.S. electoral campaign. He'll spend most of his time in California, but after the elections he'll return to Washington, where headquarters will give him a month of intense training in clandestine operations, mainly surveillance and investigations. Velasco is again beginning to haunt the political scene, and the specter of his return for the 1964 elections looms not far over the horizon. Through the Agenda Orb Latino Americano news service, we arranged to have Velasco interviewed recently in Buenos Aires, and he affirmed his plans to return in January 1964 for the campaign. Publication of the interview here has caused just the ripple we want, so that the ECACTOR agents will begin plotting to keep him from returning or from being a candidate. Nolan has a new Velasquista agent who began calling on him at the embassy some weeks ago to offer tidbits on organizational work of Velasquista leaders in Quito. The new agent is Medadro Toro, and he has Nolan extremely nervous because of his reputation as a gunman. He was one of the 4 people arrested for firing at Arosmena during the shootout in the Congress in October last year, and he was jailed from then until February, when the Supreme Court threw out the case. He was back in jail in April for insulting Arosmena, and in May he was a Velasquista candidate for deputy in the June elections. He lost and is obviously looking for some way to keep body and soul together. So far his information has helped resolve persistent rumors of Velasco's imminent return, and Nolan, although personally fearing this man, thinks he has long-range potential. What bothers Nolan are Toro's beady eyes looking through him, but he'll either have to begin discreet meetings outside the embassy very soon or forget the whole thing. Politically, Toro is dynamite. Gil Saudade is trying to salvage his Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, PLPR, although several of the agents are now firmly entrenched in the Cioslo labor organization. After the fall of Velasco, the struggle resumed in the PLPR between our agents and a group of extreme leftists who were close to Araujo, coming to a head last week with the expulsion of Araujo's friends. Now Gil will try to get his agents active again in the organization, again to attract the Velasquista left away from Araujo, so that the PLPR will have some influence if Velasco returns for the 1964 election campaign. Quito, November 6, 1962. At long last, Reynaldo Varia's impeachment proceedings, which have dominated the political scene since August, have ended. Today he was acquitted by the Senate, although Velasco's Minister of Defense at the time of the junk swindle lost his right to hold public office for 2 years. Varia may have survived as vice president, but his political usefulness is practically wiped out. The only hope is for him to work very hard to rebuild his reputation so that when Orosmena's next drunken scandal occurs, Varia might not be such an obstruction to ousting Orosmena for physical incapacity. Even so, there is little or no indication that Varia could ever overcome the conservative and social Christian opposition to him. He is, after all, a Velasquista. Quito, November 8, 1962. Congress's final session last night kept tradition intact. In addition to a fistfight involving Davila, the national budget was adopted. Discussion of the budget only began yesterday and was, of course, shallow and precipitate. There is a general agreement that it will be very difficult to finance in spite of new tax measures. The 1962 congressional session, as in 1961 and 1960, ended with no agrarian, tax or administrative reform. The session was controlled by the conservatives and social Christians who sought to use the Congress as a political forum, with the junk scandal as the issue, to attack both the Orosmena administration and the Velasquista movement. Significant legislation was never seriously considered. Quito, December 20, 1962. Another crisis, the worst yet, broke today. President Alessandri of Chile stopped in Guayaquil this afternoon for an official visit to Orosmena after a trip to see Kennedy. At the airport, Orosmena was so drunk he had to be held up by aides on both sides, and later at the banquet he had to call on a guest to make the welcome toast. News of this disgrace has spread around the country like a flash, and already Carlos Arizaga Vega is moving to gather signatures for convoking a special session of Congress to throw Orosmena out. This time Orosmena may well have to resign. *****. The new chief of station arrived with his wife and dogs, and next week the Nolans leave. Today Jim was given a medal by the Quito Municipal Council in recognition of his work with youth and sports groups in Quito. Renato Perez, acting council president, presided at the ceremony. Tomorrow at the golf club the Nolans will be honored at a huge party, and the following day Janet and I have invited about 100 friends to a farewell lawn party for the Nolans at our house. Quito, December 28, 1962. The Nolans left, and the new chief of station, Warren Dean, hasn't wasted any time letting us know how he works. The other day, even while Noland was still here, Ray Ladd and I went off to spend the afternoon with a crowd of friends, mostly from the tourism business, at a bar and lounge of questionable respectability called the Mirador. It overlooks the whole city. The next day Dean gave us a verbal dressing down in a staff meeting and left no doubts he wanted to know where everyone is at all times. Afterwards Noland gave me another of his friendly advice sessions, warning me that my wilder habits may not sit well with Dean and that I'd better be a little more discreet. Frankly, I think this new chief is pulling the old military shakedown technique, a mild intimidation to establish authority. Surely, with the extra hours worked at night and on weekends, an afternoon taken off now and then is justified. This new chief is a big man, about 6 feet 4 inches and somewhat overweight. He's obviously having difficulty with the altitude even though he has come from Mexico City. Each afternoon after lunch he sits behind his desk fighting to keep his eyes open. So far the main changes he has indicated are increased action against the extreme left in collection of information through technical operations and new agent recruitments. He also wants me to increase my work with Major Pacifico de los Reyes, the former chief of police intelligence who has just returned from training at the FBI Academy in Virginia and at headquarters, where he was given several weeks training in clandestine intelligence operations. He's just been appointed Chief of Criminal Investigations for Pichincha but will continue to oversee the Intelligence Department. Jose Maria Agee, the young social Christian leader, is also back from his State Department trip and from our special training program. Dean also wants me to intensify the use of this agent because headquarters is getting frantic that serious insurgency may be imminent. Programs like the Subversive Control Watch List are getting increased emphasis and Agee's teams are crucial for this effort. From now on I'll pay him the equivalent of $200 a month, which is very high by Ecuadorian standards but consistent with Dean's instructions. Quito, January 12, 1963. In Guayaquil last week, a national convention of URJE voted to expel Jorge Ribadeneira and 9 other URJE leaders, most of whom were involved in the Santo Domingo guerrilla operation. The expulsions reflect PCE control of the convention, and the specific charge against those expelled was misuse of $40,000 that Ribadeneira and his group were given by the Cubans for guerrilla operations around Quevito rather than Santo Domingo. The best report on the convention was from a new agent of the Guayaquil base who is one of the URJE leaders expelled. Although the agent, Enrique Medina, will no longer be reporting on URJE, the base will try to ensure that he participates in the organization that these former URJE leaders will now form. From now on, the URJE ceases to be the main danger for insurgency from our point of view. The most important leaders have been thrown out, and now that the PCE is back in control, the emphasis will be on organization and work with the masses rather than armed action, not to eliminate, of course, selective agitation through bombings and street action. Our main concern now will be to monitor any new organization set up by Ribadeneira and the others who were expelled, together with improving our penetrations of the Araujo and the Echeverria groups in Quito. In a few days, the base will bring out an appropriate story in the Guayaquil press on the URJE convention, and will give it replay here in Quito. This will be a blow to URJE and to those expelled, since normally they try to keep these internal disputes quiet. Ribadeneira couldn't have been more effective for our purposes if he had been our agent. My year as a director of the YMCA is ending, but now I am going to organize a YMCA basketball team. Dean has approved the use of station funds for players' salaries, so we will be able to attract some of the best in Quito. We'll also buy uniforms and bring in shoes from the US by diplomatic pouch. The station administrative assistant, Ray Ladd, will coach the team. The advantage to the station is to continue widening our range of contacts and potential agents through the YMCA, which was only established here a couple of years ago. Quito, January 16, 1963. Reorganization of CIOSLO is moving ahead, although termination of the old CRICL agents by the Guayaquil base required a visit in November by Serafino Romualdi, Executive Director of IFLD and the longtime AFLCIO representative for Latin America. The struggle between the old CRICL and COG agents, who favored retention of their union's autonomy within CIOSLO, and our new agents, who insisted, at our instruction, that CRICL and COG disappear in favor of a new Guayas Provincial Federation, finally led to the expulsion a few days ago of the CRICL and COG leaders from CIOSLO. Those expelled included Victor Contreras, who only last April became CIOSLO's first president. Matias Oloacapiano is now acting Secretary General of CIOSL, and Ricardo Vázquez Diaz is acting Secretary of Organization. Both are agents of Gil Saudade, who originally recruited them through his Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party. Ricardo Vázquez Diaz has been very effective in expanding the IFLD education program along with Carlos Vallejo Baez. In recent months, courses have been held in Guayaquil and Cuenca as well as Quito. Other courses are being planned for provincial towns in order to strengthen the CIOSLO organizations there. Quito, January 18, 1963. Student election operations through Alberto Alarcón have again been successful in Quito. In December, the elections for officers of the Quito FEUE chapter were so close that both sides claimed fraud and the voting was annulled. Today another vote was held and Alarcón's candidate, a moderate, won. The national FEUE seat is now in Cuenca, where anti-communist forces are also in control. The Guayaquil base has made several PCE documents public, by having Colonel Lugo, commander of the National Police in the coastal provinces, add them to a 3-ton haul of propaganda he captured last October. In a few days these documents will come to light in the report emerging from a Senate Commission's investigation of the propaganda. Included is the PCE Central Committee resolution expelling Ribadeneira. Dean is determined to create as much fear propaganda as possible as part of a new campaign for government action against the extreme left. Quito, January 30, 1963. Our new station officer under public safety cover has arrived, and Dean put me in charge of handling his contact with the station. His name is John Burke, and he's the most eager beaver I've ever met. Seems to think he'll be crawling in the attic of the presidential palace next week to bug Orosmena's bedroom. His problem is that he broke his leg training, and while it mended for the past year and a half he took every training course offered by the Technical Services Division, for lack of anything else to do. In recent months he has sent to the station masses of audio, photo, and other technical equipment including about 200 pounds of car keys, one for every Ford, General Motors and Chrysler model built since 1925. Dean finally blew up over this equipment and fired off a cable telling headquarters not to send one more piece of technical gear unless he specifically asks for it. Poor Burke. He's not off to a very good start, and Dean has told me to make him stick exclusively to the aid police work until further notice. His first aid project, it seems, will be to take a canoe trip down in the Amazon jungles to survey rural law enforcement capabilities there. Not exactly clandestine operations, but it could get interesting if he runs into any Aka head shrinkers. In fact, Burke will have plenty to keep him busy in the straight police work. Under the public safety program this year, aid is giving about $1 million worth of weapons and equipment to the police, 2,000 rifles with 1 million rounds of ammunition, 500.38 caliber revolvers with 500,000 rounds, about 6,000 tear gas grenades, 150 anti-riot shotguns with 15,000 shells, almost 2,000 gas masks, 44 mobile radio units and 19 base radio stations, plus laboratory and investigations equipment. In addition to training the national police here in Ecuador, the Public Safety Office is also sending about 70 of them to the Inter-American Police Academy at Fort Davis in the Panama Canal Zone. This academy was founded by our Panama station last year and is intended to be a major counterinsurgency facility similar in many ways to the training programs for Latin American military officers under the military aid programs. Quito, February 15, 1963. Dean is getting more determined each day to avoid a surprise insurgency situation. He wants to increase coverage of two groups in particular, and he wants me to do most of the work. The two groups, not surprisingly, are those led by Araujo and Echeverria. We've had a breakthrough in coverage of the Araujo group through the recent recruitment of one of his close collaborators, a Velasquista political hack named Jaime Jaramillo Romero. Jaramillo was arrested last month with Araujo and two of the expelled PLPR leaders while recruiting in the provinces. Soon after, he was a walk-in to the embassy political section, and after being informed by the State Department officer who spoke with him, we decided to make a discreet contact with him using the non-official cover operations officer of the Guayaquil base. I arranged for this officer, Julian Zambianco, to come to Quito, and with automobiles rented through a support agent, Jose Molstina, Zambianco called on Jaramillo at his home. A meeting followed in Zambianco's car, which I recorded in another car from which I was providing a security watch for Zambianco. Earlier I had rigged the Zambianco car with a radio transmitter to monitor their conversation. Jaramillo's information looks good, including information about an imminent trip by Araujo to Cuba for more money. As Dean is a great believer in the polygraph, I have requested that an interrogator come as soon as possible to test Jaramillo. If he's clean, I'll turn him over to a new cutout so that we won't have to call Zambianco to Quito for each contact. Telephone coverage continues on Araujo, but it hasn't produced good information. On the other hand, telephone coverage of Antonio Flores Benitez, one of Echeverria's principal lieutenants, is still providing excellent information. Flores is obviously getting very good intelligence from his agents in the Ministry of Defense, the Presidential Palace and the police. Our problem is inadequate coverage of Echeverria's plans and of his organization for terrorism and guerrilla warfare, although we are getting some information from Mario Cardenas, one of our PCE penetration agents who is close to Echeverria. On Dean's instruction, I am studying 3 new operations for increasing coverage of Echeverria. First, we will try to install an audio penetration of the Libreria Nueva Cultura, the PCE bookstore in Quito run by Jose Maria Rura, the number 2 PCE leader in Quito and Echeverria's closest associate. The two of them often meet at the bookstore, which is a rendezvous for PCE leaders in general and consists of a street front room on the ground floor of an old colonial house in downtown Quito. On checking records for the owner of the house, I discovered that it belongs to a golfing companion of mine, Ecobedo Davalos. Davalos has agreed to give me access and security cover during the audio installation, which we will make from the room above the bookstore on a Sunday when it is closed. For a listening post, LP, I hope to obtain an office in a modern, multi-story building across the street from the bookstore, where we could also photograph visitors and monitor the telephone. Second, we will try to bug Echevarria's apartment. He lives in a fairly new building in downtown Quito, but access for the installation will be difficult. On the floor beneath his apartment is the Club de Lojanos, the regional club of people from Loja, from which we might be able to drill upwards to install the microphone and transmitter. This installation would be very slow and difficult, especially if we have to do it while Echevarria or his wife are at home, but Cardenas believes Echevarria has important meetings at home and probably discusses all his activities with his wife, who is a Czech. I am also checking on whether I can get an apartment across the street from Echevarria's that would serve as listening and observation post for this operation. The third new operation is another technical installation, this time against Antonio Flores Benitez. He has recently moved into a modern multi-story apartment building where we might be able to monitor both his telephone and an audio installation from the same LP. Although there seems to be little chance for access to his apartment or to those around it for the installation, an apartment above and just to the side of his is coming free in a few weeks. I may take that apartment in order to begin monitoring the telephone from there, rather than from the LP in Rafael Buccioli's house, and see later whether the audio technicians can drill to the side and down or whether we will have to make the bugging by surreptitious entry. Already we know that Flores meets many of his contacts in his apartment, and he discusses most of his activities with his wife, who gossips about them by telephone when he's not at home. On the government side, Dean also wants me to intensify my work with Pablo Maldonado, the Director of Immigration, and to work into a liaison relationship with Manuel Cordova, the Subsecretary of Government, and with Jamie Del Hierro, the Minister of Government. Although I have avoided until now regular contact with Cordova and Del Hierro, on Nolan's instruction last year, picking up with them now should not be difficult. The reason, Dean said, is to discover and to monitor their willingness to take action on information we give to them. Once we determine willingness on the high level, we'll be able to determine more accurately what information will bring action when passed through police agents such as Pacifico de los Reyes and Oswaldo Lugo. With all this technical coverage, I'll need some new agents for transcribing, photographic work and courier duties, but if they work, we'll not be surprised by either Araujo or Echevarria. The team for processing the telephone taps will be Edgar Camacho and Francine Hakame, with Francine as courier. Rodrigo Rivadeneira can switch to transcribing the new audio penetration, and Francine will serve as courier for receipt of his material as well. I'll have Francine come by my house each morning at 8 to leave transcripts and pick up any instructions for the others. One other effort coming up that could be important: I've given money to Jorge Gortair so that he can buy a used Land Rover to make a trip to military garrisons in the southern Sierra and on the coast. The purpose of this trip is for Gortair to sound out military leaders on all the rumors going around about a move against Orosmena, while at the same time weighing the predisposition of the military leaders to such an action, even if the rumors aren't true. Quito, March 1, 1963. This morning's newspapers give prominent coverage to Mr. McCone's testimony to the Senate yesterday in Washington on training for guerrilla warfare in Cuba. The director mentioned Ecuador as one of the countries from which the largest number of trainees has been recruited, and he explained how the Cuban embassy in Mexico City tries to conceal travel to Cuba by issuing the visa on a slip of paper with no stamp in the passport. His report follows another headquarters report, issued last month by the State Department, that between 1,000 and 1,500 Latin American youths were given guerrilla training in Cuba during 1962. In commenting on the press reports this morning, Dean told me that one of his operations in Mexico City was the airport travel control team. There the passports of travelers to Cuba are stamped by the Mexican immigration inspectors with arrived from Cuba or departed for Cuba to make sure the travel is reflected in the passports. The station there also photographs all the travelers' passports, and with large press-type cameras photographs are taken as they embark or deplane. Results of the Mexico City travel control operation are combined with other data on travel, mostly from the other important routes to Cuba via Madrid or Prague, for machine processing. In order to intensify operations with Pablo Maldonado, Dean wants me to pass him copies of the monthly machine runs on Ecuadorians traveling to Cuba. In addition, Mexico City is cabling the names and onward travel data to stations throughout the hemisphere so that the travelers can be detained or thoroughly searched when they arrive home. I'll also pass this type of information to Maldonado and use it as an entree to Córdoba and Del Hierro. I tried to get Dean to reveal why he wants me to work with the minister and subsecretary, because usually a chief of station handles the high-level liaison contacts. He says he wants me to get the experience now because it will help me later. He's bitter about Winston Scott, the chief of station in Mexico City. Scott has very close relations with both the president, Adolfo López Mateos, and the minister of government, Gustavo Díaz Ordaz. When Scott left the country from time to time or went on home leave, he made arrangements for communications to be kept open with the president and the minister, but would never let Dean make personal contact even though he was acting COS when Scott was away. Guayaquil, March 31, 1963. The best part of being a CIA officer is that you never get bored for long. On Friday, 2 days ago, I flew down from Quito to recruit someone I've known for about a year and whom the base chief, Ralph Seehofer, wants to use as a cutout to one of his PCE penetration agents. The recruitment went fine, and tomorrow I'll introduce the new agent, Alfredo Villacres, to Seehofer. I came down on a Friday so that I could spend the weekend out of the altitude, but mostly because Alfredo and I usually spend Saturday nights making the rounds of Guayaquil sleazy dives. Last night was typical, and we left the last stop about 8 o'clock this morning with Alfredo roaring down the unpaved, potholed streets of a suburban shanty town, firing his .45 into the air while his dilapidated, windowless old Jeep station wagon practically shook apart. This afternoon he called me at the hotel to advise that we had barely escaped involvement in a new Arosmena scandal. It seems that a few minutes after we left the Cuatro Y Media last night, it had been an early stop and we left about 1 a.m. Arosmena and his party arrived. The story is all over town now of how Arosmena and his friends began to taunt the waiters, all are homosexuals there, finally ordering one of them to put a lampshade on his head. Arosmena took out the pistol he always carries and instead of shooting off the lampshade he shot the waiter in the head. No one is certain whether the waiter died or is in the hospital, but the blame is going to be taken by Arosmena's private secretary, Gallo Ledesma, known to all as Veneno, Poison, Ledesma. Ledesma apparently left today for Panama, where he's going to wait to see what happens here. Alfredo said that if we had been there when Arosmena and his group arrived we would have had to stay since it's a small, one-room place and Arosmena always invites everyone to join his group. I can see the ambassador's face if that had happened and my name was included in the story. Goodbye Ecuador. Guayaquil, April 2, 1963. I was to have returned to Quito on the first flight this morning, but a very interesting situation suddenly developed yesterday. After introducing Villacres to the base chief over lunch, Seehofer and I returned to the consulate and had a visit from the chief of the USIS office. He told us that a young man had come into the consulate this morning asking to speak to someone about information and was eventually directed to him. The person said he was a Peruvian and that he had information on the revolutionary movement in Peru and on Cuban involvement. The USIS chief said the Peruvian was so nervous and distracted that he is probably a mental case, but Seehofer asked me to see him if I had nothing better to do. We arranged for the USIS chief to give him my hotel room number. The Peruvian was to return to the consulate in the afternoon, where he would call in the evening. The Peruvian came around to the hotel and we talked for 2 or 3 hours. I took copious notes because I know none of the names on the Peruvian scene and sent off a cable this morning to Lima and headquarters. The Peruvian is Enrique Amaya Quintana and is a middle-level militant of the movement of the Revolutionary Left, MIR. He has just finished a 3-month training course in Cuba along with several hundred other MIR members. They are all rainfiltrating to Peru right now, overland from Colombia and Ecuador. The important aspect of this future agent, if he's telling the truth, is that he was selected out of the MIR group to receive special training in communications. He showed me a notebook full of accommodation addresses throughout Latin America to which secret correspondence will be sent. Moreover, he also showed me a dictionary that serves as the key to a code system that he will use in secret writing and radio communications with Havana. This afternoon we got cables back from both headquarters and Lima confirming Amaya's status in the MIR and warning us not to let this one slip away. The MIR is the most important potential guerrilla organization in Peru with hundreds of people trained in Cuba and with advanced plans for armed insurgency. Lima sent a list of questions for Amaya which I'll go over with him tonight. He really is a case of nerves and won't like working with a tape recorder, but I'm going to insist we record everything so that we don't have to depend on my notes. This way I can get more out of him too. It's not going to be easy getting him to stay with us. What he wants is financial assistance to get his wife and child out of Peru and to resettle in some other country. He says he became disillusioned during the training in Cuba, but my guess is that he's lost his nerve now that he's almost on the battlefield. Quito, April 5, 1963. This MIR case has people jumping all around headquarters, it seems. Not just the Peruvian and Ecuadorian desks, the Cuban branch and even the Soviet Russia division are also getting into the act. As a cutout and handling officer I brought in Julian Zambianco, and yesterday Wade Thomas arrived from headquarters to take close charge of the case. He's a specialist in CP penetration operations. Meanwhile I had sessions each day with Amaya on the tape recorder, summarizing the results in cables to Lima and headquarters. The guy is definitely coming clean, everything seems to check out, and yesterday I finally got him to agree to spending at least a short period back in Peru with his former friends. From the sound of the cables from Lima, Amaya is going to be their first important MIR penetration. My participation ended today when I came back to Quito. Quito, April 12, 1963. A report is just in from Mario Cardenas, one of our best PCE penetration agents and a close but not intimate associate of Echeverria. Cardenas reported that Jose Maria Rura, Echeverria's principal lieutenant in Quito, has left for Communist China where he expects to get payments started that will enable the Echeverria group finally to begin armed action. Echeverria has told Cardenas to stand by for travel to Colombia at a moment's notice, so that he can receive money and documents that Rura, who is very well known, should not bring into the country himself. We discussed in the station whether to advise Jamie Del Hierro, the Minister of Government, or Manuel Cordova, the Sub-Secretary, but for better security we decided to post a special watch on Rura's return through Juan Sevilla, the Minister of the Treasury. Sevilla, who has been a golfing companion of mine for over a year, jumped at the chance, just as I thought he would, and he assigned his personal secretary, Carlos Rendon Chiribega, to watch for Rura's return at the Quito airport. Now we can only hope that Rura comes straight back to Quito with no stop in Colombia so that we're not forced to protect Cardenas. If by chance we learn that Rura will arrive in Guayaquil, Sevilla can send his secretary there to await Rura. Meanwhile I'm moving along with the audio operation against Rura's bookstore, and in a couple of days Larry Martin, the audio technician from the Panama Station Support Unit, will arrive to make the installation. Besides Rura's trip we are also monitoring for Araujo's return. He is in Cuba right now and perhaps he too will bring back money, although the chances are slim that either he or Rura will be so careless as to bring back money on their persons. So that we can get timely information after his return, I've had Zambianco come up from Guayaquil again to turn over Jamie Jaramillo to a new cutout, Jorge Andino, who is a hotel owner and Ecuador's best polo player. Andino is another acquaintance from about the time I arrived and he too was quite willing to help. He'll receive the reports at the hotel but pass them to me at another business he owns a couple of blocks away. One of the mysteries we're trying to solve right now is whether there is any close relationship between Araujo's group and Echevarria's group, because Echevarria has given several indications that he is in contact with the Cubans. Medardo Toro, the Velasquista gunman whom Noland picked up in a developmental status last year, is now reporting on a regular basis. Dean told me to get him into the groove, so I brought Zambianco into the case in an arrangement similar to the one we used with Jamie Jaramillo 2 months ago. Until I get a good cutout for Toro, we'll have to keep it going with Zambianco, but this way it's very secure. Mainly we want to keep abreast of Velasco's plans to return for next year's elections. Too bad Toro is so far from Araujo's group. Quito, April 14, 1963. Each day, it seems, a new wave of rumors spreads around the country signaling the imminent outbreak of guerrilla warfare and terrorism. Partly the rumors reflect our continuing propaganda campaign to focus attention on communism in order to provoke a serious crackdown by the government. But partly the tension is based on real cases such as captures of propaganda by Colonel Lugo's police in Guayaquil and the recent near-death of a terrorist when a bomb exploded during a training session. Our worry is that the Ecuadorian police and military wouldn't be able to cope with a determined guerrilla movement. A recent incident underlines our doubts. 2 nights ago a Navy logistics ship was returning from the Galapagos Islands with a group of university students who had been in the islands on an excursion. A coastal Navy patrol was lurking in the darkness just offshore in wait for an expected incursion by a contraband vessel. The coastal patrol mistook the logistics ship for the contraband vessel and a 2-hour gun battle between the 2 Navy ships followed. The coastal patrol finally called by radio to Guayaquil for help and the Navy Communications Center called off the battle. What was worse was that their firing was so bad that no serious hits were made during the 2-hour battle and only 1 sailor was wounded. After arriving in Guayaquil, the students spread the story, which was published in Guayaquil Today, but the Navy isn't talking. When Dean heard this story this morning, he told me to get moving faster on the new technical operations. He said headquarters will get all over us if we get surprised by Araujo, Echevarria, or others. What with the guerrilla movements already underway in Peru, Venezuela, and Guatemala, and Brazil steadily going down the drain under Goulart. Here the only encouraging sign of late has been increasing willingness by the Minister of Government and Sub-Secretary to increase general travel control efforts and to allow police actions such as Colonel Lugo's recent operations. However, Del Hierro and Córdoba are clearly being restrained by Arosemena from really effective action. Quito, April 19, 1963. Another important trip to wonder about, this time it's Antonio Flores Benitez, one of Echevarria's lieutenants, who left today for Cuba. What we can't figure out is why Echevarria would send Flores to Cuba when Araujo is there and Rura is in China. Rura's trip to China, according to Cardenas, was made without the authorization of the PCE Executive Committee in Guayaquil, and if Pedro Saad finds out, there will be serious trouble for Rura, a member of the PCE Central Committee, and possibly for Echevarria. No doubt now that Echevarria is moving ahead fast with his organization outside the party. Flores was very careful not to mention his trip by telephone, but his wife let it slip out a couple of days ago. We're monitoring the telephone now from the apartment above and to the side of Flores's. Rodrigo Rivadeneira moved into the apartment with his brother Ramiro and his mother, and between him and Ramiro the transcriptions are kept right up to date. The connection was easy because the building is completely wired for telephones, and Rafael Buccioli and an assistant simply made the connections in the main terminal box in the basement of the building. While Flores is away, we'll try to get going on the audio operation, although the audio technician isn't enthusiastic about drilling through reinforced concrete at such a difficult angle. I also decided to use Rodrigo Rivadeneira in the listening and observation post for the technical operation against the PCE bookstore. On Sunday, Larry Martin and I made the installation from the room above with Ecobedo Davalos giving us security and cover. Davalos was very nervous because his caretaker is a communist and spends most of the time in the bookstore. Although I assured him that we would be very quiet, Martin decided to make the installation behind the baseboards and underneath several of the floorboards. The noise when we ripped them up was so screeching, what with their centuries-old spikes, that Davalos almost had a coronary. The same thing happened when we hammered the boards back into place, but luckily the caretaker showed no signs of suspicion, at least according to Davalos. The audio quality is good. Echevarria is running the bookstore while Rura is in China, although street noise at times drowns the conversations. Rivadeneira rented the office across the street as an LP, and he sits in a false closet I had built by Fred Parker, a U.S. citizen support agent who has a furniture factory in Quito. Parker built the closet so that it could be carried in by pieces, and Rivadeneira sits in it looking through a mask side, listening, recording, snapping pictures of visitors to the bookstore, and keeping a log. I had good luck also in getting just the right apartment across the street from and slightly above Echevarria's apartment. This observation and listening post, OP-LP, has just been rented through Luis Sandoval, the chief technician of police intelligence, who accepted my offer to work with us full-time for the foreseeable future. Sandoval is resigning from the police and will open a cover commercial photography studio in the OP-LP. I've given him enough equipment to start. More is coming later, and he will do the developing and printing of the photographs taken by Rivadeneira at the bookstore. As soon as we have a chance, we'll get Larry Martin back and try for the audio installation against Echevarria's apartment, probably by drilling up from the Loja Club that occupies the entire floor underneath Echevarria's place. Quito, April 24, 1963. A sensational case that may be our first real breakthrough has just developed, but it looks as though interference from Arosmena may hamper follow-up. A few days ago, the Guayaquil base received information from one of its penetration agents that a Cuban woman was training URJE members there. The base passed the information to Colonel Lugo, who managed to arrest her. Her name is Gelida Cordova Reyes, at least that's what her documentation says, and we may well have here the first case of the Cubans sending out training missions to work in Latin American countries where they don't have diplomatic missions. Certainly it's the first case of its kind in Ecuador. Colonel Lugo, however, reported that after her arrest he was ordered not to conduct an extensive interrogation. I took up the matter with Jaime Del Hierro, the Minister of Government, in order to emphasize the great importance of this case for discovering the extent of Cuban involvement, especially whether there are other Cubans here besides the woman, and all the details about when she arrived, whom she trained, where and whom she has trained before, her intelligence service in Cuba, communications, and much more. We are prepared, I told the minister, to bring down an expert from Washington who could assist in the interrogation but who would not be recognizable as an American. All I got from the minister was evasion, and we've concluded that Arosmena gave the order not to exploit the case. 2 days ago the governor of Guayas ordered her expulsion from the country. We're trying to salvage the case, but right now we're not hopeful. The extreme left has been forced into the dubious position of supporting the very government that broke with Cuba. Arosmena certainly isn't fooling the extreme left, or anyone else for that matter, on how hard he must fight for political support. 2 days ago he cancelled a provision of last November's budget law prohibiting any government salaries higher than the president's. The purpose of the law was to limit the very high salaries and benefits being received by the heads of certain autonomous government agencies and by other officials who hold more than one government job. Some, for example, were making the equivalent of $1,000 per month. Twice as much as Arosmena. Obviously he cancelled the law in order to glue on a little more firmly his Liberal Party supporters and others who had been hurt by the salary limitation bill. Disgusting for a desperately poor banana republic where over half the population receives less than $100 per year. Quito, May 1, 1963. Some success on the de Cordova case. On April 27 she was deported to Mexico but was refused entry and returned to Guayaquil. Colonel Lugo can't proceed with interrogation until he gets the go-ahead from the ministry, so I'll bring up the case again with Del Hierro or Manuel Cordova. Warren Dean is happy. He told me very confidentially that Gustavo Diaz Ordaz, the Mexican Minister of Government, is really in the chief of station's pocket, and that's where I ought to try and get Del Hierro. The way to do it, according to Dean, is to provide money for a high government official's mistress keeping, the Caso Chico rent, food, clothing, entertainment. In Mexico, he said, the chief of station got an automobile for the minister of government's girlfriend. The Mexican president, with whom the CAS also works closely, found out about the car and demanded one for his girlfriend too. That must be an interesting station. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gil Saudade has made some progress in labor operations. Last month the Provincial Trade Union Federation for Guayas, FETLIG, was established as the CIOSLO affiliate there, replacing CRICL. This was a long sought after development and perhaps will now end the dissension that has racked CIOSLO for so long. The IFLD courses, largely the work of our agents, Ricardo Vázquez Diaz and Carlos Vallejo Baez, continue to expand. Vázquez was recently confirmed as permanent CIOSLO organization secretary, and Matias Ulloa Capiano was confirmed as permanent secretary general. They had been acting in these jobs since the expulsions in January of the old CRICL agents. Today only the CTE and the Catholic CDOC were in the streets to celebrate Labor Day. Instead of a parade, which would have turned out very few people, the CIOSLO group were invited by our ambassador to a reception at his residence, which was highlighted with entertainment by Matias Ulloa. Quito, May 11, 1963. Today a sensational new case has solved at least some of the recent bombings and kept the city in a commotion all day. It started just after midnight this morning when 4 terrorists, 2 from URJE, hailed a taxi, overpowered and drugged the driver, tied him up and placed him in the trunk. The terrorists then drove around town passing various embassies where they intended to throw the bombs they were carrying, along with a quantity of weapons and ammunition. Because of recently increased police protection at the embassies, however, they decided against the bombings. Just after dawn the driver regained consciousness and after slipping out of his ropes managed to open the trunk of the taxi. The terrorists saw him escaping, but he got away and went for the police. Major Pacifico de los Reyes took charge of the case. The terrorists panicked and drove to the edge of town where they tried to escape on foot up the volcano that rises on one side of Quito. The manhunt during the day caused widespread alarm and exaggerated fears in Quito, but eventually the terrorists were captured. They have already confessed to various recent bombings and armed robberies, through which they were raising funds to finance guerrilla operations. Most sensational of all, however, is that their leader is Jorge Ribadeneira of Santo Domingo guerrilla fame, and another member is Claudio Adigo Francia, the Argentine who was arrested in 1961 for training URJE members. We didn't know about this new Ribadeneira group, and I've told De Los Reyes to try to determine if there is any connection between them and the Echevarria group. Quito, May 17, 1963. Major De Los Reyes has arrested Francia, but Ribadeneira is still in hiding. He has also arrested Echevarria and Carlos Rodriguez, Echevarria's chief lieutenant for Indian Affairs, but they protested their innocence and he had to let them go. Propaganda play on the case is sensational, with photographs of the weapons and ammunition spread all across the newspapers. Dean wants to press ahead with propaganda exploitation of every possible case, Letra, de Cordova, this one, also the current trips of Araujo, Rura, and Flores. Somehow Orosmena has got to be forced into taking repressive action. It's too soon to be sure, but perhaps a change of policy is already underway. Today Pablo Maldonado's immigration service denied passports to 10 young Ecuadorians who have scholarships to study in Cuba. I've given Maldonado this type of information before, but this is the first time he has taken strong action, and it may work. The students asked for passports, saying they were only going to Mexico, where they would arrange visas and onward travel. The protests have already started, and we shall see how long Del Hierro, Maldonado's superior, takes to weaken. Quito, May 19, 1963. Rura's hooked. Juan Sevilla, Minister of the Treasury, called me this morning to advise that Rura arrived at the airport and was discovered to be carrying $25,000 in cash. Carlos Rendon, Sevilla's personal secretary, was at the airport and made the body search, and right now Rura is being held incommunicado by the police with the money impounded. I suggested to Sevilla that he add to the sensation of the case by starting a story that Rura was also carrying false documents, compromising papers, and other similar material. This is going to be a big one. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Jorge Gortner was back here in Quito a couple of days ago. He has finished his trip to the military garrisons in the south and on the coast, making several long delays through breakdowns. He's going to write up a complete report back in Ambato, but he said there is very considerable disgust with the Rosmena in the military commands. If it weren't for Reynaldo Varia, in fact, there would be nothing to keep the military leaders, once they got organized, from forcing Rosmena's resignation. For now they see nothing to do because they still favor constitutional succession. Varia is still the fly in the ointment, because the junk swindle led to so much ridicule of the military. All the officers with whom Gortner spoke seriously are concerned about communist infiltration in the government and preparations for armed action, but something more serious will have to happen before they begin to move against Rosmena. So we must keep up the pressure, exploiting every case to the maximum through propaganda media and political action agents. On Varia, Dean is considering whether or not to ask him to resign, with encouragement in the form of a generous termination bonus, but he hasn't decided. Quito, May 21, 1963. The Rura case is headlines, super sensational. Everyone in the country is talking about it. Jamie Del Hierro has taken charge and is keeping up the suggestions about compromising documents. He told the press that Rura's documents are more important than the money and relate to recent reports from the US that Che Guevara is leading guerrilla warfare planning for several South American countries including Ecuador. The documents are also said to include a secret plan for guerrilla warfare and terrorism in Ecuador. Last night Del Hierro asked me if I could get someone in Washington to determine whether the bills are counterfeit because the central bank experts here believe they're real. I suppose he and his friends want to keep the money, so I cabled headquarters to see what can be done. Del Hierro's action puzzles me somewhat because of his sudden enthusiasm. Perhaps Sevilla is pushing him hard because he was responsible for the arrest, yet Del Hierro still refuses to give the go-ahead on interrogation of the Cuban, July de Cordova Reyes. Quito, May 23, 1963. Del Hierro is getting worried because the press and others keep urging him for the compromising Rura documents. There aren't any, of course, and now Rura's lawyers are beginning to move. Nevertheless, both Del Hierro and Sevilla are keeping the publicity going by calling the Rura case an example of the importation of foreign ideology to enslave the country. Del Hierro is also citing the case of the 10 students who were refused passports as another example of falsification of documents for travel to Cuba for guerrilla warfare training. Yesterday, Sevilla's secretary, who made the airport arrest, said in a press statement that the Rura documents include instructions on how to organize a Marxist revolution, how to intensify hatred between classes, and how to organize campesinos and salaried agricultural workers. Yesterday, Del Hierro ordered the arrest in Guayaquil of the local correspondent of the New China News Agency, whose press carnet was in Rura's pocket when he arrived. The correspondent only returned from Europe a few days ago, and his trip must have been related to Rura's. Rura's defense began yesterday with publication of a statement that shows he is worried about repercussions from SAD and the PCE leadership in Guayaquil. He defended having the money, saying that he had been invited to London by Gozishudian, International Bookstore of Peking, and that his trip was sudden and without authorization of the PCE. Because of recent confiscations by the government of material purchased for sale in his bookstore, Rura said, he had obtained $25,000 for a printing shop to reproduce the materials provided by Gozishudian. From London he went to Peking, he said, and he denounced the confiscation of his notes on visits to communes and other sites. No doubt Rura will end up in terrible trouble with the PCE, possibly even expulsion like Ribadeneira. More important, his arrest will drive the wedge deeper between the SAD and the Echevarria groups. What a ridiculous cover story. Quito, May 24, 1963. Rura has had a bad day all around. He made his formal declaration to the court alleging that he discussed the new printing facility in Peking with one Chan Kung-wen. The money, however, was given to him, so he said, in Bern on his return by someone named Pulfo. We're checking these unlikely names with headquarters. Rura's imagination knows no bounds. Rura's lawyer also had a session before the Council of State, the highest body for appeal against government violation of personal liberties, which refused Rura's plea for liberty and took under advisement Rura's charges against Sevilla and Del Hierro for violating the Constitution. Now he'll have to stand trial on the basis of the documents and the money. We'll have plenty of time to fabricate appropriate documents for Del Hierro to use against Rura, but first we're working on something else. John Bacon, the station reports officer, and I suggested to Dean that we prepare an incriminating document to be used against Antonio Flores Benitez, to be planted on Flores when he arrives at the airport. There's a chance, of course, that he'll come overland from Colombia or that he'll arrive in Guayaquil, but Dean likes the plan and asked us to go ahead. The document will appear to be Flores's and Echevarria's own report to the Cubans on the status of their organization and on their plans for armed action. We are describing what we know about the organization, filling in with imagination where necessary, on the basis of the information from the Equite telephone tap and reports from Cardenas and Vargas, our two best penetrations of the Echevarria group. We are emphasizing, for propaganda afterwards, Flores's penetration agents in the Ministry of Defense, Army Communications, the Presidential Bodyguard and the Presidential Archives. We are also planning to mention relations with Araujo's group and Gonzalo Sono Magros, who seems to be training a separate organization in explosives and weapons. Quito, May 26, 1963. It has been a busy weekend. Bacon and I finished the Flores report yesterday and he took it out to Mike Bourbonneau to put in final form, correct Spanish and proper commie jargon. He knows this usage best because he's the cutout for Cardenas and Vargas. No question but that we've got a really sensational and damaging document. Bacon included in the report a general analysis of the Ecuadorian political scene with appropriate contempt for the SAD-PCE leadership for its reformist tendencies. He infers that the Echevarria group has already received funds from Cuba and that this report is the justification for new funds. The date for commencing an all-out terrorism campaign will be late July, since we already have a report that the CTE plans to announce a general strike for that date. Bombing targets and guerrilla attacks will be set for the homes of police and military officers as well as key installations such as the waterworks and the telephone and electric companies. Bourbonneau passed it back and I typed it this morning. It filled 5 sheets of flimsy blue copy paper. Then Dean came to the office and we agreed that Juan Sevilla, the Minister of the Treasury, would be better for getting it planted than Jaime Del Hierro, the Minister of Government. I went to see Sevilla. He agreed immediately and said he'll use Carlos Rendon, the same secretary and customs inspector who nailed Rura. When I got back to the embassy, Dean was acting like a little boy. He had gone over to the Favorita to buy a tube of toothpaste and had spent 3 hours squeezing out the paste and cleaning the tube. Then he crumpled the papers, ground them a little with his shoe, folded them to fit into the tube and pronounced the report genuine beyond doubt. I took the tube, now with the report neatly stuffed inside, back over to Sevilla and tomorrow he will give it to Rendon who will plant it if possible. Rendon won't move from the airport until Flores arrives, and if he comes via Colombia or Guayaquil, we'll figure out some other way to get the document out. One way or another this one should really provoke a reaction. Quito, May 29, 1963. Yesterday still another sensation broke when Araujo arrived back from his trip to Cuba. Too bad we didn't have a document prepared for him, but he did just what we wanted. Sevilla's customs people, whom I had advised through Sevilla of Araujo's imminent return, tried a body search, but Araujo provoked such a scandal that he was taken to the central immigration offices for the search. He only had $41, however, and was later released, but his screams at the airport that revolution will occur very soon in Ecuador were prominently carried in this morning's newspapers. Other propaganda is coming out nicely. The Council of State meeting on the Rura case was in the headlines, featuring Sevilla's very effective condemnation of communism and Cuba in defense of his action against Rura. The case of Guillermo Ledra, who blew his hand off training URJE members to make bombs, is in the courts, and Jorge Ribadeneira's latest caper is still causing sensation. Still, we haven't been able to get an interrogation of the Cuban woman. Quito, May 31, 1963. First try at the Echeverria bugging was a near disaster. The audio technicians, Larry Martin and an assistant, came back from Panama during the week and I worked out an elaborate plan for security and cover. Gil Saudade brought up from Loja one of his agents who works in Catholic student activities there, Cristobal Mogrovejo, who is the only agent we have who could easily rent the Loja club which occupies the floor underneath Echeverria's apartment. I brought up Julian Zambianco from Guayaquil to be team leader and to direct Mogrovejo as the shield for cover. Luis Sandoval and I were in the UP-LP across the street observing and communicating with Zambianco via walkie-talkie. I also arranged for 2 getaway vehicles through Pepe Molestina. Mogrovejo earlier this week arranged to rent the entire club for this afternoon, a Friday, and to have an option to rent it for the rest of the weekend if his business conversations with the foreigners required additional meetings. From observation we knew which room Echeverria uses as a study and we selected the proper spot beneath from which to drill up. The team entered the club about 10 o'clock this morning and Martin and his assistant began quietly drilling, slowly and by hand in order not to arouse Echeverria or his wife who were coming and going. About 4 o'clock this afternoon the club manager burst in with about a dozen flower-hat ladies to whom, he said, he wanted to show the club. Mogrovejo protested that he had been promised absolute privacy but because of the insistence of the club manager and the ladies, Zambianco had to intervene to keep them from proceeding to the room where the drilling was going on. The incident produced enough suspicion in the club manager and enough panic in Mogrovejo to warrant calling the operation off for now. I radioed to Zambianco to have the technicians fill in their holes with plaster and to paint over. This only took a few moments and shortly the team had evacuated the building. For the time being we'll let this one cool off while I try to discover another way to get access to the Loja club. Mogrovejo was a bad choice. We won't forget it because Echeverria, according to Cardenas, has given several indications that he has some kind of communications with Cuba, possibly, one would suppose, with a secret writing and radio link. A photo technician from Panama was recently here and he said that TSD has large lenses that could be used to see through the curtains Echeverria sometimes draws in front of the table where he works so that readable photographs of documents on the table might be obtainable. This would be one way to read his communications. Quito, June 2, 1963. Flores is hooked and we've got another big case. Juan Sevilla and I were playing golf together this morning when a caddy came running out to call him to the telephone. We rushed into the clubhouse and sure enough it was Carlos Rendon, his personal secretary, calling to say that Flores had arrived and that the plant had worked perfectly. Sevilla rushed straight to the airport and I went home to wait. Late in the afternoon he telephoned and when I went to his house he explained that Rendon had seen Flores arrive and had put the toothpaste tube up his sleeve. He let it fall out carefully while he was reviewing Flores's luggage, found it and began to examine it, finally opening it and discovering the concealed report. Arriving with Flores was another well-known communist, Hugo Noboa, who was discovered to be carrying $1,400 in cash in a secret pocket. This money, propaganda material, and phonograph records of revolutionary songs were confiscated along with the Flores report, and both Flores and Noboa were taken under arrest to the political security offices for questioning. Now to get the publicity going. Quito, June 3, 1963. We're going to have to fight for this one. Only a small notice appeared in the press today on the Flores and Noboa arrests, and the only reference to the Flores report was an allegation that microfilm had been found in his suitcase. Flores, according to this notice, is protesting that if any microfilm was found it was planted either in San Juan, Puerto Rico, where he was in transit, or here in Quito. I checked with Juan Sevilla and he told me that he thinks Arosmena is going to try to quash the whole case including the false document. This is why, according to Sevilla, Flores is still in custody of the Political Security Office instead of the Police Investigations Department under Major Pacifico de los Reyes. He added that the key figure is Jaime Del Hierro, the Minister of Government, and added that if I know Del Hierro, I should confirm the importance of Flores and the document. Neither Sevilla nor Del Hierro knows that I am in a working relationship with the other. For most of the afternoon I've tried to get either Del Hierro or Manuel Cordova, the Subsecretary of Government, by telephone. It's not like them to avoid me like this, and Dean is about to blow up because the report hasn't been surfaced. Quito, June 4, 1963. There's no doubt now that Arosmena has tried to cover up the case and protect Flores, but we're prying it loose almost by the hour. Sevilla threatened to resign if the case were suppressed, and the rumors of a new cabinet crisis were so strong yesterday and today that the Secretary General of the administration made a public denial of the crisis. Del Hierro finally called me back today, and when we met at Cordova's house he gave me the Flores report asking that I check it for authenticity because it is so grave. I couldn't simply give it a moment's look and pronounce it genuine, so I took it back to the station. When I told Dean of this he went into a fury, stamped up and down and said I'd better get that report surfaced or else. He's really disgusted with Del Hierro, whom he thinks is trying to delay making it public in order to protect the Liberal Party from embarrassment. The document, after all, is pretty damaging to the government, even though it is primarily aimed at exposing the Echeverria group. A positive sign is that Flores has been passed from the Political Security Office to the police, which places him directly under Del Hierro. In his declaration Flores only said that he had been in Europe on a 45-day trip as a journalist. He writes for the leftist weekly La Mañana, with no mention of travel to Cuba. Quito, June 5, 1963. Dean's fit of temper shows no signs of diminishing. This morning he demanded Jaime Del Hierro's private telephone number at the ministry, which I gave him. He called Del Hierro and told him angrily that of course the document is authentic and that every Ecuadorian should read it. Dean was careful to record this call on his dictaphone just in case Del Hierro complains to the ambassador. Then I proposed to Dean that I give a copy of the document to Jorge Rivadeneira Araujo, the brother of Rodrigo Rivadeneira, the transcriber of the Flores telephone tap. Jorge has long participated in the clandestine printing operation, along with his brothers, and is a writer for El Comercio, Quito's leading daily. We don't usually place propaganda through Jorge, but Dean agreed since it is the fastest way to put pressure on Del Hierro to release the original document. Later I took a copy to Rodrigo which he is passing to Jorge, who will show it to his editors at the newspaper. This may destroy my relationship with Del Hierro and Cordova, but Dean doesn't care. He doesn't think Arosmena and the liberals can last much longer anyway. Quito, June 6, 1963. Our ploy against Del Hierro worked like a charm. This morning about 10 o'clock Cordova called me from the embassy receptionist's desk, and when I went down he took me out back to Del Hierro, who was waiting in his car. He said he urgently needed back the Flores document because the press had somehow got a copy and he would have to release the original later today. I rushed up for the document, returned it to Del Hierro and told Dean, who whooped for joy. Then I called Rodrigo Rivadeneira to alert his brother Jorge that the Ministry of Government would release the document later today. It may not be printed in today's evening newspapers, but already the whole town is buzzing about it. Today the Council of State formally rejected Rura's case against Del Hierro and Sevilla, which wasn't unexpected. Rura will be on ice for a long time, and now Flores's chances of getting off are nil. Tomorrow, Sevilla's formal statement to the Council of State will be published in the newspapers, a full page which we're paying for and which includes PCE data like membership figures and recruitment priorities that I passed to Sevilla for documentation. Both Mario Cardenas and Luis Vargas report that Echeverria has been crushed psychologically by this blow. He fears that with the Rura arrest and now Flores he'll surely be reprimanded by the SAD leadership, possibly even expelled from the PCE. He has now gone into hiding and the agents are trying to find out where. Quito, June 7, 1963. Finally it's in print and the sensation is immense. Everything's included, description of SAD and the PCE Guayaquil leadership as old bureaucrats full of bourgeois vices, faithful to the Moscow line and acting as a brake on revolution. Also, we, the Echevarria Group, are faithful to the experiences of the Cuban Revolution and the necessity to prepare for armed insurrection. Araujo is described as having a good number of trained and armed teams and the Ribadeneira Group is cited as possibly useful for our purposes. All the different critical government offices where Flores has his contacts are mentioned, including the Presidential Palace, and the date for commencing operations, urban terrorism and rural guerrillas, is given as late July to coincide with our urging of the CTE to call a general strike for that time. As if this document weren't enough in itself, by sheer coincidence the CTE yesterday announced a general strike for late July. Our agents had reported that this announcement would come sometime and we had included it in the Flores document. This announcement was carried in the press today, alongside the Flores document, as proof that the latter is genuine. Moreover, Sevilla's statement to the Council of State also came out this morning. Quito, June 15, 1963. Several pieces of good news. First, I've just received my second promotion since coming to Quito, to GS-11, which is about equivalent to captain in the military service. The other is that I'm being transferred to Montevideo, Uruguay, at the end of the year. This I learned informally in a letter from Nolan the other day. I had asked to be transferred to Guayaquil as base chief if the job became vacant, but the Montevideo assignment is good news because we'll be near the seashore again. These mountains are getting oppressive lately, and besides, Nolan says Montevideo is a great place to live with good operations going. Meetings between Zambianco and Medardo Toro, the Velasquista gunman, have been fruitful, but Dean is getting nervous about collecting timely intelligence on Velasco's plans to return for next year's elections. Through Zambianco I have worked out a plan to send Toro to Buenos Aires under cover of medical treatment for a back injury that has needed special attention for some years. Toro will take the treatment in Montevideo but will contact Velasco in Buenos Aires and stay as close to him as possible. Our hope is that Velasco will take Toro into his confidence as a kind of secretary and general handyman. This shouldn't be difficult as Toro was at Velasco's side with 2 submachine guns draped over his shoulders up to the moment Velasco left the presidential palace. I've notified the Buenos Aires station, set up a contact plan for an officer of that station, and requested that Toro be placed on the list for the polygraph the next time the interrogators come around. Hopefully Toro will have his affairs arranged so that he can leave by the end of the month. Over the weekend I'm going to Guayaquil and to the beach for a day, then to Manta and Puerto Viejo, the 2 principal towns of Manabí province just north of Guayas. In Puerto Viejo I'll introduce Julian Zambianco to Jorge Gortier's brother, Federico Gortier, an army lieutenant colonel and commander of the army units in the province. Because of the extreme poverty in Manabí province, even by Ecuadorian standards, communist activities there have prospered in recent years. Zambianco has been working several operations in the province including support of a well-known anti-communist priest, and he'll be able to handle contact with Gortier on his frequent trips there. Contact arrangements were made by Jorge Gortier when he was in the province last month, so getting this new operation going will be easy. The purpose is to be able to pass information on communist activities in Manabí to Lieutenant Colonel Gortier who, according to his brother, will not hesitate to take strong and prompt action unfettered by the political restraints often imposed on Colonel Lugo in Guayaquil. Warren Dean is leaving shortly for 6 or 8 weeks home leave. Too bad about Gil Saudade. Normally when a chief of station leaves the deputy simply takes over as acting COS. But with all the tension and instability right now Dean asked for a temporary replacement from headquarters. It'll be Dave McLean, a special assistant to Colonel King, the division chief who, surprisingly, managed to survive the head-rolling exercise after the Cuban invasion. While at headquarters, Dean is going to push for 1 or 2 more slots for case officers under embassy cover. Quito, June 22, 1963. The struggle is growing within the government among the factions favoring different lines of action in the face of the growing tension and fear of imminent insurgency. Juan Sevilla, the Minister of the Treasury, is the leader of the hardliners, while Jaime Del Hierro, Minister of Government, is somewhere in between, trying to maneuver so that the liberals can stay in the government and retain their emoluments. Arosemena leads the Doves, who refuse to see the danger, and the leftists, who would like to see the power of the traditional parties broken. Thus the cooperation we're getting from Del Hierro in the security field is mixed. Today, for example, the government finally announced a program that I've been pushing since last year to restrict travel to Cuba. From now on, travel to Cuba by Ecuadorians is formally banned and all passports will be stamped not valid for travel to Cuba. This program is the work of Pablo Maldonado, who told me only recently that such a drastic measure would still be very difficult to get approved. On the other hand, Del Hierro still evades all my requests for access to the Cuban woman who was training in Guayaquil. Now she's been sent to Tulcan, which is practically isolated and a place from which she could escape and disappear across the border in Colombia. In Guayaquil 2 days ago, an anti-communist television commentator narrowly escaped when a bomb demolished his car. Yesterday, Colonel Lugo's police raided a bomb factory and storage facility at the isolated house of Antonio Chang, a militant of a NURJE faction, following a lead provided by a base agent. Chang's wife, 2 sons, a Spanish bomb technician and a helper were all arrested and have made sensational declarations, including the fact that they were trained by a Cuban. The Cuban hasn't lived in Cuba since the 1940s, but this item was hidden in small print in the propaganda coverage. Meanwhile, we're trying to keep media coverage going on all the cases, old as well as new, and stations in countries nearby are helping. As each case breaks, we advise Caracas, Bogotá, Lima, Rio de Janeiro, Santiago, and others, mailing immediately the clips of what's been published. These stations generate editorial comment on the communist danger in Ecuador and send clips back to us, which we use to generate still more comment based on the Ecuadorian image abroad. Dean has made one last effort before going on home leave to salvage a little mileage from Reynaldo Varia, our discredited vice president. He told Varia to get going on speeches related to all the recent cases revealing communist plans for action and the bombings. Yesterday, Varia began with a speech at the National Convention of the Chamber of Industries, denouncing communism as a cancer seeking to destroy the national life. Hopes for his succeeding Arosemena are ever so slim, but 3 days ago the Supreme Court began hearing charges against 3 persons in the junk swindle, and Varia, happily, wasn't one of them. Quito, June 25, 1963. Yet another sensation broke today, this one without our help. The case began this morning when one of the revolutionary paratrooper group led by Lenin Torres, still under arrest since they were discovered last year trying to help the guerrillas they had arrested to escape, themselves escaped and joined with 3 others in order to hijack one of the area airlines DC-4s that fly between here and Guayaquil. The plan was to fly over Quito distributing fly sheets from the aircraft telling people to mass at the presidential palace and demand the release of Torres and the other paratroopers still being held. Also, while the aircraft was circling, URJE members would have carried out a series of intimidation bombings and would have demanded the release of Flores, Noboa, and Rura as well as the paratroopers. They would have landed, taken aboard the released prisoners and flown to Cuba. The paratrooper who escaped had been outside the prison under guard on an urgent family matter, but the guard, who was overpowered, tied, and gagged, and left behind, got loose and reported the planned hijacking which he had overheard. Pacifico de los Reyes, chief of criminal investigations in Quito, placed some of his men in maintenance uniforms at the airport, and when the 4 hijackers arrived they were immediately taken into custody. Seized with them were arms, bombs, tear gas canisters, walkie-talkies, and TNT, as well as the fly sheets. After their arrest they implicated Araujo and Ribadeneira in the plan, although this may well be a little provocation by de los Reyes. The whole episode, in fact, may have been staged or at least well penetrated. The story is headlines in the afternoon papers and has sent another shockwave across the country as it's the first political hijacking here. Quito, June 27, 1963. Today is a bigger day for propaganda than most, but it illustrates how our campaign to arouse concern over the communist problem has been going. The front page of El Comercio carries 4 articles related to it. The headlines report a press conference yesterday by Reynaldo Varia in which he condemned communism for threatening the country with organized subversion, including acts of terrorism and massacre. He also pointed to Cuba, supported by Russia and China, as the focal point for communist terror in America, adding that when the Congress convenes in August a special law against terrorism should be passed, possibly to include the outlawing of communism. A second article reports a press conference by Jaime Del Hierro, in which he promised to exterminate every center of communist terrorism in the country. A third article describes follow-up raids of Colonel Lugo's police in Guayaquil and the discovery of another bomb factory from which 150 bombs were seized. It also reports a strategy meeting held 2 days ago between Colonel Lugo, Manuel Cordova, the commanding general of the National Police, and the governor of Guayas province. A fourth article describes the latest revelations in the frustrated airliner hijacking. Not to be forgotten, of course, is the junk swindle, and a fifth front-page article relates the latest development in this case. Aside from the front page, the lead editorial expresses alarm over the recent terrorist cases, and still another editorial wishes success to some Cuban exiles who recently landed a raiding party in Cuba. Quito, June 28, 1963. Police in Guayaquil under Colonel Lugo seized some 300 more bombs in raids yesterday, and arrests of terrorists there now number 19. Also yesterday, Juan Sevilla, Minister of the Treasury, was honored at a banquet given by the Chambers of Industry and Commerce and the Textile Association. In condemning communism, Sevilla said, "The country is suffering a grave moral crisis. It is discouraging to walk through government offices and see how moral values have deteriorated. It is indispensable that we re-establish moral values." He was given a parchment in appreciation of his clear democratic position in defense of free enterprise and of our country's Western ideology. Media exploitation of the airliner hijacking continues, as does the Rura case. Today it was announced that the money taken from Rura will be examined by experts to see if it is counterfeit. This is a delaying formality because I've already told Jaime Del Hierro that the Treasury Department in Washington has refused to certify that the U.S. currency is counterfeit. Quito, July 5, 1963. The chain of recent cases, particularly the Rura and Flores cases, has produced one of the results we wanted. At a special meeting of the PCE Central Committee, the whole Pichincha Provincial Committee under Echeverria was dismissed, with Rura expelled from the party and Echeverria suspended. Already Jaime Galarza, one of Echeverria's lieutenants, has published an article suggesting that Pedro Saad, PCE Secretary General, was behind the revelations in the Flores document and Rura's arrest, because such information could only come from highly placed party members. The momentum of the last 3 months' campaign is having other effects. Most of our political action agents, particularly the rightists in the Icactor project, are reporting improving disposition to a military rather than a congressional move against Orosmena, what with the alarm and gravity of the current situation. At the ambassador's reception yesterday, moreover, the politicians talked considerably of their surprise that communist preparations have progressed so far. Moreover, everyone seemed to be apprehensive over the specter of Velasco's return and the probability that he'll win again next year. Some members of Congress are anxious to begin proceedings against Orosmena, but many realize the odds favor Orosmena and his patronage over a weak and divided Congress. Quito, July 8, 1963. Rafael Echeverria is still hiding and has seen our agents only rarely. In order to get closer monitoring of his activities, and possibly to discover his hiding place, I've arranged to turn over the Land Rover bought for Jorge Gortier's trip to Luis Vargas, a PCE penetration agent. I gave the car to Jose Molestina, a support agent and used car dealer, to place on sale, and at the same time John Bacon sent Vargas around to make an offer. Molestina doesn't know Vargas, much less as a communist, and when he told me of the offer I told him to take it. Now Vargas will probably be asked by Echevarria, who has no private transportation, to drive him around for his meetings. Media exploitation continues on the recent cases as well as on efforts to salvage Varria. The Guayaquil base placed an editorial in El Universo, the main daily there, praising Varria for his recent anti-communist speeches. We replayed the editorial here in El Comercio. We've also used the CO to condemn communist plans for terrorism. Operations at the Georgetown Station, British Guiana, have just brought a big victory against the Marxist Prime Minister, Cheddi Jugun. Jugun has led that colony down a leftist nationalist path since coming to power in the 1950s on the strength of Indian, Asian, predominance over blacks there. The Georgetown Station operations for several years have concentrated on building up the local anti-Jugun trade union movement, mainly through the Public Service International, SI, which is the International Trade Secretariat for Public Employees. Cover is through the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, the U.S. affiliate of the SI. Last year through the SI the Georgetown Station financed an anti-Jugun campaign over the budget that included riots and a general strike and precipitated British intervention to restore order. This past April, with station financing and direction, another crippling strike began, this one led by the Guyana Civil Servants Union, which is the local SI affiliate, and it has taken until just now to force Jugun again to capitulate. Visitors here who have also been to the Georgetown Station say eventually the agency hopes to move the leader of the black community into power even though blacks are outnumbered by Jugun and the Indians. Quito, July 11, 1963. Arosmena is out and a four-man military junta is in. It began last night at a banquet Arosmena gave for the president of the Grace Lines. W.R. Grace & Co. has large investments in Ecuador, to which high-ranking Ecuadorian military men were invited because the Grace Line's president is a retired U.S. Navy admiral. During the toasts Arosmena made favorable commentary about U.S. business operating in Latin America, but he insulted our ambassador by derisive reference to U.S. diplomatic representatives. In his drunkenness Arosmena also demonstrated incredible vulgarity and finally left the banquet and his guests. This morning the chiefs of the military services decided at a meeting at the Ministry of Defense to replace Arosmena with a junta, and about noon the presidential palace was surrounded by tanks and troops. I went down to the Hotel Majestic just in front of the palace where Jorge Andino, a support agent and owner of the hotel, arranged a room where I could watch the action. I also monitored the military intelligence radio and reported by telephone and walkie-talkie back to the station where frequent progress reports on the coup were being fired off to headquarters and to Panama, for the military commands there who receive all agency intelligence reporting in Latin America. Several hours of tension passed as Arosmena, known to be armed, refused to receive a delegation from the new junta. He remained in the presidential living quarters while the junta members arrived and went to work in the presidential offices. Eventually Arosmena was disarmed by an aide and taken to the airport where he was placed on a military aircraft for Panama, the same place that Velasco was sent to less than 2 years ago. As the coup was taking place, a leftist protest demonstration was repressed by the military with 3 killed and 17 wounded, but these figures will probably be much higher if an accurate count is ever made. Also during the coup Reynaldo Varilla tried in vain to convene the Congress in order to secure his succession to the presidency, but it's no use, he's finished. The junta is composed of the officers who commanded the Army, Air Force, and Navy plus a colonel who was Secretary of the National Defense Council. The Navy captain is the junta chief, but Colonel Marco Scandara of the Defense Council is said unanimously to be the brains and main influence. No question that these men are anti-communist and will finally take the kind of action we want to disrupt the extreme left before they get their serious armed operations underway. Quito, July 13, 1963. No problem for the junta in consolidating power. Loyal messages were received from military units throughout the country, civil liberties have been suspended, and communist and other extreme leftists are being rounded up and put in jail, more than 100 in Guayaquil alone. Communism is outlawed, the junta's first act, censorship has been imposed, there is a curfew from 9 p.m. to 6 a.m., and next year's elections are cancelled. It will take some days for formal U.S. recognition of the junta, but we've already started passing data from the Subversive Control Watch list to Major de los Reyes here in Quito and to Colonel Lugo in Guayaquil, which they are using with military colleagues in the arrests campaign. For the time being, we'll keep working with these police agents, and after U.S. recognition of the junta and Dean's return, decisions will be made on new contacts in the government. The most likely liaison contacts are the Minister of Defense, Colonel Aurelio Naranjo, who was chief of the Cuenca garrison and leader of the movement that forced Orosmena to break with Cuba, the Minister of Government, Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, and the junta leader, Colonel Marcos Gandara. Besides outlawing communism, the junta is looking favorably at the reforms that the civilians were never able to establish. In their first statement, the junta said its purpose is to re-establish moral values because the country had reached the brink of dissolution and anarchy. Their rule will be limited to the time necessary to halt the wave of terrorism and subversion and to resolve the country's most urgent problems. They have also declared that their government will not be oligarchic and will have policies designed to stimulate economic and social development in order to raise the standard of living, not just through development, however, but also through the redistribution of income. Among its highest priorities are agrarian, tax and public administrative reforms. In a press conference, Colonel Gandara said that reforms will be imposed by decree and that after repressing the extreme left, the junta will call for a constituent assembly, a new constitution and elections. However, he added, the junta might stay in power for 2 years to accomplish these plans, which immediately caused a cry of outrage from politicians in all quarters. Today, rather sheepishly, the junta issued a statement saying that they will not be in power for a long time. In justifying their takeover, the junta said that Orosmena had spotted the national honor with his frequent drunkenness and his sympathy for communism. Orosmena, for his part, is saying in Panama, as Velasco did, that he still hasn't resigned. Veria is also in Panama now, but he had a happy departure. At the Quito airport, where he was taken under arrest yesterday, he was given an envelope from the junta containing a month's pay. Quito, July 31, 1963. The first 3 weeks of junta rule have been rather mild as military dictatorships go. In fact, after all the crisis and tension in recent months, one can even note a feeling of euphoria. Today the junta was recognized by the US, but all along we've kept busy getting information to Major de los Reyes and Colonel Lugo. Goes to show how important station operations can be at a time when conventional diplomatic contacts are suspended. Even so, the most important communist leaders from our viewpoint, Echeverria, for example, have eluded all efforts to catch them. Very possibly some have even left the country. At least for the time being, the junta has considerable political support from conservatives, social Christians, and others, not formally as parties but as individuals. How long this will last is unknown because the junta is obviously determined to end the power struggle between Velasco and Ponce and the instability such caudillismo brings. Moreover, by stressing that they intend to wipe out special privilege and the rule of oligarchies while pledging projects in community development, housing, public health, and education, the junta is attracting considerable popular support. From our standpoint, the junta definitely seems to be a favorable, if transitory, solution to the instability and danger of insurgency that were blocking development. By imposing the reforms this country needs and by taking firm action to repress the extreme left, the junta will restore confidence, reverse the flight of capital and stimulate economic development. Quito, August 15, 1963. Dean is back from home leave and is moving fast to get established with the junta. Already he is regularly meeting Colonel Gandara, the most powerful junta member, Colonel Aurelio Naranjo, the Minister of Defense, and Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, the Minister of Government. With Gandara he is using as bait the weekly Latin American and world intelligence summaries, Kryptonimlband, that are received from headquarters each Friday, translated over the weekend and passed to Gandhara on Monday. Already Gandhara has given approval in principle to a joint telephone tapping operation in which we will provide the equipment and the transcribers, and he will arrange the connections in the telephone exchanges and provide cover for the LP. Tentatively they have agreed to set up the LP at the military academy. What Dean wants is a telephone tapping operation to rival the one in Mexico City where, he said, the station can monitor 30 lines simultaneously. After this operation gets going, we'll save Rafael Bucheli for monitoring sensitive political lines without the knowledge of the junta. Gil Saudade has been transferred to Curitiba, Brazil, a one-man base in the consulate, and his replacement, Lauren Walsh, doesn't speak Spanish. Walsh, who transferred to WH from the Far East Division after a tour in Karachi, had to cut short his Spanish course in order to take the interdepartmental course in counterinsurgency that is required now for every officer going out as chief or deputy chief of station. What this means to me is that I've got to take over most of Saudade's operations, Wilson Almeida and Voz Universitaria, the Cioslo labor operation with Matias Ulloa Capiano, Ricardo Vázquez Diaz and Carlos Vallejo Baez, and the media operation built around Antonio Ulloa Capiano, the Quito correspondent of Agencia Orb Latinoamericano. Most of these agents are also leaders of the Popular Revolutionary Liberal Party, and Antonio Ulloa runs the PLPR radio station that we bought through him and Juan Yepes del Pozo, Jr. as a media outlet. This development is more than a little aggravating because the new deputy won't be able to take over any of these operations as none of the agents speaks good English. Dean said relief will come soon because he got 3 new embassy slots, 2 will be filled in coming months and 1 early next year. All I can do with these new agents is hold their hands until somebody with time can really work with them. Right now there are about 125 political prisoners in Quito, including not only communists but Velasquistas and members of the concentration of popular forces. The junta policy is to allow them to go into exile, although some will be able to stay in Ecuador depending on their political antecedents, judgment of which, in most cases, is based on information we're passing to Colonel Luis Mora Bowen, the Minister of Government. Processing these prisoners, and others in Guayaquil and elsewhere, is going to take a long time because of interrogations and follow-up. Although Dean is working closely with the Minister of Government in processing the prisoners, he hopes to use these cases to start a new unit in the Ministry of Defense that will be solely dedicated to anti-communist intelligence collection. Basically this is what we had previously set up in the police. In fact, the Ministry of Defense will be better because politics sooner or later will come back into the Ministry of Government and the police, while the military unit should be able to remain aloof from normal politics, concentrating on the extreme left. First on the junta's program of reforms are the universities and the National Cultural Foundation called the Casa de la Cultura, both of which have long traditions as centers of leftist and communist agitation and recruitment. Several station and base operations are focused on giving encouragement to the junta for university reform, including agents controlled through Alberto Alarcon in Guayaquil and the student publication Voz Universitaria published by Wilson Almeida. According to Gandhara, the first university reform decree will be issued in a few days with the important provision that student participation in university administration will be greatly reduced. Quito, August 30, 1963. Labor operations always seem to be in turmoil, but now and then they produce a redeeming flash of brilliance. Ricardo Vázquez Diaz, one of the labor agents I took over from Gil Saudade, told me the other day that his mistress is the official shorthand transcriber of all the important meetings of the cabinet and the junta, and that she has been giving him copies so that he can be well informed for his Cioslo work. He gave me samples, and after Dean saw them he told me to start paying her a salary through Vázquez. From now on we'll be getting copies of the record of these meetings even before the participants. In the embassy we'll make them available just to the ambassador and the minister-counselor, and in Washington short summaries will be given limited distribution with the entire Spanish text available on special request. The ambassador, according to Dean, is most interested in seeing how the junta and cabinet members react to their meetings with him and in using these reports to plan his meetings with them. Eventually we'll try to recruit Vasquez's mistress, Agee, directly, but for the moment I'll have to work this very carefully in order not to jeopardize the slow operation. Vasquez claims he's told no one of the reports, which I believe, because, if he told anyone, it would be one of the other slow agents who probably would have mentioned it to me. These reports are jewels of political intelligence, just the sort of intelligence that covert action operations should produce. There has been a change, incidentally, in terminology. The operations that used to be called PP operations, labor, youth and students, media, paramilitary, political action, are now called covert action, or CA, operations. In headquarters this change in terminology was made at the same time the old PP staff was merged with International Organizations Division to form what is now called the Covert Action Staff. In labor operations themselves we've had serious problems with the new government, partly as a result of the junta's arbitrariness. The right to strike, for example, is suspended. In this respect the junta tends to treat the slow trade union movement much in the same fashion as it treats the CTE. This general trend is aggravated by the Minister of Economy, Enrique Amador Marquez, who is one of the former labor agents of the Guayaquil base terminated last year for regionalism. Amador is doing all he can to promote decisions favorable to his old CRICL and COG friends and detrimental to slow. Right now the most serious case involves the junta's attempts to reorganize the railways, which are one of the many inefficient government autonomous agencies that together spend about 65% of public revenues. The lieutenant colonel appointed to run the railways is favoring the CDOC, Catholic, Railway Union, which is backed by COG and CRICL, against the other railway union which is part of slow and is an affiliate of the International Transport Workers Federation, ITF, in London. I arranged for Jack Otero, the Assistant Inter-American Representative of the ITF and one of our contract labor agents, to come to Quito from Rio de Janeiro to help defend the slow Railway Union. He is here now, but instead of following my instructions to approach the matter with restraint, he started threatening an ITF boycott of Ecuadorian products. The specter of boatloads of rotten Ecuadorian bananas sitting in ports around the world provoked counter threats from the junta, and we've had to cut Otero's visit short. The ITF Railway Union may have to suffer for a while, but we're going to get action now from Washington, probably from someone like Andrew McClellan, who replaced Serafino Romualdi as the AFL-CIO Inter-American representative when Romualdi set up the IFLD. What the junta needs is a little education on the difference between the free trade union movement and the CTE, but this may not be easy with Amador working behind the scenes for slow's rivals. The Minister of Government is very cooperative in following our advice over the matter of the political prisoners. We have a special interrogation team here now from the U.S. Army Special Forces Unit in the Canal Zone. They're from the counter-guerrilla school there and are helping process the interrogation reports and prepare follow-up leads. The results aren't especially startling, but they are providing excellent file information. As a result, the prisoners are being released in a very slow trickle and most are choosing exile in Chile. Araujo is one of the big fish that was able to hide, but, a few days ago he and 6 others got asylum in the Bolivian embassy. Chances are he'll be there a long time before the junta gives him a safe conduct. University reform continues. Already the universities in Loja and Guayaquil have been taken over and Central University here in Quito is due next. What this means is the firing of communists and other extreme leftists in the university administrations and faculties. The same process is underway in the primary and secondary schools and is in charge of the military governors of each province. Reforms in the government administration are also widening. Already the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Economy are being reorganized. So far the junta's not doing so badly. Tomorrow Teodoro Moscoso, the coordinator of the Alliance for Progress, arrives to negotiate new aid agreements. Quito, September 8, 1963. These labor operations are so messy they're forcing me to put practically all my other operations on ice for lack of time. No wonder Saudade had so few agents, they talk on and on so that one agent meeting can fill up most of an afternoon or morning. Our call for help from McClellan backfired. He sent a telegram to the junta threatening AFL-CIO efforts to stop Alliance for Progress funds and appeals to the OAS and UN if the junta doesn't stop its repression of trade unions. 3 days ago the Secretary-General of the administration denounced McClellan's telegram and showed newsmen documents from Krikl and Cog backing the junta and the colonel in charge of the railways. Now the junta is going to suspend the railway workers' right to organize completely. Somehow we have to reverse this trend, and we ask for a visit from some other high-level labor figure from Washington, hopefully William Doherty, the former PTTI Latin American representative and now with the IFLD. Doherty is considered to be one of our more effective labor agents, and Dean thinks he might be able to change the junta's attitude towards our organizations. Not long ago the CA staff sent 2 operations officers to the Panama station to assist in labor operations throughout the hemisphere, much as the Technical Services Division officers in Panama cover the area. They came for a short visit to Quito, more for orientation than anything else, but they're going to get ORIT to send someone to see the junta about these problems. Recently, according to Bill Brown, who is one of the labor officers, the Secretary General of ORIT, Arturo Llorregui, was fully recruited so that now he can be guided more effectively. Before, our control of ORIT in Mexico City was exercised through Morris Palladino, the Assistant Secretary General and the principal AFL-CIO representative on the staff. Possibly we will get Llorregui himself to intervene. We've also had 2 polygraph operators here for the past week testing agents. I decided finally to meet Atahualpa Busunce, one of our PCE penetration agents who has been reporting since 1960 but who had never been met directly by a station officer, using the polygraph as the excuse. The interview with Busunce was interesting because it showed how useful the flutter is for things other than determining honesty in reporting and use of funds. In the case of Busunce, which is not unusual according to the operator, the polygraph brought out a flood of remarks about his motivation and his feeling towards us and his comrades in the party. He's certainly a confused man, drawn to us by money yet still convinced that capitalism is destructive to his country. Why does he work for us? Partly the money, but he rationalizes that the PCE leadership is rotten. From now on I'll try to see him at least once a month. His reporting has fallen off during the last 6 months, mostly because Dr. Ovali is such a poor agent handler, so I'm now looking for a new cutout. Instead of a raise in pay, which could be insecure, I've agreed to pay the premium on a new life insurance policy for Busunce. It's expensive because he's in his late 40s and his health is poor, but it'll be one more control factor. The polygraph operator who worked with me on the Busunce case is Lei Fanon. Fanon was arrested in Singapore in 1960 while he was testing a local liaison collaborator whom the station was trying to recruit as a penetration agent of the Singapore police. The agency offered the Singapore Prime Minister some $3 million as a ransom for Fanon, and Secretary of State Rusk even wrote a letter of apology in the hope of getting Fanon out. Nevertheless, he spent months in the Singapore jail before being released. He told me the agency analysis of the case suggested that the British MI6, which controlled the Singapore service at the time because Singapore was still a British colony, had been aware of the attempted recruitment from the beginning. In a strong reaction to this violation of the long-standing agreement that the CIA refrains from recruitments in British areas except when prior permission is granted, MI6, according to Fanon, arranged for the Singapore security official to play along, and then at the moment of the polygraph they had Fanon arrested. One of Saudade's agents whom he sent to Cuba has just been arrested on his return to Guayaquil and nobody seems to know what to do about him. The agent is Cristobal Mogrovejo, the same Loja agent whom we used to front for the near-disaster audio installation in the Loja Club beneath Rafael Echevarria's apartment. Dean is taking a hard line on Mogrovejo because the agent was told not to return to Ecuador when he was met by officers from the Miami, ex-Havana, station after leaving Cuba. We had sent that instruction precisely to protect Mogrovejo, but since he refused to comply, Dean isn't anxious to spring him loose. he was arrested because he had Cuban propaganda material in his baggage, incredibly stupid, on his arrival. Already the arrest is causing wide comment in Loja, where Mogrovejo is president of the University of Loja Law Student Association and well known as a staunch Catholic. For the time being, the audio operations against Echeverria's apartment and Flores's apartment are suspended. Sooner or later Flores will go into exile and Echeverria is still hiding. The audio-photo operation at the PCE bookstore is also suspended since the junta closed the bookstore right after the coup. Now we'll have to take out the audio equipment with more pounding and squealing of spikes.